Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What if Deku had rare Kitsune Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The next Monday has the class full of energy, chatting and fidgeting before homeroom, clumping together into their rapidly forming friend groups. Most of them are commenting on how they'd already been noticed in the streets, called out to and congratulated. It's weird. But generally they're reveling in it. In amongst this chaos, only a few confused glances had been paid to Izuku's empty seat before the presence of his bag and the way that Shinsu's hand is resting on something invisible in his lap provide plenty enough explanation by themselves. Of course, their classmates don't know it, but Izuku had remained quiet and skittish all weekend, only really starting to talk properly again Sunday afternoon and, when Aizawa and Yamada had offered to pick him up on the way to school this morning, he'd hesitantly agreed. Now, judging by how much attention the rest of the class has been getting out in public, he's very glad he did. It sounds awful. Alright Hellions, settle down. Aizawa's entrance has everyone quieting quickly and rushing back into their own seats, sitting prim and proper. Well done on surviving the sports festival, but your challenges aren't over yet. Aizawa doesn't pause or falter as Izuku flickers back into existence, hunched in his chair and startling a few of those seated around him. Today you have a hero informatics lesson. But first, he goes on, overriding the relatively quiet outcry, the internship offers have been sent in. As you should remember, this was the whole point of this event. Whilst you have all faced villains yourselves, you still need to gain experience in a controlled and far more productive manner. Hence, internships. Before I show you the stats, be aware that those of you without offers will still have 40 options to choose from, of those who always work with UA, and that this reflects on your sports festival performance, not necessarily all of your skills and abilities. With that, he trails off and raises a remote. Then there's a bar chart on the board behind him and everyone's yelling. After a few seconds of incoherent noise, Aizawa's quirk flares and he sweeps a steady glare across the room, eyebrow raised. If he skips over the quieter students, then it's far from obvious. Hellspawn, shut up. There are reasons for this dispersion, if not entirely logical ones. The class do settle down then, although they're clearly largely discontent. And it makes sense for them to be, considering that Izuku and Hitoshi both received less offers than Todoroki and Bakugo, and Yaoyorozu got more than Hitoshi too. Below those five, Kirishima, Ida, Tokoyami and a few others all received a couple of hundred, and then it trickles down into double or single digits for another half of the class. Consider our hero society. What is most valued? There's a long pause, but then Yaoyorozu speaks up, hand half raised. Strength? Indeed. And if you were to look shallowly at these statistics, do they now make sense? And it takes a minute, but eventually the majority of the class is nodding. Only those who clearly already know the lesson the hero is imparting fail to. And did you agree with those initially? Their protests are a clear answer. The underground hero can't help the Cheshire grin that is creeping onto his face, gleeful and only a little sadistic. Consider then, how does that reflect on society and how it values people? That it's shitty and doesn't value human beings, it values shitty powers. Quirks. If anyone's surprised that it's Bakugo to come out with that, then they don't show it, although Izuku tenses and relaxes in the space of his sentence, which Aizawa most certainly doesn't miss. Exactly that Bakugo. Aizawa pauses then, lets the class take in his point, even if it was made via Bakugo and his language. These kids are future heroes. One day it'll be down to them to help push society in a better direction, much like he has tried to do through his ethics and homeroom teaching, and Hisashi through his radio show. Their ways are small ways, sure, but both have long-reaching ripple effects. These kids, on the other hand? Well, the underground hero has no doubt that this generation, this class in particular, will have more than small ways to act. These will be the heroes that mold society, change it and shape it into something that will probably never be perfect, but will still be a damn sight better than what All Might or his own generation have managed. But, for now, they're still kids, with wide eyes and open hearts, and they have a school day to be getting on with. Remember that, kids. His tone is softer than usual, not coaxing or gentle but still somewhere in the realm of blatantly calm. Then he slumps even more again, face falling back into its customary deadpan. But, for now, you Hellspawn need to have your hero informatics lesson. To help, we have Midnight. The woman bursts in, grin already in place, and Aizawa resists the urge to call her tacky for calling out her own name so enthusiastically. Don't wake me up unless someone's dying, he grumbles, glancing briefly at his boys, then zips himself into his sleeping bag and falls into a light doze. If he keeps an ear out all the same, then the brats don't need to know. He can't let any of them be absolute disasters. Right then kiddies, today's topic is hero names, she crows, bright and eager, hands thrown up in the air. There's a corresponding cheer from most of the class, although there are several more who are already deep in thought, Izuku and Hitoshi included. This is a big deal, as Midnight goes on to explain, because it's part of their future career and might well be the name they stick with for the entirety of that career. It's important. So, my darlings, I shall give you, 10 minutes to brainstorm as you will. Torture yourselves with all of the possibilities, KO, and you can chat amongst yourselves, get out of your seats, but no blurting out each other's names spoiling the surprise prematurely. With that, she leans on Aizawa's podium, arms folded and ankles crossed, examining her nails with a critical eye. Without pause, Hitoshi turns to face Izuku, their hands meeting upon the greenette's desk, whiteboard shoved to the side so they can intertwine their fingers, Izuku squeezing in an unheard rhythm that might not be audibly but his insomniac still recognizes as the one his pops hums most often whilst cooking. That tangible bond, that link between two of his most precious people, as minor as it might be, means more than he could possibly say, and the tiny yet oh so bright smile that edges onto his face has Izuku smiling in return, similarly stunning. All full of sakura petals and moonlight, shadows under frosted window panes on winter nights in front of a fire, and both Hitoshi and Izuku find absolute beauty in the other. Neither of them realize how long they sit there, staring at each other, but eventually someone is approaching them and it snaps their attention back onto the room at large. A blank-faced Todoroki is stood near them, pausing when they both startle visibly. Oh. Hello Todoroki-san, Izuku manages. Despite the embarrassed flush creeping amongst his freckles, he doesn't retract his grip from Hitoshi's, nor does he change into spirit form. Midoriya-kun, Shinsu-kun, the heterochromatic boy returns. A little bit of his blankness has drained away, leaving something just the right side of lukewarm and open. I was wondering if you might have any advice on the matter of my hero name. And, oh, that makes sense. Because they might not have yet talked to Todoroki like they've been wanting to, but there's always little tics and habits that give away people of their kind, those that have been betrayed by those who are meant to care and help them, to those who have been systematically beaten down and forcibly shown how useless and worthless they are. There's a kinship to it. An understanding. So neither of them are confused, and only a little surprised, when Todoroki approaches them with this. Clearly others in the class are, but none of them bring it up. At least not now, to the three's faces. Well, not Fireboy, that's for sure. It's drawled, cynical and sarcastic, and Todoroki snorts. Most of the class, in perfect sync, turn around and gape, but the heterochromatic boy doesn't notice, only covering his mouth for a few moments. Hitoshi and Izuku very much do notice, the greenette shrinking a little under the combined weight of their gazes, and that's enough to have all bar a few turning back away. And maybe something L like an entropy, or duality or dichotomy. They all rhyme, sorry, biba dash. Dichotomy? As in a contradiction? Or a division? Why yes. It doesn't have to mean you're quirky either, Izuku confides. That clearly doesn't make sense to most of those listening in, but the way that Todoroki shifts, not quite uncomfortable but clearly close to it, is pretty telling. And with that, Izuku knows his words have been interpreted exactly how he wanted them to be. Todoroki more than deserves to be his own hero after all, his own person. A division from his father, a contradiction to Endeavor's everything. A perfect dichotomy. Thank you both. I shall take your suggestions into account. With that, the words low and soft-spoken albeit still without much obvious emotion, Todoroki bows shallowly and turns neatly on his heel to head back to his seat, whereupon he immediately begins to write on his whiteboard, and Izuku and Hitoshi return their attention to each other. Hitoshi, that smile fading back in some, squeezes Izuku's hands once more before retracting the affection, warmth lingering. I think I've got a name, but I'm worried it might be two. He trails off, not quite able to say it, even through sign. Shincher, you're not villainous. No matter your name or quirk, I promise, because you're you and there's no way dash. Thanks Fluffball. Really. He might have interrupted the smaller boy, but it was far from harsh and the greenette clearly doesn't take it badly. No, Izuku only giggles a little, blushing again, and knocks their feet together beneath his desk. He has an idea too, for his. Within the next 5 minutes, Midnight is calling for their attention again, asking for volunteers. And, surprisingly, Todoroki beats out even Ishido and Aoyama to stand up and start moving to the front, whiteboard clutched in hand. I want to be Dichotomy, the elemental hero. Ooh, how appropriate. Consider it approved, Hero Dichotomy. With that, on the presentations go. And it isn't until right near the end when Midnight calls on Hitoshi. Come on Shinso, let's hear yours next. Without replying because really, Auntie Nem, did you have to call him out, Hitoshi makes his way up to the front, shoulders sagging more than ever, voice a dull drone to mask the slightest bit of anxiety lingering beneath it. Rapture, the capture hero. Ooh, it rhymes. Midnight crows, blatantly delighted as she leers at him. Yeah, that wasn't intentional, but I guess dash. It works, it's perfect, next. She dismisses, although her expression has a soft edge to it. Rude, Hitoshi mutters, barely loud enough for his aunt to hear, and trudges back to his seat. He's promptly faced with a beaming smile, writhing tails and stunning green eyes that are wide with nothing short of pure adoration. Shincher, that's such a good name, it suits you so well, but it's also kind of misleading, which is perfect, and I really, really love it. It's super heroic and super you, and those are pretty much synonymous, but dash, Hitoshi wants to kiss his partner so badly, but they're in class, so he refrains and instead catches Izuku's hands and holds them tightly for a moment, meeting those verdant eyes, so full of light and warmth and kindness, and tries to pour all of his own gratitude and contentment and wonder into his own gaze. Judging by the way Izuku practically melts, he manages it. Midoriya, you got a name to share? The moment is broken by a grinning Midnight, the gleam in her eyes more apologetic than gleeful, and Izuku rushes to his feet with a mess of stuttered syllables and an ever-returning flush. But by the time he has reached the podium, he isn't shaking or blushing. No, he's steel-spined and gold-hearted. I'm going beat soon, the Inari hero. He gains confidence with every word, tails flaring out and ears pricked, and it's both an intimidating and an endearing sight. Because this boy, so sweet and anxious and skittish, is also the same hero in training that faced off against Shigaraki without fear. And the class know it. They adore him for both. Ooh, good mythological references there, and lovely wordplay with the soon. Good job, kid. Right, lastly, let's have yours dash. Izuku smiles, not wide or mischievous or exuberant, but content. And when he finds his partner looking proud and pleased, Izuku finds his golden heart warming and melting all in one, pooling against his spine, trickling molten happiness into his blood, taking over every part of his body. He's going to be a hero. His Shinshi's going to be a hero. And, even better, they're going to do it together. Later that day, Izuku and Hitoshi find themselves staying in the classroom for lunch, forced to stay in by rain, but they don't really mind. Nor do they mind when Yaoyorozu, Jairu, Tokoyami, Shuji and Kuda join them. It's a pleasant group, not quite quiet but more of a low chatter than loud and vibrant exclamations. Plus everyone knows at least rudimentary sign language, which makes both Izuku and Hitoshi worlds more comfortable because they can't talk privately, but they don't have to talk at all, not verbally, and that means even more to them. And then the topic of their internship offers comes up, with Yaoyorozu asking Izuku if he had any recommendations about who she might choose out of those she was most interested in. Well, Uwabami is really good for getting used to media exposure and how to utilize your hero status for public relations and campaigns, although she focuses more on economic than charitable campaigns. Which is fine. But, well, it depends on what you want, I guess? If that makes sense? If you wanted more of an overall heroic experience, then a hero like Lip Sync might be better because her singing quirk drains her body similarly to how your creation does, or if you wanted to focus more on your direct combat abilities, then Gunhead or Death Arms would be better. But, that's only my opinion. Don't let it influence your thought process too much, and I'm sorry if it wasn't very useful. And dash Izuku falters, foot tapping sporadically against his insomniac's calf where their ankles are intertwined. Thank you, Midoriya-kun, that was most informative. And it has certainly helped me to put things into perspective, which was exactly what I requested, so you have my gratitude. The lull in conversation, whilst comfortable, doesn't last long. I still think it's pretty disgusting that you two didn't get more offers, Jairu notes, to a round of nods and murmured agreements. And with that reminder, Izuku turns to Hitoshi, eyes wide and a little wet, bottom lip pulled in. Shinshi, I wanted to say earlier, USH should have had M more. It's dash. The taller boy doesn't even hesitate to so gently bat at his hands to stop him, then signs his own reply. Fluffball, I don't care. I know one of those is D, that underground agency I was hoping for, so it doesn't matter for me, okay? We should be focusing on how many you got. There was almost 2,000. He is so genuine, earnest in a way that is rare in front of anyone but his dads and partner, and Izuku notices that, is honored by it, and so lets Hitoshi derail the conversation. Even though he's a bit embarrassed, tails curling and shifting, eyes swiveling as the rest of the group also offer some congratulations. Why you all did WWL too? He manages, smile effervescent and inviting, expression warm enough to be a miniature sun of its own, and every person in the room basks in it. Even Dark Shadow, who evaporates into existence and promptly dives straight into Izuku's chest for cuddles, one clawed hand coming up to pet a tail. And the Greenette, giggling softly and innately knowing that Dark Shadow is a sort of kin, not family, but familiar, equal, brethren, is more than happy to pet the void feathers in return. Of course, when lunch ends, Dark Shadow very much does not want to let Izuku go, and it's only the promise of future cuddles that convinces the quirk being to let go. Izuku doesn't really mind though. UA is full of lovely people and creatures who offer him low, kind words and careful touches, and he's not entirely used to it yet, but he can still very much revel in it. It's the end of the next school day when Aizawa leaves the faculty room to find his son's probably boyfriend abruptly appearing out of thin air in front of him. Somehow, he manages to restrain his startle to a more casual readjustment of his capture weapon and offers the clearly nervous teen a not scowl. "Hey kiddo. You alright?" I had a chew question. The kid might be stuttering, but the fact that he's speaking out loud, only 3 tails wrapping around him, is pretty telling. The underground hero is more than grateful for the trust being shown to him, intentional or not. Of course. Can I see could I dash? Izuku pauses, draws in a big breath, and Aizawa waits patiently, keeping his posture curled in and casual. He's more than happy to give the kid all the time he might need. Would I maybe be able to do some K kind of D-double internship? Or half I guess. In what way kiddo? The hero keeps his tone light and curious. Open. He carefully skirts around confusion and easily avoids anything that might sound like annoyance. He knows how to be delicate when he really needs to after all. The effort is worth it for Izuku. I wanted to work with YU and your agency, the teen squeaks out, a blush dusting his cheeks that definitely doesn't make Aizawa want to protect him from the world. But I got an offer from Maruko and why yeah. Izuku might have trailed off, too still with eyes focused on the floor, but the hero doesn't take offense. He's too busy being both proud and pleased that Izuku came to him with this. Yeah, I can see that being a rough decision. Thanks for coming to me kiddo dash. He doesn't miss how the flush grows and deepens, freckles almost golden. And I don't see why not, so long as both parties agree and it's what you really want. You can turn down offers for any reason, no matter who is on the other end, alright? No repercussions. He waits for the nod then, wanting to know that Izuku is really invested in this. Good. And I'd recommend that you contact Maruko. There should be a relevant email address on the information sheet, and ask her if you can just do afternoons or mornings with her. Mention that you also want to pursue an offer with an underground hero for the nights and evenings. See how she replies. Alright kiddo? Thank you. Aizawa doesn't even get time to return the hug that's abruptly squeezing tightly around his waist before Izuku is gone and no doubt fleeing to find Hitoshi. Honestly, his boys. Things are even better when, 2 days later, a faintly blushing Izuku hands him a thicker-than-average packet of completed internship forms during homeroom, with an amendment clearly stating that he will be spending the evenings and nights with Eraserhead, as part of the Night Vale Agency, and the mornings and early afternoons with number 6 hero Maruko, unaffiliated. Unfortunately, he can't hug the kid or ruffle his hair in front of the entire class, so he makes do with slouching even further, essentially hiding his expression from most of the class, and offers Izuku the tiniest of smiles, sincere and proud, voice barely audible even to the fox ears less than a meter in front of him. I'm glad your idea has worked kid, it's a brilliant one. And oh, he hadn't meant to make the teen squeak, flush deepening and eyes dampening, but it's cute, so he can't complain. Neither does Hitoshi when Izuku gets back to his seat, still blushing and with eyes that are brighter than stars. They're all soft on their Izuku after all. Izuku shudders against his Shinshi's side and can't help the contented little whine when his partner tightens the arm around his shoulders for a few moments, ducking his head to discreetly press a kiss at Izuku's hairline, murmuring against his skin to ask if he's alright. The Greenette tilts his head back a little to offer a wobbly smile. I am. Just nervous. Fair enough. Even I am, and I'm with Dad all the time rather than half of it. That reminder has Izuku's smile growing, strengthening, because he gets to spend every evening and night with his Shinsher and his kin, and there's something so wonderful about that, so domestic and syrup-sweet, that it has him butting his head into Hitoshi's chest with a reverberating hum. The snicker he gets in return makes it even better. But then another train comes into the station and there's another massive rush of people, which has Izuku shivering and trying to tuck himself in closer again. From a few meters away, Aizawa seems to notice and shifts in closer, where they're all leant against a wall at the far end of the platform section, where it's relatively quiet. The class, or the majority of them at least, is gathered around them, all with duffel bags or suitcases and their costume cases in hand. Izuku, for his part, has his usual rucksack with his case shoved in, because he'll be sleeping at the Yamazawa apartment and he dropped things like his toiletries and pajamas around yesterday when he picked Hitoshi up to go to their usual cat cafe together. For this morning though, he's meeting Maruko, the number 6 hero, at a warehouse in one of the industrial sectors on the outskirts of Mizurufu. A training facility, presumably. First, he has to get there though. And he's more than capable of going somewhere by himself, sure, but he still wishes that Hitoshi was coming with him. He's gotten used to having his insomniac with him for so much of the time, particularly when out and about. He's used to having hands in his, a warm solid chest to hide his face in, or to tuck himself behind, a soothing voice just above his ears. He's never liked public transport, even less so since his third tail manifested and his fox ears became a near constant when in public, but Hitoshi being by his side helps more than he could ever put into words. Although he's certainly willing to try, gently poking the taller boy's ribs to get his attention onto Izuku. Why you help me so much Shinsure? Why you makey everything be better? And oh, that soft expression is something that the greenette lives for. It's all melted butter and freshly baked cakes and sitting at a fireside, warm and gentle and home. Izuku revels in it. Love, you do the same for me you know, Hitoshi replies, sober but sweet, but then he goes on with a teasing grin. Honestly Fluffball, there's a reason we work so well. Silly fox. Izuku pouts, misses the red tips to his partner's ears at the sight, and reaches up to bop Hitoshi's nose in half-hearted retaliation. Am not silly. Oh but I think you are, he sing-songs back, and Izuku goes to retort again, his own smile growing, before Aizawa is levering up from being slouched completely against the wall, stepping a single pace forward, the class attention immediately on the man. Right Hellspawn. I've already given you the main speech, but do you all know where you're going? He pauses for the affirmative outcry, then goes on. And you've all got your phones with chargers? Wallets? And costume cases? Aizawa waits as several teenagers dig through their bags and pat their pockets, going through everything, the man looking utterly bored and ready to collapse. Nothing out of the usual really. I shouldn't have to say this again brats, but behave for your mentors. Your actions reflect on UA but, above that, this is your first exposure to independent heroes. If you're idiots and annoying now, they'll remember it in the future, which makes your actions a reflection on your future selves. So don't mess it up Hellspawn. The underground hero takes in the varying expressions, lots of apprehension and wary resolution, and nods to himself. Have fun Hellions. It's a touch sarcastic, but his Hell class already know him well enough that they grin and cheer and thank him, personality depending, and then half of them are going to get to their trains. Izuku knows his isn't due for 15 minutes, well, 17 to be exact, so he stays contentedly curled into Hitoshi's side as Todoroki approaches them. May I wait with you both here for 10 minutes? Sure, Izuku offers, a small smile turned the heterochromatic boy's way. He takes the invitation to settle against the wall on Hitoshi's other side, furthest away from Aizawa and only just within arm's reach of his classmate, and after a long moment he speaks again. I still went with him for my internship. So long as it was your choice, Todoroki, Hitoshi offers, tone perfectly neutral to match the other teens, then adds more quietly. And you've got sensei's number memorized. It was. I do. There's a silence then, fairly comfortable, albeit relieved on all sides, before Izuku is the one to break it. Why you know it's why your power, alright? Why your decision? There's another long pause then, Todoroki frozen in place, before he abruptly moves, coming around Hitoshi to be in front of them both, meeting Izuku's gaze with something warring in his own, gray and blue both fierce with it. Yet Izuku doesn't even feel the urge to flinch. Nobody, it's been a long time since someone has said something like that. D doesn't stop it from being true. It's unrelenting, utterly certain, and Todoroki's eyes brighten, something like hope overtaking shadows. With an awkward nod, he steps back again, giving Izuku space, and Hitoshi subtly shifts, something approving in how he brushes his thumb repetitively over his fluffball's bicep. The three fall into an easy silence then, watching the bustle of the station, more and more of their classmates leaving by the minute, and then Todoroki offers them both a terse, but not harsh, goodbye, along with a brief bow to their teacher, before leaving himself. A few minutes after, Izuku has to go too. Half of him balks and falters, wriggling ever deeper into Hitoshi's chest, tails and arms looping around his partner's waist. The insomniac chuckling silently, chest rumbling but not making an actual sound, has a responding giggle from Izuku, the pretty noise buried in Hitoshi's hoodie. The greenette may or may not also be wearing a hoodie that belongs to the insomniac. Not that he'd stolen it or anything. It was just comfortable, and he'd noticed it yesterday, so maybe he'd shuffled into it and taken it home, ready for today. It's too big, sleeves brushing over his knuckles, neckline a bit wide to show off his high-collared exercise shirt, fitted tightly enough to show off the shape of his collarbones, which has caught Hitoshi's eye more than he'd like to admit. Best of all, it smells of coffee and eucalyptus and kin. It's going to be more than comforting, he knows. Even better, Hisashi had offered him a leather bracelet last night, a slightly worn thing, just loose enough to slip partway down his arm, and it smells so much of citrus and coffee and Hisashi Aizawa home that the original owner is obvious. Between the two items, Izuku feels weighted down by blankets, surrounded by safe scents, and he knows he'll be fine. Because interning under Maruko is a pretty intimidating thought, no matter how exciting too. You're gonna do so well, love. We'll see you this evening, yeah? The words are almost inaudible, careful of the sensitive ears. Hitoshi's face is buried in between, muffled even further by soft curls, and Izuku makes himself even heavier, sagging more against his partner. But then Izuku is pulling away, so achingly slowly, and butts his head affectionately against his insomniac, signs a quick, "See you tonight, Shinsher." He turns to Aizawa then, aware of the lingering attention of their last few classmates, and ends up simply signing to him too. "Thank you, really. I see you tonight?" The teacher simply dips his head, hair swinging, but there's a soft glint in his eyes, his scowl evaporating for a few moments. Izuku settles onto his seat, rucksack tucked between his feet, slips a pair of modified earphones from the support course in. He's very, very grateful that a casual discussion with Hisashi had heralded the man putting in a request for him, to suit the specifications of his quirk, and shoves on one of his favorite podcasts, the familiar voice a bomb, soothing over the ambient noise of people and tracks and tannoys. This specific episode is one he's heard a few times before, so Izuku zones out a bit, albeit he keeps his eyes on his surroundings. Still, his thoughts wander, anticipation winding its way through them with the insidious grace of ivy through stone. Maruko is brash and loud and bright. But she's so much more than that. She's confident, self-assured without being utterly arrogant, so in tune with her animal quirk that she's natural, stunning, elegant in her use of her rabbit attributes. She knows how to think in a moment, how to work with her surroundings, to adapt her approach that little essential bit to deal with different opponents and situations. In some ways, she's his antithesis, but in others? They couldn't be much more similar. And so Izuku knows how much he could stand to learn from her. Pairing that with the more targeted underground skills he and Hitoshi should be gaining from their dad. Well, the Greenette couldn't have hoped for a better first internship. Assuming, of course, that he isn't so terrified of the powerful woman that he utterly embarrasses himself and she thinks he's a waste of time and space and he can never talk to anyone ever again. No. He shakes himself out of those thoughts because he knows it's catastrophizing, so he wraps a tail around each wrist and switches his phone on to change from his podcast to music. Where's that playlist that Hisashi sent him, that default Yamazawa apartment one? Ah, there. Putting on to shuffle has Izuku relaxing again. A riff that he most often hears hummed by the blonde man, and sometimes even by the more stoic husband, filters in, and he breathes. Everything will be fine. He'll have a pleasant, productive half-and-half internship where he learns lots and eats with his kin and gets closer to his goal of being a hero, and everything will be just fine. He's regretting that when he walks towards an industrial area, double-checking, okay, quadruple-checking in the last 15 minutes, but don't call him out on it, the location on his phone, anxiety jittering a staccato heartbeat along his spine, before he turns down one road and sees a figure bouncing from foot to foot, long white ponytail swishing to mirror the twitching ears. "Hey there, kid." Izuku doesn't flinch, but it's a close thing, and finds himself staring at the woman with a fierce grin and rather tight-fitting workout gear, all red and white to suit her tan skin tone, red eyes glinting, assessing but friendly. Holy sheet, it's actually Maruko. Hello Maruko-san, he gets out, bowing a little, only to find her already right by him, solid hands on his shoulders to gently push him upright once more. He barely has time to register how her touch actually feels safe before she's stepping back a pace and speaking. None of that formality sheet, right kid? Or, what was it, Midoriya? Mido. I wouldn't asked you to intern with me if I didn't think you were worth a bit of respect yourself. Izuku squeaks quietly, cheeks flushing red, and her smile only grows, teeth flashing. It reminds the Greenette a little bit of when he'd seen his own face whilst watching back over the sports festival. There's something a touch feral to it. Pleased and predatory. Before he can reply though, she's already going on, all energy and vigor. Normally I hate teams and all that, but you and that purple boy were pretty clearly puttin' in equal effort. And then when you fought each other? Phew, that was a rush. Thank you, the Greenette manages, tails shifting. Nah, kid, wouldn't say it if I didn't mean it. Now then, come in, yeah? With that, she turns and swipes a card against a panel by the normal-sized door to the warehouse they've been stood outside, and Izuku's attention briefly catches on her tail before he hurries to follow her through, mind rushing with everything that's already been said. So I'm not into any of that agency sheet, can I swear in front of you? Oh well, we both know I'm gonna, but I do have this place set up for training. Even on off days, gotta keep in shape. Izuku nods along, swept up in the waves of her vivacity, already taking in the vast space and all of its equipment. The walls are bare, just breeze blocks, but several meters of floor around the borders are just random piles of boxes and padded mats and even a few piles of rubble. Ooh, must be to emulate running through a cityscape and… Ooh, you got a good head on your shoulders too, ain't ya? Exactly that. It's chirped, the heroine leaning down at the waist, hands on her hips, left ear flopping a little with the movement. Some part of Izuku is in idle awe at how free she is with her quirk and its attributes. The rest of him is in absolute awe that she seems impressed by his mumbling. Maybe she's not so intimidating after all. Then Izuku gets distracted by noticing just how many weights are on that leg-working weight machine, and he really shouldn't be surprised, considering the sheer strength and flexibility Maruko exhibits in every single one of her fights, but still. Izuku should know. He's analyzed dozens, if not hundreds, of her fights, more and more since his third tail manifested, and he may or may not have hyperfixated on any and all heroes with quirks even remotely similar to the new aspect of his own. Sure, his ears and tails are transformative rather than mutations, but with how often he keeps them out, how much he relies on them to keep him grounded and steady and safe, they're almost as good as a permanent mutation. So focusing on heroes with animal quirks like his had been perfectly natural and logical, and now he's interning with the highest ranking one of the lot, and, really, how has his life changed so much in the space of a single year? Anyways, I guess I'd better show you round a bit. I was thinking about all of this sheet, and I reckon that for now we could just go through some basics and see where you're at, you know. This time she pauses long enough for Izuku to nod, a nervous smile pushing at his freckles, and then she's leading him further into the massive room. So I reckon your quirk isn't just the foxy stuff, right, but I'd bet that it's given you some enhanced musculature, flexibility and senses, like my rabbit does? Why yeah. It's changed a bit over time, but the more tails I've developed, the more I've found that, although some of it is definitely down to my training too. Together, I can lift a fair bit and jump a bit higher than average and stuff, but not to the point you can, of course, because your strength, both with and without your quirk, is amazing and something that it'd take me years to get close to, but, anyways there's definitely an element of that. Plus, my tails are fairly strong and flexible too, along with giving me more balance, although they're kinda heavy too, particularly when I have all 5 out. Izuku easily slips into his rambling, not necessarily confident but a comfortable feeling making up the difference, and he doesn't even notice that Maruko is taking in every word, listening closely. Huh? Cool. You and I are pretty similar in that, I reckon. Animal quirks gotta stick together, you know? Although that disappearing shtick of yours is pretty out of the blue. Care to share? It's a question, not a demand, and Izuku feels his smile solidifying a little bit. Well, rather than a fox quirk, I have a Kitsune quirk? It doesn't sound a lot different, I know, but there are discrepancies, Kid, pause. Take a breath or some sheet, then speak up louder, yeah? Go. And Izuku, despite wanting to hunch into himself and disappear, forces himself to do exactly that, aided by her easy encouragement. Alright. So, Kitsune Quirk. I have a couple of powers like from the mythology? For now it's just invisibility and a fox form, although they're rolled into one so it's more like a spirit form? Depending on how many of my tails I have manifested, it varies a bit, because with one tail I can still be touched but I'm completely invisible. With each tail after that, I'm a bit bigger and stronger, along with being fully intangible, although if someone has sharp eyesight or knows to be looking out for me, they might catch glimpses of me, kind of like a shadow. It's a dark blur rather than being obvious as a fox or something though, which makes it easier for people to believe it was just a trick of the light or something. And it's hopefully going to be really useful for underground heroics, which is what I'm aiming for, but any hero can benefit from reconnaissance and infiltration, so it should be useful no matter what, and I'm used to hiding out and using things like vent systems, which makes it better again. Although, of course, I have some drawbacks, like not being able to communicate, or not being able to transform anything that I'm not wearing with myself as well, but I'm working on ways to always have workarounds for those so DMN, kid, that's pretty gnarly. You think? And that must be a compliment, with that tone of voice, but it still catches him off guard. No point in lying, nobody's got time for that sheet. Anyways, I can work with you on the physical side of all this, maybe take you out on some patrols or something later this week. I'm not really one for pairing up and all that teamwork rubbish, but I reckon you'll be alright. But now," she exclaims, that feral edge taking over her expression once more. "Let's get some sweat going." It's an adrenaline hell from there. Maruko has Izuku go through his standard warm-up first, which isn't too bad, occasionally commenting on little things that should be changed, words terse but not unkind, nudging his feet with her own, or poking at his elbows and shoulders and hips to correct his posture. Then she whirlwinds through a few more stretches for him to incorporate. They're all focused on his back. "You said your tails are heavy, yeah? Better look after those muscles then, and legs, glutes and hamstrings," because she'd seen that a lot of their fighting style matched up in a preference for kicks over punches, so he'd better improve his flexibility there too. Then the work truly kicks in. Izuku already has a little sweat at the small of his back, so he drags in a few mouthfuls of water before he's running. The circuit around the edges of the warehouse is exactly what he thought, one big terrain simulation, and he doesn't even get a lap to familiarize himself with it before Maruko's cackling, grabbing a giant trolley full of foam ball and blocks, and telling him that he'd better start running. Izuku doesn't hesitate. Not when there's a fierce anticipation glinting in her red eyes. And he hasn't failed to notice that her eyes are so far from Bakugo or Shigaraki's, despite the similar shade. These are full of life and glee and vicious victory, but no bloodiness or explosions or dead-eyed decay, and it makes all the difference. Regardless, Izuku starts running. He deflects the first kicked projectile with a tail, yet still staggers to the side with the force of it, nearly tumbling straight into the next obstacle. And when Maruko laughs, it isn't cruel or mocking. No, it's the delight of a challenge, of success and expectation, and rather than being weighted down by it, Izuku finds himself buoyed along by the sound, running that bit faster, one ear firmly swiveled in her direction at all times, keeping her in the corner of her vision, tracking the trajectory of the projectiles she kicks at him even as he's planning his next jump or scramble or roll. He hadn't truly realized how tall some of these obstacles were until now, when he has to ricochet off of a wall to give him enough height to get to the top of a pile of mats. Still though, he gets around 4 times before she runs out of her ammo, and for half a second it looks like she's going to boot the actual metal trolley at him too, but she refrains after a long moment of glaring at the thing. "Kid, you can quit for a minute. Drink, have a snack, all that. You've gotta push yourself, but being at least a bit sensible is probably still a decent idea, you know." "Oh, of course," Izuku breathes. He's not exhausted yet, actually, but he's scuffed up and aching, limbs dragging a bit, so he slopes towards the side of the warehouse where he'd had to sprint through the only truly flat, clear part of the circuit, the wall punctuated with 2 doorways, only one actually with a door. That one's the bathroom, shower included. Although the pressure's sheet. This one has a sink and microwave and all that jazz, the heroine comments, waving him in after herself before shoving her head into the fridge, ears flicking back against her hair, and then abruptly throwing a bottle of water him. Which, as he's finished his own, is very much appreciated. Although the fact that she throws it suddenly and he fumbles the catch is less so. Although, when she laughs at him again, a short, sharp thing, it still falls short of mean. So, okay, she's definitely just as brash and plain-speaking and headstrong as she appears, both in fights and interviews, but it's tempered by an understanding and a heroicism, just like Izuku had hoped it would be. Then, because why wouldn't it be Izuku's luck, she pats his back just as he takes a gulping mouthful, and then he's got water all down his front to match the sweat down his back, spluttering somewhere between embarrassment and his own amusement. "DMN, you're one troublesome little kitten, aren't ya? Gotta love it. K kitten." Izuku ekes out, cheeks no doubt an even brighter red than moments ago. "Kitten? Bah, it's just the word for a baby rabbit. Which, come on, you basically are. Your tails are just a bit long, you know? Speaking of, you find that getting stuff to fit around your tails is a right pain? It's the bane of my life." With that, he gets a carton of carrot juice shoved into his hand, a flash of a smile over a shoulder, and then Maruko waltzes back out into the main warehouse space. Well, he certainly hasn't made a bad choice for internships. He redoubles that thought several hours later when Aizawa meets him at the train station, an assessing gaze sweeping down the greenette, taking in his still damp hair, too big hoodie and the lingering grin as he bounds up to the man, tail swaying. "Guess things went well with Maruko then? I know you said so when you texted Hitoshi at lunch, but?" He leaves the question hanging in between them as they turn to leave the station, and Izuku nods, smile brightening a bit, even as he tucks himself rather firmly against the hero's arm, staying close to help avoid the mass of people around them. And also because Aizawa is warm and safe and kin, but mostly to avoid other people, obviously. Why yep. She's nice and to the point and really, really strong. Plus she had some really good recommendations for stretches and where to buy more leggings that work around my tails, which was super nice of her because it's a pain. And Izuku pauses, voice lowering as though sharing a secret, a hushed awe in his tone. She actually seems to like me? She listened to my rambling rather than telling me to shut up, and she thought I was clever too, which is weird but kinda really cool. Kit, we all know you're intelligent already. There's not a single hint of jealousy there, not one, because Aizawa buries it deep in his guts where it can't touch the relief and pride that overwhelms the rest of him because good. Their kid deserves to be recognized and valued. Then the warmth in his chest gets even more overwhelming because Izuku, casual and without thought, gives him a vaguely chiding look to go with. Yeah, I know, but you're kin. Well, he can hardly argue with that, can he? Instead, he wraps an arm around the teen's shoulders to draw him in even closer and may or may not briefly drop a kiss amongst sweet-smelling curls. You said it, kiddo. Then the warmth in his chest gets even more overwhelming because Izuku, casual and without thought, gives him a vaguely chiding look to go with. Yeah, I know, but you're kin. Well, he can hardly argue with that, can he? Instead, Aizawa wraps an arm around the teen's shoulders to draw him in even closer and may or may not briefly drop a kiss amongst sweet-smelling curls. You said it, kiddo. Instead of heading straight to the Yamazawa apartment, the two divert to one of the local supermarkets, the man gently bringing Izuku to a stop in an alcove. You up for a quick reconnaissance mission first, Kit? And Izuku, attention previously on the crowds, eyes darting and ears pressed flat, glances up at the man whose arm he's tucked beneath, shoulders slackening a little. At least it's calmed the kid down rather than stressed him out. MMHM. Right. 2 or 3 things a time sound alright? We've only got 8 to pick up. It's both domestic sweet soft and appropriate for testing out some little underground heroic skills, to get a base idea of how Izuku works with his quirk. And Aizawa is far from disappointed. When he takes the Greenette's rucksack for him, and Izuku evaporates into thin air, he gets a brief bump of something cold and barely there against the top of his boot, indenting his jumpsuit a bit, the fabric pushed against his ankle, and then the kid is gone. Oh. He hadn't realized how much he would hate waiting for Izuku, not knowing where his son-in-law is, nor knowing if he's panicked or enjoying himself or focused on the task that Aizawa has set for him. DMN, that thought has his fingers itching, burying in his pocket and capture weapon respectively. He really shouldn't be worried over his kid just being in a shop by himself, yet somehow he is. Before he can ruin the whole point of setting Izuku the task though, a chill shifts his trouser leg and then the teen is stood beside him once again, tail swaying and eyes alight with something bright and proud. Confident. Ah, he should have known that. Ultimately, Izuku loves being in his spirit form and there's little more comforting to the kid, with other things to think about or not. Silly brat. Reckon you've got them? An enthusiastic nod has green curls bouncing and it's definitely not adorable. Alright, don't call him out like this. The FL flowers a third of the WA down aisle FF4, on the left, baking powder is opposite. Then the blueberries are right at the end of the F fruit and veg aisle. Oh, the second one. Which doesn't sound wrong, from what Aizawa remembers of this particular shop, which admittedly isn't an awful lot. Good job, Kit. Wanna go again? In answer, the kid disappears into thin air. He really can be a mischievous little brat sometimes, when the mood takes him. Aizawa's far from mad about it. Izuku leaves and comes back once more after that and then they head in. And it's a pretty good start. Izuku's got a good memory and whilst the low perspective of his spirit form is somewhat inconvenient, it's a simple matter to resolve by carefully jumping up onto shelves or a display, leaving him with a largely accurate route for Aizawa to take. Efficient and logical, just how he likes it. Albeit the kid could have included more detail, such as the approximate height of individual items, or maybe even how busy those specific aisles had been at the time, but the underground hero isn't going to focus on that. This was a chance to assess where the kid's already at after all. Accordingly, he offers a distinct not scowl as they leave the shop. You did well. And oh, how bright the grin is that the Greenette looks up at him with then, all sunshine and starlight, effervescent and inviting. Hitoshi chose well. There are some minor things to train you into, but those come with time, and we've got a good basis to start you off on with that. Your memory, speed and accuracy all come naturally to you, which makes it even better. He's tried to keep the minor criticism clear and constructive, along with making it obvious that they're not necessarily faults but rather things to improve on, and judging by how Izuku doesn't wilt at all, Aizawa must have managed just that. Good. He doesn't want to be the reason the kid loses the big smile he seems to have so much today. Regardless, it doesn't take them long to walk the rest of the way home from there, Izuku's steps light and bouncing, one of the shopping bags in one hand, the other latched onto the sleeve of the hero's jumpsuit. Aizawa's very glad he can bury his fond little smile in his capture weapon, considering they're still out in public. No need to risk entirely ruining his reputation. He is meant to be the eraserhead after all, ruthless and logical to a fault, no time for partners or being soft on his classes. Emphasis on the meant, particularly as of late. He's always been so very weak for his husband and son and cats, but now Izuku is part of that as well, and he can barely even be bothered to act grumpy over the fact because the Greenette is truly a sunshine child of the highest order, right up there with his Zashi, and really he couldn't ask for much more for Hitoshi's partner. Because Aizawa has exactly zero doubt that these two will be together for life, even if something major happens, because they look at each other the same way he and Hisashi always have, and they've faced more than villains and discrimination together, in a way that he hopes his kids won't have to but might well need to, considering how their class is already being targeted, let alone the general dangers of a career in heroics. Not to mention that several of his class this year are at least considering underground heroics, with all of the dirtier jobs, nastier kills and higher suicide rates that accompany that. Sometimes, deep in his chest, he wishes that Hitoshi, and now Izuku too, had chosen a different career path. Yet he knows that he and Hisashi will never deny Hitoshi his choice in the matter. All they can do is give out advice and support, try to teach their kids as best they can, do everything possible to ensure that they survive any and all encounters with villains that they might face, now and in the future, no two ways about it. He's always been determined to do that for his kid. Now he has two of them, but nothing else has changed. He knows that Hisashi agrees with him. Which is good. Because it would be a right mess otherwise. Speaking of messes, unlocking their flat door, Aizawa immediately crouches to scoop up their regular escape artist, already quietly chiding Crep for being thick in every way, you adorable little BSTRD, and Izuku snickers behind him, gently shutting the door and locking it after them both. He really is a good kid. We're home. Every time any of them arrive to the Yamazawa household with the Greenette in tow, they've made the habit of including him in their greeting. It's well worth it, with the sweet dusting of red amongst the constellations on his cheeks. The happy little but wiggles are only an added bonus of late. Welcome back you too. Fluffball, come see my island, quick, it's snowing. Smile a little bit wider at the natural, easy responses to Aizawa's call that all include him so wonderfully. Izuku grants the briefest of headbutts to the hero's arm, snatches his shopping bag with a gleam in his eyes, and hurries to put them both on the kitchen counter before darting over to the sofa, dumping his rucksack beside it, and then plopping practically in Hitoshi's lap, ears and tails evaporating as he settles. Hi. Hey love. The two fall continue a quiet conversation from there, no doubt about their respective days, completely comfortable, and Aizawa ambles over to join Hisashi at the kitchen counter, the blonde picking up where Izuku left off with the shopping. If they both spend half a minute watching their boys with ridiculously soft expressions, then nobody else is there to call them out on it. And if they share fond gazes at some point, easily able to tell they're thinking the exact same thing, then the same holds true. They wouldn't change a single part of the lovely scene. Still, 10 minutes later, with the food shopping away and Hisashi returning to his paperwork at the dining table, Aizawa only semi-reluctantly heads over to interrupt their coos and snickers at the antics of various Animal Crossing villagers. Right you two, I know you're on your break, but I thought we should discuss what's going to happen this evening. From his new seat, perched on the edge of the coffee table in a comfortable slump, he's within arm's reach, yet Izuku's tails stay gone, and the man internally Cheshire grins at the fact, even as he keeps his face fairly blank. Sure Dad. What are we doing? To be fair to him, Hitoshi sounds serious rather than teasing, putting his game aside, both he and Izuku straightening up a bit, and Aizawa acknowledges that fact with a nod to them both. Credit, they know when to be focused. Not that the hero expected any different from his kids. If you're both alright with it, then I was going to take you on a patrol. Not dash, he adds, hand raised at the clear mix of zeal and anxiety in the two's faces, halting their open mouths. A full patrol. Only 2 hours or so, depending on what exactly happens, to give you an idea of how it works, including the less glamorous side. We know it's not glamour, dash. Kid, teasing. Hush. Hitoshi flushes a little and Aizawa very much doesn't miss how Izuku's attention catches on the spread of pink over his son's cheekbones and the tips of his ears. Kami, these two are hopeless for each other, truly. Nothing could be cuter, really. Maybe probably possibly not even cats, which says a lot, coming from a man like himself. Regardless, they discuss more about what they're going to do that night, Aizawa leaning back to rest his hands on the coffee table, grinning a little when gum materializes from seemingly nowhere and starts batting at the loose leg of his jumpsuit. With no boots on, they really are loose. And perfect for troublesome brats of his favorite creatures. He can't even be mad. Even less so when it has Izuku giggling, all soft sweet and subtle, although it's not muffled, and that has Aizawa sharing a warm glance with Hisashi across the living area, his husband now busy in the kitchen, and the underground hero gives both the kids a second to get past their understandable cat distraction before tapping his foot against the sofa to get their attention back. Right, you two, focus, thank you. I know you will both be sensible, else I wouldn't have extended offers to you irrelevant of personal connections because it would have been illogical. All the same, if I tell you not to interfere, or to back off at any point, I expect you to comply immediately. Between your capture weapon and quirk, respectively, you have no excuses not to comply. Although, having said that, if there are legitimate reasons that you cannot, you won't be in trouble. You two being safe is the top priority, understood? His tone brooks no argument and Aizawa receives the expected verbal responses, although both Izuku and Hitoshi have frowns on their faces. But, they're sincere, and he'll take that. Good. One of my quieter standard routes is around the dash. Before any of that, my precious ones, dinner. Gotta eat to keep on rockin'. The three can't help but share half fond, half exasperated expressions at the exuberance of their favorite blonde, yet none of them actually complain when they all shuffle to their feet and head over, Izuku ducking away from Aizawa's half-hearted loop of capture weapon to stop him from helping with the plates. Hisashi only tuts, even as he casually bumps his hip with the teens, although it's a bit lopsided considering their height differences. Dinner is a quiet affair, but not muted. Izuku answers questions about Maruko and ends up rambling, much as intended by the Yamazawas, Hitoshi nudging him occasionally to remember to actually eat. All of them are pleased by how he genuinely seems to like both her and her training so far. And then he inquires about Aizawa and Hitoshi's day, and his partner full-on grins when talking about the focused sparring and capture weapon training. Sure, he'd been somewhat capable with it before, but he hadn't been excellent. Even after just today, Hitoshi can tell that he's improving quickly, the throwing and curling of the fabric alloy more natural and fluid with every hour he has spent working on it. And, even better, Izuku is so obviously proud of him, a toothy grin flashing in place, reflecting the gleam in green eyes, and it has the insomniac flushing a little. Damn it, how did he get so lucky? The answer to that, of course, is that they're both lucky. Beyond that, they both deserve to be that lucky, to have already been blessed to find someone so devoted to them and their happiness. Still, despite his earlier enthusiasm, Izuku is blinking steadily by the time they all finish eating, head drooping further towards Hitoshi's shoulder by the second, and their dads give the taller boy matching expressions of, go on, off you go. Offering a brief quirk of his lips, Hitoshi stands up, gathers his sleepy partner close, and leaves the table. It only takes a moment's thought before he's heading into his own room, settling Izuku under the blankets and hesitating. His unspoken question is answered even as he pauses, a hand twisting into his shirt, tugging lazily. That, in combination with bleary eyes gazing up at him with such a sweet, open look, all vulnerable and tired and oh so appealing, has Hitoshi smiling fully, sliding under the covers and snickering near silently when Izuku immediately curls up against him, nuzzling around his neck, hot breaths ticklish and so incredibly adorable it's unreal. So the insomniac hooks his chin atop his fluffball's curls, holds the smaller teen close and careful, not too tight but still firm and present, and marvels as their breathing gradually syncs up, his partner easily falling asleep. Even better, it's only a few minutes later when D turns up, easily leaping up onto their bed and stretching out along the length of Izuku's back, purring up a storm. Nothing could be more endearing, really. Hitoshi doesn't know it then, but he will know it 2 hours later, when he and Izuku wake up to a gentle knock on the open bedroom door. But Hisashi had of course peered into his room not long after both of them fell asleep, took about 6 photos whilst holding in a rather loud squeal, and then scampered back to his husband to share the adorableness. Aizawa certainly doesn't complain. Either way though, they do get woken up an hour or so before their intended patrol time, Aizawa wanting them to be fully awake and stretched before they all head out, and Hitoshi only grumbles about being dragged out of bed until he's reminded why they're getting up. Then he's just as eager, if less overtly so, as Izuku. Miraculously, nothing goes wrong that first night. Between Izuku's already established trouble magnet status, along with the general fuckery of Sod's Law, Aizawa has been tense the whole night, though making sure not to show it because if he's out of sorts the brats will be too and he doesn't need that, so to have a quiet patrol is a blessing. They only find 2 muggings and a purse snatcher in the 2.5 hours they're out in fact. The relative ease of dealing with these incidences allow the pro to focus on what he had intended, physical patrolling, and dealing with the aftermath of an apprehension. He knows his kids can hold their own in a fight, but dealing with everything around that? Well, it's new to them. Hence spending the first hour or so largely just roof jumping. With his capture weapon at the ready, it's simple to let them test themselves, to teach them how to duck and roll, to show them to notice little details of pipes or tiles or railings that look loose or unstable, versus those that should provide a good anchor point. And when Izuku, barely stuttering, asks if he could use a loose fixture to attack someone, the underground hero can't help his Cheshire grin. You most certainly can. It has to be done carefully, you've got to know where you'll be landing or rebounding directly afterwards, but using your environment like that is rarely a bad idea. That being said, do try to avoid too much property damage when it's possible. And when it's not possible? Hitoshi asks, eyebrow raised. Your agency pays. But being underground, that means it comes almost directly out of your paycheck, at least if it's more than around 20,000 yen, depending on your agency and if you're new or not. Huh? Not too bad. Aizawa shrugs non-committally, then nods to Izuku. Right, soon, your turn. I'll follow alongside, but I want you to get from this roof to, he pauses, assessing the network of buildings around them. The bars, with the green neon sign. Got it. Yes sir, Izuku nods, hood pulled low, ears poking through and swiveling. Good. Don't rush, but do try not to pause too long. With that, they're off. This is how the next few days go. Izuku leaves every morning to go and train with Maruko, bringing back aching limbs, bright eyes and interesting stories every afternoon. Then he and Hitoshi rest, cuddling cats and each other and playing games or reading books, before dinner, a nap, and then a patrol with Aizawa. Sometimes, they set out a little later, after an hour or so of learning general underground skills. Lockpicking is something they both know though, so that's briefly recapped to cover a wider variety of locks, along with the protocol, illogical or not, according to Aizawa's grumbles, for reporting incidents or using comms and police networks. As future underground pros, a lot of the structure is different to Limelight heroics, even down to how agencies are comprised of equal-level heroes, and liaising with other government departments can vary because of that. With all of this, it isn't until Friday night when anything truly goes wrong. Hitoshi and Izuku, by now, have both had a chance to take down a few petty criminals of their own, and even one proper villain together, albeit with Aizawa close by, fighting his own opponent but keeping a firm eye on them too. But it's not minor villains that turn up on their excursion to Hosu. No, it's Nomu. 3 of them appear via portal, in the middle of a busy street, and the sheer noise and the quick addition of flames has Aizawa leveling a brief, warning glance at his 2 interns, before he leads the way towards the attack. The hero easily swings down from the nearest roof he can get to, a knife in hand, and slashes along the brain of one of 3 Nomu who have. Soon, Rapture, you can get involved but don't get in the pros' way and protect yourselves first, he calls over his shoulder, goggles covering the almost fear in his eyes, although fierce determination flares bright enough to be seen by his kids. Luckily, Aizawa has the time to register 2 affirmative cries before he has to dodge a burst of fire, FING endeavor, and gets capture weapon looped around one of the Nomu's arms, using its own movements to flip up and over, stabbing at its brain again. Damn it, too shallow. Well, at least he and his sons have experience fighting these things, twisted blessing though it may be. No, it's Nomu. 3 of them appear via portal, in the middle of a busy street, and the sheer noise and the quick addition of flames has Aizawa leveling a brief, warning glance at his 2 interns, before he leads the way towards the attack. The hero easily swings down from the nearest roof he can get to, a knife in hand, and slashes along the brain of one of 3 Nomu who have. Soon, Rapture, you can get involved but don't get in the pros' way and protect yourselves first, he calls over his shoulder, goggles covering the almost fear in his eyes, although fierce determination flares bright enough to be seen by his kids. Luckily, Aizawa has the time to register 2 affirmative cries before he has to dodge a burst of fire, FING endeavor, and gets capture weapon looped around one of the Nomu's arms, using its own movements to flip up and over, stabbing at its brain again. Damn it, too shallow. Well, at least he and his sons have experience fighting these things, twisted blessing though it may be. Izuku and Hitoshi, after a short glance at each other, follow. Izuku disappears into his fox form, climbs onto the arm offered a little to the left of him, then curls up around his partner's neck, watching on with sharp eyes as the thin capture weapon extends from Hitoshi's forearms and then they're both swinging, feet first towards the paler Nomu, and Izuku leaps off when they're above it, abruptly a human with 5 tails, fangs bared and sinking deep into the disgusting rot of a brain, tearing and pulling even as he pushes away again, spitting and snarling to try and rid his mouth of the awful taste. He gets away all right, barely ducking the clawed arm that swipes up at him, darting over to where Hitoshi is helping usher a few civilians away, watching his partner's 6 primarily the Nomu as it groans an ugly cry, hunching and shaking its head, near black blood flicking with the jerky movements. Izuku's ears twitch and swivel, catching on the wet spattering sound and cries of panicked people, hands curled and claw-like at his side. Shinsure, I can't see or hear Shigaraki anywhere, but if we can find him we could try to control him again. We'll have to keep an ear out I guess. Izuku nods, moving back a little to be closer to his partner, idly noticing that Hitoshi's matching use of "we" has something in his chest soothed, settling a little. This is scary. Terrifying in fact, panic attack breathing threatening to take over, but they're together. He's not alone and his kin isn't either. They can protect each other. With that thought, Izuku darts forward once again, running low, tails streaming behind him and the beginnings of a strategy forming. He doesn't have much by way of true weapons, not against creatures with tough skin and possible regeneration quirks, because he really needs to get some knives for his hero costume, but he has power and speed and, above all, intangibility. He's a perfect distraction. Accordingly, he puts a bounce in his step, greater every time until he's almost within the Nomu's reach, large, grasping hands already headed for him, and then he jumps. Training with Maruko has more than paid off because he gets above the arms, halfway through a flip, and then twists. His foot crashes, heel first, into the Nomu's brain with a disgustingly wet sound and Izuku pushes off, ricocheting to the ground and away, to a safe distance. The Nomu, for its part, is roaring, on its knees. Admittedly, it's already staggering up again, but Izuku seems to have dazed it a bit, and he'll take that. It's more than he was hoping for. It doesn't hurt that, a ways past the Nomu, he can see his insomniac gaping, all flushed cheeks and red-tipped ears, something dark and bright and hot in his eyes, and it has Izuku shivering. In delight or anticipation or both, he doesn't know. It's pleasant either way. But then the Nomu has managed to lumber to its feet, more steady again now, and both of their attention snap to it. And not a moment too late because it moves, charging straight towards Hitoshi with a speed not unlike the USJ Nomu, and Izuku's cry of "Shinsure" is ripped out of his throat without a single thought. Even in his raw fear though, he's moving forwards too, following the monster as fast as he can, watching on with a desperate heartbeat, all war drums and thunderclaps in his chest, as that thin, darker capture weapon flashes out, winding around the Nomu's arms, Hitoshi ducking a devastating blow. Yet even as the strands settle, tighten, one massive hand yanks at those on its left arm, sending Hitoshi stumbling, but by now Izuku has caught up and he doesn't hesitate, fangs out and tails writhing, the glow of his eyes faintly washing over the creature's dark skin, to leap onto its back and distract it, almost clawed hands digging in, feet kicking at ribs and spine, tails curling and lashing. A hoarse, grating cry comes from the creature with his attack, not something pained but more annoyed or frustrated, and Izuku knows that doesn't bode well for him, but he clings on all the same, half-focused on his partner. His partner who, using the Nomu's divided attention to his advantage, is reworking his binds, pulling at them until they dig deep into the Nomu's skin, beads of black-red beginning to form along their edges. The greenette, still trying to keep the Nomu's attention, begins to audibly snarl, then dropping his jaw and very literally screaming in its ears, or the holes below its brain that might pass for them, the sound not human and scared, but rather vulpine and feral, a warning and a call and an omen. But Izuku, after longer than he thought possible, does eventually run out of breath, and then the Nomu is bucking and twisting, trying to throw him off or get out of Hitoshi's capture weapon or both, and the greenette has a split second to think but not long enough to breathe, because then he has to SWCH forms. Falling to the ground as a fox spirit is far easier than as a human, and he phases straight through the monster's legs until he is near his Shinshi's side, and then he changes back again, crouching a little, ready to lash out. Further down the street, there's an abrupt rush of flames, all red-orange-yellow, that reflect off of windows and wide eyes, a deep voice accompanying the spectacle. Endeavor. Of course. Despite half of his brain logically realizing that fact, the other half of Izuku's head is filled with a charged panic, all heat, anger, hate approaching. Get gone, get safe, get away, he'll hurt you, burn you, don't let him, and it's only a flash of mercury violet that grounds him. Sure dash, the single word is cut off by his own heaving chest, but he has his partner's attention now, his kin is right here and Izuku must be fairly safe, surely. Fluffball, watch out. In the single moment Izuku had dared to relax a little, to be reassured by Hitoshi's presence, a monstrous hand had fought free of its binds and crashed towards him. It grabs him. The Nomu has a too-tight grip arching over his neck, shoulder, ribs, bones creaking and grinding, and Izuku can't even think before he's pulled up and thrown. Endeavor's arrival has everything pausing for a few seconds, Hitoshi and Izuku's fight hanging in suspense, even the Nomu seeming to pause at the blaze down the street. But then his partner is calling out for him, voice strained and slipping into nothingness, and Hitoshi looks towards him. In the same instant, the Nomu wrenches at his capture weapon, forcing Hitoshi to release one of the two main strands lest he be pulled straight into the thing's chest, and then that released hand doesn't swing at Hitoshi but rather over and to the sided and oh no, oh shit, no, not his Izuku. Fluffball, watch out. His warning is too late of course, because that's so FING typical, and he can't physically move fast enough to catch his partner with the loop of capture weapon he sends out, the fabric alloy falling uselessly to the ground, the dark green-black pale blur of Izuku actually disappearing over the silhouette of the closest buildings. Oh Kami, no, this can't be real, no, he needs to focus. Needs to get to his fluffball sooner rather than later because no matter how strong Izuku may be, he doesn't deserve to be alone in the mess Hosu has dissolved into. Hitoshi wants to be with him. Needs to. He runs through these emotions in the space of a blink and is moving before the next. Knowing none of the civilians are within easy proximity of this particular Nomu anymore, Hitoshi dodges low around the creature, barely ducking a grasping hand, and heading towards the blur of pale strands and flashes of gleaming red eyes, all from one familiar dark figure locked in intense combat with a long-limbed, paler Nomu. Blood splashes everywhere. Eraserhead. His dad has clearly noticed what's happened, or at least some elements of it, because even as Hitoshi cries out, he's overrun by the man. Kid, I know, go. Turn your GPS on, stick together, be sensible. And listen Rapture, he'll be fine, alright, but go. It's the closest to a reassurance as Hitoshi will get right now, he knows, and he doesn't have the time either way, he needs to get to his partner, so he nods and without another word, he leaves. Izuku has his intangible form, so hopefully whatever impact from being thrown won't have hurt him, but the throw itself, not to mention that general situation in Hosu, is what worries the insomniac. Sure, his fluffball is capable. But capable is very different from infallible, and Hitoshi has already cradled a barely breathing Izuku in his lap once before. He refuses to do it again. Accordingly, he sets off running. It's not quite a sprint, but it's fast, eyeing up a street lamp ahead and sending out his capture weapon, swinging up and on, already latching onto the next anchor point until he can get to one of the lower roofs a few streets away, in the direction Izuku was thrown, and then on he goes. His height lets him see into the alleys and streets and little plaza areas he leaps over or skirts around, desperation making every shadow sharper and every light harsher, until eventually he sees a glimpse of green below. Hitoshi doesn't hesitate to plummet straight down after his partner. Izuku is weightless and thoughtless for a long, long time. Or so it seems, eyes wide open at the blur of dim blue-gray sky, tinged blood red around the edges, white and neon sparks amongst the gray of the city below, and he's tumbling through the air, but then there's less sky and more building, and something in him registers more than pain and fear. He's going to hit the ground. He's going to hit it hard and he'll break at least a few bones if not more, and, suddenly, Izuku is half breeze and half void and all intangible, momentum still there but crashing to the junction between alleyways doesn't hurt. He doesn't bounce or roll or fall or fly, he simply collides and stays. The vicious ache of where the Nomu had gripped him has faded, tucked away into the back of his mind, and he takes a long moment to simply try and breathe, to regain awareness of limbs and tails and ears and whiskers. Then what catches his attention is that he can hear something. It's a voice, which wouldn't necessarily be remarkable, but it's familiar and it's loud with a waver that reeks of fear and anger and so much conflict. It's an audible fracture in their words. Ida. It's his classmate, not kin but something almost a bit like it. Not quite a friend either but someone important to Izuku, not just important in general, and he's speaking of revenge and righteousness and a brother and oh. Of course. Ida is Ingenium's younger brother and Ingenium was critically injured. Hitoshi's dads had visited him the other day, and so here his classmate is, talking about it too. Izuku is scrambling to his feet the moment it clicks in his dazed mind that Ida is ranting to Stain. To a serial killer that targets heroes. Oh no, big oh no. Even as he stretches out into a fox sprint, for more tails materialize, his legs growing longer and stronger, senses sharpening, and Izuku is tearing around one corner, then another, until he skids to a stop, slinking against the alley wall to assess the situation. Ida is still talking, voice beginning to crescendo already, and there's another hero, native, maybe? Looks like it, from pages 13 and 14 of Notebook 11, crumpled on the ground just behind Stain. Oh Kami, Stain. He's all hunkering posture, bloody sword in hand, red scarf and pale bandages up his arms, a soft, flowing contrast to the heavy metal boots, spikes glinting. He certainly looks the part, Izuku idly notes, mind already whirring as he tries to come up with a plan. The main priority is getting native Ida and himself out of here, away from Stain, and both he and Ida are pretty good on the evasive maneuvers front. Although whether Ida will actually want to retreat is another matter entirely, judging by the raw emotion lathering every word he shouts. Fine, Izuku will just work around his classmate. Not daring to drop down to one tail lest fighting break out and he somehow get caught in it, Izuku does lose all bar two of his tails, letting himself become smaller and hopefully safer, creeping low against the edge of the alley, past Ida and Stain and along the length of Native's sprawled body, taking in the aware eyes and stiff body, then affirms one of the various half-plans he's managed to form. The second last of his tails evaporating, Izuku sinks his barely there teeth into the hero's costume and, bracing his feet, starts to drag. It takes a moment of focus, of being so incredibly sure that he can and will be able to move Native, and then the man's weight seems to increase even whilst Izuku leans back a little more, pulls a little harder, and then he's moving the immobile hero, dragging him away from Stain centimeter by agonizing centimeter, straining but successful. Successful until something scrapes with the gradual shifting of an entire human body, and Stain spins, not caring in the slightest that he's turned his back on Ida, sword at the ready, tongue almost flickering in the air. But seeing the hero still paralyzed, if further away than before, has him pausing, eyes flickering throughout the alley, never catching on the barely there shadow that has hastily released Native's collar to get rid of any obvious distension of the fabric. There's a weighted pause then, tension more deadening than a thick blanket of snow, a similar quiet rush of noise surrounding them in a vacuum like a flurry of white flakes and just as cold. Then Ida interrupts it. Stain whirls around to meet the armored leg aimed at his head with a sharp-edged sword strike, the two metals clanging with a nasty reverberation through the echoing alley, and Izuku doesn't need a better opportunity to abruptly turn back into a human, three-tailed with a rib-breaking heart rate, and scoops up Native, darting past the fighting figures without hesitation. If he can get the hero somewhere at least a bit more safe, then he can focus on Ida. But for now, his classmate is up and moving, which is better than paralyzed, even if he surely won't last long against the hero killer, and it'll be just the chance Izuku needs. A whistle of air meets his sensitive and Izuku ducks, stumbling with the unfamiliar weight distribution of a grown adult in his arms. The knife that had been aimed at the back of his head goes clattering against a wall far ahead of him. That was close. Far too close for comfort. Still though, the greenette doesn't have time to freak out, so he starts running forward once again, skidding to a stop only a few meters around the nearest corner, but it will have to do because he can hear Ida's labored breathing and Stain's taunts, all poison and malice and bloodlust, behind him, and at least with Native out of the way they won't have to protect somebody that's already been caught by the villain's quirk. That thought must have jinxed him though, because within seconds of returning to the alleyway, Izuku has to watch as a too long tongue darts out and licks up the length of that sword, a saturated sort of rasping sound accompanying the gesture, and it makes the teen feel sick. He feels even worse when Ida stiffens and falls to the ground with a heavy metallic thud, Izuku's stomach roiling and rioting, his heart stuttering to a stop even as his coherency folds into fractions, sharp edges cutting into his throat and lungs and mind. But then one of Stain's scarves flutters in a draft and it's so simple and normal and eye-catching, and then Izuku is moving. It's instinct, how 5 tails sprout and he ducks in low, fangs bared with the faintest of snarls building in his throat, and maybe his eyes flash or it's just the way that he approaches Stain, all feral predator sanguine, but the villain falters the tiniest bit. Izuku doesn't have any qualms about taking full advantage of that single opportunity. He gets within a meter, sees how Stain is starting to move too, and then Izuku changes his mind in the same moment, deliberately tumbling over, palms scraping on rough ground as he lashes out. His booted feet catch on a chin and a blade respectively, powerful enough to knock both back, one eliciting a tiny grunt of pain, and the most strained of smiles pushes at Izuku's freckles. "I presume you're a little hero in training too?" It's almost casual and the teen backs off, although he remains poised to attack or defend. Hopefully his insomniac and Aizawa will turn up sooner or later, or some other backup, so stalling until then will be best. Assuming Stain allows him to, of course. The villain is rather busy examining Izuku, a pupil-less gaze roving over the greenette, tracing a burning path along his skin, taking in his lack of standard weapons, contradicted by the easy fighting stance, balanced on the ball of his feet, 5 tails swaying in a steady wave, that little tip flick reminding Stain of an aggressive cat, playful or on the defensive or otherwise, and he's sure it's no coincidence. The tails look too bushy to be a cat though, so maybe the boy's a fox or wolf of some sort. Although that wouldn't explain the disappearing act he seems to have pulled as well. Perhaps this brat will actually be a challenge. You, though. You attempted to save that fake first, and now you stand over another useless wannabe. Perhaps you're something close to a true hero yourself? The man muses, slowly moving to sheath his sword, Izuku focusing shamelessly on the action. He doesn't bother to reply though. His throat is tight, all stone-ridged, and he knows that the words would stutter and stumble in a way that wouldn't make the villain underestimate him but only present a weakness. Something for Stain to exploit. And Izuku can't afford that. It's when Stain has his sword sheathed on his back, the handle found amongst ragged fabric, and a still-sheathed knife is just in his hand, not yet drawn, that Izuku attacks once again. Protecting Ida is both difficult and dangerous right now, at least directly. It will restrict Izuku's movements. And for someone who relies on agility and weaving in and around and through until he gets the perfect strike, being locked into one place is a death sentence. Perhaps literally, in this case. On the other hand, if he keeps Stain busy enough until someone else can help, or even several someones, then he'll be in a better position overall. So Izuku takes the initiative. He runs forward again, the beginnings of a kick in his posture, and evaporates into five-tailed nothingness to avoid the knife aimed at his shoulder, dissolving back into existence behind Stain, already pivoting with a true kick, just clipping the man's elbow, simultaneous with the villain dodging back and to the side, knife flashing through the air once again. The greenette ducks below the this time thrown blade, all too aware of how some of his hair seems to catch on it, and rolls to the side to avoid the nasty axe kick that would have struck him across the back of the head. A kick of his own has Stain dodging, and then Izuku suches form in time to avoid the leap that would have had him shoved roughly back into the nearest wall or floor, likely with a knife in his guts, and then changes back into human for long enough to pause at Stain's next words. "You're really not too bad, you know, for a fake. Almost a shame I can't leave you alive, if not for the fact you still want to join the ranks of this money-grabbing heroic society." When Izuku doesn't deign to reply, Stain's scowl seems to intensify, even with practically half of his face covered by fabric, and before anything else can be said, or any more blows exchanged, there's a shadow above them both, and a purple-black figure falls just in front of Izuku, one arm stretched out against his partner's chest, both protecting him and almost holding him close, the other retracting the strand of capture weapon that had afforded him an easy landing into the alleyway. Hitoshi taps one finger against Izuku's arm in silent question, and the teen melts into thin air while Stain assesses the new arrival, trusting his own instincts for his Izuku attacks. However, they must fall short as the villain stumbles to the side, a flip-powered kick crashing into his ribs. But he has two knives out, one slicing at the capture weapon aiming for his knees, another thrown at Izuku, and then the fight is on once again. Who might win it is anyone's guess. Aizawa dodges a burst of flame, decides that Endeavor is both going to handle this Nomu and just as likely to hit him as the monster, and is more than happy to take the chance to disengage with said Nomu. He sent his kids off into the depths of Hosu when there are both League-controlled abominations and Stain potentially around on top of the usual rabble, and he hates the fact with a vitriolic passion, but he'd had no other choice at the time. It was logical. That knowledge doesn't stop his heart racing over bony spikes with every beat now. Pulling his phone out of his utility belt, he unlocks it one-handed and opens up his GPS app, only briefly glancing down to ensure it's Hitoshi's phone. He sets it to tracking. And thank Kami, his son had done as asked, because there's a blinking red light, maybe a 5-minute rooftop run away, and he's stationary, so he must have found Izuku. At least his kids are together. It's a blessing and a boon in a situation that might well be very much dire. Kami, he hopes it isn't dire at all. He hopes, by every god, quirk, and demon he hopes, that they're sat in an alley somewhere together, safe and waiting for him to get to them, and then they can all go home and maybe wake up late in the morning after a night piled on the sofa together with Hisashi and the cats too, and everything will be alright. He knows better though. Call it instinct or experience or just painful familiarity with Sod's law, but Aizawa can't quite believe that everything's fine. So he pushes himself faster and harder, feet pummeling tiles and cement and the occasional pipe or street lamp, expression a fierce scowl, and he goes to find his kids. A purple-black figure falls just in front of Izuku, one arm stretched out against his partner's chest, both protecting him and almost holding him close, the other retracting the strand of capture weapon that had afforded him an easy landing into the alleyway. Hitoshi taps one finger against Izuku's arm in silent question, and the teen melts into thin air while Stain assesses the new arrival, trusting his own instincts for his Izuku attacks. However, they must fall short as the villain stumbles to the side, a flip-powered kick crashing into his ribs. But he has two knives out, one slicing at the capture weapon aiming for his knees, another thrown at Izuku, and then the fight is on once again. Who might win it is anyone's guess. The greenette dodges the blade aimed at his chest, ducking low and rolling, springing back up with a heavy kick headed for Stain's throat. And he's in near-perfect sync with his Shinshure, 3 loops of capture weapon all grasping for different limbs and the hilt of Stain's sword, stilling and slowing the villain just enough that Izuku's blow lands. Not quite properly, the man squirming and shifting some despite his binds, but the force of it still judders through the teen's leg, his booted foot catching right on the point of a collarbone with the faintest of cracks, at the base of Stain's throat. And he wants to press his brief advantage, landing lightly on his feet and already going for an open-handed strike, 5 tails flaring behind him, but there's the glint of a blade, a half-cry from his insomniac, and Izuku is gone, low down in his spirit form once again. Above him, Stain growls, a choking, rasping sound that's too short and strained to be deliberately hoarse, and Izuku backs off a little again, retreating to stand a few meters to the side of his partner before suching back to his human form. Partway through this movement, Hitoshi retracts his capture weapon, not wanting Stain to cut away even more of it. This is hard. It was obviously going to be, and neither of them are allowing themselves to think about how easy death might come to them in this situation. But even when trying to ignore it, there's a pressure, a presence, all atlas-boned shadows, bearing the weight of an awful knowledge. But accepting it now does no good, so they don't. Instead, Izuku manages a tiny chirping noise, not bird-like but rather a sort of high-pitched reassurance. He can make out the twitch of a smirk on Hitoshi's face in return, teeth just catching the light. Mind working furiously, trying to take in every detail he can. From Ida's prone body to his partner almost within reach, Izuku scoops up the discarded knife by his boot and settles his stance once more, light on his feet and ready to leap as much as run. He's learnt a lot from both Maruko and Aizawa even just in the last 4 days, and he's already ridiculously grateful for the fact. He and his insomniac are going to need every bit of speed and strength and smarts they possess to get out of this all right. Stain, for his part, is doing much the same, a knife in one hand and his katana in the other, eyes roving between them both, taking in their stances, their expressions, their preparation. It's Hitoshi he charges towards. He's fast, faster than Izuku has seen him so far. But it doesn't stop the greenette from rushing to intercept him. Hitoshi is speaking, moving back and to the side, something along the lines of, "Why are you bothering with us?" and "What's the point?" But Stain is high on bloodlust and distracted by the green-black blur aiming to plunge a knife in his side, already turning towards Izuku. You wannabe children truly think you are doing something good, don't you? Vying to join a dying industry of fakes and shams and money grabbers, all basking in the spotlight that this society grants them. Even while Stain speaks and part of Izuku's mind is parsing out his words, finding flaws and favor and fragility, the rest of him is shifting to the side as he runs, away from his Shinsher, drawing Stain back around, exchanging a few bladed blows that have his arms aching from the villain's sheer strength. But he hasn't drawn their blood yet. And that, for the moment, is enough. Oi, you do realize we're training to be underground heroes though? Hitoshi asks, though it's as much a demand as anything else. But it does have Stain backing off a little until he can see them both clearly, considering. A lesser breed of fake, I can admit. But they still want the money, the deluded comfort of being needed. And oh, that answer has rage boiling in both of them because yes, there are so-called fakes in the hero industry, but to now have said that about both of their dads? No, just no. Stop moving. Hitoshi's command, simple and terse, has Stain freezing into place, limbs still but eyes roving despite the control, the utter fanaticism stark in the white gaze, the manic expression lighting his face, stuck in the heady rictus thanks to the teen's brainwashing, both disturbing. But they have enough time and opportunity to exchange relieved glances, stepping closer to each other so that 2 of Izuku's tails can reach for his Shinshi's arm, curling and tapping there. It allows both of their breathing to begin to slow a little, heart rates losing some of the panic, even though their adrenaline has yet to fade. Fluffball, how should we dash? Drop the weapons in his hands and then hold his wrists together? Then you can restrain him and we can disarm him? Hitoshi thinks it over for a few seconds, no doubt thinking through just as many variations as Izuku had, before he nods. Drop the weapons you're holding, then cross your wrists in front of you. And so they watch with bated breath and readied weapons as Stain drops the knife and sword with a clatter, too loud in the ringing silence of the alley, battering at Izuku's senses, but then the man actually does settle his wrists in front of him, left atop the right, and Hitoshi doesn't hesitate to carefully loop several, secure strands of capture weapon around his wrists, loose for the moment. Something like a snarl builds up in the back of Stain's throat, a rumbling thing that's a little thin but achieves malignancy with ease, shuddering down Izuku and Hitoshi's spines. Maybe that's why Hitoshi tightens the bonds a little too much, too quickly. The villain snaps back into control of his own body almost instantly, not even bothering to pull his hands apart. Oh no, instead he tugs back, sidestepping, and the insomniac stumbles towards him, already catching himself but not quickly enough. Stain's hands, fingers intertwined, come lashing down onto the teen's shoulder, no doubt at least somewhat numbing his left arm as Hitoshi cries out, catching his feet under him and managing to dart away once more. It's ideal timing for Izuku's attack. The moment Stain's hands had spasmed, free of Hitoshi's quirk once more, the greenette had leapt forwards, knife and teeth both brandished, intent on taking both the villain's attention and any hits. But he's that fraction of a second too late for that. What he's not too late for is getting in a strike of his own. The blow would have been perfect if Stain hadn't twisted at the last moment. Instead of slashing at the man's face, as much a scare tactic as a true blow, it catches in amongst the folds of a red scarf, a slight drag telling the teen that he's hit flesh too, even as the two dart back away from each other, the red scarf pulling and pooling to the floor between them, torn. It's a poor parody of the little pools and spatters of blood already decorating the alley, laden with the same iron-hot scent as rapidly drying marks, rich with death, the earthy, metallic tone entrenched into the fibers, irritating at Izuku's sensitive nose. Shigaraki's hands had a similar scent, he remembers. But the teen refuses to fall into a panic attack now though, not when Stain could turn back on his partner any moment, so he moves forward again, feinting a low knife strike that Stain parries with a metal-plated boot, Izuku's own foot rapidly lashing out in a kick that strikes the villain's side, knocking another knife free of its holster. Then Izuku is spinning, extending his leg again partway round, hooking at one of the man's ankles and pulling. Stain doesn't quite slip, jumping back enough to give himself a new footing and some breathing room, even as one of Izuku's tails carefully scoops up the newly dropped knife by the handle, flicking it towards his grip rather than truly picking it up, but it's more than enough because now he has two knives, Hitoshi has recovered some calm and steadiness, and Stain has just worked his hands loose of his binds, daggers in hand once again, but it's not a bad position to be in, overall. Well, considering the situation as a whole. Stain, dude, can't you just leave us alone? We're not even full heroes yet, Hitoshi tries. It fails, the villain ignoring the insomniac to instead lunge at Izuku, throwing one knife at the greenette to distract him, force him to dodge. But when the teen disappears into thin air, Stain almost visibly startles, then something cold, barely there but undeniably sharp digs into the man's shoulder, beads of blood pooling despite nothing being visible. Some part of Izuku knows that the attack only made so much contact, only dug in so deeply thanks to his own desperation, his own fear and anger and determination, all curling through his marrow in red-black shadows that let him truly bite the villain, even though he's made of air and void and a lot of nothing. Then he pushes away again, launching towards Hitoshi instead, scrabbling to curl around his partner's shoulders, the teen thankfully shifting to make it easier for him. Being together is the only thing keeping the fox spirit grounded right now because this is terrifying. Stain's presence is getting heavier, weighing on them ever more by the minute, and Izuku nuzzles against Hitoshi's throat, fighting the heady hot sense of Stain only meters in front of them with the chill of his spirit form. The long, low breath that his partner lets out means the world. Hitoshi opens his mouth to speak, but he's stopped by a quiet creaking, almost a soft sort of metallic screech, then there's a pale, armored blur, moving stiffly but quickly all the same. Stain ducks below the kick, pivoting and pushing up, blade shearing through the teen's hero costume, biting into flesh, and Ida falls back with a cry, crumpling straight back to the ground, and there are strands of capture weapon leaping forwards at Hitoshi's behest, but they're too late. Well, not entirely. They tangle around Stain, halting him in place, yet he already has a blade to his lips, tongue darting out, and Ida is stiff and still on the ground. He's too still. Logically, Izuku knows he isn't dead or dying, merely paralyzed, but by Kami it looks like it, a pool of blood beginning to grow beneath his classmate's leg, a dark gleaming thing, like tar and oil, in the rapidly fading light. And then, even worse, Stain turns, fighting against the capture weapon, and he leers at them both, though he clearly doesn't know where Izuku is, judging by how the man stays tense, aware. Where is your little companion? Surely he hasn't fled, left you to fight alone. Oh, Izuku doesn't like that, not at all, because he would never do that, let alone to his Shinsher, his partner, but he pushes his rage and indignation down, a burning ball of lead in his guts, and jumps easily down from Hitoshi's shoulders, beginning to circle around the villain, waiting for the perfect moment to attack once again. Wouldn't you like to know, BSTRD? Instead of replying, Stain settles his footing a little, then speaks up independently. You have quite a mouth on you. Not very heroic. The rage in Izuku's body permeates deeper, stronger, but still he waits. Stain is too alert right now. The man bursts forward despite the capture weapon, jumping over the suddenly lax fabric alloy, spiked boot headed for a throat or face, and Izuku will not let his Shinsher be hurt. Flickering back to human in barely a moment, Izuku barrels into Stain, only vaguely registering the punctures along his own leg, knocking into the villain. Stain ricochets to the floor with a clatter, the greenette bouncing up and off, back into the air, pushing off of a wall to gain extra height, the too pale face of his partner just catching in his vision, and even as the man falls, Stain has the sheer audacity and awareness to send another knife towards each of the teens. Only one hits. But then Izuku is falling back down, headed for the villain, and he suches back to his intangible spirit form, five-tailed and strong, and every part of him, blood and bone and brain, is overtaken by something potent, all anger and fear and desperation, and yet transcending them all, more, because this monster has been trying, time and again, to hurt his Shinshure, to kill him, and Izuku and their classmate too, and he can't stand it. So Izuku lets his jaw drop, a scream tearing into the air, pitched both menace deep and feral high, and then he has weight and form, even though he's still in the air, because this villain will not hurt his Shinshure, won't ever get to taste his blood if Tsune has anything to say about it, so he crashes atop Stain, screaming with fangs poised. Six tails flare and writhe behind him. The body beneath his clawed paws freezes, primal instinct stilling the villain as the fox. Can this be called a fox when it's the size of a small horse, half a dozen tails thrashing, heated breathe somehow raw on the vulnerable flesh of his throat, the needle-sharp points of immaculate teeth just sinking into skin, remains upon him, over him. The slightest movement, be it back, left or right, will bring a decent chunk of throat with it. Stain is pinned. Fully. Hitoshi, gasping with adrenaline and relief, doesn't hesitate to move forwards, ignoring the continuous threatening rumble emanating from his partner's throat, and strokes a trembling hand in the fur over his spine, the surls not coarse but rather somewhere just in the realm between soft and bristling, eyes on the six tails that shift and writhe in the air, then refocusing on the fierce glow of Izuku's eyes. And, after a moment, he turns away, trusting his fluffball's grip on the villain. I'm going to check on Ida, fluffball, then ring our mentor. And so this is the site that Aizawa arrives to, not even 2 minutes later. A giant kitsune, thick, curly fur and absolute pitch black in the now full darkness of nighttime, eyes glowing white-green, neither toxic nor angelic, too dangerous for one but too familiar for the other, that rippling snarl never ending in the otherwise quiet alley, pierced otherwise only by the low murmurs of his son, crouched by a prone figure that looks suspiciously like Ida. Damn it, this hell class. But then the hero focuses on the most immediately important thing here. Izuku is feral. Sure, he registers Aizawa's presence, judging by the way his tail's still for a fraction of a moment, but the sheer aura of the kid doesn't let up, and there's thin streams of something dark down the pale column of Stain's neck that the hero has no doubt is blood, but he can't be mad at it. Not when his boys and student are safe. If it took an apparently now six-tailed kit to ensure that, then so be it. Erase her head. Sensei. The cries pull most of Aizawa's attention from his kit and the villain, taking a few moments to properly look over his son and student instead, assessing the blood and injuries, both thankfully minimal. Now he can only hope that, beneath the fur and tails, Izuku is just as relatively fine. It would be a miracle, considering who they've been up against, but the man can still afford to hope. Kids. Stay back for now, let me work with Tsune to get Stain fully restrained, then we can get you all some treatment and rest. Rapture, please contact an ambulance and the police, take our coordinates from Tenya's phone. With that, Aizawa steps forward, assessing Izuku's posture first, more than relieved to find that the kid relaxes when he comes closer, or, no, he doesn't relax, but he does lose some tension, his growling dying down to a low warning rumble, tails beginning to steady, swaying rather than writhing. His grip on Stain's throat doesn't loosen 1 millimeter. Can you dash? Before the hero can even finish his request, Izuku begins to shift, rising somewhat until his belly is a good meter clear of Stain, even with his fangs and paws very much still restraining the man, and it gives Aizawa the room to move that he needed. Within a few minutes, knives and swords and every other blade to be found has been stripped away, piled far away against a wall, then there are loops of capture weapon around each of the villain's wrists, already tight enough to begin cutting off circulation, but Aizawa figures he can be forgiven a little harshness given this man's attempts to kill his kids. He's certainly not going to bother feeling bad about it either way, not when he's far more concerned with making sure said kids are okay. Settling a cautious head on Izuku's flank, vaguely registering how the fur still manages to be soft, the kitsune himself warm, almost hot, Aizawa taps once in silent message. Izuku, understanding perfectly, manages to release one of Stain's arms without losing his almost literal stranglehold on the villain, and in the same instant the underground pro tightens the bonds, snapping the villain's arms together, bound, within a moment. Disarmed, hands bound together. They're getting somewhere. Patting gently where his hand is still settled against the kid, Aizawa turns his attention to pulling some cable ties out and adding them to the restraints, tugging them that little bit tighter before daring to undo his capture weapon, movements quick as he moves on to the knees and then ankles of Stain, until he should barely be able to crawl along the ground, let alone start stabbing people or leaping away over rooftops, and then Aizawa finally stands up fully, coming round to be beside Izuku's head, speaking quietly. "You can let go now, kiddo. I'll knock him out the second you do." And it takes a long, long moment, but that ferocious snarl finally sputters to a stop, the kitsune unlatching his jaw achingly slowly, taking an absolute age, but Aizawa refuses to hurry him, willing to wait. He can understand why. Fights like this, to the death, are nothing but adrenaline and fear and coaxing yourself back into something resembling human thought patterns afterwards, something coherent and paced rather than too quick and every angle. Eventually Izuku is standing back a little, still largely crouched over Stain with tail squirming, but it gives the pro the room to kick him in the head and knock him out without possibly killing him on the kid's teeth, and then he turns to his kit and starts to speak, staring into those eyes, all ethereal light. Otherworldly. It's still his precious son-in-law though. The pro just has to look for him in the green and shadows at the edges and the sheer emotion, all curving around each other. "Hey kiddo, Izuku, Kit, you did so well, I'm so glad you're alright, that you survived, and you're all safe now, understood? All of us are. You can turn back whenever you want." He pauses for a moment here, taking in the twitching tails and rapid blinking. Then he offers one more word, simple and prompting. "Kit." In a moment of shadows, the kitsune is gone, leaving a shivering boy in its wake. A boy, Kami, he's only 15, still a baby, who collapses forwards, into Aizawa's chest, and he doesn't even have to think to wrap strong arms around Izuku, holding him close and careful. "Dad, Dad, it hurts," Izuku whimpers, clutching at Aizawa's jumpsuit, and oh, how his heart shatters at the fear and agony drenching his child's words. "I know darling, I know. You've been so strong, Kit, so brave, but it's all right now. You dash." Of course, it's in that moment when he finally realizes that his own stomach feels hot and wet, his costume clinging to his skin in an all too familiar way, and he knows that he isn't injured but. "Kit, where are you hurt? Izuku?" He knows he sounds scared, that there's panic and worry and outright terror in his voice, but he can't help it because he needs his kid to reply, needs. He gets no reply though, or no true reply, with only a weak groan, verging on a whimper, from the child in his arms, and Aizawa forces his panic down and into logic instead. "Hitoshi, you got an ambulance coming?" he demands, hardly managing to not snap the words as he folds onto his knees, bringing the greenette down with him as delicately as possible. He hears the footsteps of his son and Ida but ignores it, already running barely their touch over Izuku's torso, knowing the blood must be. "Dad, ETA was 10 minutes, it'll be 8 by now," Hitoshi spits out, thumping onto his knees opposite his dad, hands fluttering in the air, unsure. "Right, thanks. Can you get the bandages out of my belt?" Third pocket, anti-clockwise. As his son reaches around him, digging out the package of sterile bandages, Aizawa decides that he'll be best off lifting Izuku's shirt up and away to get at least some idea of how bad the wound might be in It's nasty, that's for sure. Damn it, why hadn't he been quicker, gotten here sooner? His sons had been fighting a serial killer all by themselves, nothing but their wits and training and quirks to help them, and for first years they're strong yet they're only kids. That type of thinking is no good right now though, so the hero forces himself back on track. Ida, head towards the nearest main road, make sure that the ambulance and police that turn up head in the right direction. Tell them that we've got an abdominal stab wound, 15-year-old male, so that they know roughly what to expect. Be sensible. It's half an admonishment, a portent to what's to come when they're all safe and healed, but for now Aizawa is content with simply encouraging the teen to be safe and keep a level head. His priority is Izuku. "Hitoshi, you don't have any major wounds either, do you?" The brief glance, not a glare, but laden with warning all the same, is more than enough, particularly on top of the weary, serious tone, to have Hitoshi muttering a truthful reply, and Aizawa allows himself a little huff of relief that at least only one of his kids is trying to bleed out, because that one is already far too many. Stupid, precious brats, honestly. Problem children. No, it isn't their fault, he's very aware of the fact, it's more his because he could have told them to run, to find safety, or to focus purely on civilians rather than Nomu too, or he could have gone with Hitoshi to find Izuku, or he could have, but no, he made the most logical choices he could at the time, and maybe he needs Hisashi to beat that into his head a few times, probably gently, with his mouth, rather than a fist, but the point is the same. For now he'll focus on the present. He has to. So Aizawa pushes past his own bile as slick, burning blood slips over his fingers, tacky under his blunt nails and cracking along his knuckles, and he presses a wad of sterile gauze to the stab wound with one hand, then takes the second pack of bandages from Hitoshi and folds that over the top as well, holding it down as hard as he dares. The quiet whimpers of his kit scratch at his heart. "I know it hurts, darling, I'm so sorry, but you'll be alright, we're just waiting on the medics now, okay Kit? You're doing so well, darling. Your kin are here, we're both here, you're alright Izuku. Come on Kit, darling, stay awake for us, that's it. Hey, look, your Shinshi's right there. Can you feel him holding your hand? You can? That's great darling, well done, I know darling, I'm sorry, it won't hurt soon, I promise." Everything blurs out for the three then, a haze of pain and red all lost in the dark quiet of the alley, Stain unconscious a few meters away but nothing could be further from their minds. And then, finally, when Aizawa's voice feels like it's going to crack and give out, when Izuku has been spending more time with his eyes closed than open despite both of his kin trying desperately to keep him awake with soft words and even softer touches, there's a rush of voices and footsteps, and then there are two paramedics following Ida, one pulling something palm-sized out of their pocket that falls to the ground as a full stretcher trolley, wheels hitting the alley floor with a clatter. And Izuku snarls quietly, exhausted, in between one breath and the next, but the sound dies a quick death, particularly when Aizawa murmurs that it's just the doctors, they're safe, they're here to help, and then there are hands and voices and people taking over, stemming the blood flow, taking vitals, one of them enlisting the hero to help deposit Izuku gently onto the stretcher, and then they're all moving again, getting to the ambulance where police are pulling up along with several heroes. Manuel among them. "Manuel, look after Ida, he needs medical attention." The kids took down Stain, my two had full permission to protect themselves with their quirks. "I'm going with Tsune, now, as is Rapture." Stain is at the given location. He hears affirmations and questions and mentions of Stain and native and laws, but the underground hero tunes it all out, following Hitoshi into Izuku's ambulance. They've got kin to look after, to watch over. And a few people to ring. It's not until the next morning that Izuku wakes up, limbs leaden and head glass fragile, a nasty ache pounding behind his eyes to follow the beep thump of his heartbeat. Oh, and he feels more than a bit nauseous. Lucky him. Blinking open heavy eyelids, the teen squints against bright light, trying to curl into himself because it's too harsh and loud and everything hurts. Can't he just go back to sleep? Fluffball? Hey, love, you're alright, you're safe, can you hear me Fluffball? Izuku can't reply though, can barely take in the words and feed them into coherency, so he attempts to grunt or grumble, but the sound vibrates weirdly in his throat, too long and high-pitched, and then there's another voice, deeper, calmer. "Kit, you're safe. All of your kin are safe, you're in hospital, we're all here in Ida's with his family, safe. Everything's fine. Can you open your eyes again for us Kit?" But that weird noise makes itself known again because no, the light hurts, and he doesn't need that on top of his headache and the way that his joints feel full of Velcro, catching and grating on themselves, everything is wrong and uncomfortable and hurts. "Kit, darling, some of the lights are off now, could you try again for us? Please kiddo, we just want to see you Izuku doesn't like that tone of voice. It's pained and stressed and tired and it's his kin, isn't it? They shouldn't be hurting, never, so if they want Izuku to open his eyes then he can do that. If it helps them. He doesn't regret the decision as much as he thought he would. Gradually opening his bleary eyes reveals that the room is a lot dimmer, less stabbing at him and more adding a little to the general headache, and it's bearable, so he keeps his eyes open. Oh, his kin are here. All of them. And they're all offering quiet, well dunce and haze and one, fancy seeing you here Fluffball, that sounds more relieved than sarcastic. It brings the first twitch of a smile to his lips, even as Izuku whimpers again and tries to curl up tighter against the ache still ringing through his body. "Izuku, baby, try not to move too much, your stomach's still pretty tender," Hisashi admonishes, although his tone is beyond gentle to match the fine-fingered hands that gently tap at his side and hip, urging the teen to straighten out a bit more again. It hurts, but the fiercer pain in his guts does die down, so Pops was probably right about whatever injury he was talking about. Before Izuku can ask about why he's in what must be a hospital, or about maybe please turning off the annoying heartbeat monitor that's really hurting his ears, there are small, soft hands hovering above his own, waiting, and he acquiesces to his mum's touch with a simple brush of his own fingertips. "Oh, sweetheart, I'm so glad you're awake. We've all been so worried, you silly thing." She pauses, seems to rethink whatever she was going to say, and goes on. "You were so very brave but, oh, how I wish you didn't have to push yourself so hard, so fast. At least you boys were together," she adds on, reaching over to briefly squeeze Hitoshi's arm, who manages a tiny smile for her at the affection. "Sorry mama. Don't be Izuku, it wasn't your fault honey. Just remember to be careful where you can, okay? It's a little more solemn than Inko intended, but Izuku nods, eyes losing a little of their sleep pain confusion haze, and she simply tightens her loose grip on his hands for a moment before releasing him and standing up. I'll go and find your doctor now, sweetheart. Let this lovely lot catch you up on anything you need, alright? With that, she leaves, and there's a long moment of silence, heavy but not uncomfortable. Can we dash? Izuku, frustrated with himself for the iron-wrought ivy taking root in his lungs and creeping up into his throat, raises his hands to sign despite how they sting in pain with every movement. Can we turn off the noisy machines? They hurt. Oh kid, Dad murmurs, something sad in his eyes as he goes on. I'd say yes, but it's probably best to wait for the doctors, just in case. Can we do anything else to help until then? Maybe, no, don't dash, but despite Izuku's best efforts, the underground doesn't miss his glance towards the capture weapon piled around his neck and the man, no hesitation, bundles the fabric over his own head and then wads it up nicely to create a thick pillow for Izuku, a few loops falling in front of his face and the smell of kin overwhelms too clean bleach and that bitter iron undertone that reeks of blood and drags. Now it's all coffee and cats and citrus scents, the noise of their surroundings dampened by several layers of thick fabric alloy, which in combination are probably why Izuku's eyes flutter shut and he sinks a little into the hospital bed, finally relaxing some. Of course, the calm is broken not even a minute later by the return of his mum with a doctor and a nurse. Fortunately, before any of them can begin addressing the teen himself, Aizawa turns to the medical staff to explain Izuku's request. It's granted, much to his relief. The nurse comes over and unhooks the heart monitor alongside one of the other machines and the background noise of the room quietens significantly, allowing the greenette to shift forwards a bit, enough to hear clearly rather than so muffled by the layers of capture weapon. Hello Izuku-kun, the doctor greets him, taking his clipboard from the end of the bed and briefly flicking through a few pages, even as he offers a smile for the room at large. It's really quite good to see you awake. I have a few questions, if you're up to answering. Izuku nods a little, glancing over to his kin and more than glad when it prompts his Shinsher to stand up and perch on the edge of his bed so that they're shoulder to shoulder. One of his partner's hands settles atop Izuku's thigh, just above his knee, and it's a light pressure that's so very precious, grounding and reassuring and oh so warm, and Izuku takes it as the strength he needs. So he nods, and gets returning nods and smiles from his family. First off Izuku-kun, how do you feel? Anything particularly alarming or painful? My whole body hurts? My joints are wrong. My stomach isn't too painful though. My head's bad, Izuku admits. When Hitoshi immediately reaches up to place his cool hand over the shorter boy's forehead, the faintest of purring chuffs acknowledges the gesture, Izuku leaning heavily into the pleasant sensation, eyes slipping closed. His partner's hands are always a bit chilly, and they feel wonderful right now. Aizawa, translating for Izuku, scowls at the kid's description, and the doctor's frown at the mention of the pain Izuku is in makes for a relatively good match. Your head and joints, you say? Izuku nods, carefully minimizing the movement to keep Hitoshi's hand settled on his forehead. And is the report of your quirk developing further accurate? Those symptoms, under these circumstances, appear to be indicative of quirk exhaustion found in those with transformative or emitter quirks. Does your quirk have a development requirement based around maturity, be that emotional or physical? Izuku hesitates briefly, gathering his thoughts into something coherent. I think so. It seems to be a combination of age and life experiences. If I go through something not traumatic, but really heavy emotionally, then another tale manifests and sometimes there's an accompanying power with that. This one, the 6th, came with a physical fox form. Or, kitsune form, really. Aizawa relays all of this in his usual deadpan, but the way he and Hisashi's hands are white-knuckled around each other is more than telling. And you and your friend were facing an S-rank villain at the time of this most recent development? Ignoring the hesitation in that, Izuku signs briefly, even as Aizawa nods for him. Yes. Then I would take this to be a forced development, as it were. Akin to a force-manifested quirk, except for it being the growth or change of a quirk according to the pressure of a situation, and it often has some health implications. The man continues to talk over the low outcries of Izuku's kin, which are typically short-term. If I'm correct, then your pain shouldn't last more than a few days. However, medication will do little to help in that time, I'm afraid. The problems of working with quirks. Izuku grimaces some, but nods again and signs his thanks. Not even 10 minutes later, the doctor and nurse both leave, having explained Izuku's abdominal wound and that he'll need to stay in for observation today, tonight and possibly tomorrow before he can go home. That fact is both unfortunate and comforting to hear. At least it's only for observation. Murmuring incoherently under his breath, Izuku curls further into Hitoshi's side, ignoring someone's gentle admonishments at the decision and his own increased pain, and instead chooses to revel in the arm that slings around his shoulders, the familiar voice that ripples around him, low reassurances and mindless chatter, and the safe texture and scent of the capture weapon still pillowed around his head. He doesn't want to think or move, not when being held close by his Shinsher, with the knowledge of his kin being together, is enough to almost entirely overwhelm the dull agony he's in. Izuku is just about asleep, reveling in the cool hands settled on his arm and in his hair, soothing against his scalp, when there's an abrupt knock on his room's door and it almost simultaneously gets shoved open. "Yo, kitten, you in here?" Maruko bursts into the room, albeit with a tone a bit less brash than usual, something worried and urgent creeping in, and it's enough to have the greenette bothering to open his eyes and even uncurling some, a grin of his own creeping in upon seeing white hair, loose and swaying, and red eyes that are kind and vivid and fierce rather than burning and manic. "Koko-san." "Kitten." "Koko." "Maruko-san?" Inko gasps, hand flying to her mouth and Izuku's grin solidifies, teeth gleaming to match the heroine's as she strides over to his bed, reaching to ruffle his curls before pausing, eyes assessing, and changes the movement to a delicate bop on the nose. Not quite ignoring Inko entirely, she gives the woman a brief nod before speaking to Izuku again. "Kid, thought you were being all clever and bad butt and sheet, not gettin' yourself beaten about. You won't be stuck in here for long, right?" The teen only shrugs, allowing Aizawa to answer for him. "In for observation until tomorrow at least." "ADMN, that SCKS," Maruko groans, one ear flopping forward with a twitch, but then her grin returns. "Hey, kitten, guess what I brought?" She holds up the bag in her hand and there's a glimpse of orange packaging in it. "See Karo dash. You got it, kid," she chirps, happily ignoring his throat and tongue locking up on him. Within the minute, Izuku is happily skinning up a packet of carrot juice, still curled into Hitoshi's side, and Hisashi has struck up raucous chatter with the rabbit heroine. Inko, still seeming a little in shock, has found a smile all the same as she occasionally chips in, and Aizawa has pulled out his phone, scowl deepening as he scrolls through something, probably an email or article. It's only a few minutes later that he looks up, losing his scowl as he meets Izuku's eyes, and dredges up a rather poor smile for the kid. "Kit, the local police chief is coming for your statement on the hour, so about 40 minutes time. As heroes and involved parties, Hisashi, Maruko and I can stay. Hitoshi's statement has already been taken, but in this case they'll probably want him out of the room with Inko-san." "Tth this C-case?" Izuku gets out, one hand thoughtlessly latching onto Hitoshi's trouser leg and twisting the fabric there. Part of his tone sounds angry, like he's expecting it to be some kind of discrimination against possible manipulation through Hitoshi's quirk or something else stupid. The rest of him is wary, discontent, but a little curious. Aizawa's smile softens, sweetens. A distinct reassurance. "Don't worry, kid, it's nothing awful. Just general stuff, as what you say has a few impacts. Nothing bad or too major, kiddo," he rushes to say, leaning forward, past Hisashi, to settle a hand on the blanketed lump of Izuku's calf. "It's just telling the truth, all right? That will corroborate what we said because we told the truth too. Don't be afraid of anything, and us three will be right here with you, so if there's anything particularly problematic, we'll be here. Everyone will be safe." Izuku doesn't do his hero the disservice of asking if he's sure or not, only nodding with a sign thanks, already turning to hide his face in Hitoshi's neck, tucking his arms in close over his torso, curling carefully around his stomach. His insomniac frowns a bit, shifting to let his partner settle more comfortably against him, then shoots a look to his parents. "He'll be fine, Hitoshi, baby. And you two can nap together soon enough," Hisashi signs, though his lips are twisted more down than up. "Make that 3 of us," Aizawa adds, already swiveling in his seat to throw his legs over one arm and leaning against the other, head tilting back to settle on the blonde's shoulder. "Shoulda known the kitten be tired," Maruko murmurs, voice far softer than any of the other adults really expected. Her eyes are too. There's a sorrow in them, an understanding, but also relief and gratitude and glee, and it's in that depth and breadth that Inko finds herself relaxing because this woman, this brash, fierce heroine that flips and kicks and swears, is kind. Kind to Inko's son. The adults remain quiet for the next half hour or so, pulling out phones and attending to emails and cat memes and incident reports, person-dependent, and listen to the sweet little chuffs that sometimes escape Izuku, who is clearly half asleep again already. Maybe it's the pain meds, the quirk exhaustion, or just general comfort, but either way it's good for him to get the bit of rest he can. Which is probably why they wait as long as they can before gently prompting Hitoshi and Izuku to sit up properly, Hisashi quickly fetching a glass of water for the greenette, who drinks it quickly and gratefully. You alright for this, kid? Anything we can do? Izuku frowns, but it's more of a drowsy pout that's really rather adorable, and starts to sign instead. Will I be able to sign? It depends on who comes. If it's Chief Tsurigami, the same as that one that interviewed Hitoshi and I, then yes. Even if it's not someone with the basics at least, we can revert to a written account easily enough. We just can't translate directly for you, for plausible deniability's sake. Not even 10 minutes later, it is indeed Chief Tsurigami that knocks upon the private room's door, poking his dog head around the door. Ah, Maruko, present Mike, Eraserhead, good day, woof. I see you are all here to visit your student and intern, respectively. Hello all, I'm Tsurigami Kenji, woof, Chief of Police for the Hosu region. The students both return his small bow, although Izuku winces with the movement. And winces again when Hitoshi lightly scolds him for choosing formality over looking after himself. You're here for my student's statement as per the email I received? Aizawa asks, eyebrow raised but tone rather mild. I am. If that's alright, Midoriya-kun? Izuku nods, barely hesitant. Although his gaze flickers to his kin even as he does. As this is the taking of an official statement, I would have to, woof, ask that civilians and other students were to leave for the time, for confidentiality and reliability. That's fine, that is, Eraserhead-san told us earlier. Hitoshi-kun, shall we go and pick up some food for everyone? Sure, Inko-san. Before he can stand up though, the taller boy leans down to offer Izuku a few comforting words and, subtle and unnoticed by most, brushes his lips in a brief kiss over his partner's temple, and they squeeze each other's hands before Hitoshi climbs off of Izuku's bed and goes to stand beside his dad whilst Inko says a brief goodbye to her son and then the two leave. Are you willing to be recorded, Midoriya-kun? Woof, I received a request for you to use your paws, which can be accommodated. The software, woof, on this camera automatically blurs all faces beyond recognition, woof, along with being monochromatic, so the identities of involved parties are protected. Izuku simply nods, and the man takes Inko's vacated seat, pulling out a small camcorder and acquiescing to hand it over when Aizawa reaches for it. The hero doesn't even take a minute assessing it, undoubtedly ensuring that the stated software is in place, before handing it back with a brief nod. Maruko, as the policeman gets set up, comes to sit on the edge of Izuku's bed, ankles and arms crossed, but her long hair sways and settles behind her, flowing back over one shoulder. And that puts it in prime position for Izuku to be able to smell her raspberry shampoo, a familiar, sharp scent by now, and to be able, if he wants, to reach out and play with the ends, winding them around shaking fingers or braiding tiny sections. It's comforting, just as she intended, without being blatant to the camera. If we may begin, woof? Everyone nods or chirps an agreement, and so it starts. May I ask for your perspective of Friday evening? Please recount in as much detail as you can what happened after you were separated from your mentor. Izuku pauses a moment, hoping that his throat will miraculously slacken, that his tongue won't feel bloated and stress-weighted, but no miracles occur, so he raises trembling hands to sign instead. Rapture and I were trying to evacuate civilians whilst distracting one of the Nomu that had attacked when it got free of Rapture's capture weapon and grabbed me. It threw me and it hurt, but I managed to turn intangible before I hit the ground. It's part of my quirk. It took me a minute to be coherent again, but then I heard something and it was my classmate and he sounded scared. I went to find him. On Izuku goes, with his hands never losing their shake, he tells of finding Stain. Of fighting and falling and fearing of their deaths. Of Hitoshi, Rapture, arriving to help him, how they had fought together and it had been so hard, how they both got hurt. How he'd been so scared and angry and determined and his quirk had developed, and before he knew it he was tangible and six-tailed with teeth wrapped around a foul-tasting throat. All through this, Tsurigami listens in silence, simply nodding or occasionally asking Izuku to expand on something, but the greenette barely pays him any attention. He's preoccupied with the expressions and body language of his kin. There's fury and fear to them in equal measure, relief in even more, but the teen doesn't allow himself to dwell on that now. It can wait until this stranger, this non-kin, has left. One last question then, woof, before I explain the aftermath of all this, the man offers, and Izuku manages a wobbly smile. Did you have permission to use your quirks? Rapture and I did, yes. I don't know about my classmate, sorry. Very well. And not a problem, pup. In that case, then the official credit, woof, can go to the two heroes in training, Tsune and Rapture. Eraserhead being your mentor, along with your civilian names, won't be mentioned for, woof, security's sake, although your affiliation with UA is broad enough that it is generally deemed safe. Is that amenable, woof? The police chief has turned that question on to the three heroes present, and it doesn't take them long to agree. From there, it's not even 10 minutes later that the police chief departs, promising to send up Inko and Hitoshi if he happens to see them, and Izuku gets the chance he needs to ask his heroes something that's been bothering him for several minutes already. None of you are mad, are you? And oh, judging by how all of their faces soften at that, maybe he was wrong. Not at you baby, never at you. The situation just SCKS. We hate listening to how you and Hitoshi were hurt and in danger when we couldn't help. Mike said it, Maruko agrees, nodding fiercely as she reaches over to bop Izuku on the nose again. It's shitty, you know? But hey, you and your boy get a bit of rep already, which ain't too shabby. Izuku tactfully ignores that your boy because, well, she isn't wrong, but she also really didn't need to call him out for it, did she? Izuku, Kit, we'll never be angry at you for being hurt. If you're reckless or foolish then maybe for that, particularly if you ever go against logical orders, but a villain or even civilian hurting you will never be something we will blame you for. Being hurt isn't being weak or stupid, it's just an unfortunate part of the job. One we have to try and avoid, his dad adds on, Quirk flaring into brief life, but he softens it not even a few seconds later by standing up and moving over to more firmly tuck his capture weapon around Izuku's head again. We're all just glad you're alive. With your kin. And when Izuku ends up falling asleep within an hour of the chief leaving, curled up with Hitoshi once more, surrounded by his favorite people, it's that statement that gives him such very sweet dreams. Taking the stain out of our society, how the hero killer was taken down by hero students. Horikoshi K. Our heroic society has been targeted by a serial killer by the name of Stain for several months now, with his crimes including the murder and permanent maiming of no less than 40 heroes. Now, including heroes in training, he has fought with 44 individuals, 17 of whom were killed. And whilst this is all grim news we are familiar with, it has been officially released by the police chief of Hosu, one Tsurugame Kenji, that the villain was apprehended by 2 heroes in training on the night of Friday the 10th this month, the day prior to the publication of this article. These students belong to UA and were interning with an underground hero, patrolling the Hosu area at the time. They were originally present on the scene of the Nomu attack on 4th Street, reference page 3 for more details as such, but through the course of the fight ended up in the back alleys of the area. With permission to use their quirks from their mentor, the students Tsune and Rapture, upon stumbling across the ending of a fight between a classmate of theirs and the pro-hero, Native, intervened in defense of the 2 downed colleagues. The precise details of the ensuing fight have not been released to the public or the media, however it was without the help of any fully qualified pros that the 2 heroes in training took down this serial killer. A witness has shared that the quirk of one student was used to pin the villain until their mentor arrived. During this process, surprisingly minimal injuries were suffered. The initial victims, as it were, suffered stab wounds respectively, one to the thigh and the other to the shoulder. As for our heroes, Tsune and Rapture, the latter had some sprains and abrasions but no serious wounds. Tsune, conversely, did receive an abdominal stab wound partway through the fight, along with suffering from quirk exhaustion, but has woken up and is being looked after at the time of this publication. Further comment on these 2 students has been given by their principal. In a public announcement regarding this event, Principal Nedzu of UA High School stated, "We are, of course, very proud of both the skills and morals exhibited by our students. Tsune and Rapture are upstanding future heroes who truly befit our motto as an educational institution, plus ultra. Whilst it is lamentable that they and their classmate faced such a situation, and particularly when considering how Stain, with such a remarkable battle instinct and potentially heroic quirk, could have in some life become an incredible hero himself, it is truly wonderful that they were able to gain confidence and experience from such an event. Their injuries, in the case of Tsune and the classmate, did require hospitalization, but thanks to the work of dedicated staff and our own recovery girl, they have all made full recoveries with no permanent damage done. Having talked to their parents and mentor myself, I am assured that they are also quite well personally." Neither Hitoshi nor Izuku used the class group chat overly much. Between being awkward and quite unused to a positive classroom experience, it's been a fair bit of an adjustment for both of them. But the volume of pings they've both received since the media and press releases about the takedown of Stain this morning have been ridiculous, so Hitoshi, from where they're both sprawled out on the Yamazawa sofa together, Animal Crossing up on the telly, the Insomniac's SWCH deposited on the coffee table, finally deigns to open up the chat so that they can scroll through together. There's a mix of reactions, with a general sense of concern and confusion, along with a fair bit of speculation, and it has the 2 frowning. I should probably reply, shouldn't I? Probably. They're worried. Resisting the urge to sigh, the taller teen does exactly that. YLLWNBLK don't make purple, I promise we're both fine, it's a bit lackluster, but it should be enough, right? Turns out that Hitoshi should really know his class better by now though. Fudge gravity, prove it. YLLWNBLK don't make purple, what? How? Fem John Cena, pick. Acid, picture duh. Revelry, a rendition of your wellness would be appreciated. That's lotta damage, send us a selfie dude. YLLWNBLK don't make purple, really? The instant round of affirmations and insistences has Hitoshi rolling his eyes and Izuku snickering where he's settled against him, reading along with him. They exchange a glance, and Izuku nods against his shoulder, cheek mushing adorably. YLLWNBLK don't make purple, fine. Hitoshi shifts a little, swiping the camera part of the messaging app open, and holds his phone at a better angle. Izuku's curls are a mess, but there are no fox ears poking out of them like usual, and his eyes are bright, even with deeper eye bags than usual. They're nothing against Hitoshi's though, because he hadn't slept much when Izuku had first been hospitalized. He'd been too busy being utterly terrified that his partner wouldn't make it, that something would go wrong on top of already having been stabbed. Now though, it's Sunday evening, they've both had a fair few naps, and none of their bandages are visible for the few injuries not yet completely healed, so they don't look too bad at all. Well, Hitoshi would say that his fluffball always looks perfect, but he's a little biased. Regardless, he takes the requested selfie, a shy little smile on Izuku's face, Hitoshi bored but his head tilted to rest atop the soft curls, and he hadn't meant to, but he's glancing down in the picture, looking all soft and warm at what he can see of his partner, and he kind of wants to retake the image, but, well, it's not like they're kissing or anything. It'll be fine. Nobody will pick up on it. He regrets that thought near instantly when, within moments of sending it, captioned happy now, there's several dozen exclamations of how cute they are and whose home are they at, because that's a lot of records and books in the background. And is that a cat tail? YLLWNBLK don't make purple, my house. And you think I wouldn't have cats? Fudge gravity, I thought you liked foxes. Betrayal. YLLWNBLK don't make purple, I can like both, can't I? Kermit 2.0, they're both very cute, Caro. Acid, aw so sweet. The pair's attention is grabbed by the sound of a key in the front door, Izuku physically perking up, grin growing a bit, and Hitoshi quickly types out a goodbye. YLLWNBLK don't make purple, my dads are home. You've all seen we're fine and we'll be in class tomorrow, so no more adding us. Bye. Acid, Phythean, see ya. Bass beats, well it's good you're both okay I guess. Evolve Piku, bye EE. Momo, look after each other. He thought he might have been too harsh with his dismissal, but everyone just seemed to brush it off. Hitoshi really isn't used to having such kind classmates that just don't care about things like quirks and appearances. And nobody immediately interrogated him on his use of dads either. It's nice. Hey kids. Hi babies. The volumes and levels of energy are on opposite ends of the spectrum, but neither lack warmth, and both of the men, once they've shed their shoes and jackets, come over to offer them hair ruffles and forehead kisses. Noticing Hitoshi's phone, Hisashi waggles his eyebrows. The little listeners must have been worried about you too, hey? Friday's been all over the news, they'll have picked up on it. Izuku hums in reply, head still very much pillowed on Hitoshi's shoulder, reveling in the heartbeat he finds there, even as his eyes, bright like sunlight through jade, linger on the two men with a lazy, contented sort of attention. Their dads exchange a soft glance at the sight. It's good to come back home after an afternoon of meetings, of analyzing the public response to the Stain incident and debating the relative involvement of the League, along with beginning to go over the individual reports from all of the first-year heroics internships. On top of that, Shoyuta and Hisashi are considered two of the more senior heroics faculty members. Not only are they seniors, along with Nemuri and Ectoplasm, but their specialties, dealing with the public side of things and ensuring the appropriate progress of the heroic side of the kids' education respectively, were two of the more relevant issues. Which means that they had a lot of thinking and talking to do. And sure, they're both capable and they want to make sure their kids and the school as a whole is doing well, but that doesn't stop it being pretty exhausting. If they also couldn't wait to get back to their boys, to spend time with them before school tomorrow and to make sure they're both alright despite Friday, then they only have each other to call out. Regardless, the two heroes move into the kitchen after they've greeted Hitoshi and Izuku, but when Hisashi starts pulling out pans, the taller teen turns his head enough to look at them, frowning. You two, let me cook tonight? Kid, this definitely isn't our most tired, it's fine thank dash, the underground hero starts, rolling his eyes at his son. Hisashi nods along, closing the fridge. With a bump of his hips. I'll pick up a takeaway then, Hitoshi bargains, smirking a bit now. Ooh, that sounds good to me. Sho, Izuku? The greenette murmurs an easy affirmative, Aizawa replying straight after. If it's not that awful American place, sure. The blonde's grin grows. The good American place then? You're a little sheet, Yamada Hizashi. It's far more fond than grumpy, the tail end of a capture weapon strand lazily batting at his husband's elbow, who only snickers. You love me for it. Also, I noticed you looking at Yagi's bento with the Hamburg steak. You can't fool me, Aizawa glares, but it's half-hearted at best, particularly as another loop of his capture weapon stretches out to dump the landline phone in the blonde's hand. Better start ordering then Zashi. What do you want, kids? 15 minutes later, Hitoshi gently pats Izuku's forearm. I'm a go now, fluffball. The greenette whines under his breath, pouting up at his insomniac, but he sits up enough that Hitoshi has room to wiggle up off of the sofa. If he brushes his fingertips over his partner's cheek on the way up, all soft and tender and NTMT, then the heroes pretend not to notice. When Hitoshi has left, calling out that he'll be back soon, Izuku doesn't hesitate to lean the other way instead, using Aizawa as his source of warmth instead. The hero simply ruffles his hair briefly in acknowledgement. It doesn't take long for the greenette to end up half asleep beside the man, head on his shoulder and curling in towards him, blearily staring at whatever telly program is on, blinking more than watching. That, of course, is when an overdramatic insurance advert decides to have a loud explosion that has Izuku startling in place, and part of him is panicking, no air and too much phantom pain, but a large part of him knows that he's fine, he's with his kin, that Bakugo hasn't hurt him in months now, he must be okay but it hurts. All of the weird, confusing signals and emotions has him suddenly heavier and six-tailed. Hizashi and Shoyuta both shout, shocked to suddenly have a rather large kitsune on the sofa with them, Izuku flailing with the sudden change in size and limbs, his front half sliding off the front of the sofa and barely avoiding smashing the underside of his jaw on the coffee table, a sharp little yelp escaping him. It matches a bit too well with Pop's half-scream. Kit? Huffing, Izuku wriggles and shifts until he can get his back end up and over the arm of the sofa, putting all of him on one level, and he shakes himself out, all six of his tail swaying behind him. With his dad still sat down, his head is actually above theirs and he stares at them, all three of them very much shocked. So your fur is green, not black, Aizawa observes, perfectly idle and calm. Yet his eyes are still a little too wide. Hizashi is beginning to grin already, but it's Aizawa who reaches out first, letting his hand linger, palm up, just below Izuku's head. No hesitation, Izuku ducks his head, nudging his dad's hand between his ears instead. And then the man scritches through the fur there and Izuku grumbles out a long chuffing purr because that feels good. When he starts grumble purring, Hizashi stands, absolutely beaming, and moves around his husband to start fussing Izuku too, burying his hands in the thick fur of his ruff, marveling in how the color's darker there, more of a true black, and in how the kitsune lists shamelessly into the affection, one foreleg nearly collapsing as he leans heavily into the touch. Hizashi laughs, a proper booming belly laugh that luckily doesn't include his quirk, all delight and surprise and joy, and it's not quite loud enough to overwhelm the nigh-on reverent murmur from Aizawa. You're like a massive fluffy cat. I love it. Izuku grins internally at that, and it must translate onto his vulpine face somewhat as his muzzle wrinkles a bit, whiskers twitching. It's odd, having a completely different body, but it feels just as natural as his spirit form or human form, and he doesn't want to swch back, even though he can't help how his butt wiggles a bit as the volume of affection increases. After a few minutes of this, Izuku nudges forwards to shove his head against the entire height of Aizawa's torso, his ears ending up buried in amongst capture scarf, and the overwhelming scent of cats and coffee and citrus and kin has him near boneless. Arguably you're a bit big for it, Kit, but you want to come up on the sofa with us? Izuku backs up a bit, enough to meet those dark eyes, and he nods. That sounds like it would be warm and comfortable and all-round wonderful. And so Hizashi sits back down beside his husband, the two of them taking up around half of the sofa, and Izuku carefully sits perpendicularly on the other half, tails draping back over the arm of the sofa, the end settling on the floor itself, and then he delicately settles himself down to sprawl over both of their laps in a particularly feline manner. His dad instantly sighs, sounding in complete bliss, and leans forward to slump over Izuku's shoulders. Hizashi, in contrast, leans back. But he still settles one hand on Izuku's head, scratching lightly, and the other on Aizawa's back. It's wonderful, one giant cuddle pile, and now all they need is for Hitoshi to get back and join in. Said Hitoshi comes home not long after and stands at the entrance from the Genkan, blinking at the three of them. Fluffball? Very fluffy. Hizashi chirps, deliberately obtuse. Aizawa just offers a thumbs up from where his face is still buried in fur. Izuku lifts one tail to wave at his partner. Nope. Don't wave at me, All cute and innocent. I'm shocked, offended, outraged. Hurt. I can't believe that my fluffball cuddled with my parents before me, honestly. The actual betrayal. Hitoshi is interrupted by the cries of his parents and skittering claws as his partner scrambles messily off of the sofa, trying not to kick or tail slap the two men as he hurries over to his insomniac. Hitoshi startles, goes to stumble back, only to find a damp nose snuffling into his face, whiskers and fur tickling at him, hot breaths fanning over his skin. Izuku. Without even thinking, Hitoshi drops their food, which luckily lands well, to wrap both arms around Izuku's neck, shoving his face into the gap between the kitsune's ears, both trying to stop the ticklish huffing and to hug the very, very soft plushness that is his partner right now. He can feel how the kitsune's whole body is practically vibrating, his tails undoubtedly writhing in tandem, and it has Hitoshi snickering in the fur. You're even more of a fluffball now, love. Izuku huffs, moving to gently headbutt his chest, for that comment, but both of their eyes are gleaming. And oh, Izuku doesn't have white scara anymore. The slit pupil is abyssal, somehow darker than ever, and surrounded by a pure pale green, streaked through with veins of jade and emerald, and it's really, really pretty. You shouldn't be allowed to be this cute, you know? I'm gonna die of it one of these days. And despite the relative lack of useful facial muscles, Izuku manages to pout at him all the same. Hitoshi only grins in return, patting his head, before stooping to pick up the takeaway once again, checking none of it is damaged or out of its boxes. Better change back, fluffball. Dinner's ready, he teases. And he was right about the pout, judging by the adorable boy who manifests in front of him a second later, 6 tails still swaying through the air. Although only a moment. Later all of his tails and ears evaporate too. Hitoshi doesn't tease him or complain that night though, when he gets to cuddle with a giant mass of warm fur for hours, laying against Izuku's side, in the center of the curled-up limbs, head and tails of his partner, Branch and Trash both joining the pile. Aizawa lets Hisashi know exactly how jealous he is in a 15-minute rant, but their boys are too asleep to hear it. Lucky them. Getting into school on Monday morning is fine, in the end. Half the reason Izuku had stayed over for the night was so that it was easier for Hisashi and Shoyuta to drive he and Hitoshi in for the day. After the stain incident on Friday, none of them doubted that there would be a lot of media outside the main UA entrances again, so coming in by car, with the entrance to the underground staff car park being a street away from the school, assured them all some privacy. Just because the media doesn't know the identity of Tsune and Rapture doesn't mean that working through a crowd of the vultures would be any more pleasant. Although Nedzu had promised to send Hound Dog, Midnight and Snipe to the front gates to help the other kids all get through relatively unaccosted. Is it any wonder Aizawa hates the media with a passion? Regardless, they have a quiet ride to school and, after the teens and adults split off from each other, an easy walk to their respective classroom and faculty room. It's arriving into said classroom when things get loud. Ah. Shinso, Midoriya, you're okay. Oh my god. Mido, Shinso. Guys, look who's here. Are you both alright to be in school? The abrupt volume has Izuku manifesting more tails, his 3 doubling to 6 in a blink, one hand shooting out to latch onto Hitoshi's wrist and carefully tug him back until they're in line with each other. Then the faces and voices of their classmates registers and they both relax, the 6 shifting down to 4, writhing behind the greenette. Sorry for the noise you two, Yayorozu offers, coming up to them with a gentle smile. We've all been rather concerned, despite your reassurances. Fair enough, Hitoshi acknowledges, leaning towards Izuku a little as the smaller teen's grip on his wrist slips down to interlace their fingers instead. We're okay. Honestly. Several people visibly startle at hearing Izuku himself, but all of them grin just as quickly. Good. For half a second he was worried that he shouldn't have said anything, but no one really is different. Foxskin stab? Dark Shadow suddenly swoops at them both from across the room, his static-filled crooning a familiar, comfortable tone for Izuku, who nods even as he raises his left arm in invitation for the quirk creature to snuggle against him. Why yeah. Stomach. I'm mostly H-healed now. He gets Dark Shadow shifting to wind around his shoulders for the information, its beak gently pressing against his cheek then going to start preening his curls for him, studiously working around his sensitive ears. The greenette reaches up to pet the creature for the consideration. Still can't believe you fought with it though, fluffball. Izuku glances over at his partner, sees the furrowed brows, and pouts himself, leaning around and peering up at Hitoshi, eyes vivid and brimming with too many emotions to word. Wasn't really fighting B by that PP point. S'pose, Hitoshi acknowledges, still discontent, only now glancing up to see the mildly horrified expressions around the room. They're saved from explaining by the chime of the warning time before homeroom and, with it, their dad sliding open the classroom door behind them. Right, Hellspawn, seats. You can exchange your no doubt endless chatter about last week during your breaks. We have paperwork to fill out. The groan of distress is room-wide and successfully distracts the class at large from the topic of injuries and how exactly they were gained. Hopefully it can stay avoided, by Hitoshi's reckoning. Plus, he can't wait for the reactions to Izuku's Kitsune form. With the sheer chaos and energy of their class, it's bound to be an absolute mess and all the more fun for it. Until then though, writing a synopsis of his internship experience. Fun. This was my second piece of digital art ever and it took me a fair few hours, but it was a lovely distraction before school started up. Thought you guys like to see what Kitsune form Izuku looks like. His fur is really, really thick and his teeth are very sharp and technically he doesn't glow like this, but it looked cool and I couldn't resist, happy face. It's only 2 days after returning from their internships when, during homeroom, Aizawa announces that their final exams will be in only a few weeks. Nobody is pleased by the news, to say the least. Which would be fine, or at least manageable, if not for the existence of several volatile quirks and several more volatile personalities. The entirety of the self-proclaimed Baku squad start yelling, complete with sparks, miniature explosions and acid. Ida's arms are chopping, engines revving, not quite managing to overwhelm the general exclamations of distress and Uraraka's cursing. A few Matryoshka dolls clatter to the floor, spilling open, and a string of French accompanies them. Hitoshi Nyan collapses, a groan muffled in his arms, a low counterpart to the high-pitched yelp from behind him as Izuku nearly falls out of his chair with the sudden presence of 3 more tails. And Dark Shadow, cawing loudly, circles just below the ceiling, apparently enjoying the chaos very much. Aizawa sweeps a quirked gaze over the class for a solid 30 seconds, the combined glare and forced deactivation stuttering the general outbursts to a stop, and he huffs at them, applying some eye drops as they all fidget, settling back into their seats with an abrupt silence, repentant. If you're quite done, Hellspawn, then I might bother to tell you some actual details. There are some sheepish grins and quiet, please senseis, and the man ignores the 2 smoking desks, Dark Shadow bobbing over Tokoyami's shoulder and the fact that his son has yet to look up from where his head is buried in his arms, wild hair tufting up. Thank you. In 3 weeks' time, you will have academic examinations Monday through Thursday, and then your physical heroics exam on the Friday. As of this Wednesday, additional revision sessions for each subject will be available at lunch times and after school, which the specific teachers will inform you of. If you have any issues about studying, the exams themselves, or otherwise, go to a teacher that's relevant or you feel most comfortable with. He doesn't mention that if there are signs of true burnout, there will be an intervention put into place. But letting students know that makes them more likely to try and hide the signs. Not to say it wouldn't still be picked up on, with an entire faculty of heroes keeping a particularly sharp eye out, but mistakes happen and things get missed, as loath as Aizawa is to admit it, and this is one class he refuses to drop the ball on. The last thing they need is more stress on top of everything that's already happened to them over the last 3 months or so. Because the hero hasn't missed how both Hitoshi and Izuku have had a nightmare or 2 each, over the last weekend of napping and nights in Hitoshi's room. Admittedly, they've gone through more than most of their classmates, with the whole stain incident on top of fighting a Nomo together, although none of the class are free of trauma at his point. Even Bakugo has a recorded incident with a villain from near the end of middle school. No, his Hell class need all of the support they can get. And Aizawa will be absolutely demed if he doesn't ensure that his Hellspawn receive everything they need. Although that doesn't mean he's going to let them take things easy either. Your Saturday heroics training is also being extended by a further 3 hours, from 11 to 2:30. Lunch will be provided for free, and the main campus library will be open from 9 until 4 every Saturday, should you wish to have study time in school. The after-school hours will also be extended for weekdays, until... The teacher continues to list off the main schedule and resource changes for the next few weeks. With every accommodation and option for extra help, one of the kids will finally lose a bit more tension, and once he's finished the spiel, he has a class brimming with quiet, apprehensive determination. These exams won't be easy, they know that. So instead of telling them something redundant, Aizawa chooses more weighted words to offer them. Do yourselves proud, brats. He'd rather they didn't burst into fist bumps and plus ultras and a cacophony of incoherent yells, but it's a small price to pay for their nerves being overcome by resolve. Well, now that's over. Shut it, you hellions. I know you've all got an essay to get done for my class. It's due in 2 days, don't forget. If his Cheshire grin has half the brats visibly shuddering, then obviously he doesn't find that fact so very satisfying. Later that week, Izuku is staying over for another study night that all of his adult kin know is half an excuse to spend time with Hitoshi as much as it is to actually be productive. Although the two get enough done, sprawled in the teen's bedroom or sat at either the coffee or dining table, that none of their parents can bring themselves to mind, somehow. And then, one evening with 2 weeks still go to until exams, Izuku stares down at his phone and worries his lip for long enough that Hitoshi picks him up on it. "You alright there, fluffball?" "Been staring at that a while." The greenette manages, eyes flickering up to Aizawa, the man also seated at the dining table with a laptop open, screen facing away from his kids as he works on pairings for the physical exam. The gaze settling on him, no matter how briefly, has the hero looking up too, raising an eyebrow. If his expression is warm rather than demanding, then sue him. "Ah, Koko-san said I should just ask, so I should probably do that, but what if, no, he's kin, dad, kin wouldn't dash." Izuku pauses from his mumbling, shoulders straightening as he takes a deep breath, and speaks up a little more intelligibly, eyes almost meeting the man's own. "Dad, could we test out using your quirk on mine after school this week?" The use of "dad" doesn't quite startle Aizawa because the kid's been using it on and off ever since the Hosu mess, but in conjunction with a lack of stutter and the abrupt subject, he still finds himself a little wrong-footed. He doesn't let it show though, simply nodding instead. "Don't see why not, kid. I'll have an afternoon or two free." Thanks." There's a sweet flush creeping up the kid's cheeks, and if Aizawa sends a strand of capture weapon down the table to delicately bop him on the nose, then at least Hisashi isn't filming it for later blackmail. What he doesn't realize at that exact moment is that Hitoshi is instead, but that's a problem for future shoulda. "Course kid, I'll let you know when's best. You two's group has that main study outing on Mondays and Thursdays, right?" He asks instead, directing the question at both of them. Hitoshi is the one to give him an affirmative response and the man makes a mental note of the information. "Right. I'll work it around that then. Nothing else major?" Aizawa checks, glad when Izuku confirms that too. It's easier if there's only 2 days to try and avoid because he'd rather not mess up his own schedule too much, particularly with so many kamiawful meetings at the moment, but he doesn't want to cause the kid any stress either. Not when he's been comfortable enough to ask for help so outright. Accordingly, that Friday afternoon, Hitoshi heads up to the faculty room to reread his biology notes and probably steal his dad's sleeping bag or pop's jacket, and Izuku meets Aizawa at one of the smaller gyms, generally used for sparring practice. The hero lets his expression soften into a distinct knot scowl when the teen gets close, swiping his card on the door and holding it open for the kid, who ducks under his arm with a shy, toothy little grin. "Precious brat. What are your main goals for this, Izuku? Or just an experiment?" Aizawa asks as they walk a little ways in, coming to a natural stop only a meter or so from each other. Just within reach. The main thing WW was just, WL dash. Kit, not to interrupt you, but pause a second. Take a proper breath, get your thoughts sorted out, and know that I'm going to listen to whatever you say, alright? The hero keeps his tone soft, not wanting the kid to take it as the admonishment it very much is not, and something in that seems to work because the shy little grin returns, Izuku ducking his head for a minute, then raising his chin again, eyes clear and bright. "IW wanted to see how our quirks W would interact, mainly. I still don't know the true categorization of my quirk and I think seeing how yours affects mine might help." "Well, that sounds sensible enough. Logical. Are you thinking about any forms in particular? All of them?" Aizawa nods easily at that, more than happy to oblige. It's a fair point after all, and he couldn't honestly claim not to be a bit curious himself. Shape-shifting quirks are usually far more broad or far more specific than the kits, with either one particular form that they can turn into, or the ability to replicate several other animals or people, rather than something that seems to evolve like Izuku. Trust he and Hisashi's troll doll baby to find someone perfectly odd and lovely to latch onto. "Start with human," he suggests, given that Izuku already has his standard 3 tails out, ears swiveling and twitching as usual. Those green curls bounce around said ears as he nods, and Aizawa doesn't hesitate to count down. 3, 2, 1. With nary a conscious decision, his quirk flares to life, and Izuku twitches in place, tail slumping. Nothing else changes. "Kit?" he asks, not liking the vibe the teen's giving off. "Something isn't right. Definitely not right. Ready for me to deactivate my quirk?" He gets another nod, so he counts down from 3 again, giving Izuku a steady timing, and the teen sags in place when Aizawa's quirk stops affecting him, contrary to how 3 more tails materialize, all 6 of them rearing up around the kid, winding around wrists and waist and over the front of his throat. Protecting himself, instinctively. "Izuku, Kit, are you alright?" The man doesn't add that this was far from a standard response to his quirk, because making Izuku uncomfortable, more uncomfortable, he should say, is far from his intentions. And singling the kid out as some kind of anomaly would no doubt do that, even if Aizawa himself wouldn't mean his words like that. One misunderstanding could knock the kid's confidence for a while, and right now that's the opposite of ideal, even more so than usual, with the exams not far away. Aizawa is pulled out of such thoughts by the teen taking a few steps, angling his body to the side some, and a trembling hand latching onto his jumpsuit sleeve, face hidden by a ducked head and thick bangs. Why yeah. Okay. Just shaken. Was odd. And oh, the hero is far too proud that Izuku said that out loud, that he is voluntarily seeking out comfort. It makes it even easier to twist his hand a bit and brush fingertips along a pulse point, the barely there touch enough to show reciprocation. Acceptance. My quirk often can be, particularly for those as in tune with their quirks as you are, kiddo. Nothing wrong with it, just something for you to be aware of in the future. Want to keep going, or leave it at that for now? The words and tone are carefully kept neutral, almost uncaring, not indicating if Aizawa himself would rather continue or not, trying to let Izuku feel safe in choosing either option. And whilst it takes a few minutes of the teen shaking beside him, never raising his head, some of the tension leaves his shoulders and he steps back again, finally leveling Aizawa with a look. His expression is determined, to put it simply. There's not enough fear or hurt there for the teacher to deny Izuku his decision. Want to try a different form this time? He offers instead, unable to help the faint hints of a grin creeping in. Maybe, if you can focus on it well enough, my spirit form? Sure kiddo. In a fraction of a blink, said kid is gone and, after a few moments of staring intently at where Izuku's feet had been, the void glimmer of a shadow is visible, little flickers of darkness giving the occasional impression or a tail or paw, never anything quite concrete, quite enough to be more than a trick of the light if one didn't know better. But it's enough for Aizawa to focus, drawing his own quirk as close and strong as he can, and turns it on. Waiting for Dad to find him, focus on him, is more nerve-wracking than Izuku expected, and he tries not to fidget too much, simply allowing his two tails to flick behind him as the man finally fixates on him properly, and then those warm, dark eyes are glowing red and Izuku. Oh! Contrary to all of his predictions, it doesn't change him back into a human or a physical kitsune, nor does it make him entirely visible or invisible. There's no reversion or change at all. But Izuku can't move, can't breathe, can't think, he's stuck in his body and his body is stuck, and none of this is right. Izuku, nothing's changed? Aizawa speaks up, quirk still activated. Izuku can't do anything. He can't even breathe, can't fidget, can't change. Kid? You're not moving? Aizawa looks worried now. Yes, be worried, anything that stops him using his quirk. Just please, no more, everything feels wrong, make it stop. Izuku, kid, Aizawa is traversing the few paces between them, crouching in front of the unmoving fox spirit. I'm going to deactivate my quirk now, okay? 3, 2, 1 dash, the red eyes flicker out and Izuku can breathe again, except it still feels wrong and everything's blurry and his chest is heaving, but it's not enough, and is he a human or a fox or a spirit he can't tell, everything's so wrong. Something went wrong, Aizawa can tell, because nothing had happened when he activated his quirk. Nothing had moved. And that isn't how it works, it wasn't right, and there was an atmosphere that deepened by the moment, something dark that reeked of fear and despair, subtle, barely there, yet akin to nails on a chalkboard, and Aizawa knows few things better than trusting his own instincts, so he shifts to be crouching down, right in front of the flickering traces of his kit, and he counts down before releasing his quirk, and then Izuku's there, he's human, no tails in sight, but he's halfway through a panic attack. Damn it. Instantly, the man is speaking in low, lilting tones, hands moving forwards painfully slowly until he can tap the beginnings of a breathing pattern against the kid's knees, not wanting to reach for his shoulders or hands or head until he knows Izuku has some level of coherency and awareness. Hands scrabble at the hero, one latching on near his heart, over his collarbone, and that prompts him to force his own breathing to even out. Kid, breathe with me, come on, slow it down, feel my chest moving, try to match it for me kit, breathe in darling, 1, 2. Aizawa counts, in, hold, out, repeats, tapping his foot and fingers in the same rhythm, cycling over and over endlessly until Izuku finally sags forward, against the man's shoulder, and, despite still shuddering, is breathing somewhat normally. After a minute of simply letting the kid breathe, he dares to ask the question burning in his mind. What happened Izuku? That was an awful panic attack. Didon dash, his teeth clack shut and the teen's next few breaths shudder and waver, such very fragile, wounded things, and the hero finds himself shushing his kit, cradling his cheek with the hand not keeping him close, thumb brushing across freckles and too pale skin with a sort of fevered calm, dichotomy though that should be, hiding his own panic under a veneer of confident comforting, needing Izuku to feel safe and reassured and treasured. Something in it must work, that or the kid is just too exhausted to stay present, and he leans into the touch shamelessly, eyes glazing over once again. It's different this time though. No wardrum heartbeat panic, nor acid in throat fear, all acrid and heady, no, this is just vacancy. Which isn't good, not by any stretch, and there's a sick, slick guilt sliding through Aizawa, thick in his veins and clinging to his lungs, but he pushes past it because he needs to be prioritizing Izuku right now. Needs to get his kit to, well, either to Recovery Girl or home, depending. Nodding to himself, the hero takes enough time to assess Izuku's breathing and heart rate, how he's no longer shaking and isn't particularly clammy or hot. The kid seems okay. Physically at least. Which in Aizawa's book, calls for cuddles and kin, not the infirmary. Mind made up, the teacher delicately curls the kid more comfortably into his chest, and then stands smoothly, despite the quiet creaking of his knees. Damn it, he shouldn't be old enough to be too old for this, and yet he is. Clearly. Huffing to himself, Aizawa strides out of the gym, gait as wallowing and even-paced as he can make it, effectively rocking Izuku as he walks, and he silently takes his own comfort in how, despite whatever semi-dissociative state he's fallen into, the teen still turns his head enough to nuzzle into the capture weapon by his head, breathing a little more deeply there. It's cute. The quiet doesn't last long. Opening the faculty room door with his foot has several heads swiveling in their direction. Dad. What's wrong with Izuku? Did something dash? Hitoshi is scrambling to his feet, peering worriedly down at the boy in his arms, hands fluttering before settling in green curls, avoiding where sensitive ears would usually be with practiced ease. The greenette doesn't even stir, eyes half-lidded and unpleasantly vacant. The baby's hurt? Hisashi, too, has come running over, peering over his son at the teen in Aizawa's arms, quick eyes assessing the pale skin and slightly off-breathing, exchanging a concerned glance with his husband. Not hurt, I don't think. He had some kind of bad reaction to my quirk, went into a panic attack and now he's just zoning out. Oh, love, Hitoshi breathes, so very tender, shifting his touch to trace the most delicate touch across a freckled cheek. It has his dad's sharing. Another glance, all warm fond and quietly amused because these boys, honestly. You too good to go home now? His son doesn't even respond coherently, only managing some kind of grunted affirmation as he whirls away and starts shuffling his books into a pile to stuff haphazardly into his bag. Hisashi presses a kiss to his husband's cheek and their kit's forehead respectively before moving back to his desk to do the same. Hitoshi, to his credit, stops by Aizawa's desk too, picking up the already packed satchel and the sleeping bag rolled up next to it. If, after a moment's thought, the teen unrolls said sleeping bag and drapes it over Izuku, then his dad certainly doesn't mind the unsanctioned use. Getting to the car doesn't take long, and Hitoshi doesn't begrudge his dad being the one to keep Izuku in his lap in the back of the car, not when the greenette is curled so firmly into his chest, hands latched in the black jumpsuit and face gradually being buried further and further into the man's capture weapon. He hasn't responded to a word they've said, nor any of the affection they've offered, but Aizawa doesn't even think about that before he finds himself carting a careful hand through the soft curls, roughly in time with Hisashi's humming in the front. Hitoshi, for his part, must be straining his neck with how often he looks back over his shoulder to keep an eye on Izuku, but the checks are clearly appeasing some of the teen's tension. Understandable, really. They get home soon enough, caught in that half-relaxed, half-worried tranquility, and their son scurries around, not even bothering to hide how his eyes drift constantly to Izuku, opening doors and corralling cats so that Aizawa can get into the apartment easily, not having to shift the teen in his arms until he's sitting on the sofa and can slowly turn to have his head on the armrest, a pillow under his shoulders to stop his neck from cramping, legs up along the rest of the sofa, Izuku pillowed on his chest, still in a fetal position. Is he? Aizawa looks up to give Hitoshi a soft expression, the lines around his eyes deepening, darkening, but keeping his gaze clear. Sorry kid. Why don't you grab one of your revision books and read from it? I could do with a nap. It's just teasing enough to have the teen rolling his eyes at the hero, even as he goes back to rifle through the rucksacks he'd dumped in his bedroom, returning not even a minute later with a thick sheaf of his literature notes. He settles on the floor beside the sofa, using him as an easy route up onto the hero himself where she sprawls out along Izuku's spine, purring sporadically, and the combined noise of her, Hisashi typing at the table and Hitoshi reading quotes and their analyses aloud has Aizawa drifting, only just conscious enough that he'll pick up on any changes with the kit curled on his chest. Hopefully Izuku will be fine, sooner rather than later. A brief prologue before a proper quirk analysis entry and chapter. Izuku's quirk is somewhere between a transformation and mutant, at its current stage at least, winky face. Aizawa's quirk, to simplify, deadens mutations. The physical features are still there but they're unresponsive. If your whole body is the mutation? Well, that causes problems. The red eyes didn't cause the panic attack, luckily, it was the situation overall. Izuku had no control of his body, he wasn't breathing, he couldn't change forms or communicate with Aizawa or do anything. The forced lack of breathing had his chest heaving and stuttering once he could move at all, and with the uneven rhythm on top of his panic and fear, well, it's no surprise he had a panic attack, is it? On a related note, it's hard for Aizawa to use his quirk on any version of Izuku's spirit form. At one tail he's completely invisible, like with Hagakure, there's nothing for Aizawa's quirk to latch onto. With two or more tails, it takes quite a bit of focus to see Izuku, so it's not at all impossible to use his quirk, but it's unlikely to happen by accident unless in his Kitsune form. Tails are transformation under this categorization. His full body changes are a mutation. That might sound odd on the surface level, but his quirk has three base forms. They are permanent states of being for him, simply being interchangeable. His tails are changeable and impermanent, temporary, malleable, leaving them as the transformation aspect of his quirk. An excerpt from Analysis, Volume 17, pages 29 to 33, dated 13/06/2XXX. Name, Midoriya Izuku, second entry, original written on 21/07/2XXX in Volume 2. Hero name, Tsune, the Inari hero, preliminary. DOB, 15/07/2XXX. Quirk, Kitsune. Quirk details, known currently has 6 tails, but seems likely to develop more. Each one seems to adapt/develop powers further than previous, although some power boosts are just an enhancement upon previous form. No tails, human only. Slightly enhanced senses and physicality. One tail, spirit form only. Completely invisible and barely tangible. Maintains that slightly enhanced senses/physicality in human form. Similar size to a house cat or even red fox. 2 tails, spirit form only. Occasionally visible as a shadow, completely intangible. Spirit form is slightly larger, around 40 centimeters at the shoulder. Human form still has same slight enhancements. 3 tails, spirit form or human. As spirit, is around 60 centimeters at the shoulder, less glimpses of shadow likely, still truly intangible. About the size of a larger coyote or, for another example, a fully grown Labrador retriever. As human, manifests fox ears, human ears disappear, and 3 fox tails at base of spine. Senses improve somewhat again. For tails, spirit or human form. In spirit form, relatively little shadow glimpses, about 80 centimeters at the shoulder. Similar size to a larger jaguar's height, shorter body length though, with longer tails, proportions are somewhat similar otherwise. Human form much the same, simply with a 4th tail and slightly more enhancement again. 5 tails, human or spirit. Much as 4th for spirit form, but a full meter at the shoulder, a little shorter than the average Siberian tiger's height. Human form has fangs and slight claws when experiencing strong emotions. Could train this? Make a conscious thing. 6 tails, human, spirit and Kitsune forms. Human form a given, 6 tails, slight enhancement. Spirit form still follows same pattern, 1.2 m at the shoulder, the middle of the average range for brown bears, although the general form is very different. The average horse is 1.3 to 1.8 m tall at the shoulder, hence earlier reference to size of a small horse. Kitsune form is the same size as spirit form, much as featured in previous chapter. Dark green fur, deepening to black along his ruff, legs and underbelly, and brightening to the tips of his tails. Appears to reflect natural human pigmentation rather than the more traditional colors of folklore Kitsune. Development of further tails definitely has an age factor. 6th tail force manifested due to life or death situation, only around a month after 5th tail developed. Assuming it's on a linear scale, it seems likely that a new tail would be ready every 2 years, considering quirk developed at 4 years old, currently 15, would seem logical, and therefore most recent is almost a year ahead of where should be. If not linear however, then would make sense to assume the timing between tails would grow shorter as body is stronger and beginning to settle down and grow more slowly in last few years, i.e. teenager body is more developed/resilient than child, therefore could require less time between tails? A month is apparently still too small a time PRD though. It can't be said if either of these theories are completely valid yet though, particularly as both would still have the 6th tail likely coming in too early for them. It seems like there will eventually be a total of 9 tails, each one so far has brought more abilities and/or an enhancement. That trend seems likely to continue. Still somewhat inconclusive until further data acquired. The partial somatic transformation did imply a later ability to fully physically transform, as proposed in previous analysis. Having researched further on the folklore/mythical kitsune, there are several potential powers that shouldn't necessarily be expected but that should be considered as possibilities in the future. Thus far, the major changes appear to occur with the tritails, 3rd and 6th, so maybe any more major changes will only happen with the 9th tail? There are several predictions, the primary being illusory ability, some kind of spirit/fox fire, possession of a soul ball/star jewel, ability to appear in dreams, possession and elemental creation, typically in the form of fire or lightning. The potential of these different powers is detailed on the latter half of page 31, and the entirety of pages 32 and spirit form seems to be almost completely undetectable so far, with one notable exception, ignoring arguable visibility of the vague shadows. Sense-boosting/perception quirks don't appear to be able to pick up heartbeat/footsteps/barks etc. of spirit form. Tested this with Jairu, volume 16, pages 17 to 20, Shuji, volume 17, pages 4 to 8, and Kuda, volume 16, pages 31 to 33, on separate occasions, with both one- and two-tailed spirit form. When in one-tailed form, sight-based quirks don't seem to affect me, e.g. Dad's Aizawa-sensei's erasure, like many of them don't affect Hagakure, volume 17, pages 9 to 13. On that point, Hagakure can't see spirit form nor vice versa, so it's most likely a different type of invisibility. Her quirk is almost definitely light refraction and spirit form is almost definitely more related to spirit quirks. However, Dark Shadow, ref. Tokoyami, volume 16 pages 21 to 25, can sense/interact with spirit form. Doesn't appear to be able to understand noises but can hear them, not unexpected as all are fox noises, and calls fox kin. Sense a kinship on own end too. Dark Shadow feels familiar. Their energy is calming. Tokoyami thinks we are of the same soul shade, and that sounds right, somehow. Perhaps Dark Shadow being a sentient quirk creature, sometimes referenced to as spirit quirks, and me having a spirit form could constitute a similar soul shade? It would make sense but want to look more into the genetics/any other case studies to be found. Try that quirkscience.ja.org website? Also, Pops recommended looking into that sidekick he interviewed a while back, Paw Partner. Additional notes, dogs are not good bois now, make some kind of instinct go haywire, fits mythology though. Should be noted that upon meeting a man with a dog mutation quirk, Tsurigami Kenji, the chief of Hosu police at the time, did not find them problematic. Maybe because of exhaustion/quirk strain/painkillers at time, but an interesting factor, look into further with hound dog at UA? He'd probably be happy to help. Ask Dad Sensei. Tofu is very tasty, which seems to fit into the ancient mythology/folklore. Doesn't seem to offer much by way of connection with real foxes. They do seem to like me though. But then so do cats, so maybe it's nothing. Regardless, there's no communication to be had, which is a shame, could have been good for Reconnaissance, haven't been able to test somatic kitsune speech with Kuda yet, need to try. Aim for underground heroics, far better suited to quirk and personal disposition, plus could partner up with Shinshur. Enjoyed working with the Aizawa sensei during internships as well, which bodes well, quirk and analysis both lend themselves well to underground heroics. Is he? Aizawa looks up to give Hitoshi a soft expression, the lines around his eyes deepening, darkening, but keeping his gaze clear. Sorry kid. Why don't you grab one of your revision books and read from it? I could do with a nap. It's just teasing enough to have the teen rolling his eyes at the hero, even as he goes back to rifle through the rucksacks he'd dumped in his bedroom, returning not even a minute later with a thick sheaf of his literature notes. He settles on the floor beside the sofa, using him as an easy route up onto the hero himself where she sprawls out along Izuku's spine, purring sporadically, and the combined noise of her, Hizashi typing at the table and Hitoshi reading quotes and their analyses aloud has Aizawa drifting, only just conscious enough that he'll pick up on any changes with the kit curled on his chest. Hopefully Izuku will be fine, sooner rather than later. When it gets towards dinner time, Hizashi stands from his essay grating and stretches with a reverberating noise that rises in pitch the further he arcs his back, until Aizawa lazily thumps the top of the sofa in request. The blonde clocks it and grins, managing to soften the near squeal even as he straightens up again and pads over to the sofa, leaning forwards to press a kiss to the forehead of his sleepy husband, fine hair waterfalling over too, making Shoyuta grumble and squint up at him at the mass of ticklish strands. The slithers of dark iris are warm though, a gentle, simmering heat that's all contentment and amusement with fond exasperation. Love. DMN, Hisashi really does adore his kitten. And their kit and precious troll doll baby too, of course. Hisashi is careful to keep his hair from irritating Izuku though, not wanting to pull the kid from whatever drowsy dissociation he's fallen into. Not randomly, for no reason at least. The poor baby's obviously slipped into a bad headspace, something about the reaction of his quirk to shouldas went wrong, and now here they are. Shall we go with takeaway tonight, listeners? Save some effort and thought for all of us, be a bit easier. The unspoken words, that it will be quicker, that they can just put Izuku's food straight in the fridge if he isn't aware by then. If we can get something with a burrage or something? Fluffball dash. Likes tofu. Sure listener, Hisashi chirps, turning his attention back to his husband. Show? An almost incomprehensible grumble is all he gets in answer, but there's just enough distinguishable syllables for Hisashi to know exactly what his husband wants. And unsurprisingly, it's his favorite of the small list of usual orders. As an underground hero, it's perfectly reasonable, or logical, even, to try and make sure he doesn't follow too many of the same routines beyond things that are unavoidable, but Hisashi will always recognize Shura's favorite iterations of the different variations. So Hisashi waits for Hitoshi to give a request for himself too, then the blonde goes to call up the takeaway shop, leaving the rest of his family to their quietude, unable to help his little grin when his son starts reading his notes aloud once more, that slight roughness to his tone indicating that he's probably spoken a bit too long and a bit too continuously, but he's doing it for Izuku and his dads know he won't want to stop. And, well, he does need the revision time. Hisashi closes the door gently behind himself, glad that for once the cats were preoccupied enough that Crepuscular didn't actually try to escape, and the noise of it, relatively subtle though it might have been, startles Izuku, a whimper something like, kin, scratching out, carving out the tiniest of spaces in the soft atmosphere and all the more obvious for it. Hey there darling, Aizawa murmurs, reaching up to cart a hand through green curls even as Hitoshi discards his papers in his rush to turn around and kneel beside the sofa, hands hovering as he stares at his partner, abruptly tucking them back against his chest as though worried to even touch Izuku, no doubt trying to avoid startling him. The underground hero is glad of it, taking half a second to send his kid an approving look for the caution, before turning his own attention back on the teen curled atop his chest. You with us, kid? You don't have to be, but it'd be good if you were. Izuku, kiddo? The greenette twitches, shifting, and presses his face further into capture weapon, closer to the heartbeat beneath, something in the line of his shoulders tensing and relaxing almost instantaneously. But he doesn't reply, nor open his eyes. Hitoshi and Aizawa exchange a glance at that, both worried, but this is better than nothing at all. They'll take it. Well, Kit, if you were asking about your kin, Inko-san's about 2 hours into a shift I think, and Zashi, Pops, just went out to get some food. It's a local place that we've ordered from before and he has his phone with him, so if anything happens he'll be alright. Got that, darling? Your kin's fine and so are you. You just take your time and let us look after you, okay? Izuku nuzzles into him, shifting back a bit, towards the additional heat of Hitoshi, D's purrs kicking up again too. Hey, Fluffball, love, I'm going to lean against you a little bit, but you can move away if you want, okay? Hitoshi has the faintest scowl, yet he is clearly thinking about Izuku more as he turns back around, sitting on his feet with his back against the sofa and head tilted back, fluffy hair mushed against the smaller teen's shoulder blades. Izuku barely reacts. Then after a few, long minutes, he finally moves a bit more, uncurling the tiniest bit, and if it means that the crown of his head is pressed firmly against his partner, then it has Aizawa shifting one hand to briefly pat his kid's shoulder before placing it on Izuku's side again, touch light but present. And, by the time Hisashi clatters back into the house, quieter than usual but still very much himself, Izuku is blinking blearily at the back of the sofa, more awake than not. I'm home, lovely listeners. Before his husband can reply, he cuts himself off, his silence giving room for Izuku's lethargic reaction, tilting his head back, out of the pillow of capture weapon, and frosted green reflects the warm light of the room, focusing vaguely in the direction of Hisashi, nose twitching. Ah, hello baby, said Hiro Kuz, coming forward slowly. Can you smell your aburage by any chance? We thought you might like some. It's an exclamation, yet the tone is more coaxing than energetic, soft like approaching a stray, that first outreach of a steady hand to offer something warm and safe. Izuku might not speak in reply, but he does blink slowly, and something in his eyes seems to shift and brighten, just the tiniest bit, and it's enough to reinforce Hisashi's grin 10 times over. Which is probably why he nearly trips over his feet as he bounds away into the kitchen, takeaway bag in hand, clearly very much delighted. Right, you two, you reckon we can sit up to eat at the table, HM? We can come back to the sofa after, or even to bed, if you want. Hitoshi, after a moment, sits straight again and then pushes to his feet, stepping back and giving Aizawa room to sit up, supporting Izuku against his chest as he does so, carefully settling the kid in his lap once they're both upright. The greenette keeps a hand latched in the jumpsuit, face tucked just in the edges of the capture weapon, but he uncurls, sitting limply against his hero's chest. At least he's a bit more aware now. Aizawa, often a moment's contemplation, gently taps on the teen's forearm, not with any particular intention, simply trying to see how aware Izuku really is. And, after a little aborted stutter of movement, those pretty eyes clear a fraction more again, the fading of sea mist as sunlight begins to burn through, to precede Izuku shuffling forwards on the hero's lap until his feet drift on the floor. Then he stumbles up, practically falling into Hitoshi's arms with a quiet sigh. "You alright, love?" Yet again, no words are found in reply. To Hitoshi's somewhat relief though, his fluffball nuzzles further into his chest before stepping away again and falters, something unsure and distant creeping in. The taller teen finds a soft smile, something a little hurt and hesitant lingering there because seeing Izuku on a bad mental health day is never pleasant, but he falls into step with his partner anyway, a gentle hand on the greenette's elbow to guide him to the table. They eat dinner that night without too much difficulty, Izuku silent but feeding himself all the same, and he listens to his kin as they talk, eyes brightening and dimming in inconsistent patterns, his eating halting for a minute or three until someone prompts him with a soft word and some element of attention snaps back into place. If, as soon as they've finished and Shoyuta has scooped up the takeaway pots and cutlery without a word, Izuku steps away from the table and then there's a rather large mass of tails and fur behind the sofa, pale eyes halfway aglow. Hitoshi snickers and comes up beside his partner, kneeling down and settling a hand on his flank in silent question. After a second, Izuku's tails fan open, untucking from his body, a blatant invitation that has Hitoshi grinning and moving forwards. He presses his back along the front of the kitsune's leg, sprawling out over his fluffball's ribs, and the tails drape over him, a perfect fluffy blanket, and it's truly wonderful. It gets even better when gum, crepe, toast, and D all come scampering over too, joining Hitoshi and laying out over the kitsune, offering a few little chirrups and purrs before they all settle down properly, to the background noise of Aizawa half-heartedly muttering to Hisashi about not having any cat cuddles, even as he gets to lay upon his husband's chest on the sofa, the blonde chuckling quietly, arms wrapped around Shuta's waist, Hisashi tucking his chin upon slightly knotted hair and letting out a contented hum, deep and low, rumbling, in that way that always has his Shoyuta relaxing no matter how stressed he might be, and sure enough, it quietens him now as well. Intentionally or not, the whole family falls asleep within the hour, and nobody has bad dreams that night. Finally though, exam week comes. Aizawa and Hisashi, around supporting all of their students and keeping on top of the teacher side of everything, keep an eye on their boys, as does Inko. She takes less awkward shifts, and when the two dads have meetings after school, which ends up being all bar Wednesday of the 4 days, Hitoshi and Izuku have somebody to make them snacks and dinner and ensure that their water glasses are emptied and refilled. Monday night has the pair bringing several of their friends with them as well, a fact that the woman absolutely delights in, greeting Yamamo, Tokoyami, Dark Shadow, Shuji, Kuda, Jairu and Todoroki with teary smiles and warm hugs. They take over the entire living area, but Inko far from minds. The low chatter of chemical formulae and heroic laws and artistic concepts is a wonderful undercurrent in their often quiet home, filling the space with a most lovely atmosphere. Inko's so very, very glad that her baby boy has so many people he's comfortable with now. People to study and laugh with, to know their favorite snacks and have them bring cashews and toffee chocolates for her boy in return. People that all support each other with their weak subjects, that share notes and tricks to remember key concepts, and so much kindness and optimism that it's truly astounding. Her Izuku has been so lonely for so long. And now, even whilst she's trying to be here more, trying to be what her son needs, he's getting so much more support and love from every quarter, and it's so brilliant to see. Her darling deserves it and everything more. Regardless, on Friday morning, she sends her son off with a smile and a series of good lucks, expression bright the whole time, because she knows that he will have done so well in his academic exams, and she has zero doubt that he'll do just as well in his physical heroics exam. Inko tells him that at the door, and Izuku smiles at her, tail swaying, and doesn't seem too nervous just yet. And he bends down a little to invite a kiss that she easily presses to his forehead. "Thanks mama," he murmurs, eyes oh so vivid, and then he scampers off, head held high and tails as bushy as ever, to meet his boy at the train station, and Inko is glad. Izuku and his friends are less glad, an hour or so later, when they are all stood in their hero costumes with far too many of their teachers gathered in front of them for comfort. And indeed, it only gets worse, as Nezu and Aizawa introduce their final exam, each pair exchanging glances as they're assigned to each other and a teacher, the whole class less confident with every deadpan word from their homeroom teacher. Then against midnight, we've paired Shiro and Shinso. The insomniac twitches beside Izuku, slumping against his partner with a silent groan as their dad goes on. We have All Might versus Bakugo and Todoroki and, finally, Yaoyorozu and Midoriya against myself. Aizawa watches the desolation sink into every one of his students, and he grins. This is going to be fun. Well, for the staff at least, he's not sure the Hellspawn appreciate their choices. Shame they'll have to try and pass either way. Izuku and his friends are less glad, an hour or so later, when they are all stood in their hero costumes with far too many of their teachers gathered in front of them for comfort. And indeed, it only gets worse, as Nezu and Aizawa introduce their final exam, each pair exchanging glances as they're assigned to each other and a teacher, the whole class less confident with every deadpan word from their homeroom teacher. Then against midnight, we've paired Shiro and Shinso. The insomniac twitches beside Izuku, slumping against his partner with a silent groan as their dad goes on. We have All Might versus Bakugo and Todoroki and, finally, Yaoyorozu and Midoriya against myself. Aizawa watches the desolation sink into every one of his students, and he grins. This is going to be fun. Well, for the staff at least, he's not sure the Hellspawn appreciate their choices. Shame they'll have to try and pass either way. Hitoshi and Izuku don't hesitate to fall into each other as the class bursts into chatter and lamentations, the insomniac settling his chin carefully between two delicate ears as warm arms and tails wrap around his waist, a sweet little nose digging into his sternum. Good luck, Fluffball. Kick Dad's arse. Shinsure. Izuku cries in admonishment, but the word is warped with giggles as he tilts his head back, prompting Hitoshi to look down to meet that stunning gaze. Then his attention is caught by how the greenette bites at his lip for a moment, the action more than enticing. By Kami does it make him want to kiss him, to bundle Izuku away and never let anyone else see this expression, even though there's nothing intentionally attractive about it, because all it does is highlight plush lips and make golden freckles seemingly gleam, all of it so pretty and perfect and kissable. But his thoughts are cut off by Izuku finally speaking up, a delightfully mischievous smirk following the bitten lip. Oh, only if you kick your ants. And oh, how wonderful his fluffball is. It's a deal, love. With that burst of humor and confidence, the two pull away from each other, left with lingering warmth and the brief brush of fingertips over knuckles as they both head over to their assigned partners. Hey Shiro. The teen in question is fidgeting a bit, readjusting the shoulder pads of his costume, and glances over at the approaching insomniac. Yo, Shinso. Don't suppose you've got a plan? 'Cause I've not got a lot, except for the generic me going long range and distracting her whilst you do your thing. Wait, do you have a filter thing in your mask? I do, yeah. And we can add to that on the bus, I guess. Hitoshi doesn't add that it takes a higher concentration of his aunt's quirk to knock him out anyway because he's, well, very much gay and therefore doesn't really find her attractive. Aesthetically pleasing? Sure. Namuri's pretty and has assets or whatever, but he doesn't have the attraction that makes her quirk so effective. Shiro, on the other hand? Probably does. Not to assume, but he's definitely been a bit distracted by her at first. If it wasn't for the voice amplifier and changer, Hitoshi would almost want to offer his teammate his mask. But that, combined with his capture weapon, is his only support gear and he doesn't trust his ability to trick Namuri with his quirk. She knows him well after all. And with Shiro's tape. Well, it'll either be a hindrance or help to them that they have similar strengths in this aspect. How to turn it into a strength though? Hitoshi's still thinking about that as they climb on their bus and settle towards the back, quickly pulling his phone out of his utility belt to type instead of talking, just in case Namuri ends up overhearing them. So are we going to go with the gate or going after her? He offers his phone to Shiro, who grins briefly at him as he takes it. Fight, I figured? We're long range so her quirk shouldn't be a massive problem. She's got her WHP though. It's probably faster than us, but there's less of it than your tape or my capture weapon. So if we can. They go on like that, passing the phone back and forth, typing out a ramble of ideas and issues, managing to come up with a few decent strategies that aren't dependent on certain terrains. For now, there's too many unknowns to establish a definite plan. But even having done this much is reassuring. They're both more confident, more ready to face this exam and pass. Hitoshi can only hope Izuku is faring as well, if not better. Izuku is faring well, in fact. He and Yamamo are comfortably sitting together about halfway down their bus, writing and drawing on a very small notebook from his belt that they have to add a few quirk-created extra sheets to just to get out all of their ideas and diagrams. It's easy enough to theorize that they'll end up with an urban landscape, given what they know about Aizawa-sensei, although they do make sure to account for the potential terrains that their teacher might have chosen just to be difficult, not entirely unlikely given his penchant for logical ruses, like a woodland landscape where he will still have high maneuverability if more limited sightlines, or even more of a UA classic that might just be a mess of concrete and glass, all pillars and things that get in the way of people on the ground but not those parkouring. There's no guarantees of anything, not with their sensei and not with their school. Suffice to say when they get dropped off in a cityscape, they have a brief relieved glance to share before abruptly tensing up. It's what they're most used to, it's what the majority of their plans work best with, but it's also what Aizawa-sensei, what Eraserhead, has been working in for over a decade and that puts them at a disadvantage. At least we planned for this? Izuku murmurs, tilting his head back with ears swiveling to assess the buildings around them. Why yes. Exactly. Yamamo returns, trembling hands clasped to her chest but finding a smile for her teammate all the same. They draw strength from each other, even as she accepts the HNDCFFS that Izuku passes over and begins to study them, waiting for the starting announcement. Izuku shakes himself off despite technically having no reason to, and 3 more tails flare out behind him, taking the total up to 6 and improving his senses accordingly. It's not enough to be oversensitive, but it should give them enough warning if Aizawa gets within hearing range. The hero is quiet. One of the quietest people Izuku knows, with the possible exception of Kuda and maybe himself, but the Greenette also knows the man. Well, he'd only told Yamamo about his familiarity through having interned with their teacher, but Izuku knows him beyond that as well. He knows how Dad breathes, the cadence of his heartbeat when content or worried or active, and he knows the faint scuff of RBB-soled boots on the edge of a roof or the top of a telephone pole to match the slightest rasp of capture weapon wrapping around fixtures and limbs. If anyone could possibly pick up the underground hero's presence from a distance, then Izuku has more of a chance than most. And so the two wait for the starting announcement, tense as they start to reproduce the specific HNDCFFS and keep an ear out respectively, and then it comes, startling them both. For a second, they look at each other, wide-eyed. Then they're moving. They stick to a steady jog for the time being, something that won't eat up too much stamina that they know they'll need if they end up fighting Aizawa directly, unfortunately far too likely and a component to several of their more realistic plans, and will keep them in good stead for covering the entire testing ground either way. So they go steady, jogging close to each other to stay calm, with 2 of Izuku's tails settled against Yamamo's arm and shoulder, just enough to reassure them both. At the moment, their path is curling around to the east. After all, it's only logical to assume that Aizawa will be starting somewhere towards the center and hunting them down, and too logical for it to end up being a bluff. The terrain is too large for the hero to risk choosing one side over another and possibly missing them entirely. Yamamo gets a second pair of the HNDCFFS made quickly enough and they've traveled down several roads already, trying to keep to the paths with the highest and, crucially, smoothest buildings, that will favor Eraserhead the least. Izuku accepts the original set of HNDCFFS back wordlessly and finds a brief smile twitching into place as his teammate starts to create another component to their plans and a holster for it too. It's only a few moments later when he straightens though, any lingering positivity crushed under a drench of ice-cold adrenaline, his tails abruptly tightening around Yamamo's arm in warning. They freeze. Come on, where is it? Izuku twists a bit, ears swiveling then stilling. The barely there scrape of a boot against what sounds like a roof or balcony railing, something thin cutting through the air with the faintest of whistling whispers. Izuku recognizes it all and is already signing. About 2 streets directly west-northwest of us. Between 40 seconds and 2 minutes until encounter, no, 1:30 max. The girl nods in return, setting her jaw, and they stare at each other for a moment, trying to make a decision. Should we stay together? Stay together, Izuku agrees, and reaches over to squeeze her hand before disappearing from sight. If this plan works, then their exam will be over quickly and easily. Getting the jump on an underground hero likely won't be so simple though. Dropping down to 1 tail, Izuku takes half a second to reorient himself and make sure he can still pick up on those slight signs of Eraserhead before darting forwards on now far shorter legs to nudge firmly against the side of Yamamo's knee, which he definitely doesn't have to do a little skipping step to reach above her boot. His one-tailed form is short, okay? But he needs it to both be able to interact with his teammate to a point whilst also being undetectable to Eraserhead entirely. It's a pity that Izuku hasn't figured out some sort of communicator to work with his fox form yet, but as he can't speak in any human way, it would still be a bit redundant for now. More of a problem, arguably, is that he still doesn't have a comm for his tailed human form either. The pair had discussed the fact on the bus here, but Yamamo hadn't wanted to risk trying to make one and have it be useless or, even worse, manage to damage his hearing or ears somehow. No, better safe than sorry. It just means that when Eraserhead finally gets within a street of their location and is headed straight in their direction, Izuku has to almost jump to but Yamamo's knee hard enough to signal the fact. Her pace stutters but then her shoulders straighten a fraction of a second later. Good, Izuku thinks to himself, trotting ahead to wait for their opponent. Yamamo deserves that confidence. Behind him, his teammate mutters briefly to herself, hair whipping as she twists her head towards where they think Eraserhead's coming from. Okay. She looks up just in time to catch a blur of black before a strand of capture weapon is headed straight for her. The girl pivots away, a knife dropping into her hand just quickly enough to be able to slice at the section of weapon that bucks at her, stopping its momentum enough to prevent it from wrapping around her wrist, and then she's darting back, midriff sparkling all the while. Two new loops of the weapon lash out, distracting her as Aizawa swings down from high above, a kick already aimed at her and red eyes flaring. Izuku has other ideas though. As Eraserhead falls, descent controlled and vicious, and the beginnings of a metal bow staff clatter to the floor in front of Yamamo, a giant kitsune abruptly appears behind the man, too far back to be caught in his peripheral vision, and then Izuku is charging. The hero, of course, fails to be caught far off guard at all, quirk already flickering out as he turns in midair, aided by the pull of a strand of capture weapon, and a punch is aimed right at Tsune's snout. The kitsune evaporates though, leaving a teen with 6 tails and gleaming fangs who tumbles forward in a barely controlled kick, booted foot lashing out with a power and precision learned from a number 6 hero. But Eraserhead is no stranger to fierce attacks, and he shifts just enough that the hit clips his shoulder rather than slamming into his ribs, even as the man grabs at Izuku's ankle and then they're jolted, swinging through the air. It happens too quickly for the teen to even decide between kitsune or spirit. No, he's still caught in that thought as Eraserhead arcs them low in the air, hanging from a single secure point held by capture weapon, and then he is released to skid along the road. It stings and aches and burns on his hands and cheek, his chin damp and hot, but soon staggers to his feet, a growl rumbling in his throat. He finds his teammate brandishing a pressurized spray bottle at their opponent. And oh, if this wasn't one of their better ideas that they had come up with. Izuku's almost looking forward to it. Almost. But for it to work, Yamamo needs covering. Eraserhead needs distracting. With this in mind, Tsune darts forward again, 6 tails bristling and fangs bared, fingers curled despite being clawless. Eraserhead sends out several strands of capture weapon with one arm movement, ducking low with a kick sweeping out, easily attacking them both at once. Izuku knows exactly how he'll be best off dealing with this. In a blink, there's a giant fox bursting forwards, biting at one loop of fabric alloy, the other 3 forcefully entangled around forelegs and crumpling against his side, 2 of his tails flaring out to catch Eraserhead's face, knocking golden goggles back and off the man's eyes. The force of the capture weapon forces Tsune sideways, but he's suching forms already, keeping 6 tails but intangible, and there's a concentrated spray flying through him and catching Aizawa full in the face. A choked cry is practically a scream of success for the pair, no matter how short-lived it may be. Izuku is turning back to human already, barely keeping his footing, 3 of his tails lowering and pushing against the ground to keep him stable even as he pulls a pair of HNDCFFS from his belt. Ducking forwards, kicking low off the ground, Tsune curls around the hero, HNDCFFS brandished and reaching for Eraserhead's closest wrist. The man lashes out, the hand that had raised to cover his now streaming eyes falling to his capture weapon instead, no less than 6 strands whipping down and out, all in Izuku's general direction, and he has a split second to react, to not mess this up, because if he suches forms he'll lose the HNDCFFS, but if he gets restrained Eraserhead will have control and that can't happen. There's too much chance of him being knocked out and that would be unfair to Yamamo. Tsune twists down, turning his momentum into a low, head-first dive to the ground that he handsprings out of, barely avoiding the reaching support gear. This isn't going well enough. Eraserhead is too aware, even with capsaicin-infused water in his eyes, and too sharp. Creati! Izuku cries, slotting the HNDCFFS back into his belt as he starts to edge back around a little, not quite getting close enough to Yamamo that Eraserhead can attack them both in one sweep, but still enough to be out of the way of their next move. Just as more capture weapon shoots out in their vague directions, both teens pull out a smoke bomb and crash them down near Eraserhead's feet, a thick gray cloud mushrooming up and, without another word, Izuku and Yaoyorozu turn tail and run. Hitoshi is far from pleased that he and Shiro are being dumped in some kind of rocky landscape, all holes in the ground and short boulders. It's a bit unfortunate and no doubt deliberate because it relatively restricts their maneuverability. It puts them on a more even playing field to midnight for agility and versatility anyway. More's the pity. But still, it certainly doesn't guarantee anything for them, so instead Hitoshi tries to push away the thoughts of strategies and moves they could have used, and to focus on what they're dealing with now instead. He tries to think like Izuku. To be analytical and cunning and logical, to see all of the possibilities and moves and know how to counteract them, how to twist other people's decisions and movements to his own advantage. That's what makes it hit him. There are some very useful things to a terrain filled with small, solid objects. That's not for right now though, so instead he turns towards Zero, eyes roving over the landscape, trying to spot any useful areas for a few of the ideas that are coming to mind. Hey, Zero, can you make your tape thinner? So it's more like wire, I mean. No. Or I don't think so. But if you have a knife we can cut it. In answer, Hitoshi tugs out his multi-tool, easily flipping the blade out with a grin that might be a bit too similar to his dad's for anyone else's comfort, judging by how Zero sways away from him, eyes widening. Cool. Wanna set up some traps? Only a few minutes later, their opponent comes sauntering towards them, her WHP trailing, and she calls out, no doubt seeing the tiny bit of elbow that Zero has deliberately allowed to peek out from the rock he's hiding behind. Oh, do come on darling, don't hide from me, that's no fun. Hitoshi has his voice changer on already, words on the tip of his tongue, but she's still talking. And this trap? It's a little obtuse, isn't it? Trap? What trap? Hitoshi asks, his voice a slightly higher pitch than usual, a different cadence to it that he adds in for good measure. Midnight is no fool though, and she doesn't deign to reply. Just like she doesn't trip over the blatant strip of tape pulled taut between two rocks. She hums then, assessing the rocks ahead, including where Zero clearly is, and she releases a cloud of pale gas, allowing it to billow towards where both boys must be hiding, though it dissipates almost entirely before reaching them. The WHP that cracks viciously against the top of Zero's rock is a shocking contrast and has them both startling, looking over to each other from their opposite hiding places. After a moment, Hitoshi nods, and they both stand up to face their opponent, quirks and weapons at the ready as they sidestep to be within a meter of each other, a united front against the woman. Midnight immediately smirks at them both, WHP lashing at her side, and licks her lips. Hitoshi gets the sense of Zero shuddering beside him, but he ignores it and settles a light touch on his teammate's forearm, nudging them both back step by step, slow enough that predatory smirk only grows on the heroine's face. Exactly as he intended. They draw the hero forward, step by step, because she needs to be closer than they do to get a strike in, be it with her WHP or her quirk, and they all know it. Darlings, surely you're not running away? It's so much harder to enjoy this if you won't let me savor it. Where's your passion? Hitoshi smirks beneath his mask, knowing that the woman will pick up on it despite the distance and covering. Depends on if you promise not to make it hurt too much? Midnight only grins wider, all teeth and dark lipstick, eyes glinting and gleaming, wagging a finger at the teen. Your little friend thinks he can catch me off guard, doesn't he, Hantakuin? Neither of them reply this time, Zero frowning and Hitoshi knowing it to be a waste of breath. The heroine pouts at them, taking another stride forwards, the beginnings of quirk gas blooming around her, pink and purple and delicate, close enough that a large cloud might well reach them both. It doesn't though. Instead, Midnight falls. Before I forget, look at this amazing art from Pinserbs on Tumblr. It's so appealing and ethereal, they even did 4 different variations. Anyways, here's my favorite 2 of the selection, winky face. Neither of them reply this time, Zero frowning and Hitoshi knowing it to be a waste of breath. The heroine pouts at them, taking another stride forwards, the beginnings of quirk gas blooming around her, pink and purple and delicate, close enough that a large cloud might well reach them both. It doesn't though. Instead, Midnight falls. She falls forward as much as down and cries out with it all the same, very much startled, but rocks and tape are already falling with her, a miniature landslide over her legs, and, when she instinctively struggles for a moment, the particularly adhesive tape only gets more attached to her, and that, combined with the bruising weight of the various rocks they'd half-weighted, half-trapped the tape turned fake ground with, has her thoroughly stuck for the next minute or so. But neither Hitoshi nor Zero are stupid, and her WHP is still dangerous, as is her quirk, so they take the most sensible advantage available to them. They run. After all, the exit isn't all that far away, and both of them still have some of the remarkably thin strips of tape coiled within reach of desperate hands, attached to their belts. It only takes a few moments, every so often, for one of them to pause and create a tripwire. 2 fairly small stones, one either side of the most obvious pathway directly en route to the exit gate, are enough to create the little tripwires. Kicking up dust as they move helps to disguise the string-thin strands, some of the particulates clinging to the tape and giving it less of a stark white tone. They manage to place 5 of these between them before Midnight comes into clear enough sight behind them that they stop for fear of her noticing what exactly they've been doing. Instead, they both focus on simply getting away. "Oh darlings, you're not running away from me, are you? That might call for a punishment, you know." The purring tone is closer than either student likes, and in tacit agreement, they both pivot on their next step, tape and capture weapon, lashing out respectively, and then they're swinging decent-sized rocks at the heroine from afar. Zero ends his tape and Hitoshi releases his projectile respectively, and then they start running again. Behind them, the woman dodges one rock, her WHP snapping out to redirect the other. The vicious crack has both teens flinching. Well, only Zero does so outwardly, but they exchange a wide-eyed glance regardless because they really had to be put up against one of the most sadistic teachers available, didn't they? They don't let this bother them for long though. No, they keep on running, glancing over their shoulders occasionally to accompany the strained ears as they listen to Midnight's every movement over the thudding of their own feet and blood-racing puffs of breath. And it's noise that lets them hear as Midnight, at her current rather lengthy stride rather than the predatory swagger of earlier, trips straight over a thin line of tape. Her momentum was the relatively light rocks attached to each end swinging, and they successfully managed to wrap the tape a few times around her ankle, bashing into her left leg in the process. It's far from debilitating, but it is aggravating, distracting, and just the kinder side of painful. Her rather colorful cursing demonstrates that perfectly. Within a few moments though, she is regaining her footing and that salacious tone rings out again. "Oh boys, you're trying so hard to get me all tied up, aren't you? So naughty." Zero is blushing fiercely but Hitoshi only rolls his eyes. He's rather desensitized to his Auntie Namiri by now, whether she's in her hero persona or not, but he knows that most people react to the R-rated hero like this. Now really isn't the time though. "Sorry sensei. Shinsu's idea. Thought you'd vibe with it though," he calls out, pitch and cadence zeros, even as the insomniac insistently nudges his teammate to pick the pace back up again, returning to their earlier fast jog. But no answer gets returned to them, more's the pity. He knew Namiri would be wise to his tricks, yet Hitoshi had still hoped she might fall for something, particularly with his voice changer factoring into it. It doesn't matter too much though, because as soon as Midnight had regained her footing, she'd set off after them again. This time, she picks up her pace a bit, her own near run almost enough to have her gaining on them, except she's watching the ground, attention split and speed suffering for it, and that means this is going more or less to plan. Because if she's careful and manages to dodge the other tripwires, then she will have to slow down for the sake of it. If she does the opposite? Well, going much faster will only have her tripping more, and each time will add to the pain and annoyance of the previous. It's a war of attrition now. If Hitoshi or Zero can get to the gate or handcuff her before she catches them seriously enough with her quirk, WHP, or own HNDCFFS, then they win. So if they keep wearing her down, reducing her stamina and cohesion, then they will increase the chance of that win happening. Only a minute later, Midnight abruptly starts sprinting from behind them, and Hitoshi doesn't even have to think before muttering an urgent plan mask. The low, growling tone is a forceful one, and Zero doesn't even hesitate before nodding, clapping a brief hand on the insomniac's studded shoulder before increasing his own pace. Hitoshi, for his part, turns neatly on his heel and adopts a light stance, ready to dodge more than attack, except for the one hand rather conspicuously buried in his capture weapon. "Well hello there Hitoshi-kun." Midnight, he returns in a parody of her own voice, and takes advantage of the split-second startle to lash out 3 loops of support gear, aimed at the WHP, wrist, and knees respectively. Only the latter makes decent contact, and even that only latches onto a single costume-clad calf. "Gonna have to do better than that, darling." "Perhaps," he acknowledges, a usual grumpy grumble of his own, and the woman snorts quietly. Then her WHPS lashes out, aimed for his hand or neck, probably the former, and he darts to the side. If he can just turn her around. The heroine doesn't take the bait though. Oh no, she catches it instantly, and her next attack snaps at the found to his left, corralling the teen back towards his original position. Changing tactics somewhat, he instead darts forwards, several strands of capture weapon preceding him, a flurry of dark gray fabric alloy to detain and distract, allowing his own kick to connect solidly with the arm wielding that nasty WHP. Unfortunately, his boot crashes down in the middle of her forearm rather than the wrist. So whilst she stumbles back, cradling her arm, she doesn't lose her grip on her currently most useful weapon, and that glint in her eyes has sparked into full-on flames. Hitoshi struggles not to shudder at the sight. That never bodes well. "Oh darling Rapture, surely with a hero name like that, you shouldn't be fighting me so vehemently? I mean if you want to let me take you down instead, I'm all for it." The retort is thoughtless but no less true for it. Midnight can definitely tell he's smirking beneath his mask, it almost matches hers in fact. No deal I'm afraid. We'd need a bit more. Negotiation first. They both dance backwards then, disengaging physically and verbally for a moment, but never mentally, both analyzing their surroundings, the situation, each other. It's Midnight who decides she's in a more desperate place. Which is probably why she releases a massive cloud of quirk gas, the pink-purple thick enough at this proximity that it acts as an only semi-translucent smoke screen. It's a vague shadow at best that has a WHP whistling towards Hitoshi and, despite how it cuts through the cloud in a thin shockwave of clear air, the teen isn't fast enough to dodge the incoming leather and it crashes into his shoulder in a sudden sting of pain, agonizing even through the fairly thick leather jacket he wears. DMN. The blow sends him stumbling back and he can barely react before there's a figure bursting past him. It takes too long for him to whirl around in reaction, the quirk gas almost completely cleared, only the vaguest hints of perfume now tinting the air, and he moves forwards as well, chasing after the heroine. He can't see Zero right now, eyes very much having begun to water from the cloud, but there's a black blob somewhere near the obnoxious flashing lights of the exit gate. And Midnight isn't that far ahead of Hitoshi himself, so surely he'll be able to just reach out for her? A bit wobbly on his feet with a heady mix of vague wooziness and the throbbing pain of his shoulder, the insomniac sends several strands of capture weapon snapping out. His aim turns out to be a bit off, 2 missing entirely, but several meet their approximate target, and the heroine stumbles and twists under the restraint of sudden, ever-tightening fabric alloy coiling around wrists and waist and a clump of her hair, rather accidentally. Before Hitoshi can send out more, or manipulate the current bounds to be more restrictive, she stops dead and pivots immaculately to face him. In the split second of slack, she flicks her wrist, and the teen flinches back from the WHP that flicks towards his face. Call it inexperience or instinct, but his capture weapon retracts with the flinch, gathering around and in front of him, protective. It leaves Midnight free though. Although, before she can turn to run further or he can attack again, they both startle at the sound of cheery voice echoing around the landscape. Zero Hanta and Shinso Hitoshi pass. Wait, what? Oh. Even as Midnight curses under her breath, pouting, Hitoshi abruptly realizes that Zero must not have only been getting close to the gate but must have now gone through it entirely. Which means that, holy sheet, they passed. Now Izuku needs to as well. Soon twists down, turning his momentum into a low, head-first dive to the ground that he handsprings out of, barely avoiding the reaching support gear. This isn't going well enough. Eraserhead is too aware, even with capsaicin-infused water in his eyes, and too sharp. Creati! Izuku cries, slotting the HNDCFFS back into his belt as he starts to edge back around a little, not quite getting close enough to Yamamo that Eraserhead can attack them both in one sweep, but still enough to be out of the way of their next move. Just as more capture weapon shoots out in their vague directions, both teens pull out a smoke bomb and crash them down near Eraserhead's feet, a thick gray cloud mushrooming up and, without another word, Izuku and Yaoyorozu turn tail and run. They get several blocks away, moving erratically and choosing random alleys and turns that only vaguely head towards the exit gate rather than making a beeline for it, when Izuku starts to slow into a power walk, catching his breath. I kind of feel like we should split up B but I don't dash, he cuts himself off, words and resolve wavering. They knew it wasn't going to be easy, but this is so much. I know what you mean, Yamamo commiserates, a few more smoke bombs forming in her fidgeting hands. We're stronger together, safer, but Aizawa-sensei. They fall into silence for a minute, wallowing in their insecurities, and it's seeing a long shadow of a shop sign that has Izuku shaking himself out of it. If Hitoshi was with him now, he'd bop him on the nose and tell him to believe in himself just as much as Shinsure does. So maybe he should try and do just that? Well, if we ignore Aizawa-sensei for a second, and think about us, we've got to try and escape or fight. My quirk should work well for getting to the gate, so maybe I should try running for it? I know we were worried about you passing if I did that, but now. We've fought together now, the girl nods, tugging at her bangs as their gazes meet, dark with green, and find a similar anxiety there. So I've been able to, well, show off a bit, as it were. Maybe we should try? I think so, Izuku agrees, nodding as firmly as he can. They stop then, pausing just to stare at each other. Separating means that they won't be able to rely on each other, at least not in an immediate sense, and that's scary, given how easily Aizawa had been fighting them earlier. But they're both strong. They deserve to give themselves this chance, and getting out of the escape gate seems like a safe bet. If I cut in close, head am more or less as straight there, and you take a longer route, then if anything goes wrong for me then I can come back and find you but you'll still have some distance from him. That sounds sensible to me, Izuku-kun. They hesitate for a moment longer then, lingering in place, the tension as delicate as dewdrops between them and yet tenfold heavier. But then Izuku hesitantly raises his hand, palm towards Yaoyorozu, and she barely thinks before gently slapping their palms together in a high five. They'll be fine. They just need to trust in themselves and, for the moments they can't do that, trust in each other. That, at least, they have no issues with. Without another word, Izuku turns, suching into his spirit form, 6 tails swaying behind him as he runs, long legs stretching and flexing and pushing as he runs in the approximate direction of the exit. The sooner he can get out, or find any obstacles for getting out, the better. Which is less what he thinks, not even 5 minutes later, when he skids to a stop maybe 50 meters from the exit gate, all neon lights and a rather accurate caricature of Principal Nedzu. Because the entire street is scattered with caltrops. Chuffing to himself, shaking out his tails, Izuku paces back and forth along the border of the caltrops, assessing them. They're not spread out enough to provide any pathways. Maybe, his one-tailed form could pick through the mess of sharp metal, but it would take time and being corporeal because 2 tails or more would be too big for the small gaps. Except, wait, he's incorporeal, he can just. There's noise behind him then, before he can think further, and the startling of it has Izuku whirling around, shuddering into corporeal form and then freezing up when everything stops. There's the distant register of a low F- from somewhere high up and in front of him, but Izuku is too caught up in his body abruptly returning to him to truly understand the implications of the word because his lungs are hitching and his tail's thrashing, all tied up in the panic and distress of not being real for even just a few seconds. Izuku doesn't know it, has no way to when staving off a panic attack, but Aizawa is crouched on a rooftop cursing himself, analyzing every detail of the kitsune with his quirk firmly tamped down because damn it he didn't want to use his quirk on the kid, never wants to put Izuku into the awful state he described of his quirk being erased, and yet the moment a large, moving shape had materialized in a blink, the hero had found his eyes flaring and hair floating before he could even be conscious of it. Sometimes ingrained instincts are for the worse. As Aizawa watches though, only partially tangled up in his own mind and worries for the kid, the rather large kitsune shakes itself, stretching in place, tails shivering and flaring out in a brief blur of green-black curls, and then, after a moment's pause, the man gets caught off guard. Because Izuku drops his jaw and screams. Eraserhead startles to his feet, capture weapon rising around him, but before he can swing down or send out some of the loops, the kitsune is bolting, darting back away from the caltrops. Cursing, the hero throws himself over the roof edge, one strand of gear already lashing itself to a telephone pole to let him arc low over the street, not fast enough to catch up with the kid despite his momentum, but it gets him going. And when Izuku skids messily around the corner of the block, the hero takes a neat, tight turn of his own, gaining speed rather than losing it. It's that extra speed that has the hero finally catching up enough that he can send out no less than half a dozen loops of capture weapon at the kitsune, tangling around tails and back legs, one even around his waist. Eraserhead pulls then, dragging himself close and pulling the kid's legs out from under him all at once. The kitsune scrabbles at the tarmac, yelping. Aizawa's heart clenches. Yet he sends out more strands, tightening them all, a pair of his usual HNDCFFS in hand already. Tsune is gone, capture weapon falling limply to the ground, and Eraserhead curses again. Honestly, his kid is such a sneaky little brat. Good on him. Meanwhile, Izuku is running, still six-tailed but in his spirit form now, and he eats up the distance between Eraserhead and the exit gate, knowing that Yaoyorozu will have started to deal with the caltrops. Well, hopefully. Screaming for her hadn't been the most subtle of ideas, but really it hadn't needed to be, given that it also worked to catch Eraserhead off guard. That combined effect was exactly what Izuku needed. And now he's taking full advantage, racing down the last stretch of road towards the caltrops, glad to see a figure with lots of dark hair crouching in amongst them. Getting closer reveals long rolls of what looks like RBB marking a pathway from one of side streets into the junction where all of the different streets meet, and where the exit gate is, directly in front of Izuku. Without pause, Izuku seamlessly adjusts to a two-legged run, only 4 tails swaying behind him, and he doesn't even need to force his voice out this time. Creati! Her head shots up to face him and within half a second she's lashing an arm out and her skin is sparkling in gold and pink and blue before a long strip of the RBB unfurls, a parody of a red carpet that lets Izuku run straight over the massive area of caltrop-trapped ground to meet his teammate, an island of safety in the middle of a sea of sharp shrapnel. Eraser won't be far behind, Tsune warns, tone low and urgent even as he pivots carefully in place, trying not to put too much weight in any one spot lest a caltrip manage to puncture through the RBB entirely. That's fine, I'll just dash, but then sharp eyes catch on a blur of black moving over rooftops, surrounded by off-white strands, and Eraserhead is moving in fast, which is not good. Oh no. Big oh no. He'd duck. Izuku collapses into a crouch, one arm snapping back to reach for Yamamoto, and six tails puffing out, making himself the bigger target of them both, protective and defensive all at once. The growl that rumbles out of him is a hissing, snarling reflection of that. I can't make more RBB, his teammate cries, and Izuku registers the red gaze that is firmly fixed past the mass of tails, but when the greenette tries to move to cover Yamamoto more, that gaze catches truly onto him, and his tails disappear, his senses abruptly dulling. It's startling, sure, however it's nowhere near as awful as how Erasure normally is because the rest of Izuku is fine, it's just disorienting and vaguely uncomfortable. Pushing past all of that, Izuku snarls again, sounding no different as a full human than tailed. Creati, try Aga dash, with no Kitsune senses, too distracted to be ready, and half his attention foolishly caught on the girl behind him rather than the man above them, and then there are strands of capture weapon reaching down, grasping and coiling and whipping down. In the same moment that he goes to flips forward, back down his RBB path, and instantly dismisses it to himself because that would leave Yamamoto exposed. So he stays put. And that means that he gets wrapped up in no less than 7 loops of fabric alloy and literally tossed away from his teammate. Izuku crashes into the ground in the same moment that he's able to manifest his tails again, and he does so without conscious thought, just managing to partially cushion his landing with them as he scrapes down the road, leaving a trail of fur and spots of blood that can't really be seen on the dark surface. His knuckles and palms are covered in road rash to match his cheek and nose, stinging and burning and itching, but he scrambles to his feet anyway, wide eyes caught on the sight of Eraserhead redirecting the strands that had caught Izuku, now headed for Yamamoto with a vicious speed. Yet even as he tries to run back over, to do something, anything, to help his teammate, that capture weapon lashes around the girl and then she's being flung towards Izuku. The greenette barely notices how Eraserhead holds Yamamoto for a second longer than he usually would, just past the apex of the throw, and it dampens the impact as Tsune, in less than a blink, is in his physical six-tailed form and leaping. A fraction of a moment leaning back on his haunches has him jumping right up into the air and, with that, into the girl's trajectory. She crashes into him and they both let out forced breaths. Tsune doesn't let it distract him though. No, instead he focuses on keeping the tails he'd maneuvered to take most of Yamamoto's impact flexible and light rather than tensing up, scooping lower to support her against his side even as they fall back towards the ground. Their landing isn't too messy, despite the circumstances, and Izuku curls around his teammate, sinuous with the faintest of snarls rumbling from beneath whiskers and curly fur, glaring up at the dark figure watching them. What are you hoping for? No miracle's going to save you here. It's up to you. Some part of Izuku registers that this is much meant to be a confidence booster, a prompt, as it is a jeer or insult, although in context the latter is certainly the surface intention of it. Most of him is too busy letting his yelping growl swell in the air, a wordless retort that distracts the hero long enough for the next part of their plan to work. Because, hidden in the curve of Tsune's form, Creati is crouched, arms curled in a circle just far enough from her stomach to catch the mirror that falls from it in a shower of quirk sparks. Made it, she murmurs, and sensitive ears pick the words up, process them, and strong muscles start to tense. That snarl rippling further through the air now, stronger and fiercer, Izuku starts to pace, circling Yamamoto as though defending her, giving the noise a cadence to it, a bounce with the faint threads of laughter, of mockery and triumph and arrogance, subtle enough that Aizawa should register it more subconsciously than consciously, and therefore react less logically and more instinctively alongside that. Because they need to overwhelm their opponent's intelligence and forethought and logic as much as his physicality. Which is why a beat of genuine self-satisfaction lodges beneath Izuku's heart when the hero acts on instinct and jumps down from his rooftop, headed straight for them. This time, they want to be up close after all. In fact, the closer, the better. Just as Eraserhead is almost at the point of his controlled fall where he would be suching his attention and capture weapon from said fall to his offensive, Izuku abruptly suches forms. Human, 5 tails writhing behind him, he runs forward. This is the only form that Aizawa will use his quirk on after all, and its use is more than essential to their plan from here, so the greenette attacks, claws and fangs bared, eyes aglow a fierce, ethereal white-green, a slight sheen to his freckles, pushing off of the ground with a force more powerful than the average person, albeit far less than his own Kitsune form, but it's enough to distract the hero for a moment. Then the majority of his attention is forced away by the cascade of gold-pink-blue sparks behind and below Izuku, a sunset reflected in a welder's mask, and those eyes glow red, hair rising even as the man falls and several strands of capture weapons start to reach for the teen. A moment later, the sparks stop and with a cut-off cry, Eraserhead crumples to the ground in a graceless heap, curling in on himself. Izuku forces himself not to think, not to hesitate, before darting forwards with HNDCFFS ready, and he latches them onto the hero that is barely conscious on the tarmac. And then, even as an announcement for them passing rings out through the city, Izuku is slumping to his knees too, jarring on the rough surface. Yet he doesn't do so out of pain or injury, at least not physical. No, he does so because his dad, his kin, has just collapsed onto the floor in obvious pain, and it was Izuku's plan that caused this, his idea, and oh Kami, what if it has worse impacts than he thought it would? What if the Greenette forces himself to stop on that thought path, even if he can't diverge from it completely? Because, well, the mirror trick worked at least. That thought doesn't really do much to help the claws raking at Izuku's heart though, the whines that echo through his chest and possibly past his mouth too, judging by how Yamamo hesitantly wraps an arm around his shoulders where they both kneel before their teacher. But then, before words can be said or tears can start falling, Aizawa stirs, shifting up from his near-fetal position, groaning. Opening his eyes reveals them to be more than bloodshot, and he squints rather than truly looking at them, but he somehow dredges up a slightly softer Cheshire grin for them all the same. Good job kids. And then he's out again. Somehow Izuku doesn't mind so much. His dad is alright, or will be at least, and best of all, his hero had been proud of him. Izuku feels like they must have done a very good job indeed. But then, before words can be said or tears can start falling, Aizawa stirs, shifting up from his near-fetal position, groaning. Opening his eyes reveals them to be more than bloodshot, and he squints rather than truly looking at them, but he somehow dredges up a slightly softer Cheshire grin for them all the same. Good job kids. And then he's out again. Somehow Izuku doesn't mind so much. His dad is alright, or will be at least, and best of all, his hero had been proud of him. Izuku feels like they must have done a very good job indeed. Moments later, there's the sound of bots rolling nearby, and Izuku WHPs his head around to watch their approach. After a moment of analyzing them because his dad is unconscious so Izuku needs to make sure he's safe, needs to look after his kin, Izuku deems them to be fine and gently pats Yamamo's leg to let her know that he's okay. Smiling at him, the girl retracts the arm from around his shoulders and gets to her feet, only a little unsteady. The Greenette doesn't miss that she looks a little pale and thin. It sends a pang through Izuku and he can't help but curl two tails around her ankle as he leans forward to gather Aizawa in his arms. Standing up has his scrapes and aches screaming, but he can't bring himself to care. He's far more focused on the man breathing in his arms, and it's undoubtedly rather comical that Aizawa is so much larger than him but he hardly cares right now, and the trickle of blood that is starting to fall from the hero's nose. With that concern growing in his chest, a blaze rapidly fanning to life in his gut, hot and sickening, Izuku hurries over to the approaching medic bots and, when they pause at his arrival, he carefully leans down enough to deposit his kin on the stretcher, movements delicate and considered. Before the bots can start to move though, Izuku gently smears away what blood he can, ignoring the rasp of stubble and frowning upon more blood immediately flowing to replace it. He hopes that the nosebleed isn't from any major issues. Particularly because any issues would be their fault and the mirror was Izuku's idea and that's the most likely to have had unforeseen implications, and what if he's done something that might affect his dad and his quirk long term? What if? The medical bots start rolling away again then, jolting Izuku out of his thoughts, and Yamamo is standing beside him again already. I'm sure Sensei will be fine, Mido Izuku-kun. There's a slight waver to her tone, a worry of her own, but she's trying to comfort him and Izuku appreciates that enough that, moving slowly, he turns and opens his arms a little in silent request and offer, all at once. He's only hesitant in that he doesn't want to overstep, or freak her out or anything. But then she steps forwards, her own arms open, and they both sink into the hug. They're grimy and bloody and aching all over, absolutely exhausted in so many ways, but they passed and they did it together. Their sensei, his dad, is proud of them. So maybe they can be proud of themselves too. It takes them a minute to draw away from each other, both smiling quite subconsciously. Well done Yamamo. And to you, Izuku-kun. They grin properly then, if a bit bashfully, and start to actually leave the exam area, walking where the bots had cleared a path through the caltrops. Neither of them are hurt badly, luckily. In fact, the worst of it is probably the rather extensive patches of scraped skin on Izuku's hands and face. They sting, little plucks of pain as he moves, but it's alright. Definitely not the end of the world. Half an hour later, Recovery Girl has deemed Yaoyorozu fine, if in need of a hearty meal, has kissed Izuku's forehead and, finally, offered the smaller teen a flannel. Go wash some of that blood off, dearie. The sink's over there. The two teens head over, Yamamo going to create another mirror before Izuku pouts up at her, not quite consciously doing so, but it certainly works to halt her in place. Yamamo, you're already tired. Maybe you could just tell me if I am miss a bit? Oh. Well, of course, she smiles, a little bit of relief in the slope of her shoulders that Izuku doesn't miss. He likes Yaoyorozu, she's soft-spoken but strong-willed and maybe she should be a bit more confident in herself, but Izuku can relate to that problem, so he's hardly going to criticize her for it. No, instead he'll smile when she helps him get off all of the blood smeared over his face and hands, some creeping up his sleeves and down his collar, and if she catches a glimpse of his scar, she doesn't say a word about it, only continuing to help. Izuku more than appreciates it. And, well, there's no reason not to let her know as such. Thank you. Why, you're really amazing, you know? Oh, she gasps, flushing, one hand rising to wave him off gently. I don't know about that, but you are Izuku-kun, truly. He frowns for a moment at that, but it soothes out just as quickly. And maybe we could agree that we're both better than we think? That might be the perfect idea. They grin at each other, a bit flushed but both genuinely happy. Neither of them notice Recovery Girl smiling at the papers on her desk. Soon enough though, Izuku is done, and despite being able to hear the steady breathing from the curtained-off area of the temporary infirmary, he can't help but pad back over to the heroine to try and ease his worries. He's alright, isn't he? The mirror didn't? He trails off, words rolling over his lips with a deadweight, sick and clammy, but the woman only smiles up at him, kind and understanding. Your sensei's quite fine, Midoriya-kun. He came in with some injuries of course, but the hyphema and concussion were the worst of it and my quirk dealt with them easily enough. And nothing else could have possibly been significant enough to need it. He'll be up and about as soon as he's awake. Oh, Izuku gasps out, not quite meaning to sound so relieved. That's good. Thank you. Of course. Now then, run along you two, shower, change and return to your classroom. All of you will be getting a review later. The two teens exchange a glance but offer the heroine affirmations before leaving. Hopefully some of the rest of their class will already be in the classroom. Indeed, only 10 minutes later, Izuku and Yamamo are pulling open their class door and, instantly, the greenette's attention latches onto his insomniac, prompting him to immediately burst forwards. Shinsure. Hitoshi scrambles to his feet, grinning just as widely as his partner as he leans in to scoop up the body that flies into his chest, stumbling back under force even as Izuku almost literally vibrates in his arms, nose digging into the base of the taller's throat. Hey love, he murmurs in return. Their arms tighten around each other subconsciously. They both smell a little of dust and blood and sweat, but the familiar sense of pomegranate and eucalyptus and cat's coffee home is far more distinct and far more welcome. Did you pass 2 fluffball? Yep. Wait, 2. I knew you'd do well, Shinsure. The yelped words are full of utter delight, and Izuku tilts his head back to peer up at Hitoshi, all joy-scrunched eyes and gleaming teeth, freckles picking up every bit of sunlight and reflecting it seemingly tenfold, gilt and glowing. And I knew you would too, Shinso offers up in return. And he doesn't know it but Izuku revels in that dimple on his left cheek, the gleam of mercury in his eyes that is absolutely entrancing, and the low, purring timbre of his words. It's all Shinsure, through and through, and nothing could make Izuku happier. Well, the knowledge that they both passed definitely doesn't hurt. No, it only adds to the blooming joy in his chest, all camellias and salvia and amaryllis, all found below curls of fern and ivy, bright and so very appealing that he seems to glow, a slight white-green tinge his eyes, faint gold to his freckles. For a long few moments, they simply stare at each other in delighted awe, adoration and affection blatant in the curl of arms and tails around each other, eyes never wavering from each other's. But then the classroom door slides open again, Jairu and Kuda slipping through, both with small smiles, and the partners pull away from each other a little to join the growing group of their friends, hands interlaced and no less than 2 tails coiling around Hitoshi's waist. Kuda and Jairu start retelling their exam both in sign and verbally, and the other 3 congratulate them for persevering, and particularly Kuda for overcoming his fear of bugs. The blush the quiet boy gets at their praise is adorable and they all love their precious friend even more for it. Gradually, more and more pairs trickle in, most rather happy, some far less so, and everyone has been in class and chattering away for a good half an hour, exchanging triumphs and woes from their tests, when the door finally slides open once more, revealing their teacher, looking even more tired than usual as he shuffles a small pile of papers in his hands. Hello, Hellspawn. The immediate outcry is near deafening and the quirk crimson glare immediately flares up again, rewarded with an instant click of teeth as several of the teens slump back in their seats. And though he's distracted by a lingering headache and the overall bustle of his chaotic kids, Aizawa doesn't miss the more than relieved glance shared between Izuku and Yaoyorozu. He's not surprised that they will have worried over him and the damage they managed to do. But at least neither seem to be taking it too harshly. They certainly shouldn't, not in his opinion at least, because it was their job to take him down in the first place. The fact that he's walking now, less than 2 hours later, albeit with Recovery Girl's quirk, is a credit to their balance of restraint and force. Regardless, he deposits the reports on his podium, rearranges their order briefly, and scans over the kids. They're all awake, none of them still sporting anything that looks worse than some lingering bruises and aches, not to mention dejection in a few that appear to already be downtrodden over obvious failures. Right, I've got some brief reviews for all of you before we break up for the long weekend. Let's start with Ishido and Kaminari, against Nedzu. To be blunt, you failed. We had paired you like this in the hope to force you to overcome your weaknesses, that being observation and planning, along with calculating your quirk use carefully, but unfortunately, although you did begin to notice some of the chances you had to escape, you overall fell short. He pauses, takes in their upset, but nods to them all the same. He's pleased to notice that they both straighten some at the acknowledgement. Good. They didn't do the worst they could have, but they certainly didn't excel either. Hopefully the remedial training will push them back to where they need to be. Next, we have Uraraka and Aoyama against 13. Pass. Your start wasn't the best, but... He continues on from there, talking through most of the class in their pairs. Kirishima and Satu also fail, but then, to everyone's surprise, Aizawa goes on to briefly falter at Bakugo and Todoroki's report from All Might. You both passed, but I would consider this a pass merely on technicality. Todoroki, you did attempt communication at first, and you didn't allow your pride to overtake your common sense, as well as using your quirk well for mobility. Not your best performance, but a sufficient one. Bakugo. You've improved in that you did initially try to cooperate with your teammate, but you got caught up in your own goals rather than the overall test and made things far more difficult and dangerous for both yourself and your partner. I will return to the ramifications of that later. There's several sounds of confusion from amongst the class, and Bakugo slumps in his seat, grumbling a bit, but the heat lacking from the sound is instead found in a red tint to his ears. Good, in Aizawa's opinion. The teen really has learned some restraint and self-awareness in his anger management. The progress is remarkable, but, for now, it's not quite enough. At least he's getting there. And, if only for Izuku's sake, that's good. Because Aizawa won't let Bakugo become any less than a good hero, not on his watch, because that would be an absolute disservice to his kit and he will not stand for that. His kit, his boy's partner, deserves all that's good in the world. Moving on from there, he intones, drawing himself and the class back onto the topic at hand. We have Shiro and Shinso against Midnight. You were paired together to see how well you could cooperate with someone beyond your usual social groups, along with someone whose abilities overlapped with your own in some way. Neither of you gave in to arrogance or self-absorption, which was crucial to your final grade, along with thinking strategically and not relying on just one of you to take the lead. You will get a decent grade. The boys in question grin at each other across the room, even as Hitoshi tilts his chair back, casually settling a hand palm up on Izuku's desk. He doesn't have to wait even a moment before there are gentle fingertips tracing a "well done" out in kanji there, bumping over calluses and skating over the slight dips of wrinkles. When the message is clearly finished, Hitoshi shifts his hand a bit to wrap fine fingers around Izuku's hand, clasping them together. It's a brief affection, but meaningful nonetheless. Although he sits back properly after a moment, shoulder straining a bit too much to be comfortable otherwise. Next, Midoriya and Yaoyorozu against myself. Aizawa doesn't even bother glancing down at his papers for this, obviously knowing everything that had occurred. He had undoubtedly also reviewed the footage from when they weren't fighting him directly as well. Both of you are analytical with versatile quirks. But you needed confidence and assurance, and we had hoped you would give each other the courage to follow through on more ambitious plans where necessary. In the second half of your exam we saw that, along with exemplary teamwork and good communication regardless of logistical issues, so your pass was a strong one. The hero doesn't repeat that he's proud of them, but it's written in every line of his body as he nods tersely to them both. And whilst they both blush, flustered and flattered, they manage to smile back at Aizawa, and he takes reassurance from that fact. It seems like the goal of giving them some more courage has been reached. Good. Both Izuku and Yaoyorozu deserve to be sure of themselves. They're strong after all, with versatile quirks and quick minds, even more so than many of their classmates, and what they lack in direct firepower, they more than make up for with ingenuity. It's not even a minute later when Izuku's phone is suddenly going mad in his pocket, startling him to the point where 2 more tails manifest, and the sudden racket interrupts Aizawa's summary of Shuji and Hagakure vs. Snipe. The class snickers and giggles as he digs the device out, flushing heavily. And oh. Sensei, can I please dash? Is it someone important? It's Coke, Maruko-san. The man sighs, but there's an amused glint in his eyes. Go on then, keep it quick if you can. He knows just as well as Izuku that it could, very possibly, be something bad, that she needs help of some sort, but it's probably just the heroine being desperate to know how the exams went. Hello, Koko-san? He's already answering as he scurries to the door, missing the combination of laughter and odd surprise found in his classmates' expressions. Yo, kitten. You passed that sheet? We did. Even as the door slides closed, they catch the beginning of her reply, Izuku's enthused but wiggle and shimmying tails included. Yeah. Knew you'd kick that exam's arse. Please tell me dash. Right class, pay attention. Private conversations are exactly that, Aizawa admonishes, but it's clearly half-hearted because his eyes are lingering on the door himself. Then he shakes his head though, short and abrupt, and levels them all with a glare. Hellions, we were reviewing. We're not done reviewing yet, so pay attention. But sensei, he calls her Koko-san. And she calls him kitten. That's so adorable, what the foo hell? There's an instant round of agreeing comments at that, half the class all joining in, and the hero can only roll his eyes at them. It's Midoriya being Midoriya, I don't know why you're surprised dash. Huh. You admit he's cute too. Ashido crows, jumping up in her seat to wave a pink finger at him, and all of them know exactly why Aizawa chooses that exact moment to tuck his face further into his capture weapon. They're not dumb. He's embarrassed at being caught out. Meanwhile, sitting down in the hallway, back pressed to the door and tails settling around his waist, Izuku hums down the phone at the heroine. I was working with Yamamo, you know, the really clever girl, tall, did the speech at the sports festival? She has the coolest quirk and she uses it really well dash. I know the one. Ooh, I bet you two were pretty good, for having to work in a team. She pulled her weight. Izuku can only snicker at the indignation on his part. Definitely. She's super cool, Koko-san, really. So long as you're not getting the sheet end of the deal, you know? There's a fraction of a pause then, and he can practically feel the smirk through the phone. Anyways, you better be celebrating tonight, kitten. He trails off, fingers drumming a rapid, erratic little beat against his knee. Koko-san, are you free tonight? I know it's really last minute and even if you are, why you don't dash? That's quick. But yeah, no, I am, kitten. She doesn't push then, giving him the time to work up the words. Would you like to come eat with the rest of our kin? We were going to go out for dinner. Sounds like fun, she immediately chirps, no hesitation. Nobody else'll give you shit for inviting me out of the blue though, right? And no. It should just be me and Shinsher and our parents, so you'll probably be fine. Sounds cool to me, kitten. You gonna let me know when and where, yeah? He hums, feet tapping on the floor as he fidgets in place, bopping along to his own happiness. You're a cute little sheet, you know? Koko-san, he exclaims, flustered, not knowing that his little yelp carries into the class the opposite side of the door and that several sweetly amused glances are exchanged amongst his classmates. I'm only teasing kitten, although I meant it. I dash. Don't say sheet you don't mean. Of course not, Koko-san. He lets a bit of mischief bleed into that, a bit of sarcasm, not even really thinking about it, and he gets a very loud cackle in return. Well then kid, I'd better let you get back to that education fuckery. Text me, yeah? Yep. She hangs up then, as abrupt as ever, but Izuku doesn't take any offense, well familiar with her brashness and constant rush. Before returning to class though, Izuku quickly swaps to his messaging app and finds the chat with Hisashi. Fox baby, Pops, could Koko-san come with us tonight? Papa Pops, don't see why not Lil. 1. I'll check with everyone else quick and let you know later. Izuku feels his smile widen at that, already typing out a reply. Fox baby, thank you. Papa Pops, no problem baby. With that, Izuku slips his phone back into his pocket and stumbles to his feet, tired and a little bit stiff, but very much happy all the same because hopefully he'll get to share a meal with all of his kin tonight and that should be absolutely amazing. Izuku slides the door open a moment later, sheepishly nodding to Aizawa as he scurries back to his seat, ignoring the snickers and raised eyebrows from several of the class. None of it is mean-spirited, that much is obvious, so he only gives them a shy smile in return. He doesn't quite register that there's a wave of glee at how he's comfortable taking their teasing, but he sees that they're happy and, in turn, finds himself even happier. Today has been tiring, and he really hopes that he'll get to go back to the Yamazawa apartment to nap for a few hours with his partner and their dad sooner rather than later, but it has been a good day all the same. Right, with all of you here, I have an announcement about the training camp. All of them perk up at that, paying full attention to their teacher once more. First of all, those of you that failed, along with Bakugo, are going to be taking remedial lessons. These will be undertaken at the training camp. There's an instant outcry, a lot of it the absolute delight of Ishido, Kaminari, and Kirishima. Sato slumps in his seat, clearly relieved, and Bakugo scowls even more, though he doesn't protest right now. He's lucky he has the same quirk-insured good skin as his mother, really, else he'd probably have wrinkles by 30. And here's your itinerary and packing lists. Make sure you include everything that supports your quirk use, and remember that the lack of detail in the itinerary itself is for security reasons. Don't be illogical and go spreading about the dates and stuff anyway, understood Hellspawn? The hero gets a round of sincere nods and replies at that, and he isn't quite surprised, yet finds himself a little relieved all the same. Ida, hand these out, he requests, brandishing the stack of papers that he pulls from his podium. The teen hurries over to do so, and the class is soon distracted with looking over the sheets given to them. Within quarter of an hour, any questions have been exhausted. Aizawa has reminded them that they have Monday off, and the man has trudged over to the door. Oh, and Hellions? They fall silent again, turning to him without hesitation. Well done this week. He promptly walks out and will deny, upon pain of expulsion for any snitches, any and all accusations that he ever admitted to his pride in his kids. He has a reputation to maintain after all. The class themselves descend into instant chaos. More than one of them digs out a phone or academic diary to note down the exact date and words. It dies down after a few minutes, admittedly, and then attention turns back to their lists. Hey, everyone, do you think we should all meet up to go shopping? Ooh, yes. Ishido crows, shaking Hagiku's shoulder in sheer excitement at the invisible girl's idea. That mall in Kiyoshi Ward is meant to be amazing and it should have all of this stuff, right? And to be fair, even a lot of the less social class members are nodding along. Well, I believe many of us need to catch trains soon, so why don't we plan it over the group chat? Yamamo suggests, pitching her voice easily over the general hubbub. There's lots of excited affirmations then, all zeal and delight and anticipation because they haven't had a fun class outing all together yet, and hopefully this one will be a great start. For now though, Izuku and Hitoshi have kin to meet up with and a home to get to. They've got an appointment with a good, long nap. Hitoshi and Izuku linger in the classroom as the rest of their class trickle out, all still chattering about their new Saturday plans. Izuku finds himself genuinely excited about it, but he's rather preoccupied with being tired and getting up from his chair to instead go and sit on top of his insomniac's desk. Hey Fluffbadash, the rest of the words get muffled in Izuku's chest as he abruptly drapes himself over his partner, one leg folded in front of him so that he can press in close to Hitoshi, curling around him with a sighing murmur. The body beneath him only snickers, arms looping around Izuku's waist in return. There are hot breaths against the crown of his head, and warmth surrounds Hitoshi from the inside out, and he loves every bit of it. Izuku's half asleep when Shoyuta and Hizashi come back into the room, recognizing the footsteps and not even beginning to wake up when their dads slide the door open. Still muffled inside the ball of Izuku, Hitoshi calls out a low greeting, though it's almost indistinguishable. His dad only snorts in return. Well, hello kids. I'd say hi to you Hitoshi, but I can't actually see you. MMHM, the teen offers in lazy reply, very much indistinct. He makes no move to really draw away though, and that seems to make the men concerned as much as amused. The kid all right? His dad asks as they both come closer, peering round to try and actually find either of their kids' faces, and Hitoshi manages to turn his head enough for his next words to be far more distinct this time. Yeah, think so. It's still vaguely muffled, but enough to reassure the men all the same. I'll take him then, Aizawa offers, stepping forwards ready to scoop the kid up, but Hizashi tuts at him. Come on Sho, let me, I bet your head's still killing you, isn't it? The underground hero frowns up at his husband, yet the fact that he doesn't insist on being the one to take the kid is more than telling. With that, Hizashi leans down enough to scoop Izuku up, trying not to laugh when the teen whimpers sleepy protests at being pulled away from Hitoshi. Hey there, Lil One, we're only going home, the hero soothes, bouncing gently on the ball of his feet, rocking the greenette back into drowsy contentment. Izuku curls into his chest, a little nose burying itself at the base of Hizashi's throat. Limp fingers twist into the hero's top and Hizashi resists the urge to squeal. Damn it, their fox baby is just too cute. The blonde pauses by the door, partway turning to check that the rest of his family are following, and finds both of his insomniacs with soft half-smiles, eyes all warm and molten as they look at him carrying Izuku. Honestly, they really are saps, no matter how much they try to deny it. It doesn't take long to get to the car, although it takes just as long to manage to unlatch Izuku from Hisashi, prompting the teen to instead curl in towards the next available source of heat. Which, as it turns out, is Hitoshi again. "Hello, love," he snickers, supporting the greenette as Hisashi tugs the seatbelt out and plugs it in around the limbs, tails, and curled-up torso of Izuku. "Mshi." The mumble is largely unintelligible, but the insomniac doesn't miss the syllable of his name. Nor the muttered "mood" from his dad. "Yeah?" But there's no further reply, simply a little huff before Izuku lazily tugs at Hitoshi's top, head slumping to smush into his shoulder. Smiling, the expression no doubt softer and sweeter than intended, Hitoshi simply loops an arm around his partner's shoulders, drawing him closer and into a better position, both a little more upright and with more room to curl up without the seatbelt digging in. And when Hisashi turns on a quiet, soothing radio channel, the insomniac obviously doesn't hum along, lulling Izuku further into sleep. By the time they get home, the greenette is snuffling with the beginning of snores and is very much leaning into Hitoshi for sleepy support. "Izuku, love, we're home." His partner doesn't even react though, still breathing deeply against his capture weapon, lashes hiding some of the freckles dusting his cheeks. "Don't worry about the kit. No point him waking up. When we're just gonna nap more," Aizawa mumbles, only to have Hisashi pout at him, drumming fingers against his husband's thigh. "You say that, Sho, but we all need some snacks first." Jelly pack?" Izuku, apparently half awake by now, jostles in place, a pleased noise escaping him at the hero's suggestion. Aizawa snorts in return, a loop of capture weapon darting out to gently smack the blonde's hand, teasing and victorious all at once. "I suppose if both of you want them," Hisashi sighs. He knows he's not going to win when it comes to the two's favored nutrients packs. Never. And so, once they all pile inside, with Izuku stumbling, tugged gently along by his partner, the blonde goes straight to the so-called naughty cupboard to retrieve 4 jelly packs. If he happens to get his husband and Kit's favorite flavors for them, then they're too drowsy to call him out on it. As for Hitoshi, busy settling his partner next to his dad, he only grins. "Fluffball, Pop's got a pouch for you," he prompts, poking a freckled cheek. Hazy green eyes finally blink open, even as Izuku's head lists further against Aizawa's shoulder, and he limply reaches for the pouch. Resisting the urge to either laugh or kiss Izuku because he's so very adorable when he's sleepy, all thick eyelashes and pouting lips, Hitoshi instead makes sure that Izuku gets an actually decent hold on the first of his 2 pouches. His partner will only get teary, and not even in the cute way, if the jelly manages to spill. It's quite amusing, objectively, that Hisashi is doing something much the same for Aizawa beside him. A few minutes later, the 2 fully awake family members leave their partners to their so-called food before going to dig out some proper snacks for themselves, ending up with half a toasted cheese sandwich each. "Hey, troll doll baby, d'you think they'll even finish the second one?" Hitoshi ponders, bumping his hip against the blonde's. "I think Dad will, Izuku may be halfway." Have more faith in the listener. He keeps the volume down but the energy stays right up. He's too sleepy, Pops. This time even Hisashi can't really argue with that, particularly as Izuku chooses that moment to slump right down into Aizawa's lap. The hero in question visibly startles, quick even flaring for a fraction of a second, but after a moment, the man relaxes a bit, sking up the last of his jelly pack in one decisive slurp before sagging his head back against the back of the sofa, the angle a little too far to look comfortable, with the jelly pouch still caught between his teeth. The rest of the family can't actually see it, but one of his hands gravitates to soft curls, threading amongst them with a thoughtless, easy affection. It's not long later, having watched 3 of the cats curl up around Izuku's head and stomach, when Hitoshi decides to join the sofa cuddle pile, and ends up curling up as tight as he can, folding long limbs in close, before settling sideways, draping himself rather neatly on top of Izuku's legs. His head tilts a little too far to settle into the curve of Izuku's hip. Yet he only smiles, turning his face into his partner's side and breathing deeply there. The scent and warmth of his fluffball is a blessed thing. One that Hitoshi lets himself sink into, eyes closing even as his Pops slides sideways into the last bit of space on the sofa, long legs slung over the arm of the furniture, his torso and now loose hair covering the teen like a blanket. It's a truly wonderful kin cuddle pile. And after their day of exams, a week of them, actually, it's no wonder they all take full advantage of the prime nap time. An alarm several hours later has them all startling awake with groans and grumbles. The tangle of hands in hair and knees against ribs, whilst warm and comforting, has become rather painful now, not helped by lingering injuries protesting at the lack of movement and awkward angles, yet none of them are inclined to move at just this moment. Well, except for Hisashi flapping a hand at his phone until it shuts up. They all sag back against each other at the blessed silence, nobody quite able to bring themselves to open their eyes or start getting up, not when it's so lovely to all be pressed together like this, aches aside. But then, of course, Gum decides to announce her presence with a particularly obnoxious series of screaming yowls, and no amount of low grumbling will get her to shut up. Gum, you are one rowdy listener sometimes, Hisashi chides, finally starting to straighten up. My legs are deader than Dodo's, one of y'all are gonna have to help her, he adds, flopping the limbs in question back over the arm of the sofa, feet thudding messily to the floor with a distinctly numb feeling. Yep, dead. Fine, Hitoshi returns, but the sleep-rough edge actually softens any annoyance and he just gets a commiserating hair ruffle from the blonde. Within 10 minutes, all of them have managed to regain feeling in their respective dead limbs and are all just blinking blearily around each other, very deliberately ignoring that the alarm had gone off for a reason. Until Hisashi's phone, yet again, makes a racket, albeit this time with an actual call. Both he and Izuku yelp at the abrupt noise, much to the subtle amusement of their quieter counterparts. Hey, Nem, what you about? He staggers to his feet as he speaks, heading towards the kitchen. I'm going to pretend that actually made proper sense and check if it was alright for me to come along tonight? You've asked the baby, haven't you? The blonde winces a bit, rubbing a hand against the back of his neck as he exchanges a glance with Aizawa. No. Yamada Hisashi. If he wasn't a sweet little bean that I want to avoid scaring off, I'd come over there right now and do the job myself. The hero visibly shudders at that, peering around the wall to look towards the Genkan as though she's going to appear there all of a sudden. Sorry, Nem. I'll text you in a few minutes, yeah? You'd better, idiot. With that, she hangs up, and Hisashi brings down his phone just to stare at it, long enough for the screen to time out again. What was that about, Pops? Auntie was not impressed with you, Hitoshi calls from the sofa, already snickering. I forgot to do something for her. Anyone want a drink? He offers, as he's already in the kitchen, and gets a glass of water for all of his family despite only Hitoshi asking for one. Hydration is important after all. Nah. I'm gonna shower quick, thanks Pops, I still smell like Auntie's quirk. Good thing we're all gay as F-, Aizawa idly comments, far too deadpan for the literal cackles his comment earns. Hitoshi barely manages not to choke on his water, and ends up chugging it in a hurry instead, cheeks puffing up, even as Izuku curls up with laughter. Aizawa just stares at the pair, immaculately blank himself. It takes a minute or two for teens to recover, at which point Hitoshi finally drags himself away to go and shower. Izuku, at ease, simply reaches for his own glass of water and starts to sip at his own drink, deeming it safe, non-choking territory now. Which is probably why Aizawa waits until the kid has put the glass back down again before asking. Hey, kid, how'd you feel about Namuri? Izuku startles a little at the abrupt question, but he easily turns to his dad's. Midnight Sensei? She's nice. It was funny when she was teasing Shincher the other day. The smile alongside that is bright and sweet, shyness curling it in small and tight. Aizawa can't help but soften at that. HN. Would you be alright with her coming along tonight? The greenette startles all over again. Oh. I don't see why not. She's you two's friend, and Shinchi's auntie, alright? Yes, but if you're not comfortable yet then you can just say, kiddo. It can be kin only if you want. The strawberry flush is adorable, although the fact that the kid averts his gaze isn't as much so. Then he looks up again though, eyes perfectly bright and genuine. And no, Izuku affirms, more sure now. She's kin adjacent. And you'll all be there. We will. You can tell us at any point if you end up uncomfortable or anything, understood Kit? Aizawa assures, meeting the kid's gaze to be sure. He won't let Izuku be uncomfortable. Not if he can help it at least. Mayup, the teen chirps, grinning up at Aizawa with such genuine effervescence that the man can only pat his curls, silently reveling in the fluff, before shoving himself to his feet. Hitoshi's probably about done, so Bagsy the shower next. Show. Hisashi whines, pouting at his husband as Aizawa walks past him, but he only gets a smirk and a brief forehead kiss for the complaint. Although, moments later, Izuku gently pats his knee in commiseration, and it's just so adorable that Hisashi simply has to wrap long arms around the kid's shoulders, moving just slowly enough that he has fair warning and time to move away, and drags him in close, nuzzling into the soft curls with an excited squeal. You're always so nice to me, baby, not like that mean grump of my husband. Dad's only teasing, Pops, the greenette offers, voice obviously caught in a smile despite how he's rubbing the blonde's back in comfort. Hisashi, idly glad to note that the poor kid doesn't have his fox ears out because he'd probably end up giving him a headache else, he can admit, only wails on. And you're only the most precious thing on this planet? Peepops. Izuku protests, thick with giggles, but he still snuggles further against the man's chest without a thought. Ah, aren't you too cute? We are. Hisashi retorts, turning his head away from the curls to pout at his son, still holding Izuku close. The greenette tilts his head back, just enough to be able to peer up at the blonde, eyes wide and sparkling. Hitoshi steps closer, just enough to be able to meet Izuku's gaze over the man's shoulder. Don't tell me you've forsaken me, fluffball. Shincher, I would never. And damn it, that pout is far too cute. I know, love, only teasing, Hitoshi assures, reaching down to gently tap against one of the freckles on his partner's forehead. But then Izuku wriggles out of Hisashi's hold, though the man hardly puts up any fight over it, and stands in front of his insomniac with a little frown. Shincher, sit please? Sure. He doesn't mean to say it as more of a question than a statement, but he does as requested anyway, falling cross-legged right where he was stood. With a soft grin, Izuku starts shooing at Hisashi. You should shower next, Pops. The man smiles at the teen and nods in acquiescence, levering to his feet and stepping around his sons. He glances back over his shoulder to see Izuku sitting on the sofa behind Hitoshi, hands falling to the just damp purple hair and starting to thread through it. It's almost like grooming. That thought makes Hisashi smile, even as he wonders just where he put his favorite pair of skinny jeans and whether or not he should text Namuri now or after his shower. Not quite an hour later, there comes a knock on the flat door, and Izuku is immediately darting over, towel still around his neck to catch the drips from his damp hair, and he checks the peephole as briefly as physically possible before swinging the door open wide, his smile brighter than stars. Mama. Oh, Izuku, sweet pea. Well done today, you must have fought so well. He grins down into her shoulder, arms tight around her waist, before leaning back a little. Well, I tried. And Yamamo was amazing, you should have seen Dash. Kid, hush, you both did well, Aizawa interrupts from the sofa, rolling his eyes. But his knot scowl is too soft to fool anyone. Inko, still holding Izuku close, squeezes him tighter for a moment at that, releasing him only a little reluctantly. She shuffles her shoes off quickly enough, then turns to the rest of the family. Hello everyone. And well done to you too, Hitoshi-kun. Congratulations on passing. Oh, thank you Inko-san, he offers, smiling at her. And when the woman opens her arms in blatant invitation, the teen barely hesitates to come over and let himself be hugged. Inko's hugs are warm things, soft and gentle yet somehow very present. There's the knowledge that she's unwavering, firm, but the way she slots her arms so delicately around him, lets him hunch down enough to hide his face in her shoulder, is all round wonderful. When they step away, it's Hisashi that speaks up next. Inko-san, are you alright with Namuri, Midnight, coming along tonight? She pauses for a moment, gaze shifting briefly to Izuku, but then she beams. Oh, of course. I don't see why not. And Maruko-san is coming too, isn't she? Yep. Izuku chirps, bouncing on the ball of his feet in blatant excitement. It's cute enough to have his kin exchanging fond glances and affectionate smiles because DMN, their Izuku really is a sunshine child through and through. Regardless, it's not long until Hitoshi has dried the worst of the dampness out of Izuku's hair, and only minutes later they're all leaving to catch their train, bundled up in warm coats and warmer feelings, easily chattering to each other, although the teens promise to keep their actual exam stories until everyone's together to hear it. After all, Izuku knows Koko-san would probably insist on a spar if he doesn't tell her first. And sparring with her is fun, but it's also exhausting and kind of messy, so definitely not ideal for tonight. No, tonight's for family time. They meet up with Namuri outside the station. Contrary to her usual image, she has a pair of straight-legged jeans and a chunky turtleneck on under her open pea coat, all in gentle creams and blues. Although she's kept a pair of black stiletto high heels of course. They're too good of a weapon not to. Show, Zashi. Come here idiots. She yells out the moment her eyes catch on them, her glasses flashing, and she darts over to glomp them both. Namuri, you literally saw us a few hours ago, Aizawa grumbles into her hair. Although he doesn't wriggle out of her grasp, and they all know he could, so the intended effect isn't quite there. A few hours too many, Sho-chan. Ah, and Toshi-chan, she sing-songs, grin turning a tad feral, and the insomniac doesn't even get to run more than a single step before he's caught up in her hug, face smushed into her chest. Ew, auntie, I'm gay. Makes it all the funnier darling, she cackles, but releases him all the same. Then she turns to Izuku, smile gentling and eyes soft and bright. And hello Midoriya-kun. You can call me auntie or Namuri out of school, K? Do you mind if I call you Izuku-chan for the night? Oh. Sure, he agrees, and is offered a telegraphed hair ruffle for it. Midnight is already moving on a moment later though. And you must be Inko-san. Your kid is the cutest thing, you know? Call me Namuri. Inko smiles, glancing over to Izuku briefly, a flush starting to creep in. Oh, I couldn't dash, but Midnight only grins wider, wire-rimmed glasses slipping a little down her nose. No, really, you can. Or Namuri-chan, if that's better. There's visible relief in the slump of the older woman's shoulders at the offer. Of course. Lovely to meet you, Namuri-chan. And you, Inko-san. With everyone greeted and met, Aizawa wordlessly starts to drag Hisashi by the hand into the train station and, laughing, Namuri links her arm with Inko's, heedless of the height difference, and starts to follow them. Come on loverboys, don't get left behind, she calls over her shoulder, toothy grin back in place, and the teens can only roll their eyes and giggle respectively. They do have a train to catch. They had agreed, via text, to meet Maruko outside of the train station nearest the restaurant, and Izuku, holding hands with Hitoshi, is actually willing to forge ahead through the crowds in his excitement. And then he catches sight of a long white ponytail and ears poking through a baseball cap and fierce red eyes glinting from the shadow of its brim, all belonging to a figure slouched at the base of a lamp post, hands shoved deep in the pockets of her light jacket. But then she straightens, stepping up and away from her spot. Yo, kitten. Koko-san. Izuku hears her, sees her, and immediately releases Hitoshi's hand, sprinting forward. The woman has a fierce grin already, stepping towards them with wide open arms, perfect for catching the bundle of tails and happy noises that rockets into her. The rest of their kin are either staring or already laughing at the adorable sight. All of them are laughing, or at least smiling and snorting, in Aizawa's case, when Maruko keeps her hold around Izuku's waist and starts to spin. Which would be fine, but she's far too strong and neat in her turning, and it has her hair and the teen's legs and tails flying out in a vaguely dangerous but very hilarious sort of spinning top in the middle of the pavement, the pair literally blurring with their speed. And the yelping laughter from Izuku is utterly delightful, breathless though it may be. Keikoko SSA. The gasp name is lost as they WHP around, but the heroine finally starts to stop. Well, she slows a fraction, then abruptly lets go of Izuku, who gets sent flying in the direction of the road. Several of his kin cry out, multiple loops of capture weapon lashing out instantaneously, but Izuku is already neatly flipping, handspringing off of the roof of a parked car to help control his momentum, before he disappears into his spirit form amongst the moving ones. Inko and Hisashi exchange alarmed glances and start to hurry over immediately. Then, of course, Izuku materializes in human form right in front of the heroine in question, pouting. She only grins down at him, patting fluffy curls. Huh. Good to see your reaction times haven't gone to shit since I last saw you, kitten. Koko-san, I might have made that car alarm go off. It would have been so embarrassing, I can't believe dash. Izuku, Kit, that should not be your problem with this, Aizawa grumbles, one hand still buried in his capture weapon. Beside him, Maruko shrugs, teeth gleaming in the streetlights. Dad, you literally threw me down several roads today. With your capture weapon. Empty roads, kiddo, he defends, crossing his arms rather petulantly before abruptly shoving them back in his pockets. Inko looks between them all with ever-raising eyebrows, hands wringing, before she strides over to her son. Darling, you had better not let anyone else throw you into roads, empty or otherwise. Kick them first. You, Maruko-san, Shurakuin, had better be looking after him as expected, not training him recklessly. And, well, nobody wants to argue with an angry Midoriya Inko. Nobody. So rather than protest that it was an exam, Aizawa simply nods, the heroine doing the same beside him, and they try not to glower at Izuku's giggling from behind his mother. Well, he's taller than her by a few inches now, so they can't see his smirk, but the mischievous eyes are glinting at them, and no matter how cute the kid is, he's still being a brat. They'll get him back later, no doubt. Well, Namuri chirps, clapping once to bring their attention to her. With that done, shall we head to the restaurant? Don't want to miss our reservation. Let's. And y'all had better be calling me Rumi, you hear? Much easier than Maruko in public. But Koko-san, Izuku pouts, only to get a hair ruffle in return, her grin toothy and lopsided. You know you were exempt from that, kitten. Don't be a little sheet. He beams up at her, darting a hand out to bop her nose, before whirling to hide behind his mum, reaching for Hitoshi's hand at the same time, and managing to dodge the hand that lashes out to catch him in retaliation. Cackling, Maruko only rolls her eyes. Then her footing shifts, boots scraping on the pavement, stance lowering a little, but Hisashi interrupts the moment, chipping in brightly. We'd better get going, y'all. It would be illogical to let our reservation go to waste, Aizawa tacks on, once again tugging his husband along to prompt everyone to get a move on. It works, again. And despite any lingering nerves on anybody's part, the evening only stays lovely from there. Izuku and Hitoshi lace their feet under the table at the restaurant, much to teasing from most of the adults when Namiri happens to notice them, although later on Shoyuta and Hizashi get the same sort of gentle heckling when their little fingers end up intertwined whilst they all wait for their meals, so it's clearly done with good nature. The boys both explain their respective exams, telling of traps and smoke bombs and mirrors, of working with Yamamo and Siro and succeeding. The adults cheer and jeer and wince and laugh as the tales are told, Aizawa and Namiri taking their fair share of jabs when their missteps come to light. It's nice. More than. Izuku sits there, and he talks and he listens and it's in public yet he feels totally safe, his whole world seemingly sitting at this one table, and it's impossible not to be happy when all of his kin are here and safe and smiling together. It's perfection. Simply a few hours condensed into tasty food and ankles hooked together, into laughter under warm yellow lights that speak more of sunlight than being indoors, everything gilded and gorgeous and eternal. It's the sort of night that stays as a snapshot in a heart forever, steady and bright and hopeful regardless of all else. Kintsugi for the cracks formed by life. The next morning, Hitoshi meets Izuku at the Midoriya apartment half an hour before the class meet-up time, and it's with smiles and tails looping around waists that the pair head to the train station, finding Todoroki in a carriage there. Shudo-kun. Izuku calls, bright in both joy and surprise, causing the heterochromatic boy to look up at them both, rather startled. Thought you were busy today? Izuku-kun, Shinso, he greets as they both sit down in the seats in front of him. And, yes, normally I visit my MOT, my mum on a Saturday, but we moved it to tomorrow for this week. She wanted me to spend time with my friends. And the slight blush dusting his ears is very sweet at that. Izuku can't help but smile even wider in return. That's lovely, Shudo-kun. It's nice to see you outside of class too, you know? Oh. Not that why you have to spend tea time with us or any dash, now he's the one blushing, strawberry sweet. Todoroki only smiles a little. I believe I know what you mean, Izuku-kun. They fall into easier conversation from there, mainly about what exactly they intend to buy at the shopping center. Hitoshi shares that he only really needs a few spares of some basics, whereas both Izuku and Shudo need several new things entirely. Although then Shudo offers to pay for both of them, and Izuku stutters out an uncertain protest. But when the other teen explains that it'll be on his father's credit card, the partners exchange a glance. And maybe just the expensive bits? The expensive parts most certainly, Todoroki nods, decisive. Hitoshi snorts, but nods in agreement as well. It's not too long before they arrive at the shopping center, finding a gaggle of most of their classmates already gathered near a fountain on the ground floor, all cackling and chatting and bouncing around, just as chaotic and jubilant as ever. Midori! And Shinso and to do too. Ashido greets them first, absolutely beaming as she bounds over to grab Todoroki's hand and drag him towards the group. Her grip is light, loose enough to break out of, but it's easy and full of the casual affection that she's so good with. Izuku isn't the only one to miss how Todoroki has a very, very small smile in place. Although he ends up quick to retreat back to the edges of the group with Izuku, Hitoshi, Shuji, and Tokoyami. His eyes are happy though, even when his smile fades. It's lovely to see. Still though, it's not long later when the class as a whole ends up splitting down into smaller groups. Jairu and Tokoyami, Kuda and Shuji in tow, end up going to a music shop on the way to one of the larger outdoor equipment shops that a lot of the class have headed for. Yaoyorozu and Todoroki instead accompany Izuku and Hitoshi to one of the camping shops in search of bug spray, waterproof containers and hiking boots. It's comfortable, overall, despite the massive crowds. Izuku has 3 tails out and is tucked under his Shinshi's arm, but he's still happy enough to sign or chatter quietly with his partner and friends on the way over. The shop itself is quiet, and they instead stay in arm's reach as they look at different bits and pieces. It's not until after they've managed to buy a lot from their respective lists in that shop that they decide to go and get a drink to plan their next destination. The cafe, however, is distinctly busier, all of the tables occupied and a fairly long queue up to the counter. Yes, far busier than any of them like. Why don't Shudo and I go in to get us all drinks, and you two could get us a table back down on the second floor? Sounds all right to me. Fluffball? Izuku nods against his insomniac's shoulder, smiling gratefully at Yamamo, and they split down into pairs from there. Izuku and Hitoshi lean further into each other, the greenette finding himself with an extra 2 tails, one for each of their waists, as they head over to the stairs. Call it paranoia, but they automatically avoid the escalators. And perhaps there truly is some paranoia there, because as they start searching out a four-person table along the quieter edges of the large eating area, Izuku feels a spider shiver down his back, icy pinpricks of warning. He's pulled out of the feeling by a gentle squeeze from his partner, those eyes gleaming down at him in mercury concern. "You alright, Fluffball?" He replies, trying to assess their surroundings, ears swiveling, but finds nothing out of place and that nasty feeling gone. Yeah. Okay. You'll let me know if there's a problem?" "Of course, Shinsure," he promises easily, grinning up at him with ease. The smile is returned with something small, lopsided, and so very perfect. It's his Shinsure after all. Regardless, they pull their focus back to their surroundings, and are quick to find a table not too close to the currently rowdy tables of the seating area. The pair exchange a brief glance for tacit agreement, before weaving over to it, glad to get there before anybody else does. Giggling, Izuku ushers Hitoshi to one of the seats, holding the back of it to tuck the chair in for his partner. Rolling his eyes but still with that smile, the insomniac lets him go and steps forward, going to sit with a quiet snicker and a teasing, "Why thank you, kind sir." But of course, the shorter teen cuts off suddenly, just as Hitoshi is tucked in, and there's no reason for it. Except there really is. Izuku can't breathe, can't think, because there's a hand around his neck and that smell, all iron-laden corrosion, rust and nails and dust, is choking him, thick like ash in his lungs. "I wouldn't try your little disappearing act. Who knows how many people could get hurt?" Shigaraki is here. Regardless, they pull their focus back to their surroundings, and are quick to find a table not too close to the currently rowdy tables of the seating area. The pair exchange a brief glance for tacit agreement, before weaving over to it, glad to get there before anybody else does. Giggling, Izuku ushers Hitoshi to one of the seats, holding the back of it to tuck the chair in for his partner. Rolling his eyes but still with that smile, the insomniac lets him go and steps forward, going to sit with a quiet snicker and a teasing, "Why thank you, kind sir." But of course, the shorter teen cuts off suddenly, just as Hitoshi is tucked in, and there's no reason for it. Except there really is. Izuku can't breathe, can't think, because there's a hand around his neck and that smell, all iron-laden corrosion, rust and nails and dust, is choking him, thick like ash in his lungs. "I wouldn't try your little disappearing act. Who knows how many people could get hurt?" Shigaraki is here. Izuku, registering those words, has to force down every urge he has to swch straight into his spirit form, to get away from the danger quickly enough to attack rather than be hurt, but if he does that then Shigaraki will be within an arm's reach of Hitoshi. And he can't let his Shinsure be hurt. He just can't. So instead, he simply takes a long breath and starts to speak. "Shigaraki. Why are you here?" The steadiness of his own voice shocks him a little, but he refuses to show it. No, he simply lasers his gaze at the back of Hitoshi's head, seeing that his partner is just as frozen as him. Just as aware of the danger. "Well, I saw you, the little brat that tried to play beyond his NPC role, and I simply had to come over," the man sneers in his ear. His breath is hot and dry against Izuku's hair, creeping down his neck and against his ears, and he can't help the shudder that crackles down his spine. That stench that lingers around the villain is burning at his nose, catching on the back of his throat, and he fears he's about to throw up. The blur of purple in front of him starts to shift, Hitoshi slowly turning around in his seat, and his gaze locks with Izuku's. The intensity of mercury and violets, celestial and scorching, grounds the greenette. Settles him firmly in his body and reality, starting to assess the situation properly. And quite simply, they're both trapped. That wrinkled hand is digging into Izuku's neck, for fingernails threatening to draw blood, and it has his breathing short and too shallow, the barest of waves against a shore, and that would be bad enough by itself, even without Hitoshi being trapped in his seat by Izuku and Shigaraki being stood behind him themselves. They're too close to the back of the insomniac's seat to give him any chance of getting out easily. He wouldn't be able to slip to the side because of the arms, which leaves him with either shoving the entire table forward, or having Izuku move. Neither of which would be wise right now. There's a lot of people nearby, and they're surrounded. More directly by a wall and even more tables and chairs. It's not much room for maneuvering, nor for using his full Kitsune form. It's really not a good position to be in. Distraction it is then, at least until they can find an opening. And your intentions? Just some dialogue, for now. Maybe some HP depletion if you try to hack it. DMN, Izuku had forgotten how annoying he'd found all the video game references. He's already wrong-footed and nervous because of, well, the entire situation. Adding on the mental work of decoding the weird so-called dialogue and the fear of possibly misinterpreting the villain and thus angering him further. Definitely extra stress Izuku could do without right now. Okay, Hitoshi drawls, and Izuku can feel how Shigaraki's attention snaps to his partner. Don't suppose we could all sit and chat normally? Ah, your little friend thinks he's clever, doesn't he? But I know what his quirk is, and Sensei knew just how to get around such a tricky little skill. Makes it a waste of a move slot. Izuku notes away whoever that Sensei is for later, but keeps his focus on the current conversation instead. Just, what did you want to TT talk about? The greenette gets out, his words catching. Between his nerves and the hand clutching his throat, it's no surprise, but he hates how weak it makes him feel. The villain doesn't taunt him about it though, only leaning in even closer, the heat of his body crowding in far too close for comfort. Izuku couldn't be more grateful for being able to hold Hitoshi's gaze right now, even if there's a fear in them that just might be even stronger than his own. Stain, he spits out and, oh, ew, Izuku's pretty sure he felt little saliva hit the back of his ears. You were the NPCs that took that rogue down, weren't you? Tsune, a Kitsune Quirk, Sensei pointed it all out and it makes so much sense, and I still haven't decided whether to kill you or thank you for it. Although, right now his hand flexes around Izuku's throat and the teen can't help but tense, choking a little. His partner stiffens, looking absolutely furious for a moment before reining himself in. I mean, I'd rather be thanked, personally, don't you think? Hitoshi's ploy doesn't work though, Shigaraki only snarling wordlessly down at the insomniac. It's not enough to register as a response, clearly. So Izuku starts talking again himself. He was wrong, but he had morals? Or, well, a goal dash, the greenette tries to explain, pulling the words out of nowhere but finding that he actually does mean them. They're more true than he was expecting. But I have an objective too. I have a quest brief to fulfill and yet we were forgotten about, our cause ignored for the sake of that pathetic dash. It's not the same, Izuku murmurs, barely daring to speak any louder, yet the villain freezes behind him all the same. The teen can feel the tension in the man's body and it freaks him out because they're so close and hands at his throat are already a trigger and the fury permeating the air, the sheer bloodlust. It feels like caramel sweet smoke cloying in his lungs, stinging at his eyes, and it's so hard not to just fall straight into a panic attack. But Hitoshi is here, and the rest of their class is in the shopping center too, so he's not alone at least, and that is all that keeps Izuku vaguely functioning. And that level of functioning allows him to come up with an idea. He'll need a good moment for it, and maybe. What do you FING mean, NPC? Okay, he needs to put this into words that aren't going to get him killed. Just destroying All Might I isn't something that most people can you understand though? Oh. And Izuku absolutely hates how that feels like he managed to inspire Shigaraki somehow. Don't get him wrong, it's better than getting his throat disintegrated for saying what the villain might consider the wrong thing, but that doesn't stop it being an awful, oily weight in his guts. But right now, the man's clearly distracted, his grip having loosened just enough, and Izuku meets Hitoshi's eyes once more. His idea might just work right now, just maybe, and he can't guarantee getting another chance like this, so he might have to. Well, it's a risk, but it's a calculated one, and the chances of Izuku actually dying are kind of relatively low, so he might as well go for it, right? So he does. The sudden manifestation of 3 more tails startles the villain, physically shoving him back enough that he stumbles, his hand is forced up against Izuku's throat and there's that static agony for half a second before the teen goes incorporeal. A blink later, he's human once more, a kick crashing into Shigaraki's unprotected stomach. He can hear Hitoshi getting to his feet, and a distant uproar as people notice that a fight is starting, one far-off voice sounding familiar, but he's caught up with settling into a fighting stance, eyes taking in every bit of the hacking form of the pale man, waiting for the pain and shock to morph into aggression once more. Before it does, Hitoshi speaks up from over Izuku's shoulders, his tone eerily similar to the greenette's. Why don't you just leave? And despite the agony burning from his throat, the way that his lungs are held prisoner with iron rusting bars, metallic and unyielding, the greenette forces himself to focus on the matter at hand. Oh, fox brat, you shouldn't have done that, Shigaraki growls, a little tight and strained, hands spasming at his sides. The teen in question can't help but scowl in return, teeth bared. It's in that moment that he registers how his fangs have developed and that there's a snarl rumbling in his throat, low and feral. Fluffball, we need to do something about the civil eye dash. Shinsure, you go dash, there's tangible hesitation to his partner at those words, but after a moment he presses a hand to Izuku's arm, so much comfort and warmth in that touch, no matter how brief, that he wants to sag back into his insomniac and never leave his embrace, but that's not an option right now. Instead, Izuku lunges forwards in the same instant that Hitoshi darts off to the side, starting to call out to the crowds. Shigaraki meets him in the middle, only having been a few paces from each other, and Izuku ducks to the side, tipping forwards onto his hands, balancing them on an empty table to let him lash out with a kick as the villain passes him. He catches an elbow, he thinks, but Shigaraki is already whirling around in the same moment, and there's a glancing touch to his calf. The pain isn't brief, however it's nothing against the agony from his throat, so Izuku pushes past it to land neatly, facing the seething manchild once more. UFING NPC, U-. Izuku! A voice yells, and both of their heads WHP around to see Yamamo standing a good 10 meters away, a mess of overturned chairs and filled tables between them. Ugh, another NPC, this one even more useless. Yamamo, help Shinshur! Izuku cries, because his quirk and experience with Shigaraki mean that he's relatively safe, or at least relatively less likely to die, and he can't bear the thought of her getting hurt in his place. But please, he yells, desperation cracking the single word apart, in the same moment that the villain starts to run forward, clearly aiming for the girl. Izuku tackles him. It isn't planned, and probably isn't wise, but it's enough of a conscious action that almost instantaneous to body slamming Shigaraki, he suches into his spirit form, allowing himself the time to look over at Yamamo, and the relief that washes over him upon seeing her hesitate before starting to create a megaphone even as she turns away, well, it's immense, before scrambling back a bit, putting himself in between Shigaraki and the rest of the room. FING NPCs, damn it, had to derail my side quest, fuck. His sensitive ears pick up all of the curses that the villain mutters, but he tries to focus most of his hearing on the background noise. He can make out several of his class by now, the noise of them nigh on overwhelmed by the crushing racket of the crowds, children crying and complaining, adults and teens grumbling or questioning or ushering each other along, and it's a massive reassurance to hear. Hopefully everyone will be safe. When the man staggers back to his feet, swiping at his bloody nose, Izuku hesitates briefly before suching back to human himself, sticking with six tails though, and watches on as the villain sways in place, scratching at his neck. Are you really an NPC? You're more like some shitty little rogue, Shigaraki gripes, scratching all the more furiously, and Izuku doesn't know how to respond. Because he's been taking the man's attention so far to protect others, but furthering that can't be a good idea, surely? It turns out, seconds later, that it's a question that doesn't need answering just yet, because that's the moment that he picks up on several of his classmates' voices getting closer again, the pounding of footsteps that can't quite match the rapid staccato of his own racing heart, and even as he takes in all of that, mind scrambling to find the best way to somehow incapacitate Shigaraki before risking his friends and kin, the villain moves first. Izuku ducks the hand that reaches for his face, pivoting low with a sweeping foot that Shigaraki easily leaps over. But the villain doesn't account for the tails that curl around his knees, the teen's momentum forcing them tight around Shigaraki's legs, buckling them. Even though he's falling to the ground, the man still lashes out, only two fingers managing to brush against the back of Izuku's shoulders before he suches form again, a spirit for a blip in time, just long enough to avoid the attack and gain himself another meter of space before he evaporates back into corporeal existence. In front of him, the villain is sprawled on the floor, and those eyes. Izuku has become far too used to red eyes being kind, recently, and to find such bloodlust, so much vitriolic hatred solar flaring in Shigaraki's gaze, sends scalding water down his back, hands numb, wounds static burning. Shigaraki wants to kill him right now. But there is one positive to that fact, and Izuku forces himself to latch onto it, to ground himself with it. If the villain wants to kill him, then that means his classmates are safe so long as he's alive. The civilians are safe. And right now, that has to be the Greenette's priority, so he clings to that knowledge even as Shigaraki stumbles to his feet, scratching yet again. It's in that moment, with another frisson of terror clawing through him, that an idea strikes Izuku. It's mad, perhaps stupid too, but it should work. Well, there's one glaring way it could go wrong, and there's no doubt that his kin will kill him if it does so, once they get him back to kill, that is, but right now, he can't see many more options. Not that won't just prolong this exact same fight, with both of them getting hurt and the chance of one of those injuries being deadly only rising with more people to protect and more exhaustion lining his bones. So, the teen starts to circle. It's a few short steps at first, nothing massive, and when Shigaraki moves in kind, Izuku resists the urge to Cheshire grin because, thank Kami, something might finally be going his way. They continue to circle for several more tense moments, every part of Izuku aching to burst forward. But not yet. The man isn't in the position he needs Shigaraki to be in for this to have a decent chance of actually working. Look what you've done, little fox, you've put me right by your pathetic classmates. I certainly wouldn't mind spilling some of their blood too. And logically, Izuku can tell that the man is still focused on him. That everything about Shigaraki's posture and eyes is positively screaming that all he wants is to specifically tear the greenette apart. And yet hearing the BSTRD threaten his kin and friends and classmates, hearing the villain sound so very proud over the fact, has his blood boiling, a distant screaming in his head that has all the animalistic rage of something inhuman, and his eyes lock with blood-sick red. Abruptly, Izuku finds himself six-tailed and snarling, the weight of a massive corporeal body grounding him, and he drops his jaw to scream, all fear and fury, feral, as Shigaraki charges towards him. Then the Kitsune too is attacking, daring to rear up on his back legs as the villain bolts at him, and there's a hand against one of his forelegs, another against his side, his teeth catching in hair and on the edges of what must be a face or neck, but either way his plan is working because they crash into and then entirely over a railing. They fall. Aizawa isn't sure when he last ran this fast. If he thought about it, he'd know, and it was only a few months ago, knowing that his boys were facing a serial killer, except that one had knives and this one, but all he can think about is putting one foot in front of the other in order to get to his kids as quickly as possible. Hisashi is on his way too, coming by car from the radio station, yet even that thought isn't enough to calm the underground hero right now. No, he's panicking. He can tell because his chest is too tight and there's a pressure, an ache, building at the base of his spine to match the uncomfortable sting that prickles at his eyes. He's terrified for his boys. Below all of that though, he's still a pro-hero for a reason, so he channels that fear into the next snapping out loop of capture weapon that catapults him to yet another roof, the large glass building that is his destination glinting into sight several streets away. Thank Kami he's relatively mobile because if he'd had to take a train or a taxi or something, well, that doesn't matter though, and he forces himself to be purely logical as he swings to the street in front of the shopping center, right by the police line, already pulling his hero license out. Eraserhead. My students are those involved. His tone is harsh, and he could not care a single bit less about it. The random police officer, though clearly startled, does lean forwards enough to actually check the license. Of course, go right dash, that's all he needs to hear, and then he's charging forwards again, a capture weapon-aided leap taking him straight over the civilian still rushing out. But then he's inside and he knows that Yaoyorozu said the second floor in her panicked phone call, 3 flights of stairs above, so he's looking up even as he rushes in, and Kami, there's a massive blur of dark green above, tipping over the railing, and the hero's heart just about stops. But then most of the mess of limbs and tails disappears, leaving just a single figure that crashes to the floor mere meters in front of the hero. The Kitsune is gone. Kid! Fluffball! He and Hitoshi aren't the only ones shouting out, and a brief glance has the hero registering that his son and over half his class are leaning over the railings of the second floor, fear and desperation clear in every line of them, but then Aizawa is racing forwards, quirk activating. Even with his capture weapon lashing out, he's too late to restrain Shigaraki before the man groans out a low Kurogyri and falls straight through the floor, or rather a portal. And damn it, the hero really does wish that his erasure worked on Kurogyri indirectly because Kami warp quirks are beyond frustrating. Particularly when they support the escape of a villain that has dared to hurt his son. Although with Shigaraki gone, a bloody human with 6 tails flickers into existence, and every part of Aizawa snaps to attention and promptly aches for his kit, catching the vacant fear in his face. But a moment later he's a full-fledged Kitsune again, and then he disappears for 10 painful seconds. Aizawa counts every single one, breath frozen in his chest for every moment, before the creature appears once more. But Izuku isn't standing tall, nor is he racing forwards to his hero. No, he's cowering back towards the nearest wall, tails flared out in defense, head lowered and teeth bared, back arched under his panic and fear. And that sight might be awful, but it's the constant low whimpering and the scent of blood that has Aizawa petrified. Hey, kid, you're okay, he's gone. Izuku, kiddo, it's Aizawa, Eraserhead, Dad, I promise you're going to be okay now. Kit? Darling? We're safe, Kit, it's only Dad, nobody else can hurt you, any of us. It's all right, darling, please dash, he talks, soft and quiet and coaxing, and he lowers his stance, knees bent and palms open and obvious as he approaches step by step. At first, the whimper begins to gather an edge of snarl, however something must click with Izuku, because the defensive edge dies down again, left with only pain and fear in the sound. And all Aizawa can see is the blood spattered on floor and fur, and how those white-green eyes are stark with remaining terror. Izuku, darling, it's Dad dash, he cuts off when there's a clatter of feet that heralds much of his class getting down to the ground floor, all crowding to a halt at the base of the stairs and frozen escalators. A similar clamor from behind the hero has him whipping round to see a crowd of police and local heroes. The last thing that the kid needs right now is all of these people. Shinso, stay. If Detective Tsukachi is here, then he can remain. Send in Present Mike when he arrives. Everyone else, clear out now. The villain has already left via warp gate, he barks out, back to Izuku and arms a little out to his sides, blatantly protective. And maybe he sounds threatening too, because there's barely any hesitation before people obey him. Kids, he calls, just as his students get to the doors, most of them already glancing back at them. He'll be alright. Stay here until I can check in with you, understood? He gets a round of affirmations for it, and the hint of some smiles, and it gives Aizawa the tiniest bit of relief. But then he's turning back to the Kitsune cowering behind him, and crouches low, ready to pick up his reassurances once more. This time it only takes a fraction of a second for Izuku to register him, and there's clear hesitation in the Kitsune's posture, so Aizawa starts talking again. Darling, you're alright, we're safe. Dad's here, Shinshi's here, Pops is on his way over, and we're all safe. You're okay, Izuku, please. He doesn't stop himself from talking when Izuku starts to move. The Kitsune's tails are lowering, drooping to the floor and curling around his back legs, and his whole body lowers, belly to the floor. He looks terrified. All the same, Izuku is slinking forwards, crawling along the ground, being so very brave despite how clearly he's bloody and trembling, and Aizawa stays frozen in place, waiting, hoping. He's rewarded for it by a snout nudging hesitantly against his hand, leaving a rusted smear over the skin, but the hero couldn't care less about the stain, instead Oso slowly moving his hand to settle it on the side of the Kitsune's head, not petting or scratching, just resting there. And Izuku tilts into the touch, that keening starting up again, and it breaks Aizawa's heart. If you can't, or you don't feel safe, you don't have to, but could you turn back, Kit? He doesn't try to guilt-trip the teen into it, doesn't plead with him, but instead leaves it as an open request and, after a minute of silence, of cradling his kid's face to offer whatever reassurance he can, the Kitsune finally releases a long, shuddering breath that seems to bubble and creak as it escapes, before there's suddenly a teen hunched over in front of the hero. And the kid's hurt. The blood smeared around his mouth doesn't seem to be his own, but his front is drenched from what looks like a throat wound, then there are 2 sections of hoodie missing, only leaving sloughs of blood to be seen, one on the kid's right arm, the other the left side of his ribs. And there, on the kid's calf, there's a small bloody section too. Is there any more? There's footsteps pounding closer again, and Izuku flinches in towards his dad, nearly collapsing with the movement, but a gentle, familiar voice calls out quietly. Hey listeners, it's only me. There's no forced cheer there, only the edges of panic in someone trying to stay calm, and Aizawa vaguely registers Hitoshi's whimpered, Papa, most of the man's attention still caught on the kid in front of him. And that, of course, is the moment that Izuku passes out on the spot. And the kid's hurt. The blood smeared around his mouth doesn't seem to be his own, but his front is drenched from what looks like a throat wound, then there are 2 sections of hoodie missing, only leaving sloughs of blood to be seen, one on the kid's right arm, the other the left side of his ribs. And there, on the kid's calf, there's a small bloody section too. Is there any more? There's footsteps pounding closer again, and Izuku flinches in towards his dad, nearly collapsing with the movement, but a gentle, familiar voice calls out quietly. Hey listeners, it's only me. There's no forced cheer there, only the edges of panic in someone trying to stay calm, and Aizawa vaguely registers Hitoshi's whimpered, Papa, most of the man's attention still caught on the kid in front of him. And that, of course, is the moment that Izuku passes out on the spot. The hero lunges forward, relieved that he's just close enough that he's able to hook careful arms under the kid's armpits, trying to control the fall so that Izuku sags against Aizawa's chest rather than the ground, and it works well enough. The hero forces himself to ignore the hot blood soaking into his jumpsuit, and instead tries to adjust his hold on the kit. Kami, it's sickening how the teen's head lolls, too slack and giving. Izuku? Kit, darling, come on Izuku, he coaxes, not even registering how, behind him, Hisashi is cooing low and soft to Hitoshi, the taller teen pressed into his pop's side, breaths just wrong. The greenette doesn't wake up though, eyelids not even flickering, and Aizawa can only feel his heart cracking, one trembling hand digging back into his utility belt to try and find the bandages that he knows are there somewhere. One flap gives way to his scrambling fingers and then he's got a wrapped packet of gauze in hand, tearing the packaging open with his teeth, still supporting his boy in his lap with the other arm, and hurriedly presses the wad of sterilized fabric to Izuku's throat, trying not to press too hard, because the child both needs to breath and not to bleed out, and Kami, he doesn't know how to do this, what to do. Because his kit isn't breathing right and he's bleeding everywhere and Aizawa knows that panicking like this isn't helping, he needs to be logical, but how can he when? Where's the patient dash? There's a voice calling out from the shopping center entrance, and urgent footsteps, and Aizawa can't help how his capture weapon flares up and around him, ready to protect his kid from these strangers. Sir, we're paramedics, you need to let us help the boy, please. There's a man in a medic uniform crouching nearby, a woman at his shoulder in the same kit, and Aizawa registers them, taking in the apparent sincerity, and lets himself settle down some. It's disintegration wounds, the worst is his throat, but his ribs too, and his arm and leg, and he fell and he's rambling, he knows, but his kit. Okay, thank you, sir. I'm going to touch him now, and I have a levitation quirk with a stabilization element, so we can get him onto the gurney, alright? The hero can only nod, staring down at Izuku carefully cradled in his lap, still pressing the gauze down as carefully as possible. I'll take that gauze, sir, the woman offers, kneeling down beside the pair, even as the male paramedic leans over and settles a hand on Izuku's knee. The paramedic easily follows the movement of the teenager, keeping the careful pressure applied, and Aizawa can't even find the strength to stand as he watches his kid get delicately lowered onto a gurney, and there's still so much blood everywhere, and it's thick on his hands, in his nose, eyes stinging with it, and it's almost too much. Shoyuta Hizashi cuts off into something more muffled, and the shorter man can almost picture how his husband must have buried his face in the fluff of their son's hair, and something about hearing Hizashi's voice starts Shuta's heart up once again, so he staggers to his feet, following his kid without thought or hesitation. Can we he's practically pleading, he knows, but he can't help it. We'll have room for one person in the ambulance, the man informs them, not even glancing up, and then they're all moving, the paramedics speaking between themselves now, a blur of jargon that Aizawa can't parse at all. Before he can think anymore, the underground hero is following the gurney, Hizashi at his side and Hitoshi trailing them, and the husbands share the briefest glance, all panic and Atlas waited, because they need to make a decision right now, and it needs to be instantaneous. They don't have the time for a discussion. Stay with him. They're not going to argue over this, not when they both want to be with the kid, but someone needs to deal with the class and the police and Hitoshi, and Kami, one of them needs to ring Inko, make sure she's able to get to wherever Izuku ends up and love you too, Aizawa croaks out, so strong but fracturing around the edges all the same, and then the ambulance is in front of them and the doors are closing and Hizashi and Hitoshi can only stand there, staring at the flashing lights as it leaves. Sensei? The single, trembling word startles the blonde, admittedly, yet he forces himself to find a wan smile, settling a not necessarily fatherly hand on his son's shoulder as they both turn around. Hey listeners, he greets, his tone a far cry from his usual vigor, noticing far too many tears and frowns and scowls. Shuta's gone with your friend, and he's in good hands with the paramedics. Shigaraki is gone. Everyone's safe, alright? But, Izuku, there was so much he cuts off Jairu's distressed words with a simple raised hand, gathering all of their attention once more. He will be fine, listeners, you hear? You think your caterpillar sensei would accept anything less? That earns a few wet snorts and sniffles, and Hizashi counts it as a win. It certainly doesn't hurt that being able to reassure his husband's kids even a little bit has some of the creaking fissures through his own heart beginning to still rather than split further. Now, I think it'll be best if any of you that saw Midoriya, he barely manages not to stumble over their kit's name, and Shigaraki fighting from reasonably close by, talk to the officers, preferably Detective Tsukachi, but you're legally allowed to wait until your parents arrive, got it? There's nothing you have to do. I'm going to need to go, and Shinso, you can come with me to the hospital. Kids, I'm sorry to leave you here, but I have to go. It's quite alright, sensei, Ida offers, even with Uraraka clutching his arm, and several more of the class nod along. And DMN them all, the strong little listeners, because so many of them smile, and add their own agreements, and it's amazing and heartbreaking all at once. Okay kiddos, okay. Do any of you want me to contact your parents? I can do that whilst I drive, listeners, it won't be a problem or anything, he assures because he is the adult here, the hero, and he's absolutely terrified for their fox baby, but these kids are just as scared for their friend and classmate. Mike-sensei, can you let us know what's happening with Izuku-kun, once you know? Yaoyorozu asks, tugging nervously at her fringe. He told us to get the civilians out, but if I'd stayed to help him and Hizashi still itches to leave, but even that is fiercely overwhelmed by wanting to make sure that this brilliant girl doesn't lose her confidence. So he steps forward, squeezing his son's shoulder briefly as he lets go to kneel in front of the girl in question. Yaoyorozu, you did what you thought was best at the time. You listened to your friend, your ally. And everyone is still alive, the villain is gone, and nothing is more important than that, you hear? You all did so well. Somehow he wasn't expecting the several slumping shoulders and faint smiles that greet his words, not just from Yaoyorozu, but he's glad he could reassure them all the same. Shows kids deserve it. Anything else, listeners? This time there's lots of nods and dismissals, and the hero finally finds himself willing to leave the class. They've got each other, some of UA's trusted police officers, and a fair bit of common sense between them. They'll be alright. Then we'll get going now. I'll make sure Shinso texts you all any updates we get, you dig? With that, Hisashi ushers his son along to his hastily parked car just on the other side of the police barrier, and then they're gone, driving as fast as the hero dares after the far-gone ambulance. Hisashi quickly has his phone dialing Inko as he drives, wishing that he would be able to tell her more than the little they know. But Shoyuta hasn't texted him yet, and he hadn't been able to stay right behind the ambulance because he had to deal with the class and there are other cars on the road and he can't crash, damn it, so he's stuck drumming his fingers along the steering wheel, glancing between the road and his son and his phone constantly. Hisashi-kun? And there's that ever-sweet voice for the ever-sweet person who really doesn't deserve the news he's about to give her. Inko, Kami, I'm so sorry to ring you like this again, but the Kiyoshi shopping center, Shigaraki turned up there, and he and Izuku fought. Izuku, the baby's on the way to the nearest hospital, Sho's with him, and Hitoshi's with me, and I need to know if you need a lift because I know Namiri wouldn't mind picking you up because it's an emergency dash. Oh, Kami she falters and Hisashi doesn't dare interrupt the awful silence, glancing back over at his son, taking in the twisting thumbs and bouncing knee. Okay, she breathes, and there's that Midoriya steal. I'm at home, let's see, the Kiyoshi ward is about half an hour by train but the next train, did you mention that Namiri-san would be able to drive me over? She definitely wouldn't mind, no, he affirms, stopping himself from waving his hands like he usually would, considering that he's trying to drive. Then, please, ask her. I don't mind her having our address or anything. Just, I need to get to Izuku. We all do, Hisashi agrees, Hitoshi speaking up after him. Papa, Fluffball's going to be okay, isn't he? I know he's with Dad and the paramedics but there's such raw fear in those words, so much terror and heartache, and Hisashi can't help but reach over to settle his left hand on his son's knee, trapping some of the fidgeting fingers there, as careful and affectionate as he can be with only one hand. Hitoshi, baby, it is going to be alright. You know our Izuku, he's super duper strong. Hisashi-kun's right, Inko adds, the previously wobbling tone to her voice evaporating in a moment. Our Izuku's amazing. He'll get better before we know it. And, well, none of them can argue with that. Izuku is in darkness and he aches. He's full of static and it's electric sparking between his skin and bones, arching through him with painful jolts, and his nose and mouth are clogged with iron, yet somehow he's breathing clearly, and it just feels wrong. Noise registers with him then. There's something familiar to the main cadence of it, deep and rumbling, and he latches on to the specific sound, finding himself trying to reply to it, wanting to draw the comfort closer because something so very warm might just ease the pain static sparking through him, might just help him. He thinks he must have made a sound because the pain flares up, it's not explosions but it hurts the same way, something tight around his neck and it has iron bitter bile in his throat, pulsing against the agony, his stomach and heart roiling in time, cold school floors against his back and shoulders, and it just hurts, although something else, something warm, brushes against his forehead. Izuku tilts ever so slightly into the touch, something about these specific calluses familiar and soothing, and hyperfocuses on it rather than the pain. Kit, Darl Kit. Kit is him, and the only person that calls him that is his dad, isn't it? That's it, darlin', can pen your eye his dad wants. Wants a pen? No, he wants him to open his eyes? Was that what? Izuku's blinking up at a dark pale blur before he can even register it, and there are dark eyes staring at him in return, brimming with shadow-gilded warmth and worry, and Izuku latches onto the sight with all that he is. Hey there, darling, well done. You with me, Kit? Good job, kiddo, just stay with me, understood? It is Dad, that's it, you're all right, we're all safe now, you did so well, Izuku. Stay with me, darling. He can do nothing but obey that voice, soft and coaxing and lulling as it is, wanting to lean further into the careful touch to his forehead, but the static ache halts him. Don't try to speak, Kit, you're hurt, but I'm going to hold your hand now, and if you can you squeeze once for yes or twice for no? There are fingers sliding around his then, fingertips tapping gently against his palm, and it drags Izuku that bit further into reality. Do you need anything, darling? Those eyes are burning still, and the charcoal fire in them seems to eat up some of the pain and mind haze, and Izuku forces himself to tense his hand as much as he can. He gets a smile for it. Okay. Not to bore you, kiddo, but we're gonna run through a list. Do you need some water? The grimace that unconsciously tugs at his lips is probably answer enough, but Izuku puts the effort into a double squeeze, blinking lethargically at the effort. ID, darling? Oh. Maybe the blink was a bit longer than intended, because there's something almost panicked in his dad's voice and that's not good, is it? There we go, back with me, Kit? Well done, darling, I'm going to keep on with the list now, alright? Here we are, Izuku, can you tell me if you're in pain? If you need some more painkillers? The teen, woozy though he may be, doesn't falter in squeezing just once, fingers almost spasming with it. Okay, I'm not going anywhere but I just need to press the button, darling, alright? I promise I'll be right back, Kit, I'll keep this one hand with yours, I just need this other one. The fingers against Izuku's forehead leave and he keens, desperate to have that grounding sensation back, but they're back again before he can panic too much, and he manages to shift into it a little more, though something in his throat sparks a light all over again. Gentle on yourself for me, Kit, there we go. Now that you're awake, the doctor's going to come and see you and they're going to let everyone else in too, okay? There was some stupid rules about it first, don't worry about that, darling. Everyone's okay, you clever, reckless kid. Izuku, that was terrifying, do you understand? Absolutely awful. And Izuku's barely aware enough to comprehend the words, but there's fear in his dad's voice, something open wound raw, and he whimpers in return, trying to offer whatever he can in return an apology because he knows it's about him, but he barely understands any of it right now, still caught in the heat haze of pain writhing through him. Apparently Aizawa picks up on that, or at least some element of it, because he slumps and softens again, leaning down to press a brief kiss to the teen's forehead. Don't worry about it now, Kit. Just hold on a minute whilst the nurses get here, okay? They'll be able to get you some stronger pain meds. Izuku goes to at least hum an acknowledgement, some sort of reply, when the pain in his throat flares once more, and he's learning already, stopping immediately. His hero starts carting his hand through Izuku's curls instead, picking up a steady stream of reassurances under his breath. It's not patronizing or annoying. Rather, it helps to relax the greenette, all of it a steady point to focus on, and he does so with a bruising mental group, trying not to be swallowed by the tide again. It can't be all that long later when there's a hurried knock on the door, and two women and a man are stepping through, one of the former with a white coat and clipboard. I see Midoriya is indeed awake. Hello, I'm your doctor currently, Najino-san. These two nurses are just going to help me get through some of the basics first. Is there anything? Aizawa is instantly speaking, not particularly caring about cutting her off. He's in pain, and his tolerance is high in the first place, so could you get him anything for that? We certainly can. Hana-san, would you mind? Thank you. And yes, Aizawa-san, we gave him a relatively weak medication as frankly we weren't expecting him to wake up quite so soon, and given the highly unusual nature of the wounds, it's possible that they may interfere more with the nerves post-healing than expected. They are particularly painful, from memory, the hero grumbles, and gets a rather pointed look from the woman, even as she notes something down on her file. Regardless. Hello, Midoriya-kun. Some of your family are waiting outside, would you like them in before I run through your injuries? Izuku, not wanting to nod because it'll hurt, instead squeezes his dad's hand. Luckily, the doctor, Najino-san, picks up on the movement and doesn't question Aizawa's affirmative in the teen's place. That's quite alright then, I'll just go and get them a moment. Are there any immediate concerns? Izuku genuinely thinks about that for a moment, but indicates no to the hero, and with that Najino-san smiles again, and leaves to fetch the others. At this point, the last nurse steps forward. Would it be alright if I started some of the more basic checks? We can pause when your family come in, but it'll be good to get a few out of the way. And I'm Yamamoto, okay? I'm not long into my shift, so feel free to ask for me over the next while if you need anything, he adds, even as he starts checking some of the machines and their readings. After a few seconds of watching, half his mind sinking into the consistent sensation of Aizawa still brushing a hand through his hair, Izuku abruptly registers part of why his head hurts so much. Talking doesn't seem like a good idea though, so instead he stares at the offending machine and grips his dad's hand as hard as he can, knowing his strength is far from its usual levels and finding the fact strangely annoying. Kit? What? Oh, the heart monitor again. Izuku lets up for a brief moment and squeezes again, gaze flickering back to the man. And there's so much care and attention in the dark eyes, genuine thought for Izuku's comfort and pain and how to help with it all. It's amazing. Perhaps, by now, it isn't even entirely shocking to find, either. Yamamoto-san, would it be possible to unhook the heart monitor? The kid's got sensitive hearing and it's a tone that particularly hurts his ears. Let me see. Yes, that should be fine, the nurse replies, having apparently checked some of the notes on the whiteboard beside Izuku's bed and the various bits of medical paraphernalia. Here you go. Better? The awful beeping has indeed gone, and Izuku finds himself relaxing incrementally with the fact. Well, a little bit of the pain is gone at least. Not even a second later, before Aizawa can thank the nurse, there's a clattering of footsteps outside the room, and then the door is being unceremoniously shoved out of the way for a frantic trio of Inko, Hisashi and Hitoshi, followed by a more sedate yet clearly concerned Nemuri. Fluffball. Sweetheart. Lil, 1. Their cries are almost as simultaneous as their entrances, and Izuku can't help but find the beginnings of a smile tugging at his lips at the sights and sounds of his kin. They all come forward one by one then, pressing brief kisses to his temples and cheek respectively, all with lingering touches and desperate smiles. Izuku revels in the contact and proximity, in being able to smell kin scent over the awful iron-tinged chemicals of the hospital itself, and he keeps the smile when Nemuri, more hesitant but clearly so out of respect rather than anything else, steps closer to carefully run a brief touch through his curls, giving him space and affection at the same time, which is appreciated. Because she's verging on kin, but she isn't entirely there yet, and Izuku's not in the right space, is in too much pain still, to be fully comfortable at this exact moment. If nobody minds, I'll take you all through the brief list of Midoriya-kun's injuries? None of them protest, instead settling around the room, so Najino-san nods, to herself as much as them, and flicks her eyes down the clipboard once more. The main injuries were 4 disintegration patches. By far the worst of these was the throat wound. It was clearly the first inflicted, and heavy breathing, movement and talking appear to have aggravated it. Most of the disintegration only affected flesh, however some of the thyroid and cricoid cartilage, as well as the right laryngeal nerve, were also damaged. With the quirks on hand, my own included, we have been able to completely restore the nerve and cartilage damage. With this, unfortunately, we were unable to expend energy on the flesh wound itself, which will likely be rather painful and will scar. Due to the conflict of it overlapping somewhat with another, relevantly recent scar at the base of your throat, we're concerned that the collagen levels could be pushed beyond the natural necessity, resulting a sort of scar overgrowth called a keloid-type scar. If you notice, as this heals up in the longer term, that the scar seems to be raised, painful, and a rather red or pink tone, then get it checked. She pauses there for a moment, ensuring that they're all taking the information in. The other 3 patches were far less severe, overall. The forearm wound we were initially very concerned about, but it appears that the quirk effect was glancing enough to have barely touched one of the nerves beneath the muscle damage, so we've been able to heal that almost to the surface level. On Midoriya-kun's side, a fair part of the oblique muscle has been disintegrated, but it was a wide wound rather than deep, so that's almost completely healed already. Similar to the injury to the calf. From there, it was largely scrapes, bruises, exertion and some strains. I dare say that you were rather lucky, Midoriya-kun, but against a quirk like that there must have been some degree of skill too. That last comment earned several proud grins and head shakes born out of fond exasperation, Izuku only able to dredge up a sheepish little smile in reply. Regardless, it's only a few minutes from there until his pain medication has been replaced with something stronger, and Najino-san has gone through the fact that they want to keep him in for observation tonight at least, with a reassessment in the morning, at which point she and the nurses leave the family to it. Despite wanting to listen to his kin, to be able to interact with them in some way, Izuku finds himself drifting, buoyed by the encroaching sea mist, salt panging but calmer, gentler, than the rocking pain that has been dogging him so far, and there's still that familiar hand holding his, calloused fingers in his hair, and the sound of his precious people talking amongst themselves so, really, it's no surprise that he easily slips back into sleep. The last thing he truly registers are 3 simple words, spoken low and subtle, warm like embers. Rest up, Kit. And then he's gone. Before we have the chapter proper, enjoy this amazing and adorable piece of fan art from Polar Beard. Their DeviantArt is 2 friends out of touch, I believe, it's so cute. Regardless, it's only a few minutes from there until his pain medication has been replaced with something stronger, and Najino-san has gone through the fact that they want to keep him in for observation tonight at least, with a reassessment in the morning, at which point she and the nurses leave the family to it. Despite wanting to listen to his kin, to be able to interact with them in some way, Izuku finds himself drifting, buoyed by the encroaching sea mist, salt panging but calmer, gentler, than the rocking pain that has been dogging him so far, and there's still that familiar hand holding his, calloused fingers in his hair, and the sound of his precious people talking amongst themselves so, really, it's no surprise that he easily slips back into sleep. The last thing he truly registers are 3 simple words, spoken low and subtle, warm like embers. Rest up, Kit. And then he's gone. The next time Izuku is awake, it's to the sight of Koko-san curled up loosely at the foot of his bed, elbows and knees pressed together with ears and hair splayed back over the thin blankets, and his mum sitting back in a chair beside his hip, a blanket across her lap and her hair largely fallen out of the bun it had been in last time he saw her. But they're both sleeping, calm and serene in the dim light of what seems to be nighttime, and he finds himself smiling a bit. It's good to see some of his kin safe. However, it's that thought which puts his mind into overdrive because where are the rest of his kin? They were meant to be safe. And his class, his kin adjacent, his everyone? Did he not manage to protect them? There's got to be a reason that at the very least his kin aren't here right now and he needs to know their ALRI. Kitten, yo, lil, kitten, all fine. Kitten? Izuku startles, looking up from his trembling fists to find that Maruko is kneeling up beside him, face slack with lingering sleepiness but her eyes bright, the red vivid and concerned. Oh, maybe things are okay? They are, kitten. Nobody's hurt or any sheet, trust me. And well, that's one thing that he can do. He trusts the heroine with every part of himself and his kin, no questions, so he manages to relax a tad more, and slumps into her when the woman shuffles further forward and, movements as rough as ever but here it's comforting and familiar, tugs him into a hug. Face buried in a shoulder with a wave of hair trapped between him and the shoulder itself, the greenette takes deep breaths of the raspberry shampoo and the slight sweat and detergent scent of the workout top beneath, and he sinks into the safety of kin-scent. Izuku, darling? His mother's voice is even sweeter than Koko-san's shampoo, and the teen slips one hand out of the hug to hold it out in the woman's direction. He doesn't even have to wait a second for two soft, small hands to fold around his, bringing it up so that she can press a kiss to his freckled knuckles. It's good that you're awake again, baby. And I see you noticed that Rumi-san is here. It's a little teasing, admittedly, though it's softer through it all, and Izuku finds himself smiling into Maruko's shoulder, tightening his hold on Inko's hand briefly in acknowledgement. I noticed him first, I reckon, the woman counters, playful, one hand coming up to ruffle his curls before soothing down his spine again. The teen absolutely melts into the affection, unintentionally sighing, and he still has his smile when the heroine pulls back from the embrace, hands lingering on his shoulders. Once, the mere sensation of touch upon his shoulders would have thrown him straight back into close classrooms with jeers and jabs, glaring eyes and explosions pressed into his desk and books and flesh. Now though, with slight hands that are strong and soft all at once, with eyes that burn crimson with ferocity and passion and love rather than raw anger, Izuku can feel completely safe. Cherished, even. Perhaps so, Inko acknowledges, and Izuku is faced with his mother's smile, something backed with steel yet glimmering like starlight, appealing and familiar, and he can only squeeze her hand once more. Hey mama, he manages, the syllables creaking with strain, throat beginning to ache already. Hello, baby. Are you feeling alright now? Shudakuen said that they had to put you on stronger painkillers at first, which doesn't sound too good, but I understand it was because of the specific injuries. And you're healed up a fair bit already. She's clearly trying to gee herself along, relief and worry warring in her posture, but then it's overwhelmed almost entirely by pride. You protected everyone, sweet pea, and whilst I wish you would have accepted some help, I'm so very proud of you, alright? Izuku stares at her for a long moment, dragging his attention away when the heroine still knelt beside him abruptly leans forward some. What Inko-san said. Maruko chirps, one ear twitching upright. Even I call in backup sometimes, and I've been doing this sheet for years now. The greenette takes in their words, understands them, and nods. Maybe he could have let Shinshur or Yamamo or somebody help. He just hadn't wanted them to get hurt. But maybe they didn't want him to get hurt either. That realization isn't really a comfortable one, somehow. It feels too much like he's worth something to someone, even to people beyond his kin, and he's been realizing that he isn't useless, that he has people that love him so very much, and that they want the best for him just like Izuku does for them. It's still odd to think about, a little disconcerting, like he missed a step whilst going down some stairs and didn't fall but had that heart jump moment all the same, a rush of reality hitting too hard and too fast. Maruko seems to pick up on it before his mother, and she leans forward to bop his nose delicately, her usual fierce grin still bright but rather soft around the edges, crinkling her eyes in such a cute way that Izuku can't help but sag into her again. He adores his Koko-san, really. The heroine only laughs, bold and boisterous, yet the way that her arms curl around him again is as vulnerable soft as a bunny's belly. It's tucked back against her once more when the teen finds himself abruptly exhausted all over again, something a little hazy edging around his mind. Probably the medication, some part of him idly recognizes. The rest of him is caught up in the pervading comfort of his kin cuddling him, of his mama holding his hand and his Koko-san hugging him close. This fact apparently gets picked up on, because his mother starts talking, quiet and clear. I made Namuri-chan take everyone else home for the night. The hospital wouldn't allow more than 2 people overnight and we all wanted to stay, baby, none of us wanted to leave, but I thought they should probably clean up and rest. Shudokuen still had blood all over him, she explains, a painful twinge to her expression. Izuku, drowsy already, doesn't really wake up at the words. Instead, he idly acknowledges them just enough to know that his kin wanted to be with him, that they're safe ensconced in their home with cats and blankets and their own beds, and that's the last thing he needs to let himself slip further into sleep. His head weighs heavy, lolling on Koko-san's shoulder, and his eyelids are just as weighted. The slide into sleep is as easy as blinking. Rumi can't help but squint down at the kitten slumped against her, with her arms barely keeping the greenette upright, and glances up to see Inko-san staring at her son with such utter focus, blatant care in every worried line and proud tilt of her body, and the heroine finds herself following that gaze to look back down at the kitten. The sweet little sheet is cute when he's asleep, even when it's only a light rest that he has barely fallen into, with tumbling curls and dark eyelashes that brush over freckles, lips in a little moue of sleepy pout. We're lucky, aren't we? The woman's abrupt question JRKS Maruko's attention from one Midoriya to the other. Huh? Yeah, no, we are. He's a good kid. The reply is simple, but it's enough. Neither of them would ever deny it after all. Izuku is a blessing to them all, no matter how many heart attacks they might get from the trouble he gets into. The kitten's worth every moment. Aizawa gets a text whilst in the car. The Yamazawa family headed back over to the hospital as soon as it was getting towards visiting hours, from Tsukachi, alerting him that it's likely that they'll have to go through with an interview already today, and the hero frowns, thoroughly unimpressed, but sends a terse "fine" in reply. At least it will be a detective that they trust, that they know to be a decent man. It helps. Still, he pushes those thoughts aside for a minute, because they've got a kid to greet. Today, in the strong light of early morning, with the rusted stain of his son-in-law's blood no longer tainting his skin, the hero feels far better. The picture of Maruko and Izuku curled up together, asleep and frankly adorable, sent from Inko-san a few hours ago certainly hasn't hurt the matter either. Fluffball? Hitoshi is the first to the greenette's door, already peeking around it, and then he darts inside almost instantly. Exchanging fond glances, the two heroes follow, and neither can quite help how their shoulders slacken some at the sight of their boys hugging with white knuckles, green curls and wild purple side by side, and something inside Aizawa registers that fact as right. DMN, he really is far too soft for his stupid, appealing family. Pose? And there's that sweet voice, weak though it might be right now. Hisashi, of course, instantly bounds forward, taking Hitoshi's place in clutching the shorter teen close, and it's just as good of a sight. Hey, baby! Kit, Aizawa tacks on, letting the door slip shut behind him. And despite his short greeting, he lingers when leaning down to hug Izuku himself, taking in the warmth and steady breathing, the slightest twitch of fingers brushing against his own back. The kid's okay. Awake, coherent, not in too much pain, and alive. He couldn't be more glad for it. With initial greetings over with, the 3 new arrivals settle around the room, with Hitoshi immediately taking a place on the bed beside Izuku, signing to each other, and the heroes greet Inko and Rumi before dragging 2 more chairs to the greenette's bedside for themselves. The heroine, at this point, pulls out her phone before slipping off the bed and bouncing on the ball of her feet. Kitten, I'ma have to go, sheet to do, you know the drill. But you'd better message me, you hear? And get well soon, then we can spar some more, no wriggling out of it. Keikoko-san, IW Wooden Dash. Yeah, don't worry your pretty little head, kitten. Be careful or kick em hard, K. With that, Maruko leans down to press their foreheads together briefly, one hand coming up to scratch through his curls, and Izuku can practically feel her soft-edged grin before she moves away again, waving an enthusiastic goodbye to everyone else with a smirk, and then she's gone in a flaring flash of long white hair. Rumi-san certainly has a lot of energy. You don't say, Aizawa grumbles, although his distinct lack of aggravation is far too obvious to everyone in the room. To distract from that, along with knowing that Izuku would likely prefer to know now rather than be informed in a last-minute fluster, the hero goes on. Kit, Detective Tsukachi wants to come and speak to you today. If you really don't feel up to it then I can probably get him to hold off until tomorrow, but the sooner it's done then the sooner we can focus on dash. He stops when Izuku starts to sign at him, a thoughtful expression clear on the kid's face. It's okay, Dad. He's the one I know, isn't he? He was nice last time. Well, at least the kid remembers the detective. Hopefully it will make this whole process a little smoother and more comfortable. That's him. And he's got a good head on his shoulders. Izuku looks noticeably resolute now, that hint of fire-forged determination in his green eyes. Will you stay? If Inko-san's alright with it, the hero replies, a questioning lilt to the words, gaze falling to the woman in question. She, of course, is already smiling a little. That's fine, Shurakuin. I assume this is another one I'm best not listening into. If you really wanted to, you would be allowed in as Izuku's guardian, but it's generally discouraged. Particularly for heroes in training. Debriefs, interviews and investigations are all things that we have to train them in, and this lot of hellspawn have certainly got more first-hand experience in it than they should already, but it technically is useful practice. Inko takes this with good grace, her frown small as she nods. Then she looks over to her son, and everything in her straightens and softens at once, her frown twitching upwards instead. That sounds reasonable. Not wonderful, but reasonable. When is this detective coming? Not for an hour yet, probably. Good, plenty of time to all get some food, she declares, clapping her hands together, and it only takes her another moment to rope Hisashi into going downstairs to buy at least some snacks for them all. That leaves Aizawa with his 2 boys, and the hero has a distinct feeling that it was deliberate on Inko's part. Dad, are you all really okay? We are Kit, I promise, the man instantly replies, easily able to tell that Izuku needs the reassurance. All of the class got home safe, though they've all been worried about you. It might be worth going on to that class chat of yours when you feel up to it. The shy smile that knowledge earns is frankly cuter than it should be allowed to be, and Hitoshi clearly agrees, judging by how he squeezes the shorter teen tighter into his side, turning to bury his pink face in the green curls. I'm sorry I scared you, he goes on, hands not trembling yet clearly hesitant all the same. And for a long moment, the pro-hero doesn't actually know how to reply to that. The words do come thought, and they do so in a rush of fierce protectiveness. Izuku, darling, you don't need to apologize for protecting people. It's just getting hurt, particularly where it might have been unnecessary if you'd accepted help, that's illogical. It will always be terrifying for us, as your kin, when you're hurt, no matter how it happened or how bad it is. It's the same as you feel for us. Izuku nods, something dark and unreadable in his eyes, and despite these shadows it doesn't seem bad per se. It's heavy rather than negative, Aizawa thinks. Hopes. Anyways, Fluffball, Hitoshi interrupts, having straightened some and clearly wanting to end the tension. You and Maruko were curled up very cutely this morning. I don't need to be worried, do I? It's so blatantly teasing, no hint of genuine hurt or worry to any part of him, that Aizawa finds himself relaxing. And even more so when the kid whps his head around, curls bouncing, something between laughter and disgust twisting his features. Shinsure. The incredulity is warped by the beginnings of giggles, and Izuku bats at his partner's arm in the same moment that he curls further into him, muffling sweet laughter in Hitoshi's shoulder. Honestly, are these two ever going to actually say that they're in a relationship? None of their family want to make them say it aloud before they're ready, but, also, it's pretty blatant by now. The boys love each other. That's not a matter for today though, so instead Aizawa focuses on just enjoying the content atmosphere and waiting for breakfast. Or brunch, arguably. It isn't even an hour later, with food eaten and quiet conversations had, when the underground hero takes note of the time and, clearly noticing how his shoulders slump a little, Hisashi leans over to run knuckles over his stubbled cheek. Sit time, show? There's a discontent in the usually exuberant tone, and it's that which prompts Aizawa to tilt his head into the touch, soft for the sake of his sunshine. His hummed agreement has the blonde sighing all the same. Right then, Hisashi chirps, clearly keeping his own spirits up through energy, albeit not volume, luckily, and his husband appreciates both elements of the fact, managing a twitch of the lips for the other man. Shall we get a shift on, listeners? She'll look after you, baby, yeah? Izuku manages a little smile at that, despite the anxiety cramping in his stomach, and he relishes in the fierce hugs and tender forehead kisses that get lavished upon him in brief goodbyes and promises to be back soon. Dad'll be here, Fluffball, alright, and he can ring us the minute you need us. Izuku, at those sugar-spun words, can't help how part of him screams that he always needs his partner by his side, with hands in his and eucalyptus flooding his nose, a chin digging into his shoulder or curls, purring syllables curling around him from a silver tongue. But that isn't what he needs to talk about right now, because he always feels like that about his Shinsure, no exceptions, and it's not something that he can entirely accommodate, more's the pity. Particularly not right now, with most of his kin leaving, and his dad bringing his chair even closer to Izuku's bed, knees pressed up against the frame, leaning in towards the teen, offering immeasurable comfort with his mere proximity. And the hero is undoubtedly aware of that fact from how his expression softens even further through its not scowl, eyes glinting with something bright and burning, the warmth of coals and the heat of love. Every part of him makes Izuku feel safe. After only a few minutes of them sitting in comfortable silence together, a knock on the door sounds, and it has Aizawa levering to his feet, one hand in his capture weapon as he approaches the door, only partially sliding it open. Although he's quick to open the door fully, admitting a familiar man with a trench coat, hat, and genial expression. Izuku, understandably, only waves in greeting. Tsukachi takes it in stride though, offering the beginnings of a reassuring smile and a brief nod. "I'm sorry to intrude on you so soon, Midoriya-kun. However, the sooner we know about the details, the better, and the longer we wait the more chance of something being missed. That being said, if at any point you need to pause or stop entirely, let myself or Aizawa know, alright? It's quite fine either way. And this, right here, is why the underground hero was willing to let this happen today without a fight. Tsukachi's a good man." They establish that Izuku is willing and able to talk aloud, even if his words warble and warp, his throat injury and nerves doing no favors for each other and combining into messy syllables, but they're easily intelligible enough to allow for the interview to be unquestionable, so the detective sets up a voice recorder and runs briefly through the procedure, date and time, then introduces the three of them for the sake of the recorder, before plunging straight in. "Midoriya-kun, would you be able to go through the events of the Kiashi shopping center attack for me?" "Why yes. IW was with Shinso Hitoshi, in the seating A area, and IW was tucking his chair when I felt someone behind me and a hand around my neck he pauses, heaves in a breath, and Aizawa abruptly leans over to shove his capture weapon up from around his own neck to instead settle it loosely around the kid's shoulders, not near his mouth or pressing against his throat, but loose and present enough for the weight and sent to be clear to the teen. The hero knows it will help. Just like the hand that he settles beside Izuku's does, thin fingers intertwining with his own instantly. "And I see couldn't you use my quirk else he would VEA attack Shinso and the civilians, so we talked to him." The greenette goes on from there, telling briefly of the conversation. Of a clearly intelligent leader only called sensei, of a petty anger over Stain and a deep fury over All Might. And, perhaps even worse than all of that, of a realization. An epiphany that just wanting to destroy the symbol of peace isn't an understandable goal for the masses, isn't something that people can empathize with, not like they could with the twisted morals of Stain. The tale goes on from there. Izuku takes advantage of the realization to escape the throat grip, though evidently not without injury, and sends Hitoshi away to get the civilians safe. And then the shorter teen is fighting the villain. Aizawa can't help but tense at several points, at every near miss that could have been another bloody wound, let alone a fatal one, and he curses the fact that his kid has suffered yet another villain encounter so soon. In the same moment though, he's glad that even if he hadn't let them help, and that fear of losing those important to you is so familiar, is a still aching burn in his own chest, so he can't blame the kid for it even as he hopes the teen will grow past denying help for the sake of it. The class had been nearby. It was what allowed the hero himself to be alerted and therefore present so quickly after all. Of course, eventually they get towards the peak of the fight. Izuku brushes over Yaoyorozu coming close, and several more of their classmates following her, and how he had been so very desperate to protect them. He's the only one with intangibility after all. Was PP panicking? SOIW went with the only PP plan I see could think of. ISC screamed at him and reared back before P pushing him. Pushing both of us over the railing. There's a pause then, something like fear sinking its teeth into the room at large but Izuku most of all, a visible shiver juddering through the teen before he continues with a tripping tongue and pinprick pupils. And things cracked, in him, but he was going to hurt people, kill them, and dash. Aizawa can't stand for this, because his son is trembling apart in front of him, staring down at his own hands like he'd done something wrong in trying to protect himself and the people around him. So the hero shoves to his feet, gentle fingers reaching to turn the teen's face towards him, so very careful and insistent all at once. Kit, it's okay, you did so well, you protected everyone. Izuku, darling, we're so proud of you for protecting yourself and everyone else, alright? It's not good that you got hurt in the process, and in the future it would be better if you could at least give your friends and allies more of a chance to help, but you did well, Kit. So well. Those, apparently, were the exact words that Izuku needed to hear, because he crumbles right apart into his dad's arms. Before we start, look at this amazing fan art of Kitsune Izuku from Yentlishes. He looks super cool, thank you so much Yen. Leaving the hospital with Izuku awake and aware, tucked under Hitoshi's arm and his tails waving gently with each step, is a wonderful feeling for Inko and Hisashi. Certainly a relieving one. After the initial horror of the start to their weekend, having an easy Sunday where they can simply relax at the Yamazawa flat together already feels like a simple wonder more appealing than most. Aizawa is already there, napping away the very poor night's sleep he'd had, and putting a nabemono on to cook beforehand, knowing that the hot pot will be easy and he can leave it cooking slow and low without supervision. If he'd very deliberately used a tofu recipe, then it's just because they happen to have some in the fridge already, in case that wasn't obvious. And it's not as though he knows that Izuku would like the idea of truly sharing a meal with their kin, the thought of eating together from the same basic meal, the sort of thing that the greenette would undoubtedly adore. Well, if Izuku would like it, then Aizawa would dare say that he and the rest of their family will too. And indeed, when the front door opens, it's to a loud, familiar voice. "Honey, I'm home and I've got our babies and Inko-san in tow." The rude awakening is a common one, so Aizawa barely startles out of his sleep, simply blinking at the ceiling from his spot sprawled on the sofa, gum and toast both smothering him in the most wonderful fashion. Well, he has a fluffy tail caught in his mouth, but that's all right. And it gets a delighted giggle and a distinct snort from the kids respectively, which only really adds to the lack of exasperation. Damn it, he's too soft for this lot. "Hey," he manages, glad when Toast's tail vacates his mouth to instead twitch against his neck, paws kneading into his ribs even through his stolen jumper. He isn't the only one to be reminded of the vivid orange fabric, apparently. "Dad, isn't that Pop's hoodie?" "Of course not," he deadpants, carefully shoving the cats off of him so he can offer hair ruffles to his boys, a brush of knuckles against Hisashi's, and gets easily pulled into ducking for a hug from Inko. "Inko-san," he goes on, distracting his brat of a son. "You do like nabemono, don't you? It's shirataki noodles and tofu." None of them missed the excited yelp from Izuku at the mention of tofu, and there are several indulgent smiles exchanged. Same old fox baby. Good, considering that he's gone through yet another awful experience that has hurt him, his personality is still here, his comfort with his family, and that's what they want to see him okay. "That's quite all right, Shura-kun. It sounds lovely." Offering the woman the beginnings of a smile, the hero goes to feed the cats, quietly glad that Hisashi has gone to check on the Donabe pot for him. It's a warm meal that night, an easy one. They all settle around the table, the core of the kin unit, and absolutely revel in sharing each other's company in a safe, healthy moment. Deep purrs from Izuku's lap, chopsticks and chirarange clicking as they eat, conversation fluttering back and forth without anything serious or somber cropping up. It's nice. That sounds too little, too bland, but everything is without weight or worry, 5 hearts swelling and swaying with quiet joy, buoys in an ocean that has seen tidal waves and storm surges, but now, with the buoys grouped together and bobbing calmly, the future couldn't be flatter and more favorable. Their family, kin, and there's a pure joy to every gold-soaked moment of it. For the first time since they were probably 5 years old, it's an accident that has explosions against Izuku's skin. They're all sat in class on the next Tuesday, with only 5 or 10 minutes until the bell for homeroom is due to chime, and Izuku is half asleep at his desk, bleary eyes focused on the empty seat in front of him. Hitoshi won't be in until second or third lesson because of some stupid dentist appointment, and the greenette is suitably unimpressed. At least it hadn't been yesterday, with the return to the last week of school and post-incident fears making the class especially rowdy and frantic during yesterday morning. Still though, it's a bit quieter this morning, so Izuku feels safe enough in class to just have 3 of his tails out and be dozing, the chatter a comforting tide in his ears as it ebbs and flows. Even when things start to get a bit louder, he still feels okay, recognizing both voices and knowing that they're not a threat to him, even if one once was. But approaching bodies and heat is very much still a threat. Even more so when, in his panic to get away from pops and sizzles and pain, those explosions burn at his arm, right through his uniform, and he's 5, he's 8, he's 14 and being told, "Sheet, where's the purple fucker? Oi, extras, where the F is the purple fucker, he dash." Bakugo scrambles to his feet and stands back, hauling Dunt's face with him, cursing himself. For F's sake, he hadn't FING meant. "Everyone back off now." The voice is relatively quiet, but Aizawa-sensei's tone is beyond deadly and they all hurry to obey, quickly gathering on the rows of desks on the opposite side of the room to their little green cinnamon roll, who has curled up against the wall, hyperventilating with his arm clutched in close, tails both writhing and wrapping around him. And they continue to watch as their teacher hurries forwards, slowing and dropping into a crouch once he's near their classmate, pushing the overturned chair out of his way, a steady stream of words picking up. "Hey Izuku, it's Aizawa, it's Hitoshi's dad, I promise you're safe, we're all safe, there's nothing to hurt you here, you're with kin, can you try and slow that breathing down for me kid, yeah? Come on Izuku, your kin's right here, you're alright darling." And on he goes. There's a silent awe to the class as they watch their hard-arse teacher settle cross-legged in front of their most skittish classmate, one hand stretching out to knock a pattern, a breathing pattern? On the floor beside Midoriya, his tone soft and soothing with a lilt to match that knocked pattern. They continue to stare as he carefully unwinds his capture weapon with one hand before draping it over the greenette's shoulders, and how Midoriya melts into the fabric, heaving out one deep, stuttering breath and then another. That's it, Kit, that's good. There's a pattern, can you feel it? The teen shifts a little, listing to the side, and something in Aizawa's shoulders lightens. Yeah, that pattern. Try and follow it, kiddo. There you go, you're doing so well, Kit, keep it up. There we are, in, 2, 3, 4, hold, 2, 3. He keeps that up, glad that the rest of the class stays silent, and gradually, minute by painful minute, the greenette's breathing stutters into something slower, calmer, more akin to natural rather than the previous erratic, stunted mess, and his tails start to calm as well. In fact, a few of the tips start flicking in silent time with Aizawa's knocking. The cadence is slow and calm, clearly the rhythm that Izuku's breathing is starting to follow, and the whole body encompassing of that beat is no doubt a blessed help, encouraging the presence and peace of mind needed to help bring the teen out of his episode, whether it was a panic attack, a flashback, or both. And, when Izuku finally looks up at Aizawa without too much of a haze over his eyes, the man immediately opens his arms a little, loosening his cross-legged position. It might take a moment, but then the kid seems to pick up on the silent offer and he scrambles forwards, curling up in the man's lap without hesitation, trembling hands clutching at his jumpsuit, curls tucking under a stubbled chin, a whine crawling from his throat. D-dash. Aizawa only begins to rock slightly in place, settling an embrace around the teen, keeping him close but not holding on too tight, focusing more on weight than grip. Hey, kid, I'm right here. You're all right, Kit, we're all safe. He pauses for a moment, clearly thinking. Do you want me to call any of our kin for you? Shinsure, Izuku whimpers, the desperate keen battering at many hearts in the room. And, judging by the unhappy slump to Aizawa's posture, his most of all. I'm so sorry, darling, he might not be able to answer right now. What about Zashi or Inko-san, HM? Or maybe just somewhere quiet? Pops. Yeah, I can ring Pops. I'm just gonna need this. Hand back for a minute, darling, but I'm still right here, understood? He hunches in closer around the kid to make up for the retracted hand as he goes to pull out his phone, bringing up his husband's contact with barely a glance. Hopefully Hizashi will have enough time and attention to interrupt his second-year homeroom to pick up the cal. Hey, Sho, what's up? Is everything Aizawa barely restrains his slump of relief, instead roughing his chin over the soft curls for a moment, knowing that the kid loves gruff affection like it, and that he himself certainly doesn't mind it either. Kit's had a rough time, Zashi, so we're ringing some of our kin. You got a second to talk? Of course. Can the baby hear me? The way that Izuku whimpers is answer enough and the man immediately goes on. Hey Lil, one. You know, I didn't get the chance to tell you this morning, but Hitoshi showed me that sketch you did yesterday? It's super good. I love the shading and you got Sho's eye bags just right, which probably sounds weird I guess, but Namuri never quite gets them perfect and we've known her since our first year, you know? It was super lovely. I was gonna get a frame from somewhere on the way home tonight, but I wasn't sure whether to get a black one or a gray one. Gray would match the picture better but, well, you know our color scheme and all our other frames are black. I reckon black might just be it, don't you think, Sho? He's careful not to ask Izuku any direct questions even as he engages him, pulling his husband back into the conversation. All of it helps keep their son-in-law that bit more present and aware. I'm no good at this stuff, Zashi, he dismisses, rumbling the words through his chest for the kid's sake. Hey, don't say that. You picked out Toshi's favorite bedspread. And the cat's tower and Kami knows they love that. Even as Aizawa huffs, tucking his chin into a non-existent capture weapon, there's a wet little giggle from somewhere between green curls and off-white fabric. The hero can't deny the relief he feels at the sugar-sweet sound because after the last weekend, this was not what the kid or their kin needed. But he calls Hizashi his sunshine for a reason. You want me to come pick the baby up? The man's tone is almost bland with its general cheeriness, yet the underlying emotion is nothing short of earnest, utterly genuine in his concern and care. I don't know. Kit. Izuku doesn't reply, perhaps predictably so, but he lists impossibly further into the hero, tails curling tight around them both. I'll take that as a yes? There's a wavering hum in reply, and Aizawa half frowns down at the teen for a second, wanting to be sure. But those green eyes peer up at him from beneath thick eyelashes and fringe, a glint of sincere pleading in them. Well, if the kid's happy with it then the answer is easy enough. Yes. Now. Yep. Gimme 5 minutes max, 'kay? I'ma just set my listeners off with some work and I'll be right down. Lil, one, you look after Sho for me, alright? I'll be super speedy. Love you both, he chirps, a loud smacking kiss noise preceding the end of the call, and there's the hints of a giggle in how Izuku's shoulders hitch, his head thumping more heavily against the hollow of Aizawa's throat and chest. It's more than a little bit of a relief for the hero, and it makes it easy to ignore some of the matching laughs and coos from the hellspawn behind them. Speaking of the hellspawn, it's that moment that Kirishima chooses to speak up, voice hesitant. Sensei, you dash. Later kids, later, he murmurs, just loud enough for most of them to hear it without startling the kit, and they thankfully pay heed to his too soft warning, settling back into themselves and giving the two the space and time to stay calm and coherent whilst they wait for Hisashi. Fortunately, the man really doesn't take long, arriving not even 4 minutes later without one of his usual bold greetings, instead sliding the door open and peeking around, fingers drumming along the door edge in a distinct rhythm. Hey Sho, hey baby, he calls, soft in a way that the other teens have rarely heard from him, and they exchange looks and smiles at that fact because if the phone call hadn't made it obvious enough, their two teachers are apparently a very sweet couple with Izuku as some sort of kid for them both. It's adorable. Even though the situation of its reveal might not have been quite as cute, that doesn't change the way that Mike-sensei settles a hand easily atop their homeroom teacher's head, scratching lightly at his scalp as he crouches beside the other man, chattering quietly to their classmate. It's a bittersweet scene. The class continue to watch as the blonde leans in closer, pressing a kiss to Izuku's barely visible knuckles, those of them that can see muttering quietly about it to the others, several of them barely able to keep from squealing or cooing at the tender exchange. Honestly, it seems ridiculous that none of them have ever picked up on these relationships before because the way some of their favorite people interact, how they look at each other, is absolutely impossible to miss now that it's staring them in the face. Pose? Hey there, Lil One, he mumbles, gentle as kitten's paws, something that can cut with its volume and pitch but is instead delicate like whiskers and vulnerable as an exposed belly. It's tender. It hers. Oh, darling, Aizawa croaks, aching, and this sad sort of frown doesn't belong on Hisashi's face. Of course it hurts, the kit's arm is explosion burnt, uniform sleeve catching. You think we should swing by recovery girl and then head to the faculty room, hey? Hey! Both men laugh a bit at that, Hisashi absolutely beaming all of a sudden, and there's a single contented chuff from the greenette caught between them. Well, some progress is better than none. So then Shosho, gonna let me steal the baby? Suppose I might. With that, Hisashi shuffles to be knelt in front of his husband, making it easy for him to scoop up the teen curled in Shuta's lap, cradling him close to his own chest instead. Izuku leans into him unflinchingly. 2 minutes later, when the blonde's footsteps have most definitely faded and Aizawa is confident that Izuku won't be able to hear any of their conversations, he lowers the hand he had raised in silent command for the hellspawn to stay quiet, nodding to them once he's certain it'll be alright. Thank you, kids. I know you hellions aren't the best at restraining yourselves. It's definitely something of a backhanded compliment but, quite frankly, he's a bit flustered at the moment. He's not fond of his classes knowing about his relationships, let alone where he's been so very soft and coaxing with one of his boys, but he can't begrudge the fact. Even less so when it's this class. He can stay at least deadpan for now though, because that isn't the same as wanting to be utterly exposed. But, of course, this would be how their reply would start. Aizawa-sensei, you and Mike are really cute together. And not blushing at that is far more difficult than it arguably should be. We've been together for longer than bears thinking about, really, he grumbles. It fools exactly none of them. Brats. Is Izuku-chan your son? What about Shinsu-chan, Kero? Trust Azui to get straight to the point. Hitoshi's been ours since he was a kid. Izuku is key, family. Ashido perks up at that, frowning despite her bright, intrigued eyes. That doesn't really dash. Hellspawn. We've got more important question to answer. Bakugo, how did this happen? It's a blatant distraction, but not an unimportant one. It was a FING accident, okay? Dunt's face was riling me up like the fuckwit he is, can be, and soy sauce tripped us. Right. Aizawa doesn't disbelieve him per se, but he does assess the rest of the class. Some of them are nodding along, Kaminari and Siro are suitably shamefaced, and nobody seems about to refute it. Well, he'll ask Nedzu to double-check the cameras, but it seems legit. That fact is a relief, really. Saves any further punishments on their part or misplaced guilt on the kits. It's the last thing Izuku needs today. Or this week, rather. It's not until second PRD, around 2 hours later, when the husbands can finally meet each other in the faculty room, convening by the curled-up form of their second kid, Izuku's spine and feet pressed firmly to the sofa's back, freckled hands curled sweetly beneath his chin, capture weapon pillowed under his head and Hisashi's leather jacket laid over him, pulled up and over his shoulders, just enough for the scent to hopefully get to him in his sleep. to comfort him. Hey, Sho. Dare I ask if it was actually an accident? Hisashi's tone is low, careful not to wake the kid up with such a potentially unpleasant subject. His husband knocks their shoulders together. Genuine accident. Got Nedzu to confirm and all. Good, good. Still awful for the poor baby though. As he speaks, the blonde sinks to his knees beside the sofa, reaching over to the kid. Shoyuta doesn't even hesitate before joining him. The ache in his knees and toes is nothing in comparison to the fierce fire sunk into his ribs that has burnt there ever since he first came into his class to find his kit in the beginnings of a panic attack. After Saturday as well. Aizawa laments, watching his husband brush fine fingers with green-painted nails through the teen's hairline, teasing gently, carefully, at the curls. I know, kitten, I know. It's always the way, isn't it? The underground hero very much scowls, slumping against Hisashi, turning his face, his burning eyes, fierce with what might be the beginning of tears but won't be, not with his dry eye, into the blonde's shoulder and breathing deeply, inhaling the citrus and cats and coffee of their shared scent and vaguely registering that he can understand why the kid has such a thing for smells, for kin scent. Too bloody often, he murmurs, more subdued than angry. Hisashi, in return, twists. It dislodges the shorter man, but the blonde immediately wraps an arm around Shuta's shoulders and pulls him in close, bringing his husband into his chest, craning his head down to hum against the underground hero's hair. The sound rumbles through them both, a cat's purr but in the appealing tones of his sunshine's voice, and Shoyuta melts into every part of it. He's so grateful for his husband. For all of their family and how it has grown, no matter the heartache that accompanies moments like this. It's worth it, truly. I've got some art again, guys. This is from the lovely shorty-like stored on Tumblr, and they drew Izuku from back when he wore his Shinshi's hoodie and it's absolutely adorable. Look at this, you know? He seems so sweet and nervous and cute, it's perfection and I'm very grateful for it, */ Sometimes Hitoshi hates nothing more than his own inability to charge his phone. Because he gets back to UA at break time, cheek a bit numb from the dentist, and comes into the classroom to instantly be shouted at by the majority of the room, several of whom are somewhat teary. You need to go dash. Izuku had a dash. Are you an Aizawa-sensei dash? Shinsu-chan, Izuku dash. It's a confusing burst of noise, a mess of names and worry and curiosity, but all Hitoshi can get out of it is that they're asking about his family and telling him that something has happened with Izuku. The combination of facts has something in his guts twisting, cat's cradle complicated, something chilled at the base of his spine. What? Fortunately, Yayorozu abruptly takes over, standing from her seat with distinct worry in her eyes, her gaze darkened by it, and her movement has the rest of the room shutting up. Shinsu-kun, Izuku had a panic attack. Aizawa-sensei and Mike-sensei looked after him and got him out of the classroom, most likely to the infirmary of faculty office, but you should go and see if you can find them. We can hold our questions. Yeah. He doesn't even think before dropping his school bag, whirling around, and running full pelt out of the classroom. He's got a fluffball to find. He knows his dad's well, so the first place he goes to is the faculty office. Recovery girl is great, but the infirmary almost always has at least one or two people around, and that's never going to be ideal for Izuku, particularly if he's had a panic attack, so the relative quiet and calm of a space with only uninjured adults possibly inhabiting it is always going to be preferable. And Hitoshi is rewarded for this logic when, upon skidding to a stop outside the door, dragging in 2 deep breaths so that he's breathing somewhat calmly himself, and then sliding open the door quietly, he finds his parents knelt beside one of the sofas, a curled-up ball of Izuku in front of them, all tails and leather jacket, capture weapon, and green curls. It would be adorable if he wasn't so worried. Dad, Pops? Both men instantly turn their heads to face him, and the smile takes a split second too long to form on the blonde's face. Neither get up from Izuku's side, now from how they're leant heavily into each other, Pop's arm slung around his dad's shoulders. Hey there, troll doll baby. Did the class let you know to find us here? There's a melancholy edge to the words, despite the genuine happiness overwhelming it, and the teen doesn't hesitate to nod and hurry forwards, eyes drawn to his fluffball. Is he what? He's not sure what he wants to say, what he most needs to know, because he left his person for only a few hours and something has happened, of course it has, because nothing can ever be easy or simple for Izuku. And maybe Hitoshi doesn't know what he wants to ask, but the underground hero knows what he wants to hear. He's alright. Bakugo, Kaminari and Siro were messing around before homeroom, an explosion caught the kid's arm and he panicked. I came in, calmed him down, rang your pops to bring him to Chio then here, and followed once I could. The Hellions have, unsurprisingly, picked up on us all being family, but they don't know the exact details. Kit hasn't woken up since, right Zashi? Hitoshi doesn't miss how his dad sounds more tired than usual, nor just how heavily he's leaning into Pops, but he can't help how most of his attention is still caught on Izuku. That sounds about right, yeah. Poor baby, the blonde pouts, reaching up to once more brush fingers through green curls. It might have been the low noise of their conversation, the touch, or even the fact that Hitoshi is here now, but something in all of that has Izuku blinking awake, sea mist thick in his gaze, and his pretty lips shift into a sleepy pout, looking up at them all hazily. Hey there Kit, you feeling alright? Kine. Only kind of? What's up then, baby? And Izuku's face screws up a little more, pretty eyelashes fluttering, and he whimpers out a pleading request. Wanna cuddle? Oh, and isn't that absolutely adorable? Bagsy the cuddles. Hitoshi chirps, unable to help but weasel past his dads. Plopping himself in their laps so that he's closest to Izuku, offering up a hand in tacit offering. His dad ruffles his hair a bit roughly in gruff reprimand, but neither of them shove him off, and they wait happily enough for the greenette to reach out in return, tracing steady fingertips down the length of Hitoshi's fingers, tapping a brief rhythm at the base of them, before sliding further so that their palms are pressed together, light and present and warm. Shinsure. The single word is a sleepy request, undeniably so, and Hitoshi doesn't hesitate to comply, shifting up from his dad's laps, tactfully ignoring their quiet oofs as he does so because it's not his fault that with height comes weight no matter how much of a beanpole he is, and instead the teen nudges Izuku a bit further forward on the sofa, so that he's close to the edge with a fair gap between his back and the sofa cushions. It's the perfect size for Hitoshi to slip into. They're quite used to sleeping in the same bed by now, it has to be said, and so it's a familiar position to be in, knees loosely drawn up and Izuku pressed and safe in the curve of Hitoshi's body. The taller boy thoughtlessly slips an arm around Izuku's waist, long fingers wrapping around his hip where it's sinking into the sofa cushion, and he takes advantage of the now untucked uniform shirt to caress the warm skin there, mindlessly swiping over what he knows to be freckles. 3 of them follow the exact curve of his hip bone, and there's a little cluster of 5, one slightly larger than the rest, in the hollow beside his belly. Another 8, from the insomniac's memory, create something vaguely resembling a smiley face further around the back of his hip. After a few moments of laying like this, Izuku seems to register their position, and he wordlessly raises his head so that Hitoshi can fold his arm beneath it, creating a pillow for his partner even as he cushions his own cheek on his palm. After a second, once they've both fully settled again, the shorter teen begins to grumble happily, tails and ears evaporating and allowing him to wriggle even further back into his insomniac, feet paddling against Hitoshi's for a few breaths before settling, their ankles intertwined in a way that should be uncomfortable but, really, they can't find it so. Being close like this is always far more important than any aching joints or digging in bones. Silence falls over the 4 for a minute before Hisashi looks down at Shoyuta, the shorter man still curled into his side, and pouts. "Sho, can we cuddle too? Zashi." The admonishment is completely ruined by how there's red creeping over the man's cheeks, blossoming above and amongst his stubble, very much obvious and frankly adorable, at least in his husband's opinion. That's probably why the blonde leans in, kissing Shuta's hairline with lips pulled helplessly into a grin, and then starts trying to get to his feet. Frankly, it takes the men a minute or 3 too long because their knees have seized up from being knelt beside their kid for at least half an hour, but they stagger to their feet, snorting at each other good-naturedly, and they ruffle each of their boys' hair before heading over to their desks to give the pair some relative privacy. Given how sleepy Izuku is, how upset he'd been earlier, it only seems fair. Or kind, perhaps. And they always want to do right by their kids. It gets to the end of break time though, and the few teachers that had been trying to stay out of the way, begin to peer in the window on the door, Namiri's eyes wide and pleading when they meet with Aizawa's. And like the good friend he is, the underground hero simply raises a hand, flips up his middle finger, and activates his quirk until she disappears, pouting. "Sho, I love you, but that was so mean," his husband giggles, tilting into him, and once the appealing sound dies down, Hisashi pushing himself back up to return to his paperwork, attempting to grade the Hellspawn's most recent essays, judging by the familiar atrocity that is Kirishima's writing, and giving Shoyuta a single look. "Ugh, fine. Hey, kiddos, would you two mind if the other teachers came in? They'll keep fairly quiet if they do." His question is soft, giving the boys more than enough room to say no, but Aizawa is still somewhat relieved when he gets a non-committal murmur from Izuku and, after another moment, a nod from Hitoshi. Groaning, he shoves to his feet, and ambles over to the door, shoving it open and hanging his head around the edge of it, hair falling in his face as he frowns at the lingering teachers. There are 5 of them there, scuffing their feet and chatting quietly amongst themselves, several holding stacks of papers or their bags. Well, he can take some measure of pity. If any of you disturb my sons, I can and will destroy your most treasured belongings with a fire in your living rooms whilst you're halfway through a patrol, understood? All of the assembled heroes WHP to face him, their surprise palpable and all the more comical for it, and they're all quick to nod and utter agreements. Scowling in a fierce and final warning, the underground hero backs off, retreating back to his desk and husband. He casts a last look at their boys, carefully ignoring the sudden realization that he'd called Izuku and Hitoshi his sons blatantly in front of most of the other heroics faculty, and makes sure they both meet his gaze, receive his reassurance and he their confidence. "Ah, Shoyuta, darling, thank you ever so much for letting us in," Namiri purrs, clearly trying to play off his rudeness earlier. It doesn't really work given that Aizawa lashes out with a knife, neatly trimming off an inch from a thin lock of her hair. It sways prettily to the floor, almost innocuous. The knife left shuddering in the wall behind her is far less so. Really? She sounds tired, but tricks on her because Aizawa is even more tired. "Hey, the kid's got my capture weapon. Like it or lump it, Buttercup." "Show, that's two different phrases." The pout is obvious in his husband's voice, so Aizawa refrains from looking over and having to fight even harder against the urge to kiss his stupid sunshine. F that. "I'm not the English teacher, Zashi, that's literally your job." "I mean, it is, but still." The blonde trails off, somewhere between amused and exasperated. Although he immediately perks up when a tiny giggle, muffled and undeniably the very sweetest thing, emanates from the small sofa area, exchanging a relieved look with Shoyuta because that was an Izuku giggle, no doubt about it, and it's a wonder to hear given how utterly awful so much of this morning has been for the kid. He deserves some happiness, whether from adult antics or not. Nearly an hour later, Hizashi is the one to get up from their adjacent desks and walk over to the kids, crouching in front of them with a soft, Hizashi sort of smile rather than an over-the-top present mic grin. As soon as he got within a few paces of them, of course, they'd both blinked fully awake from their half-dozes, curling tighter into each other. It's absolutely adorable, and reminds the blonde of himself and Shoyuta in so many ways which only adds to the cuteness of the scene, so really is it any wonder that Hizashi has to press a kiss to his fingertips then each of their cheeks in turn, tender and soft. You listeners feeling better now? Or do you want to rest up some more? Completely up to you. I know those hellions of your dads will have some notes copied for you both, and it's only recap of problem areas, so you can afford to miss some if you need to, you hear? Plus I've got 1A next, and whilst I know you both absolutely love my lessons, I reckon I can forgive you if you miss just this once, yeah? Well, he hadn't meant for that to come out as a jumble of questions, but the teens are luckily used to his rambling, particularly given that Izuku's mumbling can be far more of a verbal mess, and it takes a moment where the greenette twists and tilts his head back, just enough to catch Hitoshi's eyes, green meeting purple as a forest meets twilight, and after a fair few seconds of unblinking quiet, it's Hitoshi that nods, arm curling more tightly around his partner's waist even as he does so. "Good on you babies. Pushing yourself if admirable, but don't push too far, okay?" Luckily, Izuku seems to genuinely take that to heart, and he meets Hizashi's gaze with those appealing green eyes of his, far brighter now than they had been previously, and the coherency there is very much reassuring for the hero. "Coolio then. You listeners wanna come back to your class with me, yeah?" Izuku hums a little affirmative, and Hitoshi grumbles out a simple, "Might as well. It's enough. Then we'd better start getting up and K babies?" He leans in close to drop kisses on each of their foreheads, now that they're both definitely fully awake and aware, so he shouldn't be able to startle them, and then he creaks back up, out of his crouch, and sets to gathering his materials for the next lesson, including the essays that he's just finished marking. It looks like the listeners have at least improved upon their conjugations and understanding of consistency with said verbs and tenses. By the time he's managed to gather everything, double-checking that he hasn't missed anything, Hizashi turns around to find Izuku tucked firmly into Hitoshi's side. Both of their boys stood on lazy-numb limbs, and it's almost as cute as them curled up together. Sure, Izuku's tails manifest into place, but it's only 3 of them, and his shoulders are still slack rather than tense, so maybe that's not such a bad thing. Only minutes later, they're in front of the classroom door, Hizashi bursting in ahead of the two with his customarily exuberant greeting. In the wake of that energy and noise, Hitoshi and Izuku have a fair chance of slipping in without much fanfare, but it doesn't go to plan because why would it? No, every single person's attention snaps straight from Hizashi to the pair, and Izuku nearly yelps at the sudden focus on them. Our dash. Is every dash. Izuku dash, they all cut off all at once, glancing at each other, and the few people that had stood up abruptly sit themselves back down, something sheepish to them. Yaoyorozu takes over easily then, much like she did earlier. Are you feeling better now, Izuku-kun? Why yeah, he replies, managing a shy little smile for her, one tail unwrapping from his waist to wave in greeting for the class as a whole. He doesn't know it, but more than half of the room's occupants absolutely melt at the adorable sight, with fluffy tails and fluttering eyelashes, lips tugging into the smallest of smiles, sunlight spearing through clouds, and dammit, how is their little fox cinnamon roll so utterly perfect? The moment is interrupted rather rudely, albeit surprisingly not too aggressively, with Bakugo shoving up from his seat, hands clutching at the edges of his desk in what seems to be a reminder to not use his quirk, those burning eyes fierce with something other than simple rage. Oi, nerd, you know you weren't meant to get caught by that sheet, right? Izuku tenses, shuddering closer into Hitoshi's side, but he nods all the same, briefly meeting Bakugo's eyes. And they really aren't just angry, not like they once were. That knowledge changes a lot, soothes some of the worm-burying burn that had settled across his shoulders and at the base of his throat. Over his scars. Good, or whatever, I guess, he growls, slumping back into his seat and promptly kicking his feet up. It's only those in the class with advanced hearing that pick up on his following muttered. Probably don't need more shitty scars. Izuku doesn't know whether to snicker or whimper at this point, so instead he opts to nudge his head against Hitoshi's shoulder and gently pulling him forward by the hands they have intertwined and the tail looped around the taller teen's waist. And fortunately their pops takes that moment to pull the class attention back on him. Right then y'all, let's get to this English recap. Aren't you super duper excited? There are some smiles, laughter, a few groans, but everyone does get to pulling out their English notebooks, and the groans multiply when the teacher brandishes their stack of essays, so it all goes from there, lost in a rush of chatter half in English and half in Japanese, of getting their essays back, ungraded, because sensei proclaims that a mark wasn't the point, but rather that demonstrating improvement was, which they all managed. But perhaps half the reason that they all sink so easily back into the routine of the lesson, rather than contemplating if their sunshine is truly alright, if Bakugo's apology was sincere as well as unprompted, or if they dare to ask more about their teachers' and classmates' relationships just yet, is that they have Izuku back. Every one of their members is settled in their own seat, no wardrum heartbeats or panic attack breathing, no popping of explosions or vicious tension, jagged in their own lungs. It's easy, when they're all together and safe, comfortable in a familiar environment with each other healthy and more or less happy, to forget anything like that, and to simply revel in having a normal lesson. No villains, no injuries, no upset. No, the dynamics of their friends and classmates are settled again, without any gaps that feel like a void in the back of the room, cooling the air and grabbing at their attention constantly, itching under their skin, and instead leaves them with a warmth between their ribs, something steady and firm at the nape of their necks like the affection of a family member, a guiding hand, and all 20 of them know that things are okay now. Their class is together, harmonious and safe. Content. Nothing could be better for them all, not a single thing. Izuku, bags all packed and ready, slips into his spirit form and curls up on the Yamazawa sofa in a patch of sunlight, reveling in both the warmth and in the quiet tapping of his dad typing from further down the cushions. Hitoshi is still packing his things for the training camp, and Pops is on his way home from the radio station. They're leaving later this morning for the training camp, just before lunch funnily enough, and of course Hitoshi has left half of his packing until the last minute, much to the hero's fond exasperation. Izuku can't be asked to watch his partner's hurried drawer rooting and huffing as he drags out different bits and pieces that he needs. The mess of things getting dumped everywhere is not the sort of relaxation that Izuku is after right now. No, he'd much rather a nap in his spirit form, beside his kin in a pile of soft rough-worn fabric that smells like his shincher. Izuku is fully asleep by the time that Hitoshi comes back through the living room, dumping his bag beside Izuku's at the coffee table, and goes into the kitchen to pull out some snacks. Dad, could you put my capture weapon in my bag for me? Sure kid, Aizawa replies, reaching to grab the pile of fabric without really looking at it, still focused on his laptop. But then his hand hits something soft and cold and almost solid, and before he can JRK it back, needle-sharp teeth dig into his hand. He yelps, cradling his hand to his chest and frowning down at the pile of fabric. What the oh? Sorry Izuku, didn't realize you were with a near-silent pop, the greenette materializes out of thin air, falling haphazardly to the floor, but he's already scrambling to his feet, half-hunched, half-bowing. Oh my Cammy, Dad, erase her head, sir, I'm so sorry. Oh my Cammy please don't expel me, holy cow, I'm so sorry sir, oh, I can't believe I just bit my favorite hero what the hell His gasped rambling, hands flailing in messy apology, is cut off by Aizawa reaching up to gently catch said hands, folding them between his own calloused hands. Izuku, kiddo, it's fine. You were asleep and I prodded you. It was instinct. What happened? Hitoshi asks, apparently having come running from the kitchen. Aizawa and Izuku freeze, staring at each other. Kinda bit dad? Like, I was asleep on your capture weapon cause it smells gudanse fandite warm and comfy and then, I woke up and just reacted. I can't believe I bit Eraserhead. Fluffball, love, quit panicking. It's fine. It literally doesn't matter. Dad, do you need me to get the first aid kit? No. Indented a bit, but didn't even draw blood. Don't worry, Kit, I was more startled than hurt. Izuku still pouts at the man, because he doesn't want their dad to be hurt at all, particularly because of the teen himself, but the hero is clearly, genuinely alright, so he doesn't really need to worry at all. He still pouts and gets his own hands out of Aizawa's hold to gently pat the man's cheek in further apology. Hitoshi and Izuku, having split off from Aizawa, approach the little plaza area where the buses are both parked up, finding several of the other class and their own friends lingering around them all, complete with bags and snacks. Izuku lets his three tails settle closer around his own waist, hand flexing slightly from within Hitoshi's, not really liking the small crowd but honestly alright with it overall. At least they're all familiar and at UA. Plus, Izuku is looking forward to this trip. He wants to get stronger, and to spend time with some of his kin, and to maybe get closer with a few of his friends too. It's 10 minutes later, when the numbers of both classes have begun to fill out a bit, that a familiar blonde that Izuku vaguely recognizes saunters over from the periphery of 1B's main group, attention caught on Hitoshi. Tall, broody and handsome, you certainly wouldn't look bad by my side instead, you know? The words come from the smirking blonde and they have something in Izuku melting, magma heat and rage-laden, because what has someone just said to his Shinshure? Don't they know that he is Izuku's person, Izuku's kin and heart and home? He doesn't even think before he's rumbling out a snarl, stepping around to be in front of his partner, because they need to back the F up right now or so help him, his fangs will be finding blood and bone because it's more than deserved. Izuku loves his Shinshure, no random idiot can try to take him away, and that utter fury shows itself in his growl, in how he has two more tails manifesting so that his fangs drop into place. And Izuku himself doesn't know it, but his eyes are flaring toxic green, brighter than stars and supernovas, and yet Monoma barely flinches. Ooh, you're even prettier though, and I remember your quirk from the festival, he almost leers, leaning down to put his face close to Izuku's, tilting to look at him better, a softer edge to his smirk. Hey, don't suppose you want to defect from those losers and come join me in 1B, do you? We could do with someone as pretty as Dash. A six-tailed kitsune lunges forward. Monoma ends up gasping on the ground beneath large paws and exposed teeth, an awful growl rattling through the air, and it takes a beat before Hitoshi is absolutely cackling from behind the fan of Izuku's writhing tails, and multiple other people are laughing too. When Izuku doesn't immediately back off though, several of the blonde's class begin to come forwards, a little concerned. Is he alright? Hitoshi is too busy laughing to answer, so Yaoyorozu steps up beside Izuku's shoulders, expression caught between strained and amused, hands raised placatingly. He looks fine. Izuku-kun is just a little upset because he and Shinsu-kun are, well, rather attached you see, so Monoma's comments were undoubtedly unappreciated. She phrases it politely, but the class pick up on her lack of honorifics for the blonde and it clearly indicates her feelings to them. But 1B don't know her half so well and they don't pick up on the nuance. No, they just hear the slightly too cold tone that accompanies Yaoyorozu's explanation. None of it is helped by the fact that Izuku is still growling, the sound too high-pitched to be quite right or natural. No, it's grating and unnerving, just this side of something that an actual fox might make, and it has several people shuddering. Of course, several others are also busy laughing at how Monoma whimpers. Before any of his class can stop their laughter, or even before any of 1B can step in to try and get Izuku to back off, there are barely their footsteps approaching from the main school building, and Izuku just about catches a familiar scent that could maybe make him relax, but he's still caught up in keeping the blonde down and away from his Shinshure. Midoriya, kid, what are you doing? Aizawa's bored drawl has Izuku relaxing a little despite himself, because his hero is here now, and he knows that Hitoshi is Izuku's, so he'll help him make sure this gets resolved properly. There's a gentle hand settling on his flank, the shape and weight of it familiar even through his thick fur, and Izuku rumbles in acknowledgement, shifting back a bit so that his legs are straighter, less crouched over Monoma, and it has him stood taller, shoulders coming up to at least Aizawa's elbows, his head almost at the man's shoulder height, and several of the students suddenly seem to realize just how big he is. And when he tilts his head up, no longer so close to Monoma's throat, his snarl keeps his teeth exposed. He doesn't miss the hints of a Cheshire grin that creeps onto his dad's face. Aizawa-sensei, Monoma was making some Offers to first Shinsukuin and then Izuku-kun, and it was a bit questionable. You don't say, the man returns, tone perfectly dry, and only his hellspawn pick up on the amused edge beneath it. Midoriya, stand down. If it's anything punishable then I can deal with it, otherwise, you still can't pin down a yearmate. Unless they attack you first, of course. That comment has some of the unfamiliar teens visibly shuddering or hesitating, which unfortunately has several of 1A cackling once more. That fact only adds to the building confusion from the other teens. Izuku, after a few blinks, geckers with pitchy laughter, the barking delight loud and ringing even outside, and no less than 4 people flinch away. He couldn't care less though, because his kin are happy and so are his classmates, which means he can be too, so Izuku laughs in his rough yelps, high-pitched and piercing, and has no qualms about the nigh-on fear from 1B, particularly the trembling blonde still sprawled on the floor, barely reacting to the ginger girl that comes forward to help him up. Kendo, Izuku thinks her name is. Regardless, he calms himself down, and doesn't even think before leaving Aizawa's side to curl himself around his shincher instead, rather like a ridiculously large cat circling his entire body rather than his ankles, nudging his head up under the insomniac's jaw, tails brushing his face teasingly. He's a little too big to completely encircle his partner while stood up, but it's more than enough, and Izuku absolutely revels in the dimple that Hitoshi's smile presses into his left cheek. It's pretty. Really, really pretty. That's probably why Izuku pauses in his movements to instead nuzzle up against his partner's cheeks, damp nose getting Shincher to splutter and lean back, trying to get away even as one fine-fingered hand gets buried in the thick, dark fur of Izuku's ruff to help him keep his balance. Chuffing, the Kitsune relents, slipping back behind Hitoshi so that he can't fall backwards, and not even flaring any of his tails into the insomniac's face this time. At this point, before anything else can happen, the last 5 people missing from the collective group of the 2 classes get close enough to call out greetings, and they're not long followed by 1B's homeroom teacher arriving too. As there are more people and less reason to be in his full Kitsune form, Izuku suches back to his human form, tucking his arms around Hitoshi's waist and shoving his face between the taller's shoulder blades. He doesn't like even the idea that his shincher could be dragged away from him, and even if he knows that he doesn't need to worry about it because Hitoshi wouldn't voluntarily leave him, it doesn't mean that Izuku doesn't want to be close right now. Although apparently he isn't the only one that wants to be close because Hitoshi doesn't even hesitate before settling his hands over the top of the greenettes, loosely interlacing their fingers, around them, a number of their classmates' close ranks. It's not a blatantly defensive thing, none of them crowding in too close or settling into a true formation, yet it's just enough to give off the impression of protection. So much more content again now, Izuku squeezes his Shinchi's hands and unravels his arms and tails, coming round to simply hold his hand from one side, bumping their shoulders together and offering a sweet little smile for their friends that have gathered around. He gets smiles in return, or acknowledging nods from their more stoic friends like Tokoyami and Shuji. From there though, their teachers start directing them back into the buses, telling them that their bags can go in the overhead storage, that they need to turn their phones off for at least the first few hours of the journey and so on. The minor incident will be left alone unless anyone brings it up with the teachers again, seeing as it was more or less resolved between themselves in the first place. Izuku gets the sense, when he hears their dad talking about that the man is a little proud of Izuku standing up for himself and Hitoshi, even if he didn't do it in the most logical way. Which, well, is fair. When they all pile into the buses, Izuku and Hitoshi don't even think before slipping into the seats directly behind Aizawa, right at the front, and the shorter teen beams when Tokoyami and Kuda settle behind them in turn, Yayorozu and Jairu to their right, on the other side of aisle, and then Shuji takes the pair of seats behind the shorter boys. It's nice to be surrounded by people that he knows and trusts, people that are kin-adjacent even. Particularly when the bus is rather rowdy, they're all safe voices, familiar and unthreatening, but that doesn't stop them from being physically loud, and Izuku tucks his ears down as much as he can as they all settle, people squabbling lightheartedly over seats and snacks. It's quite good fun to listen in on, actually. So the greenette sinks into the comfort of their chatter, letting the words wash over him, and contentedly snuggles in close to his partner's side, head pillowed upon Hitoshi's shoulder. "You all right down there?" the taller boy murmurs, tilting his head so that he can murmur the words into soft curls, between sensitive ears, and he very much adores how Izuku's shoulders shudder for a brief moment in near-silent joy, able to hear the cadence of the giggle in his mind even if it doesn't make it out loud. MMHM. Good. Want to sit closer though? The offer is met with a deadpan look that nearly has Hitoshi cackling again because it looks far too much like something his dad would glare at him with. However, in lieu of laughing, the insomniac simply rolls his eyes in return and shifts until he can drape his arm around Izuku's shoulders, tucking him in closer to his side. It's warm and familiar, sugar sweetness settling along his tongue, and Izuku sighs, slumping impossibly further into his partner with a contentment that lines his very marrow, even as his blood thrums with the idle excitement of the week to come. It's probably a good 10 minutes later when there's a quiet chirping from behind them, as much static and shrieks as an actual bird noise, and it has Izuku shifting up a tiny bit, definitely not enough to dislodge his Shinshi's arm, and turns his head to find Dark Shadow peering rather mournfully at him from over the back of the seats. And well, he can hardly resist such cute yellow eyes. "Wanna see me?" His soft question, lilting, is met by a quiet cry, and then Dark Shadow ducks back away, only to turn up around the side of the seat instead, immediately butting his chilly feathered head against Izuku's arm. Smiling to himself, the greenette raises that arm up in clear invitation. Without hesitation, the quirk creature ducks under said arm and curls into itself in his lap, a perfect little ball of chillvoid feathers that chirrups and croons every so often. "Izuku-san, Dark Shadow is not tainting your aura, is it?" Thank you," Izuku murmurs, genuinely content to have something a little like a cat curled up in his lap. He does adore his shadowkin after all. There's something that just feels right about the quirk creature, a coolness just beneath Izuku's skin that swirls like fresh water, and between his Shinsher and Dark Shadow, the greenette couldn't get much happier right now. It's doubtless that same contentment that has him slipping into a doze regardless of the general noise levels, because the bus is a low steady rumble beneath them, and the voices he can hear are all happy and familiar, and he can physically feel the heartbeat and breathing of his partner, can share in his warmth. All of it combined is almost as good as being at home with some of his kin. Almost. Izuku blinks awake, bleary-eyed but sharp of hearing, what must be several hours later, judging by the slight aches and twinges cringing through him, to find that the bus engine is slowing, and the chatter has decreased distinctly. Then there's a scuffing noise in front of them, and Dad stands up from his seats to instead glower down the aisle at them all, taking in how Hitoshi and a few others are still asleep. "Wake each other up and put your things away so they don't get lost when we get out. It's a rest stop, and the only one we'll have before getting there, understood Hellspawn." There are nods, groans, and affirmative calls, which is enough to satisfy the man as he retakes his seat, shooting Izuku a soft look on the way, that he can't help but chuff a breath out at, that warm wave of contentment flooding through his chest again. He's got a few of his kin with him, and lots of kin adjacent and friends and classmates besides, so hopefully this will be fun as well as challenging. He regrets such thoughts no less than 5 minutes later, when the class is piling out of the bus to find themselves without one bee but with a black car that 2 women spring out of. Admittedly, Izuku recognizes them as 2 of the wild pussycats. It would be hard not to, when he was obsessed with them for maybe 5 months when he was about 11 because of their animal aesthetics and rescue work, but having them suddenly interacting with the class is far from his favorite thing. Despite his slight grumpiness, he's got his Shinsher beside him, Kuda the other side, and the rest of their friends around them, so he refrains from manifesting more tales and instead listens to what they're saying. He's turning into his kitsune form a mere breath before the ground gives way beneath them all. It takes a bit of twisting in midair, ignoring the clots of dirt that break apart against him, but he manages to get some of his friends caught in amongst the cushion of his tails, the back of his Shinshi's shirt caught in his mouth, and then he scrabbles to get some purchase on the cliff, just about managing to push himself off of it in time. From there, he ricochets from one tree, then a second, and finally to the ground. It's a bit messy and uncoordinated, because he's really not used to carrying people, let alone having their weight throwing him off, but the 4 of them get to ground safely, the greenette turning back once Hitoshi, Momo, and Kuda aren't going to go tumbling as soon as he lets them go from his tails and jaw. Ears swiveling, Izuku immediately reaches for his partner's hand, intertwining their fingers as the rest of the class gather together, checking each other over for injuries and doing head counts. Everyone is here and relatively fine. Ida cries, his voice cutting over the low hubbub of their new conversations. "I would suggest that we start moving Towa Dash." He's cut off by the sound of something massive moving through the trees nearby, and then a large fist, easily the size of one of them and made of clumped-together earth, crashed down, causing several of the class to scatter. Well, that isn't good. In a blink, Izuku is a kitsune again and rushing forwards, fangs shearing right through the dirt wrist despite how awful it tastes, musty and cloying, with something that might just be worms underlying it, and his attack is accompanied by explosions, the rev of small engines, a spear, and a sharp pillar of ice. At least Izuku wasn't the only one attacking, although 5 of them was arguably a bit overkill. "The F was that?" Bakugo yells, scowling fiercely at the foliage around them. Some of the class shrug and hesitate, but it's Yamamo that speaks up, tugging lightly at her fringe. It looked like a monster made of earth? It was probably created by Pixie Bob's Quirk. Izuku nods his agreement, trotting over to nudge a tail against the girl's shoulder, and is glad to get a brief smile in return. Their classmates are apparently confident in their assessment, because there are nods and murmurs, before an idea suddenly strikes Izuku. Abruptly back in his human form, he forces any nerves down because these are his friends, and lets his voice carry far more than it ever usually would. They're likely most weak to Fizz Cycle or Elemental A attacks, he starts, vaguely shocked that all of the attention falls to him and yet none of it is negative. If he has to think about Yamamo being by his side and Shincher only a pace behind him to stay calm and keep on talking, then he's still proud of himself for that much. Those of us with less cycle quirks should stick to the middle of the group, long range the flanks, and then melee fighters the front. Kudikuin, see, could you ask the animals if there's an easy path through the forest? And if they'll scout for us? Shujikuin, Jairu, see, could you do the same? Momo-san, if you have enough energy reserves, could you make some staffs for anyone that can't find a decent branch? It's not necessarily a full plan per se, but it's a solid start, and Izuku is pleasantly surprised when nobody, not even Bakugo or Ida, hesitates to comply. Indeed, everyone shuffles into a rough formation and they begin to move forwards in the approximate direction they'd originally been pointed in. Fortunately, it only takes a few minutes for some rabbits, 2 crows, and a little family of mice to get back to Kuta and offer a good pathway through the sometimes very dense trees. The space and relatively worn track is far better for fighting off the earth beasts that come at them all without risking hurting each other or crashing into half so many branches. Not to say it isn't still exhausting, because it really is. Izuku ends up carrying Kirishima on his back when the redhead twists his ankle rather painfully, but that just means he can dart past monsters with Kirishima reaching out with a hardened hand to tear them apart. All of the class find ways to work together and, perhaps thanks to that or the adrenaline or even both, they all come out of the dark forest smiling. Class 1B take a single look at their sweaty, dirty and sometimes bloody expressions, teeth bared and eyes alight, and seem to gulp in unison, all bewilderment-wide eyes and fear shudders. Whoops! Before we get on with the chapter, here's some super cute fan art from Ollie in my Discord. Look at the Pride Tsunaizu. And then another piece, this one from EB. Look how pretty he looks, and we all know Shincher would love that lil bit of belly. Class 1A absolutely devours their lunch. Well, it's nearly 4 in the afternoon, but they're all starving from having kept up a steady marching pace of a jog through the forest, excluding although sometimes even including when they fought with the earth beasts, and luckily the pussycats had prepared them lunch after noting their relatively rapid progress. The idea of not having food upon getting back was a rather horrifying one. But they eat, and they laugh, and some of them nearly fall asleep over their bowls of chili and rice, and they carefully ignore the combination of curiosity and probably fear or maybe disbelief from 1B, and they whoop in excitement when Aizawa ambles over and nods to them, just once, because that much means even more than all might or present mix effusive praise. Their sensei is proud of them. He thinks they did well, they beat the estimations of their temporary teachers, and they lived up to their Hell Class title, just as they should. So perhaps it's fair to say that they're rather proud of themselves too, at that. Fortunately, likely in response to the mud, sweat and, in a few smaller incidences, blood coating them all, Aizawa sends them off to shower instead of clearing up, and 1B gets saddled with the extra crockery, although Vlad King only half-heartedly glares at them when a few try to complain. It doesn't matter within half an hour's time though, because everyone ends up gathered on the main field in front of the lodges, chattering and beginning to stretch in preparation for whatever training gets thrown at them. For now though, one of the pussycats, Mandalay, steps forwards from the group of heroes, gathering attention from the students. Right kittens, we've got a few housekeeping announcements first. There's the obvious things like no going into the opposite gender's bathrooms or bedrooms, and no wandering off into the woods without prior knowledge and permission, but also we have a kid around. His name is Kuta, and he's always got on his hat with the horns, so if you see him you can try to talk to him but he, well, probably won't be the most receptive, but don't take too much offense to it. Also, you're going to be undergoing intensive training over the next week or so, and if at any point you come across problems with what you're doing, how you're doing it or even why you're doing it, then come to one of us. This is a training camp, not somewhere to work until you collapse entirely. There are various nods and affirmatives throughout her speech, several people exchanging glances over the mention of a kid because none of them have seen him yet, but such things quickly get forgotten once they get thrown into a warm-up, the familiar routine of stretches and kata and leaning on each other washing away a lot of room for thinking. Once they're all warmed up, the teens split off into their 2 classes, headed by their teachers, and 1A gets led to an obstacle course that wrings much of the largest clearing. The levels and terrain of it change, from platforms and poles maybe 10 meters high to trenches perhaps a fair 2 meters deep, with steps and walls and nets and rubble piles in between, all clearly designed to emulate a forest-based parkour route. Hitoshi and Izuku exchange a single glance, Cheshire grinning. This is their sort of terrain. When Aizawa pauses them all at one end of the course, Pixie Bob standing at his side, he takes one look at the class, sees his boys' matching expressions, and something of a grin of his own twitches into place. Most of his students, quite wisely, shudder at the expression because they know exactly what it means. They're in trouble. Any volunteers? The drawl isn't as sarcastic as usual, and it has 1A glancing around at each other, wondering just why that might be, and if they shuddered at their teacher's expression they downright blanch away at Hitoshi and Izuku's. Particularly when they both raise their hands in silent offer, swaying closer together with the slight movement, shoulders bumping. Let's go with Midoriya. You're up, kid. Izuku's grin deepens further, teeth flashing with the same sort of reflective menace as his eyes, and then he's darting forwards, slipping between his friends and past the heroes to end up at the beginning of the course. The greenette pauses there, waiting, and once Aizawa has his timer out and ready, he hesitates a half-second longer for the nod. And then he's off. With a rumbling snarl, he's six-tailed and four-legged, thick fur seeming to absorb the green-tinged sunlight as he bounds up the beginning ramp, tails flaring for balance and ease, and he's a sight to see. No hesitation, he leaps off of the end of the ramp, pouncing towards one of the platforms. Clawed paws don't need to scrabble or dig in as he jumps from angled platform to narrow beam and again, because for all of his weight, his size makes them jumps relatively insignificant, and Izuku makes short work of the first section. The next, however, is a netted portion, and he seamlessly pushes off of the last platform, evaporating into a human with four tails, ducking and rolling before popping up again and clinging on. Climbing up. He ignores the whoops and whistles of his classmates, all of them pulled out of their dread for the sake of encouraging each other, and he only vaguely registers the thumping of his own heart, the rush of ephemeral blood as he suches to spirit form for mere seconds to drop down and sheer incline without feeling the impact. It's exhilarating, and not quite as natural to him as the cityscape that he has begun to learn in, trusted adult ahead and his partner at his side, but it is still climbing and jumping and rolling, twisting over and around and shimmying under, never getting caught, never faltering for more time than it takes to assess a foothold or unwelcome muscle twinge. It feels good. Getting to the end has him breathing a little, once again in his kitsune form, and he shakes out his fur from the still there dust and dirt, the obstacle course having very much had him crawling along the ground or climbing up mud-splashed wooden poles, and he grins, tongue lolling, as he trots back over to his dad and class, ducking his head a little at the grins and cheers from his friends, even as his tails shimmy in something pleased and flustered. It's nice, more than, to have people being so effusive about him doing well, or being cool, or of them being proud of him, even if it is a bit embarrassing as well. 1 minute, 58 seconds. Good, problem child, Aizawa murmurs, lower than most of their class would be able to pick up on, before he straightens up a bit, eyes glinting even without his quirk, and raises his voice again in challenge. Now go again, no quirk. Izuku isn't afraid to pout at the man as he turns back, even as he curls one of his current three tails in silent question. And, after a moment, the man shakes his head. Well, at least Izuku knows the parameters for certain this time. He jogs over to the beginning of the course once more, assesses what he just did and what he's going to need to change about his approach without any of the active elements of his quirk, tails included, and once again waits for the go signal. It's harder. Much harder. Between having been fighting or running or parkouring for several hours already today, he was already tired for the first run-through, and is even more so for this second one, and he can no longer fall back on his spirit form to cushion falls, nor the longer legs and casual strength of his kitsune form, yet despite all of this he is by no means slow or weak. No, Izuku runs straight up the first ramp, and so what if it takes him a few seconds longer than for his first run-through, he still does it, and he doesn't fall when he leaps for the platform straight after. Only once does he stumble, 2/3 of the way across a high balancing bar, and from the corner of his eye he sees the shifting of his dad's capture weapon, ready to lash out and scoop him up if needs be, but he recovers from the near slip within a breath, and keeps on running without a gasp or tremble to be found. He knows he's safe here after all. He tumbles off of the last obstacle with just about enough control to roll neatly to his feet, albeit his tails spring out as he gets messily to his feet, more physically tired than quirk tired, although both are very much prevalent. After allowing himself a few deep breaths, he moves back over to everyone else, neither stumbling from lack of energy nor jogging over. Aizawa clearly doesn't mind. No, in lieu of being annoyed, like some teachers would have been once, like all of them used to be, when they'd ignore or chide or even punish him themselves for not bending to their every expectation, the man simply scrutinizes him, checking that he hasn't got any injuries or the like. Judging by how his gaze catches on Izuku's knee, he'd twisted it a little, but nothing actually bad or truly painful, and shoulder. He'd pulled it a bit when he had to climb the highest wall, but after assessing all of this, and Izuku doesn't try to hide any of it, because he trusts Aizawa not to exploit anything, to only look after him if anything. The hero nodding to him, something bright in his eyes, only affirms that. 3 minutes, 25 seconds. Do you all see the difference your quirks can make when used intelligently? There's a loud round of exclamations and agreements, even the more reserved of their class nodding, several interacting with their quirks thoughtfully. Dark Shadow, having been hooked over Tokoyami's shoulder to watch everything, doesn't deign take any interest in all of that, and instead swoops towards Izuku, static void arms wide, creaking voice lurching out a delighted Foxkin, Foxkin. Hello Dark, Izuku murmurs, petting the quirk creature's head as he rejoins the herd of his classmates, wordlessly sinking into his Shinshi's side, Dark Shadow coiling around his arm on the opposite side, cooing and quietly cackling, blatantly delighted and proud. Before the students can devolve into chatter, Aizawa commands their attention again with a single clap, nearly gentle but something they're well accustomed to listening to, and the hero pauses before glancing at the intertwined pair, assessing how much Izuku actually needs Hitoshi for support right now. Shinso, you're up next. He doesn't say a word when his son presses the briefest kiss to the crown of ivy wreath curls, only resets his timer as he adds on. Quirk first time, quirkless second. Nodding, Hitoshi steps forward, pausing by Uraraka. Uraraka, can I use my quirk on you? She straightens, grinning, no tinge of hesitation or fear to her posture or expression as she stares up at him. Sure. Follow me, he starts, then walks over to the very beginning of the course, the girl at his side. Use your quirk on me. Release it when I shout your name. And so, with her quirk activated on him, Hitoshi carefully shifts so that he can push off without drifting anywhere prematurely, and watches for his dad's signal. Then the man nods, and he's pushing forwards. The force of his own kickoff has him rocketing over the first ramp, and he tries to think about his vertical versus horizontal trajectory. Breaking bones would not be a good idea given that they're in the middle of nowhere with limited medical access, beyond the fact that this is only the first day, and when he's over all but one of the first section's platforms, Hitoshi begins to feel uncomfortable with his height. Uraraka. Within a second his body feels weighted again, but he handles it well and flips forward the moment he has a semi-decent footing on that last platform. Admittedly, the maneuver is a little messy, but it's a secure execution and he lands without an issue. From there, the insomniac charges through the obstacle course with as much speed and accuracy as he can, looking for the same paths Izuku took but also scanning for things that he, with longer limbs, might make better use of. His balance is perhaps a little better than his partner's, at least right now, although Hitoshi is fairly sure that a lot of that comes from a lack of quirk overuse as much as anything else, and he grins, rather a bit breathless, as he crosses the end of the course. If he leans over to breathe for a few seconds, then nobody calls him out on it. Aizawa, once Hitoshi is back within blatant earshot, immediately speaks up. 2 minutes, 43 seconds. A good example that even non-physical quirks can be of advantage in the field. There are nods and grins from several people, and even Bakugo doesn't grumble too loudly. However, it's Izuku's reaction that Hitoshi cares about, the proud grin and gleaming eyes, all sunlit leaves and snow-circled aurora and something ethereal, constellations and smudges of dirt surrounding them, and Hitoshi feels like he could wax poetic about forest nymphs and celestial spirits and all sorts of things, because his partner is so much of what is wonderful with the world. But instead, he gets their teacher's gruff voice interrupting any reverie he could have fallen into, calling him to run the course again, albeit without using his quirk this time. He nods, wordless, and can't help the slight smile that stretches his lips when he sees Izuku sign a quick, good luck at him. Ah, he really does adore his fluffball. Another hour or so later, when they've all run the obstacle course both with and without their quirks, no rankings to be seen this time, and then gone through some basic quirk sparring to cool down properly from a rather rough first day, all whilst trying to ignore their sister class training their quirks more directly, something that 1A themselves are apparently due to start as of tomorrow as well. The class are given a half-hour break outside before they'll need to start preparing their dinners. And with that precious half an hour of rest time, they all wander around or flop right where they were sparring. Izuku, in his Kitsune form, bows to Shuji who he had been grappling with for well over 10 minutes, careful not to do damage with his teeth or claws, and pads over to Hitoshi, snuffling at the mess of purple hair, matted slightly at the roots from sweat, much like the rest of them. They're all grimy, and they feel it too. Hey Fluffball. Izuku chuffs at his partner, sprawling out beside him, vaguely enjoying the muted sensation of grass beneath his thick fur, very much enjoying the familiar feel of thin, calloused fingers settling into his ruff, teasing out tangles and playing with the just curly fur. You need a wash. A tail flicks out, just managing to catch Hitoshi's ankle despite how they're lying almost perpendicular to each other, and he gets a gentle tug at his fur in retaliation. I meant it though. You think you'd rather be washed off in this form, or shower? The Kitsune can't help but perk up at that, because he's been hosed down, gently, playfully, not in a harsh way, exactly once when visiting Kuda's house with Shincher only last week, and it was one of the best things ever. I'll take that as a yes to Kitsune form then. Silly Fluffball. Grinning, Izuku mouths delicately at his partner's wrist, never close to drawing blood but just that teasing lilt of it, tiny indentations that tickle more than hurt, and that have Hitoshi huffing fondly, shoving uselessly at the large lump of fluff and exhaustion next to him. Come on, you're gonna overheat in the sun if you're not careful. Izuku doesn't bother to turn back to a human just to remind Hitoshi that evening is starting to draw in, the slight breeze gathering a chill around it like a cloak, rippling but certain, and he rolls over to heave back to his feet, his paws, with a grumble. Halfway over to the side of the lodge that features several outside taps and a few hoses, however, Izuku pauses, his partner leaning more heavily against him in silent question as the Kitsune is looking at one particularly lush patch of grass and flowers near the treeline, only a few long leaps from where he is now. And, well, he's going to get washed in a minute anyway, so why not take full advantage of the landscape they're in? With that decided, Izuku bounds forwards, barking a short apology when it has his Shincher stumbling, and rolls himself straight forwards into the plush grass and flowers. Yellow petals go flying, pollen undoubtedly clinging to him, but the cool grass feels good, and the dirt in all his fur itches, so Izuku doesn't hesitate to settle on his back and start wriggling. It feels so good to writhe on his back, tail swishing and ears pressed against his head with how he presses back and down, paws flailing in the air. He's grinning, and his eyes are crinkling shut with it, whiskers twitching with the mess of petals and pollen and bits of grass that his wriggling has kicked up, and his geckering feels good and right and welcome in the hollow of his throat and the ache of his limbs. Fluffball, you. Hitoshi has come to loom over him, staring down at Izuku with a lazy smirk, except the left cheek dimple is creeping in as well, and the Kitsune only beams up at him, tongue lolling out of the side of his mouth, eyes reflecting sunlight and clouds and Hitoshi, and oh, he's pretty much looking up at heaven right here, isn't he? I don't know what you're thinking right now, love, but you're an adorable menace and it's entirely unfair. Izuku wriggles a tiny bit more, just enough so that he can stretch one of his paws up, batting at Hitoshi's hoodie string, claws carefully not about to catch anything. He gets scowled at, except the mercury in Hitoshi's eyes flares and shivers, soft and moonlit, a stunning reflection of the sunlight saturating everything around them. It's far too pretty. And it has Izuku geckering again, the closest thing to an affectionate laugh he can manage right now, and he writhes once more, sating the itch of his fur and worn-out muscles, reveling in the absolutely adoring look he's leveled with. Hitoshi seems to be taking happiness from the Kitsune's childish glee, and it only echoes and rebounds Izuku's joy because he likes nothing better than seeing his partner happy like this. Truly it's such a shame that this moment, one of them haloed by sunlight, the other by rucked-up buttercups, cannot last an eternity for anywhere but their own hearts. What a shame indeed. Also this is kinda the vibe I had in my head for the Kitsune Zoo scratching his back in all the buttercups. One day I might try to draw it, sweating face. Happy face Aizawa here has been me for the last week y'all. Also I found this gif on Tumblr and yoinked it over here because I related so much to my boy's face. Guys, I've got even more art. This was created by the wonderful Excelia Dumorth in my Discord, and just look at how absolutely amazing this is. Carrot / carrot, is he or is he not the cutest thing ever? That first night, when their curry and rice dinner is nearly finished, a child leaves the lodge from a door around one side of the building, scuffing his feet with a scowl set beneath his horned hat. Ah. The kid that got mentioned, Kuda-kun. Izuku and Hitoshi exchange a glance, leaning further into each other before looking at Todoroki as well, sitting opposite them. There's a look to the kid, something in how he glares over at them all, a gravity and certain gauge to it, a depth that speaks of something like trauma. This kid has or is going through something. Quite what that is though, well, they'll have to see. And it's almost undoubted that they will discover it, because it's in their nature, not to mention part of their future job, to look into it, to try and help if there's any way that they can. But they have a meal to finish, and Izuku is content to notice that the kid has taken a small portion for himself, albeit he's carrying it away, moving into the tree lean. Which is interesting. Really interesting. He shares another glance with his partner, this one longer as they communicate a little, eyebrows shifting and lips tensing or twitching as they think through their options, eventually reaching a tacit decision. They'll leave him for now. You two alright? Jairu asks, a touch teasing but also that little bit concerned, just enough so to soften the question, and Izuku doesn't even startle at their friend's question. MMHM, he nods, leaning into his Shinshi's side, the taller boy a line of warmth along his arm and thigh from how they're pressed together, and he gets a thoughtless kiss pressed atop the crown of his curls. Fine, thanks. Just debating something, weren't we, Fluffball? Izuku smiles, a tad sheepish, and goes to finish the rest of his dinner. They have time. And, from the looks of things, Kuda does as well, so they'll let him get a little more comfortable with their group presence first, or even let him be the one to approach them, if he seems inclined to, before they push things. Better to minimize the risk of making things worse. They gradually fall back into their previous conversations then, focused around training and food and theorizing about 1B's quirks. Given that they've only had a certain level of exposure to the other class, Izuku in particular can't wait to get to analyze them. It's all comfortable and casual, and the classes clear up after themselves before getting dismissed for the evening, albeit the teachers do remind them that there's a schedule for the classes to use the baths in. That reminds Izuku that, quite frankly, doesn't want to bathe with the other boys. It's as simple as that. He trusts a few of them with the sight of his scars, Hitoshi, primarily, but he would probably feel safe with Shuji, Kuda, and Tokoyami as well, but most of them, even if he trusts them in general, knows them to be kind and considerate if perhaps louder and brasher than he's always comfortable with, just aren't people he really wants seeing the starbursts marring his skin, nor even the smaller little scars carried from years of bullying, the 5 clumped crescents and the occasional smaller cut or jagged thing that could be explained away as any number of childhood mishaps. Some things though. Well, some things are simply too distinct, too recognizable. And explosion scars are one of them. Fluffball? They're walking back to their room, all of the boys of the two classes in one room and the girls just down the corridor, and it startles Izuku a little because he may or may not have gotten rather caught up in his thoughts, not even really registering where they were going. His kin and friends are around him, and that's enough to feel safe right now. MMHM? You gonna be alright? The question is low, giving, entirely willing to be proven right or wrong, and it's as reassuring as any careful hand or soft kiss. I think so. They pause now, Hitoshi gently ushering Izuku down one of the short side corridors, this one only leading to storerooms as far as they can tell. And the insomniac takes up Izuku's hands, loosely interlacing their fingers and joggling their linked hands up and down a bit, almost teasing but more grounding than anything else. When there's only a bitten lip and fluttering eyelashes in return, he leans in, pressing their foreheads together in just the right way to tilt the brunette's head back a little, their eyes meeting, breaths shared. You can shower if you want, instead? You know I can and will make sure any of the others leave you alone. All of our friends will. It's protective, but gentle enough to only really by an offer, an invitation and an option with no pressure behind it. Izuku appreciates every syllable, every layer to the tone. I don't know, really, I just don't know if I'm comfortable, but I also don't want the questions dash. You don't have to, love, Hitoshi reiterates, not liking the conflict in his partner. He doesn't let himself frown though, not wanting Izuku to possibly misinterpret it. And he gets his partner swaying closer into him in return, helpless to the lure of his safety and warmth, the pout in amongst the freckles not quite as cute as usual when there's genuine upset behind it. But I want to trust them, Shinsher, they're good. Hitoshi hates how well he understands the plaintive words. Them being good doesn't mean you have any obligation to them though, Fluffball, alright? It's completely up to you. The pout twists away into something more thoughtful, less struggling. Oh okay. Well, that's an improvement. It could still be better though, for that, he might just have to smirk down at his partner, letting a teasing note creep into his next words. Hey, you could always go in as your Kitsune form, Hitoshi tacks on, and when Izuku's smile finally appears he smothers it with his own, again and again in a series of chaste kisses that inevitably have his fluffball giggling. What a pretty little darling he's been blessed with. His blessing is only impressed upon Hitoshi tenfold when, 20 minutes later, he gets blessed with the sight of Izuku in a shirt and towel, the former a simple white t-shirt with a little gray cat face over the heart, the fabric clinging to muscles and freckles in the humidity and then water of the outdoor baths. None of the other 1A boys ask Izuku about why he's wearing a top, and none of them dare let their gazes linger on his lithe muscles too long. Not when Hitoshi is there. Not even when Izuku climbs into the bath itself, the muscles of his dotted thighs flexing and shifting. When he settles down and his long eyelashes flutter, butterfly wings and falling sakura petals but dark as ink, a soft sort of bliss sigh slipping out amongst the steam of the bathing area, clever hands drifting along the rippled water, idly playful. Beside him, tall enough to only emphasize how adorably short Izuku is, Hitoshi sits down himself, and he might not be the bulkiest, but he has broad shoulders and undeniable muscles of his own, particularly obvious when he loops an arm around his shorter partner's shoulders. They're an unfairly attractive couple. The next morning, any such thoughts are lost to the mess of dishing themselves all up breakfast, devouring it quickly enough to meet Aizawa's 8 o'clock deadline for being gathered in front of the lodges, ready to train. Their teacher is waiting for them, skinning up the contents of a nutrient pack, itching at his stubble, and eyeing them all up. After a few moments, he's apparently satisfied that they didn't all stay up too late or anything, so he nods the group before spinning on his heel and marching off. Throughout the ring of clear land surrounding the lodges are several sets of paraphernalia. Some things are as simple as a large barrel filled with water, others a long table filled with food, one's high in sugars and lipids. Quirk training. Right, you've each got individual work to do. I'm sure you know from your own training and exercises that you've improved mostly in technique, correct? There are nods and affirmatives, thoughtful looks, and their teacher goes on after a second. That doesn't often translate well into raw power. So for the majority of you, that's where we're going to focus. First though, Kaminari, Ashido, Kuda, Midoriya, you'll want to stay behind. I've got a different plan for you four. His Cheshire grin has all four of them shuddering, Izuku included, because there's the promise of challenge there, and possibly pain as well, though none of them are scared of their teacher for it. The training however? Well, perhaps. It takes a solid 20 minutes for Aizawa to get everyone else set up. There are some spars, be it between Kirishima and Ojiro or Hagakure and Hitoshi, but most people are working individually, trying to push the limits of their quirks. Uraraka is already looking decidedly green. Ignoring that, or at least not offering more than a brief glance and leaving any further judgment up to Ragdoll if any one of them will need to take breaks when he's not with them to notice it himself. Kaminari, Ashido, I want both of you to work on finesse, not output. Kaminari, we need to figure out how to control your electricity, to make you more of a sustainable fighter that can give and take hits for longer without rendering yourself incoherent. I know you've been working with the quirk counselor, yes? The blonde nods, and their teacher goes on, clearly satisfied with that. I want you to talk to Ragdoll for a while then, get a sense for how she thinks about controlling her quirk, directing it or limiting it. If you don't get very far with her way of thinking or explaining stuff, then Mandalay knows you might also be asking her. Once you've got some decent ideas and have talked them through with one of us, feel free to try them out. Focus on controlling your quirk, not maxing it, understood? Yes sir. Kaminari is grinning, even more blinding than usual, and Izuku finds himself happy for the blonde. It's nice to see, particularly given how quietly insecure Kaminari seems about his use of his quirk. Ashido, I want something similar for you, trial different viscosities and pHs of your acid. Pixie Bob has laid out a bunch of podiums here with as similar rock types and formations as possible, Aizawa informs her, gesturing to a circle of 2-foot-high stone pillars, each with a level top. So see what has certain sort of effects. If you decide to go down the rescue hero route, this will help you deal with rubble, although it will be of use anyway. Write down what you find dash, he tosses her a small notepad, pen clipped onto the side of it, so that you can refer back to it. We'll do practice with other materials after the summer, back at UA. Once you've done that, or destroyed all the pillars, then start going for mass production instead. With those two set up and working, Aizawa leads Kuda and Izuku a little further away. I've got two things for you. First, an experiment. Kit, when you're in your Kitsune form, can Kuda understand you? It would bypass the communication difficulties up to a point, at least when trying to coordinate within the class, but if it's not possible then it's as simple as that. Once you've both figured that out, he goes on, raising a hand to stop them from trying it immediately, and the man carefully ignores Izuku's pout at delaying something he'd been so interested in trialing already. Kuda, I want you to talk to lots of the forest animals. Ask them if they're willing to be controlled if that makes you more comfortable, but see how many you can control at once, and how complex or layered you can make your requests. I'd also like you to make as loud a call to them all as you can, but that can wait a day or two if you need. He pauses then, giving the taller of the teens a chance to sign or raise any questions verbally, patient. But after a few seconds, he gets a hesitant nod and smile, and Aizawa simply nods in return, turning away from the two. Midoriya, with me for a minute. I've got something else in mind for you, and you can come back to Kuda in a moment. Izuku's excited by that, genuinely, tails shifting, because he remembers how much fun, if exhausting, his dad's internship had been. And, once they're far enough away that Kuda won't be able to hear them, the man turns so that the other boy won't be able to lip-read him either. I want you to use your quirk and intellect however you need to gather information on 1B and all of the other heroes here, analyze that, and then report it back to me as discreetly as possible. Every time someone calls you out, run a lap of the course with your quirk then without, alternating with 15-minute spars with Tiger. Any questions? Izuku takes half a second to register all of that, before he feels a grin begin to push at his cheeks, probably just this side of feral. Sensei, does it matter how I get you the information? Or if there's mistakes in the analysis? However suits best at the time, and no, so long as there's good logic behind any conclusions. Oh, that's exactly what he wanted to hear. Good. Now, go work with your classmate. Any problems at any point, let me know. Or one of the other heroes, I guess. Izuku nearly giggles at how that's tacked on to the end in a nigh-on petulant grumble, yet instead chooses to SWCH forms on the spot, six tails flaring out behind him as he brushes past the man to trot back over to Kuda, grinning. This is going to be fun. Admittedly it's a little less fun, 5 minutes later, for the two hero students to realize that they can't talk when Izuku's in his Kitsune form. Or not much so, at least. There's some of the overall vibes, but none of the more specific language and senses that Kuda would normally get from a standard fox. Both thinking, they end up sitting down together, Izuku back in his human form with four tails curling around himself and atop the grass, quite calm for all that he's a little bit disappointed. Do you think it's because I'm a Kitsune, not an actual fox? Kuda's eyebrows furrow a tad, hands already raised to reply. I think so. Normally if I'm talking to someone with an animal transformation quirk, which, he pauses for a moment, flailing a little in flusterment. Which has only happened I think 3 times, then it seems to work as long as they're in their animal form. So it shouldn't just be the quirked creature element. Izuku concludes. Yes. That. They smile at each other for a second, comfortable if a little saddened that it really doesn't work, before the greenette visibly shakes himself off. Okay then. Why do you think you could get some of the general sense though? It can't have been the actual language. Body language, maybe? It's a big part of communication, and between having more tails and having a largely human mind, it's a little different to a normal fox, but, there's a lot of overlap? That makes sense. Thank you, princess. The taller teen flushes a little at the sign name their friend group had picked up for him, as he always did, but he still smiles and offers Izuku a hand to his feet from where they had settled, cross-legged opposite each other on the grass. At this point, they split off from each other to complete their individual training, wishing the other one assigned good luck prior to the greenette's physical form evaporating away, already scanning the other people within eyesight. Kendo-san seems like a good place to start. Izuku is halfway through murmuring to himself about manga's quirk and the possible limits to it, having successfully reported back to Aizawa 4 times and now being settled in his one-tailed spirit form and therefore invisible. He dares to sit fairly close to the fight he's watching, tail curling neatly around his front paws as he sways happily in place, watching on. But then one of his ears swivels, tail twitching, because there are footsteps behind him, too light to be any of his yearmates or their teachers, so who, Kuda. The teen promptly splits his focus between manga's spar with Monoma and the kid scuffing his feet and grumbling wordlessly from just within the tree line, biding his time. Then Kuda spits out a quiet, whatever. Stupid JRKS, before spinning around in a shifting of damp leaves, leaving. And Izuku doesn't even have to think before getting up to follow. They walk along a reasonably worn path, one set back several trees from the clearing space, just enough to be in cool shadows despite it nearly being lunchtime, and Izuku trots along, assessing the undergrowth as he follows the kid, easily resulting in the pair of them being halfway up one of the closer mountainsides, the boy plopping himself on the edge of a larger plateau with an impressive huff, black-booted feet kicking in the empty air. Izuku, after several seconds of thinking, wondering just how to approach this aching child, slinks back around the corner of the path to SWCH into his Kitsune form. He approaches Kuda in said Kitsune form, sinking down so that his belly is scraping the ground as he moves over, head ducked and tails writhing slowly, trying not to look like a threat. And when the kid WHPs around to glare at him, kicking feet falling still, Izuku pauses, waits. After several frozen moments, he lets out a low, keening whimper, something like an invitation or an offer, albeit wordless. One ear flicks. It would be impossible for him to miss the brief look of longing in dark eyes. Kuda looked almost excited for a second then, and maybe that will be Izuku's opening. Lots of kids like fluffy animals, right? So what better idea than to try and take advantage of that fact? Accordingly, now that he's sure Kuda isn't going to immediately shout at him or anything, Izuku crawls further forwards, staying belly low despite how it begins to strain at his muscles, tails waving in the air, fur sun-warmed. I guess you can come closer or whatever, even though I think you're a dumb JRK who's going to get yourself killed chasing stupid titles. Oh, that's kind of more hostile than Izuku was expecting, but it's still an invitation and he accepts it without question, shuffling those final few meters to curl up just within Kuda's reach, head upon his front paws and wide eyes gleaming up at the kid, patient. Waiting. It takes a long, thought-swirling couple of minutes, but eventually a childhood chubby hand reaches out, hesitantly petting the tail tip that has strayed closer to the boy. And Izuku is content to wait more, still and breathing steadily, as Kuda loses tension from his shoulders and lines from his forehead, until he looks like an unhappy kid rather than a frustrated one. Whining again, a slightly bolder sound this time, Izuku uncurls enough to stretch forwards, settling his nose against Kuda's knee, the dampness no doubt tickling, and he waits until the kid leans back with an almost smile before shifting the final bit to rest his entire head in Kuda's lap, eyes closing as he chuffs that almost purr of his, content to give the child a chance to make the next move. You're stupid. The words are mean but the tone isn't. There's not a single bit of vitriol or hatred or anger to be found, only something small and confused and maybe, just maybe, the tiniest bit grateful. And regardless of any words, the gentle touch that strokes from between his ears and down the back of his thickly furred neck tells Izuku all he needs to know. Really, really stupid. The Kitsune geckers a little, the closest he can get to an amused, perhaps I am, right now, and he doesn't react at all when arms wrap around his head and neck, and a face gets shoved against the crown of his head, shuddering breaths loud in his ears. No, Izuku stays, and waits, and doesn't react at all, and gives a grieving little boy the space he needs right now. Eventually, Kuda sits up again, and not a single tear has been shed, but maybe that wasn't what he needed, and so Izuku sits up with him, blinking in the sunlight that he had shut his arm-covered eyes against minutes ago. Between two of those blinks, he's human again, ready to catch Kuda should he flinch away, but luckily no needing to. Why are you trying to become one of those selfish JRKs? They just get themselves killed trying to look cool or whatever. Oh. This really must be the Waterhorse Duo's kid, just like Izuku thought they might be. There's no satisfaction to be found in this particular theory being proven right though, not when there's this little bundle of distress right next to him. It's not meant to be for looking cool. It's for helping people. The words are true, but they're not enough. The greenette can feel that inadequacy down to his marrow because there's so much more he can say, should say, wants to say, because this kid needs someone and maybe Izuku can be that person today. And Izuku isn't entirely sure where the words come from, whether it's the part of him that aches to help people, no matter how much it might hurt him in the process, whether it's the part of him that's still a child who lost a father and friends and faith in people because of things that shouldn't matter, or whether it's some other shard of him altogether, but the point is that the words are here now. They're crossing his lips and rolling jagged smooth over his tongue, and Kuda is listening. A lot of my kin, my family, are heroes. It's scary. I've watched one of them nearly die right in front of me, but you know how he survived. How? I was able to help. Weak, stupid little me, with the tiniest bit of heroics training and far too much emotion to really be sensible, was able to save my dad. It was stupid, I got hurt, and that was bad, but I did help him. And he's alive today. Sometimes he falters, the syllables sick and weighted and bloated as they slide over his tongue. Sometimes death is inevitable, and it hurts no matter what, but sometimes it isn't inevitable, and without any heroes at all, that would happen even more. So for us, to make everyone else's world a little safer, it's worth it, no matter how selfish that can seem sometimes. Izuku knows that what he's just said isn't perfectly true. It can't be, because their society is messed up and the heroics industry is exactly that, an industry, as much as a campaign for people's safety, but it's still true overall. And it's what a kid like Kuda, like himself, before finding more kin and friends and purpose, needs to hear. He can only hope it will truly have helped. A few nights later, now on the 5th day of their camp, everyone is gathered up again after dinner, the dimness of the evening beginning to encroach upon the sky, setting the trees to silhouettes. The game for the night gets announced and those that had failed their exams, as well as Bakugo, all huddle together under Aizawa's glare, several pouting. The man only rolls his eyes, turning his attention back to the rest of them as they titter over pairings and scares and plots. The rest of you, Hellspawn, need your phones on and with you. If you get lost or injured then I'll put you in remedial lessons as well. He turns away at that, eyes lingering for half a second on his boys, but then he's going with the 5 in tow. Izuku, for his part, is a little hesitant, because he's tired and doesn't really like jump scares, and he might not end up with his Shinshure, particularly as there's an odd number of them, and really he'd quite like to curl up and sleep, except these are his classmates. His friends. And he's been trying to be more social and be more fun recently, and surely this would be a good way to do that? He's just got to be brave. Although quite frankly, being social turns out to be the least of his worries for the night. A few nights later, now on the 5th day of their camp, everyone is gathered up again after dinner, the dimness of the evening beginning to encroach upon the sky, setting the trees to silhouettes. The game for the night gets announced, and those that had failed their exams, as well as Bakugo, all huddle together under Aizawa's glare, several pouting. The man only rolls his eyes, turning his attention back to the rest of them as they titter over pairings and scares and plots. The rest of you, Hellspawn, need your phones on and with you. If you get lost or injured, then I'll put you in remedial lessons as well. He turns away at that, eyes lingering for half a second on his boys, but then he's going with the 5 in tow. Izuku, for his part, is a little hesitant, because he's tired and doesn't really like jump scares, and he might not end up with his Shinshure, particularly as there's an odd number of them, and really he'd quite like to curl up and sleep, except these are his classmates. His friends. And he's been trying to be more social and be more fun recently, and surely this would be a good way to do that? He's just got to be brave. Suffice to say, Izuku is more than relieved when their odd number of people results in a 3 on addition to the pairs, rather than somebody going by themselves, because knowing his luck that lone person would have been him, and the idea of isn't entirely pleasant. Well, it would defeat the point of bothering to be social for once. Instead, he draws the 3rd lot number 4, and smiles upon being waved over by an enthusiastic Hagakure and Dark Shadow, Tokoyami nodding to him from between them. See you soon, Shinshure? His words are quiet but not subdued, a tinge of excitement coloring them in sunrise tones, akin to the prettiness of his strawberry-flushed cheeks in the chill of encroaching night. Hitoshi looks down at him with something akin to awe, wonderment and joy in his own sunrise, vivid light flooding his eyes, softening the curve of his smile and line of his shoulders. See you soon, Fluffball? Don't let any of them scare you, yeah? It sounds like teasing, a gentle jab, but truly speaks of something caught between amusement and concern, and it has Izuku beaming. Okay. He pushes up onto the ball of his feet to press a blink-brief kiss to the corner of his partner's mouth, grins wider at the nigh-on flustered expression it prompts, Hitoshi's ears distinctly red, and brushes his tails teasingly along the underside of the taller teen's jaw as he turns away to scamper over to Tokoyami and Hagakure. Fox-kin. The crackled greeting is met equally by Izuku opening his arms wide, inviting the quirk creature to race straight into his chest, nearly sending him reeling if not for how he'd set his feet, ready for the force. Hello. He squeaks, petting Dark Shadow's head as he looks up at his companions for the night. Hagakure is bouncing on her feet, judging by the shifting of her clothes, and waving again. Hey, Mido. Greetings, shade sharer of my kin. His grin widens again, sharpening slightly in his reciprocal excitement, pushing away any discomfort for being away from all of his fully fledged kin for this. He's friends with the class, and this is going to be fun. He can just enjoy it instead of worrying. And so that's what he does. Hitoshi is in the first pair to leave, strolling away alongside Shuji, and Izuku simply waves to him, already chattering with Hagakure and the quirk creature wrapped around his shoulders, Tokoyami himself interjecting occasionally. Their debate of the possible scaring tactics, from wilder, funnier ideas like creating a giant mosquito for Kendo to squash, to more realistic ones like manga simply creating spooky sound effects for them that might shudder down their spines or waver through the air, continues right up to their own turn of starting down the path into the woods. With 3 tails out and ears swiveling, Izuku stays on alert, and none of the scares yet, such as Kodai floating up from underground, manage to make him jump. Hagakure is less fortunate, and she ends up walking between the 2 boys, both of whom are less startled than her, although Tokoyami lets little cause escape him sometimes, which may or may not be kind of adorable. But when Kodai's head appears out of the path ahead of them, both Tokoyami and Hagakure are caught by it before Izuku can warn them, the invisible girl far more badly so. Ouch! The scuffing of leaves and movements of her clothing shows Hagakure to have stumbled back at the jump scare, and presumably painfully so. She's not quite sprawled on the ground, managing to catch herself in an awkward crouch instead, and both Izuku and Tokoyami rush to help her up. Hagakure-san, are you of sound health? Ow, think I twisted my ankle. The pout is blatant in her voice, and she accepts their offered hands easily, her grimace almost becoming a smile when Dark Shadow loops behind her to help support her to stand up straight. Would you like me to carry you? It's fine if not. But, well, my Kitsune form should be comfortable enough. Nah, don't worry Midori, I think I'll be fine. Her bravado is shattered the moment she tries to take a step and, even when supported lightly by them both, Hagakure wavers and nearly crumples. The following laugh is sheepish. Ah, maybe then? Thanks Midori, you'll have to let us know if you get tired, okay? Are you all okay? The voice from the bushes is more unexpected than it should have been, considering that Izuku has been idly listening to their breathing and slight movements this whole time. A minor waver in the reality of our friend's health, Kendo-san. Oh. Well, if you're alright that's fine I suppose. We're close to the midpoint here, so Ragdoll-sensei can probably get you back to the lodges faster if you need? Thank you, Izuku manages, smiling briefly at the ginger girl and ensuring Hagakure is sufficiently supported before he suches into his kitsune form and crouches, belly to the ground. He ignores the slight gasp from Kendo, who hasn't been close to his kitsune form yet and is doubtless surprised by his size or something, and instead focuses on making sure Tokoyami and Dark Shadow are managing to guide the invisible girl to sit behind his shoulders without too much trouble. She settles there with less weight than he was expecting, in a way, and it's not uncomfortable at all. Her hands, a little hesitant, wind their way into his ruff, not pulling but just settling in, getting a decent hold so she's not at any risk of slipping off. Slowly straightening out of his low-bellied crouch, Izuku stands up properly again, turning his head around to look at what he can see of Hagakure, tilting it in curiosity. I'm okay. It's super cool to feel taller than Sensei, her giggles are a pleasant change to the pain of only a minute or two ago, and Izuku quietly geckers in return, tail swaying. It's good that she seems happier again. Not even 2 minutes later though, upon walking further along the path, with Dark Shadow having been scolded by Tokoyami for winding in between the kitsune's legs and nearly tripping him up at one point, Izuku pauses. There's something. The air smells wrong. Weird. Midori? He stays still, then raises his head, mouth a little open and sniffing in deeply, trying to get a full awareness of what isn't right. And then it hits him, these aren't the scents of his people. They're not kin or kin-adjacent or even acquaintances, these are strangers and the scents are too distant, too faint, to give him much, but there's something like smoke and alcohol and rust and this isn't right. He isn't even aware of it, but Izuku's hackles are rising, fur fluffing along his spine, tails rising still as he tries to pick it all apart. Izuku-san? He WHPs his head around, startled out of his own mental analysis by the voice of a kin-adjacent, Dark Shadow crooning from his companion's shoulder, eyes wide as he peers at Izuku. They're clearly worried and it pulls him back to coherency. There seems to be maybe 5 strangers, maybe more, and the astringent char of smoke underlies it all. Between all of these layers, similarly faint but growing stronger, is something else unfamiliar, falsely sweet. Maybe a chemical, or a gas. It's certainly artificial, or maybe even something quirk-induced, because it's not anything like methane or other natural gases that he knows, and there's just something cloying to it. This is too many not right things to even contemplate ignoring. Perhaps that's why he has a snarl rumbling through him, a vicious, rippling thing that he can't control, nor does he want to. Though he doesn't like how his friends seem to be scared of how he's reacting to something they can't perceive. Without another thought, Izuku sinks to his belly again, rolling his shoulders the tiniest bit. Hagakure apparently gets the hint, because she slides off, smiling briefly, wobbly, when Tokoyami and Dark Shadow help her stand steady. As soon as her weight is gone and she's on the ground, Izuku is suching back to his human form, 6 tails curling around himself, and pulls out his phone, nearly gasping in relief to see that he has even just 2 tiny bars of service. He knows exactly who he needs to call, fingers trembling and breaths hitching as he hits his second speed dial. Dad, he starts, uncaring for privacy right now, even with their classmates knowing about their relationship by now. They're strangers, probably villains, I can smell them, and gas and smoke and dash. Somehow he's not quite about to fall into a panic attack despite his stutter making itself known and his breaths hitching, gaze focused on the dark tree lean rather than the encroaching fear evident in his companions' postures and faces. Instead, he prioritizes listening to his hero, trying to keep himself calm. Kit, what? Slow down, breathe for me. Izuku takes a few more ragged, deeper breaths that dig into his being with chilled knives, but they're better, stronger, enough to keep him steady. That's it, well done kiddo. Now, villains. He keeps the regular breathing, gathering himself. At least 5 different people. I think more. Probably no more than 8. And the gas and smoke. Sheet, the curse is quiet, almost unintentional, but Aizawa continues on immediately. Right, head straight back, keep each other safe, I'm going to get Mandalay to send out a mass message. Anything else? He pauses, waits, giving Izuku the chance to reply, but he only murmurs a quiet negative, so the man goes on. Good job then Kit, now be careful. If you come across a villain that you can't bypass, then you have my permission to use your quirks. All of you do. Love you, Kit. With that, his dad hangs up. And Izuku? Izuku is scared. The minute he sees that it's his Kit ringing him, Shoyuta knows something must be going wrong. Probably drastically so. Then his kid is on the line, frantic and talking about villains, and Eraserhead bypasses his own panic to fall straight into action mode. He calms Izuku down as best he can for the brief time frame he dares take for it, and tells the kid to get safe. He hates to hang up on him, doesn't dare it without telling the baby that he loves him. What if he loses one of them tonight? More than one? His colleagues or students or sons? What will he say to Hisashi? Because he can't bear the thought of Izuku not knowing it, then he settles completely into his Eraserhead mindset. Vlad, protect the lodges. Hellions, kids, stay here. If you go out searching fights, I will not hesitate to expel you for putting lives at risk, understood? The room, full of tension thick enough to suffocate, pauses. Nobody wants to agree. And Eraserhead hates to be vulnerable, particularly when two of the people here aren't even his people, but if it will save lives. Do not make me face your possible deaths. Do not distract me from saving your classmates. That's enough to get those that had stood up finally sitting down again, Bakugo letting off several small explosions. Kirishima's hardened hands gouging his desk. Their quirk-based fidgeting is matched by Kaminari's sparks and the few drips of acid on the floor surrounding Ashido's desk, and by how Sada grips the edge of his seat hard enough for it to creak, splintering even without his quirk. Monoma looks far from content, himself. Vlad. Eraserhead. With that, Eraserhead pulls his capture weapon around him like a veil, a protection against what's to come, and he jumps straight out of a window. He's got kids to protect. Knowing that his dad might be interrupted between ending their call and contacting Mandalay, Izuku switches to their class chat as soon as he brings his phone away from his face. He can't do anything about Class B right now, but if at least his classmates know, then the message will get around. And he needs to do something. Anything. Fluffy sunshine, everyone, there are 5 or more strangers somewhere in the forest, plus gas and smoke. Maybe fire. Sensei knows. He wants us to all get back to the lodges. We can use our quirks for any fights that we can't avoid. Please, please be careful. Hagakure, Tokoyami, and I are mostly fine. Even as his companions' phones ping with the message he has just sent everyone, Izuku is looking up at them, his own hands trembling. They look scared too. Even Dark Shadow is wavering a little around the edges. Seeing their fear, the wide eyes and hunched postures and how closely Hagakure is leaning against Tokoyami, has something in Izuku slipping into place. Resolve tracing the length of his spine in steel. They're together, so they can protect themselves. He can protect them. It doesn't matter if he's scared too, because he can push that down until they're safe, and so for now he'll wait. There's one more thing he can do right now. Fox baby, Coco-san, Pops, Auntie Midnight, we think there are villains here. At the camp. Can you make sure help gets sent as soon as possible? He doesn't dare stay distracted by his phone now that people are warned, not when his friends are with him and the combined stench of gas and smoke is only getting stronger, so he slips it away and steps forwards, offering a hand to each of his friends. Villains? Hagakure asks, distinctly subdued, and just trembling fingers interlace with Izuku's. He can't see them but he can feel them, the sense of a fluttering pulse against his fingertips, and he squeezes both of their hands at once, one with black nail polish, the other holographic. He's going to protect them. He is. Why yes. We need to move, get back to the lodges. We're allowed to use our quirks if we can't avoid any threats, so we can protect ourselves. Each other. He forces his voice steady, almost managing to smile when hands tighten around his own in reciprocal acknowledgement, and Dark Shadow, a little larger than usual, eyes flaring, bobs over to croon against Izuku's cheek. Want to get on my back again? We'll move quickest that way. Once again, the pout is clear in her voice, an insistence befitting of a hero student overwhelming the pout. It's already feeling a bit bed dash. Can you jog on it? Tokoyami interjects, not unkind, particularly given how he's still supporting a fair bit of Hagakure's weight, but there's a steadiness to the question, a pragmatism, and she shifts, verging on sheepish. No. Without another word, Izuku simply steps back and changes forms, already sinking down into a crouch once more. As soon as the invisible girl is settled behind his shoulders again, he tilts his head invitingly to Tokoyami, his offer blatant. You have my gratitude, Izuku-san, however the physical exertion is not a weight too great for my corporeal self at the present time. Nodding, the Kitsune stands tall once more, making sure that Hagakure isn't going to slide off once he starts moving, and then he sets a pace. A trot for him is just about the right speed for Tokoyami to settle into a jog akin to their marching jog from class exercises, not much different to what they'd all used during the initial run through the beast forest. They set off then, heading directly back along the path they came on. Dark Shadow is still larger than usual, clearly feeding off of both the dark and their trio's lingering fear, and Izuku almost wants to ask Hagakure to refract some light like she's been practicing doing, but that could also attract attention to them, which doesn't seem worth it right now. Not whilst Tokoyami and Dark Shadow still have decent control. From there, it takes perhaps only 2 or 3 minutes more before they all falter in place, Mandalay's voice ringing through their minds. Everyone, we are currently experiencing a villain attack. Approximately 5 to 8 hostiles, with suspected fire or smoke quirk for at least one, and a further gas-related quirk. You have permission to use your quirks in self-defense. For now, head back to the lodges, and watch each other's backs. We don't know their goal. Be safe, everyone. It's a somber message, one spoken with a quiet urgency, but there's an assurance underneath it all. This is a pro-hero telling them that there's a problem, danger, threat, yet she's also giving them a plan, and a way to protect themselves, and somehow it relaxes something along the line of Izuku's back, and judging by how Hagakure relaxes some herself, and Dark Shadow even shrinks a tad, he isn't the only one. It wasn't as good to hear as similar words from his dad, admittedly. Although Izuku can confess that it would be fairly difficult to beat in the first place. We should keep going, Hagakure murmurs after a few moments of silence, jolting Izuku out of his thoughts, and he barks a quiet affirmative, starting to move on again, glad when Tokoyami falls into step with him without prompt or hesitation. It's not even another 5 minutes on when they reach the point where some of 1B had been before, Kendo and others, evidenced by the patch of still softened earth, but they seem to have moved away from the trail now, because whilst their scent is strong, there's no sight of them. Maybe, given that the scent of gas is getting distinct enough for Hagakure to comment on it, particularly on top of Mandalay's message, they've also decided to move on down the pathways. Good. Less good is when, barely moments later, another telepathic message has them jolting to a stop, panicked. Everyone, Kuda is missing. If you see him, please keep him safe. Kuda, love, hide unless you're sure it's someone you trust. Please. There's real terror in her voice, forced down under a weight of responsibility and calm, yet it's unmistakable, and it has Izuku realizing something. He knows exactly where Kuda might be. Whimpering under his breath, he turns to nudge Tokoyami with his nose, glad for his friend's quick realization, red eyes flaring with understanding. Are you cognizant of the small one's possible whereabouts, Izuku-san? The Kitsune nods furiously, already trying to configure an approximate map of the forest in his head. Kuda shouldn't be too far northwest of here, almost in between their current location and the lodges, albeit up a mountainside and in the thick of the trees. With his tails for balance and long, strong legs for reach, he might be able to find a path up this side of the mountain without having to circle around to find Kuda's usual trail, but a normal human might well not manage that, even with Dark Shadow to help, and carrying 2 teenagers at once might be too much for him, particularly if they come across any villains or major obstacles, like the fires that have begun to paint the sky between trees with a sunset-sick glow, and Izuku doesn't know what to do, has no idea how to plan for this because there's too many options, too many variables, and none of them are the slightest bit goo. Midori, please calm down. We're all right. See, we're okay. Hagakure's voice, steady from upon his back, along with her fingertips pressing deep into his ruff, having him calming down some, and he doesn't even have to think before he settles low, letting her slip off again, supported by Tokoyami. The Kitsune is human in a blink, and already speaking. I don't think I could get up to Kuda quickly unless I was in one of my Kitsune or spirit forms, and your ankle can't be strong enough for a good pace yet, and I don't think Dark Shadow could easily carry you right now, both because of and despite how dark it is, so it makes the most sense for me to keep carrying you. But carrying 2 people and then probably Kuda as well sounds too heavy for me to not just get too exhausted to be much better than us all walking normally, and I don't know what we should do. I believe it is simple, in truth. I shall forge onwards in solitude lightened only by my constant soul companion, and you shall take our good friend here to retrieve the young one. And Kami, Izuku hates even the sound of this, because he can't let his kin get hurt, can't let Tokoyami and Dark Shadow go on alone, not when there are so many unknown threats lingering. But, Tokoyami, Dark, what if we are perhaps 10 minutes travel from the lodges, following the paths, correct? With every step I take, my chances of encountering allies only rises, as such my safety would as well. Making haste through the trees is costly in many a way, and best avoided where unnecessary, is it not? The darkness here is thick and close. As much as Izuku hates this idea, his friend is right. This part of the forest is dense, difficult to navigate, and with barely enough gaps between the towering trees and their rumpling roots for his Kitsune form to thread through at any sort of speed. In his human form, it becomes far too easy to slip or get lost. It would be even worse for Tokoyami, who is less athletically inclined in the first place. If you're alright with this, Hagakure, then I guess it's the best option we have? His voice wavers, and his eyes catch on the shadows of the treeline surrounding them, the wisps of something purple and misty low to the ground visible far down the path, from the direction they'd come in. So much is wrong here. I definitely don't like it, but yep. There's a cringe to her tone, and the tilt of her head where she leans against Tokoyami is blatantly concerned, and Izuku catches it all as he focuses back on them both. Okay. Just, okay. Then we'll split up here. Indeed. None of them move for another long second, distant crackles of crying trees reaching Izuku's ears in a way he's sure it's not for his friends, and all three of them are staring at each other, not daring to break the almost peace that has descended. But then Hagakure shuffles forwards a little, and Izuku takes the hint, suching back to his kitsune form for the third time of letting her climb on and get settled before he nods low to Tokoyami, receiving a grave returning nod and a melancholy chirp from Dark Shadow. Then they're all moving again. Izuku, with Hagakure hunched close to his back, races off. He swaps out his earlier trot for a far more rushed, but hopefully just as sustainable, sort of four-legged jog. It's a natural gait, legs extending, claws digging into grass and mud and the moss-bark flesh of tree roots that arch out of the ground. He smooths his breathing and tries to focus on his senses rather than his thoughts. Distantly, nearly hidden under the creaking of burning trees, under the rush of he and Hagakure's breathing, the thudding of their hearts and his footfalls, he thinks he can hear something else. Vague shouts, shrill things that could be laughter or screams, even occasional pops or snaps that could from any number of quirks or weapons. He really doesn't like it. Nor does he like the choking smoke that's blotting out the stars above, the treetops backlit by explosion-rich shades all the same, or even the lingering bitterness of the gas they have now left behind it. It's all the symptoms of an attack with none of the roots blatant yet. And the uncertainty almost feels worse than the danger itself. Perhaps Izuku thought so too soon though, because several minutes later, when his legs and lungs are beginning to burn from the uphill battle, from unsteady footing on crumbling rocks and weaving between ever sparser trees, they crest something of a mountainside, one final leap launching them on to the edge of a familiar plateau, and an unfamiliar voice, all bloodlust tones, echoes in the kitsune's ears, even more alarming than the sight of a tall, cowled figure looming over a small, trembling horse duo. Who'd have thought I would get so lucky? I can start my rampage with vengeance blood. Without thought, Izuku screams, jaw dropping and noise tearing out of him, before he leaps, straight for the throat. He's got a kid to protect. Aizawa is running. His capture weapon is flaring around his shoulders, and he can taste the chartang of smoke against the back of his throat, but none of that matters. Not when he's got kids to find. To protect. And find them he does. It's not a long trip along the main pathway before he hears and sees several of the students upon the path, Ida, Jairu, Ojiro and Kuda. Thank Kami, that's several of his kids nearly safe. Or relatively so at least. Sen dash. Kids, he immediately interrupts, scanning them for any injuries and glad not to find any. Get back to the lodge. Vlad King and the remedial students are there already. You will protect each other and not leave the main clearing, understood? Yes sir. Ida's cry overrides the quieter agreements of his companions, and Aizawa detests the light of fear in their eyes. His kids don't deserve to be scared for their lives. Not all over again. Not yet. But he can't fix that right now, not until the villains are gone, so instead he simply nods to them all, eyes fierce and expression set. Something in his steadfastness seems to have lines of tension spooling away from their shoulders, threads fraying, and Aizawa feels better about sprinting past them, headed for the nearest clearing where most of the pussycats had been stationed. He arrives to find, much to his mounting horror, two villains there already. One is scaled, some massive amalgamation of swords swinging towards Mandalay, and Aizawa doesn't hesitate to lash out with his capture weapon, coils trapping arms and waist and neck in their grip, bodily yanking the villain to the side. Their swing goes wide, gouging the ground instead of the heroine, and Aizawa rushes out a blurt of words. At least 5 villains, suspected maximum of 8. Smoke or fire quirk, plus a gas quirk. The students can use their quirks for self-defense. Judging by how both of the villains startle, there must be some truth to Izuku's observations and analysis, which is both reassuring and concerning. Mandalay nods, twisting back to her feet even as her voice rings through every hero and student's mind, warning them of the dangers they're facing. Now he can only hope that this will be good enough of a start to whatever sheetstorm this night ends up as. Tokoyami isn't running, but it's a close thing. Dark Shadow is swooping around him. Staying close and quiet, ready to attack or defend at a moment's notice because they're not safe. Sure, they told Izuku-san that they would be fine, and they had hoped to be telling the truth, but both of them know there is no guarantee. Dark, is the integrity of your soul intact? Kinda, the creature grumbles, the static always present in its voice rising. It's still far from a crescendo though, so Tokoyami takes that for what it is, glad that his control is still holding despite the pervading darkness and the stress of the situation. Wanna be with Foxkin. I understand, however that was not wise. We would have slowed his steady steps with our mortal bodies. Wouldn't. The cry is petulant, and Dark Shadow twists to look his soul half in the eye, yellow flares against red eyes, and they both pause. That moment of distraction is when a knife comes flying towards them. Dark Shadow intercepts it, barely shifting quickly enough to stop Tokoyami from getting a blade to the shoulder, and they fall into an attack stance as the blade falls quietly to the floor, squinting in the dim light. No more attacks are forthcoming though, only the sound of laughter and shouts. It sounds like Uraraka-san, Azui-san. Tokoyami sets off sprinting, keeping his quirk close for the moment, not wanting to let his other soul half go charging in without at least some knowledge of what they're facing, and he's glad for it when moving forwards allows them a clear view of some blonde girl, in what looks like a school uniform with several dark attachments and blades, who is spinning in place, dodging one of his classmates' tongue lashes. Tokoyami-kun. Dark. The boy cries, panic creeping into what would usually be smooth, and his quirk understands exactly what he's asking for, swooping forwards with a fearsome shriek. Ooh, who are you? Your quirk's so pretty. Can it bleed? Tokoyami nearly recoils at that, but Dark Shadow has no such compunctions. No, he swipes down at the girl, claws extending. His attack gets dodged, the blonde curving into a backbend, feet flicking up to catch under the quirk creature's beak, though Dark Shadow is hardly fazed. No, he lurches forwards again, both arms reaching now, and manages to catch her shoulder with a blow. Blood spatters against the leaf-littered path, nearly black with the lack of light, and Uraraka chooses that moment to dart in again herself, springing from against a tree, weightless with the influence of her quirk. The blonde recovers quickly though, even in the half-breath between Dark Shadow subsiding and the brunette rocketing towards her. A knife slices across the outside of Uraraka's bicep, causing her to cry out even as she brushes fingertips over the villain's wrist, and then the girl is floating up, above the pathway. There's a flurry of movement then. Tsuyu's tongue lashes out, tagging the blonde's back and sending her pinwheeling straight into Dark Shadow's crushing grip. Yet despite all of this, the villain is still laughing. If anything, she's more maniacal than before, babbling something about how good Uraraka's blood had smelt and how pretty she looks, clutching her bleeding arm and tucked beneath a tree branch to keep herself from floating away. The three try to ignore her, particularly as Dark Shadow is constricting tighter and tighter around her ribs by the moment, attempting to make the villain shut up. Tokoyami, does Dark Shadow have a good enough grip for me to release my quirk? It's a good question, because the brunette is a little gray in the face, clearly reaching her limit, and the boy takes a moment to assess how his own quirk feels before nodding. I would believe that may be wise. Nodding, Uraraka unlatches her grip on her injury, briefly pressing her fingertips together before she's grabbing at her bicep once more, landing messily, only the steady arms of Tsuyu keeping her upright as a wave of dizziness hits her. You're all so pretty, are you sure I can't have some more of your blood? I promise I'll make you look even prettier with it. Ignoring the villain is getting more difficult, and Dark Shadow responds accordingly, swelling in size, enough so that it manages to cover the girl's mouth as well, only just shy of potentially suffocating her altogether. Tokoyami-chan, Karo, is Dark Shadow? Tsuyu trails off, glancing over at the villain, clearly not wanting to say too much when those eyes, all feline gold and absolutely feral, are flickering between them all. Dark Shadow is not too tempestuous at the present moment, he intones, one hand coming up to rest on where Dark Shadow leaves his chest, the edges of his beak tilting down the tiniest bit. His heart rate is still racing, and he can feel the thrum of that nervous energy within his quirk, every beat swelling his soul half the tiniest bit more. But for now, at least, he still feels in control. Distantly, nearly hidden under the creaking of burning trees, under the rush of he and Hagakure's breathing, the thudding of their hearts and his footfalls, he thinks he can hear something else. Vague shouts, shrill things that could be laughter or screams, even occasional pops or snaps that could from any number of quirks or weapons. He really doesn't like it. Nor does he like the choking smoke that's blotting out the stars above, the treetops backlit by explosion-rich shades all the same, or even the lingering bitterness of the gas they have now left behind it. It's all the symptoms of an attack with none of the roots blatant yet. And the uncertainty almost feels worse than the danger itself. Perhaps Izuku thought so too soon though, because several minutes later, when his legs and lungs are beginning to burn from the uphill battle, from unsteady footing on crumbling rocks and weaving between ever sparser trees, they crest something of a mountainside, one final leap launching them on to the edge of a familiar plateau, and an unfamiliar voice, all bloodlust tones, echoes in the kitsune's ears, even more alarming than the sight of a tall, cowled figure looming over a small, trembling horse duo. Who'd have thought I would get so lucky? I can start my rampage with vengeance blood. Without thought, Izuku screams, jaw dropping and noise tearing out of him, before he leaps, straight for the throat. He's got a kid to protect. Izuku bites into an abruptly raised arm, not a throat, and it expands even within his grip, pushing at him, all pressure along his skull until it almost feels like his jaw might just crack open, bitter iron flooding his mouth, threatening to choke him. Growl rippling, he unlatches his jaw just in time not to get stuck, as the muscle fibers expand abruptly again just as Izuku leaps back, pushing off of both the villain and the ground to shove them away and regain his own footing. Kuda is by his flank, relatively safe for the moment, and the kitsune knows he can't risk taking more than a second to think, so he crouches, keeping his head raised, hoping that the villain might not notice Hagakure as she slips off, staying close to the side of his body and moving back to Kuda. Good. If they have the chance to get safe at least. Well, we've got some freaky creature. You're that brat, aren't you? The green one. Izuku does not like the fact that this man knows who he is, particularly not when he's clearly dangerous, judging by the quirk that is allowing him to grow or expand his arm, and that tone of voice. It rasps and grates, the sort of rumble expected from a rabid dog, and half of Izuku wants to cower, the other half to leap for the throat once more. In lieu of that, he hangs back, trying to think whilst Hagakure, wisely silent, starts to usher Kuda away. The kitsune doesn't have time to worry about her twisted ankle though, because that's the moment when the villain lumbers another step forwards, shaking out his bloodied arm with the muscles contracting and then expanding again. Do you recognize me, brat? And when his cowl slips down, it reveals short-shorn blonde hair and a mechanical eye. Bared teeth. Izuku does recognize him. This, he watched the Battle of Waterhorse against Muscular, surely a year or two ago now, and had seen how the news transmission had cut off abruptly when things had gotten too bloody, eyes threatening to go sightless, and the news anchor had been shaky when she had announced the tragic deaths of true brave heroes. He can't imagine what it might have been like to possibly watch that fight if it had been his own kin, and to know that Kuda has now had to look his parents' killer in the eye. It has the snarl in Izuku's throat growing from ripples to waves, deeper and louder. Oh ho, you must do, if that's your reaction. Oi, that pasty BSTRD wants us to take you, but why don't I bloody you up a bit first? The leer is caught somewhere between a croon and a growl, dripping bloodlust like tar, and Izuku, refusing to think about that phrasing, they want to take him, drops his jaw, ready to scream again, trying to judge how far away the limping Hagakure will have been able to get Kuda away. The answer will never be far enough, and it's with that in mind that Izuku flares his tails, wide and distracting, writhing in blatant defiance, and just before Muscular can start to move, Izuku screams again, high-pitched and piercing, a vicious wail that promises violence, and he leaps forwards once more, eyes flashing. A punch to the side of his head sends Izuku skittering to the ground. His scream creaks into a yelp, paws scrabbling at air and loose rocks as he scrapes along his side, thick fur not doing enough to cushion him from the pain. Before Muscular can do anything more, can possibly try and see Kuda and therefore Hagakure, the kitsune is pushing back onto unsteady paws, still rumbling deep in his chest. Feisty, aren't you? The words herald another punch, a jab aiming straight for Izuku's jaw, but he rears up, swiping out with claws, and their sharp points meet knuckles and flesh. The power behind the villain's hit is still enough to force the kitsune backwards, nearly sprawling onto his back. But instead he manages to twist, front paws landing on the ground to the side, and he pivots on them, back feet springing up, catching the underside of Muscular's arm. The spattering sound of blood is nearly drowned out by the man's enraged roar. Izuku takes the half-breath chance of facing the direction they came from to look for any glimpse of Kuda or Hagakure. He can't see them at all, much to his relief. But he can see the fairly obvious outcrop of rock that they must be hiding behind him, the quiet sounds of their racing heartbeats and ragged breathing muffled by distance and distraction and what must be their own hands. He wishes he could shout at them without alerting Muscular to their continued presence. Even if he could do it without attracting the blonde's attention though, he would have to be in his human form, and that doesn't seem like a good idea just yet. Not until he's got a better plan. Because it's obvious, just from the frantic look in his eye and the ruthless violence to every one of his movements that the villain is here for fun. If Izuku gets boring, if he goes invisible or intangible for too long, then he'll be of no interest, and that will put his companions at risk. And Izuku categorically cannot risk that. So the Kitsune WHPS back around, tails flaring to crash into the man's next hit, redirecting it enough to end up with the wall of rock beside them being hit instead, and a crater dents into the granite, dust and debris shuddering to the ground. Which is terrifying. Oh, you think you're so clever, don't you? Well, let me tell you now, brat, I'll tear you into bloody pieces and enjoy every moment, then I'll find that little water horse brat and do exactly the same to him. And hey, if I've got time, why not some of those little classmates of yours? Bet some of them might even be close to a challenge. If Izuku had been angry before, then it had been more of a protective rage than anything else, lashing out in order to defend, but now, hearing those words? It has something bright and incandescent flaring in his heart and mind and eyes, their white-green glow, all moonlit chlorophyll, lighting up the villain in stark shadows. He looks like something out of a nightmare. But Izuku has a quirk formed around something from myth and legend and the gods themselves. It might be a quirk, not a true being, but here he is all the same, and he knows how to use his powers. He is silent when he moves this time. Pouncing forth, he anticipates the blow coming for him, the cackles and the clenched fist crashing through the air, and he suches forms twice within as many blinks. He phases right through the punch, six-tailed but in his spirit form, and then he's human in between, teeth latching into fleshy cheek, claws into thick shoulders. There's minimal muscle in the cheek to be augmented, or at least not something that Muscular has likely ever focused on, and catching the bottom edge of the mechanical eye has sparks burning at his lips and tongue and cheeks, but it's worth every starburst sting because the villain is roaring and flailing, simultaneously trying to crush Izuku to his chest or to throw him away, one or both or just something to get the pain away, and the greenette does the job for him. Another blink into his spirit form, teeth unlatching, has Izuku dropping to the ground, and he rapidly suches down to three tails, small enough to crouch between Muscular's legs. There isn't enough room between them for his physical kitsune form though, and reappearing as a massive six-tailed fox has Muscular yelping. The man tumbles messily to the side, sliding off of his very brief perch upon Izuku's shoulders, and the kitsune is already winding around, trying to get another hit in. Even as he had fallen though, Muscular had been reaching out, and a strong hand wraps around one of his tails with a vicious grip, crushing at the fur and muscles and bones within. Izuku can feel them grating, grinding, not bending quite the way it naturally would, and it has him howling, whirling even more viciously in place, lashing out with his other tails, doing whatever he can to try and get the man to let go. It hurts. It hurts, and without even truly registering it, the kitsune is turning enough to snap needle-sharp teeth around the place between bicep and shoulder, and Muscular releases his tail to instead roll on the ground, trying to get away. The kitsune takes the chance to back up for what it is, creating some distance between them, something catching in the back of his mind. Muscular is augmenting his muscles, but that wasn't the only texture Izuku had been able to feel between his teeth. There had been bone too, the solid jarring of the humerus and acromion, and the give of skin and muscle and fat, then there'd been something else again. Tendons. Which keep muscle attached to bones. And no part of Muscular's quirk directly hints at a secondary mutation which strengthens said tendons, so surely that's something Izuku might be able to take advantage of? A way to beat the villain at his own game. Well, at his own quirk. It might be the only way to get out of this situation because he knows that their chances of outrunning someone with an augmentation quirk are going to be slim to nothing unless said man is incapacitated in some way, whether that's unconsciousness, injury, or otherwise. Izuku will do whatever he needs to in order to protect Hagakure and Kuta, no question about it. It's with this in mind that Izuku prowls around, circling the villain as the man pushes back to his feet, claws clacking quietly against the rubble and pebbles of the plateau, and he scents the air, trying to get a better perception of what's happening throughout the forest right now whilst still focusing primarily on Muscular. He doesn't want to let the villain truly recover, but the kitsune himself is breathing, legs beginning to shake with the exertion of the last 5 days of intensive training on top of how much running and fighting he's already done tonight. He's not sure how far off quirk exhaustion he is, but Izuku knows, with a stomach-twisting assurance, that he won't be all that far off. Not when he's this stressed. You're tired, brat. And of course the villain has picked up on this general fact. The way Izuku's sides are still on the edge of heaving is all too telling, he knows, but having it called out doesn't panic the teen. No, it braces him. Grounds him. Because he can tell, from the slightly cringed movements and the way Muscular is eyeing him up, wary but still so hungry, that the man is hurting. So he growls in wordless reply, the sound high-pitched and traveling, and continues to stalk around the edges of the plateau, Muscular turning to keep him in constant view. However, before Izuku can contemplate attacking first again, going on the offensive, something in the villain seems to straighten, and he reaches back into one of his pockets. Guess I'd better get a bit more serious if I want time to get some more victims tonight, Even as he speaks, there are small, round things falling to the ground with metallic clatters, and one in particular gets revealed, held up between thumb and forefinger. And before Izuku can try to register what the objects are, let alone what they might do, Muscular is taking out his mechanical eye and replacing it entirely. It's not actually gross to watch, the actions detach despite the bloody cheek below it, but the way that the man's shoulders and arms begin to swell a few breaths later is sickening. He's bulking up even more than he had been previously, and his hits have already been hurting a lot. Izuku has been lucky none of his bones have broken. A direct strike from this sort of strength? It might be enough to kill him if he doesn't dodge. And that cannot happen, if only for the sake of his kin and those he's trying to protect. So Izuku drops his jaw once more, and screams. The tightening expression on Muscular's face goes to show how painful the sheer volume must be at this sort of range, and in that half a second of near flinching, Izuku strikes. More accurately, he disappears. His spirit form, maintaining 6 tails to try and limit his quirk use, pelts forwards, straight through Muscular's legs and chest, careening a little to the left so that when Izuku spins on the spot, tails flaring to keep his balance, he won't be quite where the man expects, and then he jumps up and forwards, maintaining as much momentum as possible, knowing that he'll need a lot of raw power to try and match his opponent. The weight of his kitsune form drives his fangs even deeper into the villain's elbow. It was a deliberate choice, a calculated one, because he knows there's a lot of tendons close to the surface here, and his jaw strength is nothing to disregard either, so when there's give and cracks and snaps from the arm within his teeth, an outraged yell from the villain, all with an iron-hot swell coating his tongue and chin and the back of his throat, Izuku considers this a success. It's less of a success when, before he can let go and retreat, a hand latches onto the top of his head, crushing against his skull and flattening one of his ears, tearing his bite off of the man, and then there's a few blurred moments of tussling, of scrabbling and whimpering and trying to bite again, too panicked to think about changing forms, before Izuku ends up on his back, an arm barred against his throat, a sick parody of how he had rolled in buttercups only days before, and Muscular is leering over him, blood from the wound on his cheek dripping onto the kitsune snout, and all Izuku can feel is the haze of flashback panic ricocheting through him, lungs stuttering and mind blank, because he's choking, there's hot flesh against his throat and it's wrong dangerous gonna hurt ganati. Izuku can't breathe. The remedial students, along with Vlad King, are unsettled. There's a tense disconcertment to having to wait in a room, safe but with no guarantee of it, whilst knowing that out there, in amongst shadows and smoke, their friends and teachers are possibly fighting for their lives. Given this, it's not entirely surprising that half of the students are pacing. Bakugo's furious strides take him back and forth along the wall, red eyes glaring out into the mass of trees. The light is dim enough, and the distant fires creating enough backlighting, that there's almost no individual details visible, simply a blocked silhouette below the crimson-marred twilight. There's far too much threat to what is simply shifting colors. And Bakugo can't help the tiny popping explosions that spark in his palms, the heat grounding him as he paces back and forth. Kirishima is watching his best friend walking by the windows, half of his own attention on Bakugo, the rest also on the looming forest. It feels like the opposite of manly to not go charging outside to help protect his friends and the other class, but he can also reluctantly see the logic of Aizawa-sensei's words. It wouldn't be very manly to make their hero worry over even more of them. Particularly not if that further diverged attention could put them all at higher risk. So no, it's not worth it. Doesn't stop him from periodically clenching his fists, hardening resulting in his fingers grating and grinding as he tightens his fists repetitively, the compulsive motion helping to calm him just a little bit. Around the room, Satu is also pacing, although he's doing so in tight little circles, right by the door. Ashido and Kaminari are whispering quietly to each other from a joint perch upon the desk beside Kirishima's, just about within arm's reach of him, and then Monoma is leaning against a wall, arms crossed and feet scuffing. Kirishima doesn't miss that one, B's own feral blonde is also staring out of the windows. Vlad-sensei has actually gone outside. He's a shock of white hair and gleaming bone-pale gauntlets and boots and belt, and it's stark against the darkness of the world beyond. And somehow, despite his broad figure and his vigilance, seeing his back simply doesn't inspire the same sense of safety as having Aizawa-sensei at the USJ had done. Their unease only increases when a glint of some sort of blue flare glimmers from in amongst the trees. It's not coming from one of the pathways, and it doesn't match any of the students' quirks. Everyone near instantly gathers at the windows, gathering shoulder to shoulder as they watch on, wary. There's another flash of blue that sputters into life like fire, and lingers along the curve of a branch, leaves catching the flames in little spurts and fits of turquoise and aqua and cobalt, as vivid as Mediterranean oceans yet threatening. Deadly. A villain, no doubt about it. Before any of them can decide to leave the room to support Vlad King, the man raises a hand in blatant warning, do not engage. Bakugo and Monoma aren't the only ones to growl or grumble at that. Kirishima finds himself scowling, one hand coming up to settle on his Bakubro's shoulder, and he loops an arm around Ashido's waist when she presses into his other side, Kaminari taking her opposite arm. We should probably all stay back, Sata comments, and the redhead nods in agreement, carefully tugging his friend's back, and is silently glad when Monoma moves along with them all. Standing halfway back into the room, and having shoved the already few desks beneath the blackboard to give them the room they might end up needing, the 6 teenagers continue to watch on as a long-coated figure emerges out of the shadows, a ghastly grin slashing through their face, and there's something wrong with their skin, visible even from this distance and in the semi-dark. Tiny glints of silver along the odd pale dark delineations of their face and hands and throat. They're menacing to say the least. They begin to exchange words with Vlad, even as the blue trace tree branch begins to flare up further in oranges and reds and yellows, a typical fire spreading from the touch of quirked flames. Leaves, some burning themselves, begin to fall, caught in the heated winds. It's such a small detail to notice, particularly when the back-and-forth discussion between their teacher and the man is getting more animated, more aggressive, but seeing the leaves crumbling into ash and darkness has a chasm yawning wide through Kirishima's chest, bone-sharp teeth catching on his soft insides because this is wrong. They're in danger. So much danger, and they might not even be allowed to do anything about it until it's too late. With this dread weighing upon all of their shoulders, the students watch on. They watch as a stream of blue fire lashes out towards their teacher, only to be caught by a massive splash of blood that hardens within a blink, flames ballooning against the barrier. And then the fight truly begins. Vlad King charges forwards, his shield slipping back into 2 WHPs that aim for the villain's throat and arm, clearly trying to restrain him, but the man sways out of the way of the worst of it, both hands coming up to full-on vaporize the blood that gets too close. And, even as Vlad tries to adjust his fighting mindset to that ability, the villain leans back and cackles, both arms half-raised to aim at both the teacher and the lodge, and then fire is everywhere. From both hands, a twisting pillar of blue flames bursts forth, growing wider and fiercer with every meter closer it gets, and by the time they meet Vlad's hurried shields, the fires are far too wild to be completely blocked. Within the building, Kirishima watches on with wide eyes. He can't move, can't think, can barely breathe. Everything is being thrown into stark relief, indigo against turquoise, shadows warping and dancing from the sway of fierce fire, and then some of the flames are splashing over the windows and wall. The wooden frames leap straight into flames of their own, glass cracking then shattering in a blast of noise sharper than the dull roar of blood in his ears and the blue fire itself, but above all of that, far more alarming, is the rush of heat. It's deeper and more dangerous than Bakugo's explosions, far more vicious than anything Todoroki has faced the class with, and it's all-consuming. Because it's not just heat, it's dry tongues and the odd feeling of the hairs along his arms and eyebrows and eyelashes seeming to singe, it's everything disappearing under a rush of overstimulation so fierce that he goes numb-cold empty with it. These flames are absolutely deadly, and the lodge itself is burning now. Kirishima can't hear a single thing over the rush of blood and flames and panic, but he can move. He honestly doesn't know if he has activated his quirk or not, but he vaguely has the presence of mind to hope that he doesn't as he gathers as many of his friends close as possible, making sure that Satu and Monoma are also paying attention, and begins to usher them back, away from the wall of blue-turning sunset flames. He tries to tell them that they need to go, but his lips feel bloody and desert dry, and he wants to go back and look for Vlad King, to do something to help their teacher, but he doesn't dare to, not right now. No, it's more manly to get everyone else safe first, if he can. They get out of the classroom, but the corridor doesn't actually feel much cooler, so they keep going. This is a smaller part of the lodge, one not actually attached to the main living areas, and they exchange glances, trying to decide where to go even as they run. We shouldn't be hiding. Vampire BSTRD will probably need help, and we're still at the lodges, so Hobo-sensei can't say sheet. Kirishima hates how much he both does and doesn't agree with his Bakubro because he wants to help, wants to make sure that Vlad won't die, that more fire doesn't spread to the main building, just anything like that, but he also doesn't want any of them to get hurt as well, nor to disappoint Aizawa-sensei. He doesn't know what to do, what to say. We'll only get in the way, particularly when I'm the only one here that isn't 1A scum. The words are spat, syllables harsh, but there's a tremble to them, an undertone that echoes just how quickly the redhead's heart is racing. Monoma is scared, and he isn't the only one. Monoma, Ashido starts, ever the socially adept one for all that she never uses honorifics for peers. You're not, completely wrong, but sometimes, with villain attacks like this, the teachers aren't enough. They're only human too. The 1A students all exchange solemn glances at that, because it would be impossible to forget the broken and bloody figure of their teacher, kneeling beside Shinso over an even more battered Izuku. It's impossible to forget that it is their friends' names that have been lauded for the takedown of Stain, or their friends' blood that splattered all over a shopping center when they were supposed to have a fun day out all together. They have faced villains beside or without their teachers, their heroes, time and again. At this point, what's one more? Fine. Monoma's reply might have been terse, but he's the one to lead the way towards the entrance then, although he pauses before the door. Let me copy your quirks. Bakugo, for one, scowls fiercely, yet is the first to reach out and slap a hand against Monoma's, grumbling something about the shorter blonde getting to have the most powerful quirk available, with Ishido and Kirishima quick to follow suit, albeit without so much begrudging comments. Then they're piling out of the building, and creep along the side of it until they reach the corner, able to peer around and look into the blue-orange illumination of the flames, hear the crackles of burning wood, and the shouts and laughter of Vlad and the villain. The fight clearly isn't going particularly well for their teacher, judging by how blood keeps on getting vaporized whenever he tries to go on the offensive, and if it doesn't get evaporated by impossibly hot flames then the villain dodges, never once getting hit. On the other hand though, Vlad King's bulk and reliance on his quirk isn't faring him well against the more flexible opponent, shown off in his scorched suit and the various burns marring his skin, his hair turned a pale gray-pink from ash and particles of blood. The fucker doesn't want to get hit for some reason. I say we curl around, try to flank him. Don't get in the FING way of me or vampire, got it? Whilst the tone is harsh, Bakugo's strategy is unsurprisingly sound, and all of them are content to nod along. Keep an eye out for any more villains as well though, Sat attacks on, and they all nod again, before Bakubro is shooting off, explosions firing rapidly to rocket him around and towards the man. Kirishima charges after him, activating a relatively thin layer of hardening along his torso and head, trying not to hamper his own movements but get some level of protection from the blistering heat. He's largely successful, and he takes the distraction of the blonde as a chance to get in fairly close. Before he can attack though, the scarred face WHPs around to face him, and now he can see the staples, and the piercings, and the eyes that are cold as ice and as feral as the flames consuming everything around them, and Kirishima barely has the chance to pivot and dive, tucking down into a roll that takes him underneath the brunt of the fire that is shot at him. He and Bakubro's charge gives Ishido the chance to approach as well, flinging a massive veil of acid alongside Monoma doing the same thing, and it's viscous enough in high enough of a volume that it survives the surround heat of the general area and a decent portion of it splashes over the villain. It does something odd. It eats away at him, sure, but then he seems to start to melt entirely, far more so than what should be caused by even their combined acid attack, and then there's nothing but sludge amongst the dancing flames. The F-. Kirishima doesn't have the attention or knowledge to be able to reply to his friend, utterly caught up in the fact that the villain dissolved entirely after a single hit, and trying to think about what on earth that could mean? Maybe they weren't even a real person? But then they were using a quirk, and the sheer amount of emotion, terrifying and callous though those emotions may have been, was far too much for something like that awful Nomu, surely. It's confusing and scary, because there are so many possibilities yet none of them quite seem plausible, and rather than explode his brain trying to figure out what it might have been, Kirishima shakes his head and goes to help Satu and Kaminari with half-guiding, half-pulling Vlad King away from the fires, leading him away to where they're all gathering now, at the corner of the building nearest the entrance. We should try and see if there's a sprinkler system, and why it hasn't been set off yet. Is there any sort of acid that could be used to put out the fires? Monoma, whilst still wide-eyed, seems to be falling into a productive mindset, and Kirishima idly thinks about how manly that is, before something registers with him. There's no shouting, no explosions, no shoulder pressed against his, nothing but the five of them and Vlad-sensei audible over the ever-present crackle of flames eating at wood. Guys, where's Bakugo? Zero is tired. It's been a long 5 days of training, and his tape was already starting to not quite come out as intended because of quirk exhaustion when he, Shinso, Todoroki and an unconscious Tsuburaba round a corner in the pathways, hurrying because of Mandalay's warning, only to find some weird figure kneeling ahead of them. They're covered head to toe in what looks like leather, lots of buckles and crinkles and worrying giggles. Zero is the first to round the corner, and he puts an arm out to stop his two friends from walking any further, scowling to himself, and then silently ushers them back a few steps, just out of sight again. We need to be careful. He looked bats hit, Shinso adds on, and despite his nonchalant drawl, there's a concerned furrow to his brows. Should we go around him? Todoroki murmurs, shifting Tsuburaba on his back a little. Shiro exchanges a glance with Shinso, all trying to weigh up the pros and cons, before Insomniac shrugs. We can try that then, Shiro offers, already peering at the trees to the right-hand side of their path, hoping that they'll be able to cut some of the corner to avoid the villain entirely. Before they can head off though, Shinso lets out an alarmed grunt, reaching to drag Shiro back, even whilst ice shoots out beside their feet to shoot up in a jagged shield between them all and the path ahead. Something sharp hits the ice, and the entire structure fractures and groans, but doesn't collapse. Until another thing, thin and white but apparently incredibly sharp and swift, potentially lethal, also strikes the ice, and then the shield breaks apart, falling to the ground in jagged shards, and they're faced with a leather-clad man, arms buckled to his sides, held up in the air by what look like his own teeth, two of awful extensions having been what destroyed Todoroki's protection. Want flesh, not job, flesh, gimme flesh dash. His creaking voice is concerning, but the content of the words are even more so. Shiro doesn't hesitate to fall into a defensive stance, in front of his two classmates, and starts shooting lots of short lengths of high-stickiness adhesive. 5 of them get speared by 3 of the teeth weapon prong things, but the rest of the tape catches along the villain. It's less effective than such a strategy would usually be on an opponent, because the villain's arms are already bound, and his eyes are already covered as well. Some of it does catch around their knees and ankles though, which will at least slow them down if enough teeth get broken and they can't support themselves on them anyway. Oi, weirdo, what are you trying to do? Shinsu's shout is all challenge, bravado and attention-grabbing, and even as Shiro hopes that the attempted quirk use will work, he's already readying further tape, trying to keep his 2 companions back and ready to run or dodge if need be. It's a shame Tsuburaba isn't conscious again yet. It doesn't matter though, because the villain doesn't deign to answer, instead sniffing loudly, scenting the air like a dog. And Shiro should know, their family golden retriever loves to try and follow smells. This though. There's an element of malice to it, a threatening level of intent that has a shiver of spider legs down his spine. Smells so tasty. The words are distorted, yet Shiro can still just about tell what the man is saying, and it only makes the fear shudders worse. We need to get away. Todoroki, can you freeze him, even temporarily? I could. Hitoshi, would you be willing to take Tsuburaba from me? I don't want him to get hypothermia or burns from the effects of my quirk. Sure. The Insomniac hurries to take the brunette boy from his friend, even as Shiro sends out another distracting round of tape shots. It earns them just about enough time that when the next barrage of teeth blades comes shooting for them, they're caught by thick icicles that crack but don't quite break apart entirely, although all 3 of them still have to dodge to the side. And then the ice grows. It creeps up the teeth in a thin, insidious frost, right near to the root, dusting over lips and tongue and cheeks with the palest of white silver, and then spikes erupt across and within the villain's mouth. The ice envelopes the man's head entirely, creeping over his shoulders and torso as well, and the trio don't hesitate, they run. Path. Shinsu's single shout is enough to have them all rounding the villain, giving him as wide a berth as possible whilst remaining out of the tree lean, and then they're nigh on sprinting, because logically they know that they can't be too far from the clearing where they had all started the trial of courage from, and there's bound to be some teachers there, at the very least. Albeit there might be more villains as well, but there's safety in numbers, and in people knowing where they are, so it's still a safer bet. There's an abrupt noise of fracturing ice from behind them, and within 3 ragged breaths, a tooth spears into the ground beside Shinsu's foot, and it sends him stumbling. Tsuburaba goes half-sprawling to the ground, but Shiro sends out a short reel of tape, just enough to be able to scoop up the unconscious boy, and Todoroki is pivoting, a wave of orange flames sweeping forwards, straight into the villain's path. The man is forced to rear back and to the side, crying something about burnt flesh not smelling pretty, but without fuel to burn, the flames are far too quick to sputter out, and then the 3 are caught in exactly the same position as before. Well, not quite, because they're closer to safety, and are on the right side of their opponent now, but turning to run would have them being very literally stabbed in the backs. They need a strategy instead. Hey, might have an idea, Shinso mutters, brushing off his scraped-up palms. Todoroki, busy sending out short waves of fire and ice in irregular alternations, raises a single eyebrow, and Shiro hitches Tsuburaba a bit higher on his own back, waiting. If you get some pretty flammable tape, even better if the adhesive itself is flammable, stuck on him, particularly around the face, and Shudo sets it alight, then it should distract him for a while. It's a fair idea, Todoroki agrees, although he looks a tiny bit uncomfortable beneath the combined veneer of concentration and mild fear. He honestly seems more worried for them than fearful for himself, and Shiro can relate. No doubt Shinso can as well. Wanna try controlling him once more first? Might as well, the Insomniac huffs, waiting for the roar of Todoroki's latest burst of flames to die down before setting his shoulders back, chin held high. "Oi, fucker, what's this about flesh?" There's a half-breath pause, before the villain sways slightly upon his toothy perch. "Flesh so pretty, so tas." The words trail off into slack-jawed nothing, and no doubt the eyes beneath the mask are glowing a faint silver. Zero resists the urge to fist pump, because they're not safe yet. "Knock your stash," but before he can complete the command, the villain's quirk seems to deactivate, and he drops to the ground in a collapsing heap of legs and groaning sounds. "Run!" Zero and Todoroki don't hesitate to follow Shinsu's cried command, and they all turn on their heels to start racing off once more, trying to get clear of the villain entirely. But they only have a few precious moments, and it's not enough. Of course it's not. "Tape plan." The brunette shouts, glad that he's good at running backwards as he turns around, trying to keep up a decent pace and not drop Tsuburaba as he sends off several rounds of tape, ones that hopefully have a fairly flammable adhesive. And he's glad to say that despite the slightly awkward positioning of trying to keep the unconscious body on his back and to not trip over whilst running backwards in twilight, that a fair amount of the tape does indeed cling to around the villain's head and neck, some falling lower to trail off of their hips or legs. It's good enough for Todoroki. Within another breath, the heterochromatic boy has skidded to a brief stop, concentration smoothing his features and darkening his eyes as he gestures almost gently with his right hand, flames streaming forwards. Just as planned, a lot of the tape strips catch alight, flaring up in oranges and reds and yellows, not unlike the distant light backlighting the sky above the forest to somewhere around their northeast. And, also as planned, the villain pauses, throwing himself back and writhing upon his teeth, shrieking with distorted syllables about heat and sense and get it off no. It's far from a pleasant thing to hear. If anything, it's mildly traumatizing, but Zero doesn't have time to think about that right now, nor do his companions, so he turns forwards once more, ready to urge them all on. Todoroki is just in front of him, something uncomfortable in his eyes, though thankfully nothing too awful, but Shinso. Shinso isn't there. He's gone, disappeared into thin air. And neither Zero nor Todoroki have any idea where. The weight of his kitsune form drives his fangs even deeper into the villain's elbow. It was a deliberate choice, a calculated one, because he knows there's a lot of tendons close to the surface here, and his jaw strength is nothing to disregard either, so when there's give and cracks and snaps from the arm within his teeth, an outraged yell from the villain, all with an iron-hot swell coating his tongue and chin and the back of his throat, Izuku considers this a success. It's less of a success when, before he can let go and retreat, a hand latches onto the top of his head, crushing against his skull and flattening one of his ears, tearing his bite off of the man, and then there's a few blurred moments of tussling, of scrabbling and whimpering and trying to bite again, too panicked to think about changing forms, before Izuku ends up on his back, an arm barred against his throat, a sick parody of how he had rolled in buttercups only days before, and muscular is leering over him, blood from the wound on his cheek dripping onto the kitsune snout, and all Izuku can feel is the haze of flashback panic ricocheting through him, lungs stuttering and mind blank, because he's choking, there's hot flesh against his throat and it's wrong dangerous. Izuku can't breathe. He doesn't even think, he purely reacts, and that means that he's trying desperately breathe as he scrabbles and kicks, writhing in sheer panic, and his paws are scraping, claws digging in, and it has warm blood splattering against the thick fur of his belly, dripping from the thick muscles that he's trying to do some sort of damage to. His tails are lashing, battering along Muscular's legs and sides, but the villain isn't even blinking, only leering down at the kitsune. His teeth are bared, mechanical eyes glinting with orange-red from the distant fires, and Izuku is scared. It's reasonable to be, and the fear-spiking adrenaline has him kicking harder and harder, more vicious, and drawing more and more blood, until his belly feels sticky drenched with the stuff, the back of his scraping throat cloying with the bitter iron scent, and he can't pull together a coherent thought, let alone a strategy. He just doesn't know what to do. But then Muscular shifts back a little, his awful grip on Izuku's throat slackening off the tiniest bit, head tilting as his attention is grabbed by a small rock that is clattering to a stop further down the plateau. Before he or Izuku can act further, another rock comes, this one catching the villain against his ribs, but on the opposite side as before. A third, from another direction again, is quickly followed by a fourth and fifth. It's this fact that allows Izuku to hurriedly realize just what's going on. What if they get hurt trying to protect him? What if they sacrifice themselves for him, and he tries to form a plan just as quickly? The first step, at least, is a no-brainer, or so it is now that he's semi-coherent again. The kitsune doesn't even hesitate to SWCH forms. His spirit form, still six-tailed, is perfect for slipping out of the man's hold and, even better, the lack of corporeal body to lean on has muscular sprawling, blatantly caught off guard. Admittedly, the man is growling under his breath as he pushes back up into a crouch, but he doesn't have the time to quite process that a kitsune has just materialized behind him, not before Izuku is doing exactly that and barreling forwards, teeth latching around the back of the villain's neck and yanking. He doesn't think, only follows instinct, and that instinct has him worrying at the muscles beneath his teeth even as they start to bulk up and swell. The muscles here aren't as stubborn as those of the man's biceps in the first place, and it shows in how the kitsune's needle-sharp teeth manage to tear through them almost as quickly as they expand. It's ultimately still a losing battle though, and Izuku can tell it from how his jaw is slowly being crushed apart once more, and then just as he is about to let go, worried about getting caught, Muscular throws himself backwards. It has Izuku's loosening teeth digging in again, even as he scrambles and stumbles to not get trapped beneath the heavy body. Despite the quirk exhaustion pulling heavy and low on his very bones, he takes the risk of blinking in and out of his spirit form, giving him just enough time to unlatch his teeth and step clear before he resorts to his human form, sure that it won't take quite as much energy to maintain even if it is more vulnerable, and he thoughtlessly scoops up one of the rocks that Kuda and Hagakure had thrown, and pivots on his heel, even as a hand crashes into his ribs. Gasping, nearly sent reeling, the teen grips the rock with both hands and slams it down upon Muscular's face. And again. The third time, his aim slips, and there's the sick crunch of a nose giving way, blood instantly tainting and splashing even more profusely than it had from the villain's temple a moment before. All Izuku can feel is grim determination, pushing away any horror or satisfaction or conflict because he can't deal with those right now. Not when he needs to protect Kuda and Hagakure, not when. Muscular's eye is closed. His mechanical eye has gone dark, and his face is bloody all over from the combination of wounds to the cheek, nose and forehead. His front and arm too, are drenched, contracted muscles showing a lesser extent of the damage Izuku has dealt, and a massive part of him wants to throw up. The rest though? The rest is about to pass out from relief and exhaustion, because Muscular is unconscious and bleeding, so they must be safe now, right? They must be. It's with this thought that Izuku drops the stone with numb, bloodless fingers. They're covered in blood though, painted red in a way that will cling to his mind for years, crusted Mars under his nails and in the crevices of knuckles and cuticles, and staggers up from where he had sagged to his knees, nearly falling right back over as he half turns to survey most of the plateau. Hagakure? Kuda-kun? He sways on his feet, and maybe his senses blur out for a few moments because he sees them both emerge from behind rocky outcrops, rushing and panicked. Kuda at the very least looks like he's talking, or even shouting, but the greenette doesn't register a single noise, only noticing that they are both gesturing wildly at him. Or maybe at something behind him. So, hazy-minded and in weak need, Izuku turns again, muscles twinging, to look for whatever might be behind him. The last thing Izuku sees is a gloved hand reaching for his face, and he doesn't even get the chance to bite it nor duck away before everything goes to black and blank and nothing. You're all so pretty, are you sure I can't have some more of your blood? I promise I'll make you look even prettier with it. Ignoring the villain is getting more difficult, and Dark Shadow responds accordingly, swelling in size, enough so that it manages to cover the girl's mouth as well, only just shy of potentially suffocating her altogether. Tokoyami-chan, Karo, is Dark Shadow? Tsuyu trails off, glancing over at the villain, clearly not wanting to say too much when those eyes, all feline gold and absolutely feral, are flickering between them all. Dark Shadow is not too tempestuous at the present moment, he intones, one hand coming up to rest on where Dark Shadow leaves his chest, the edges of his beak tilting down the tiniest bit. His heart rate is still racing, and he can feel the thrum of that nervous energy within his quirk, every beat swelling his soul half the tiniest bit more. But for now, at least, he still feels in control. It's a sudden thing. There's no warning, no sound or sight, before there's a person seemingly materializing out of the shadows of the tree-line, one covered in scars and what look like staples, and then flames are flashing around them all, bright blue and deadly, and Dark Shadow is wailing with a terrible static void scream of a noise, writhing and contracting and bulging as Tokoyami's loss of control wars with the vivid light the pathway has been thrown into. In the mess of Dark Shadow's pain, it releases the villain, and she lands easily upon the ground, cat-like, glancing around at them with golden eyes that gleam sunrise over oceans bright in the awful light of the flames, assessing. But apparently she decides not to attack more, because then the blonde girl is slipping away into the darkness between the trees, her apparent ally sending out another spiral of fire, forcing the three students to clump together, trying to predict the flames and protect each other. Even as the edges of the turquoise heat spark individual leaves and twigs alight into reds and golds of their own, the new villain also slips away. The intense heat is preventing Tsuyu from even daring to move, the still-present flames limit a close combat fighter like Uraraka, and Tokoyami can do nothing with Dark Shadow pulling and pushing at his control, rearing against the fearsome light. It leaves the three teenagers to stand together, back to back in the center of the path, watching for more threats. They're wary and scared, and Dark Shadow is a hulking mass above them now that the fire has dissipated. Tokoyami's soul half far from under control, but he isn't attacking the boy nor his classmates, so that's something. We should keep on moving, Karo. Tsuyu's comment loses its hesitance within a few words, and she is fiercely resolute by the end, even as she tilts her head back to eye up Dark Shadow, who is yet to calm down, something hoarse to the tone of her croak. A result of the heat, no doubt. Sounds sensible to me. Uraraka chirps, although she too is watching Tokoyami and his soul half with concerned eyes. Neither of them start moving yet. He pauses, clears his throat, and tugs experimentally on his bond with Dark Shadow. But no, the quirk creature stays beyond the majority of his control, only the barest threads of coherency keeping them together. I believe that to be wise. Let us depart. He leads the way, wanting both of the girls to be able to see and therefore react if Dark Shadow finds any reason to completely go feral. No such thing happens though, or not before they get perhaps another 5 or so minutes down the pathway, almost. To the starting clearing in fact. It's at this point that they stop once more, halting and bunching close to hear Mandalay's voice, something weary and melancholy to it, ringing through all of their minds. Everyone, return to the lodge. The villains are gone. Three students have been taken alongside them. Bakugo, throughout the forest there are gasps and scowls, fists clenching. Shinso, more gasps, fretful glances. A few people begin to well up, clutching each other. And Midoriya. A static wail echoes through the trees, sending birds that had only just settled flying once more. Tokoyami slumps to the ground, his quirk writhing around him, growing smaller and denser, eyes flaring yellow, gentle flames from the livid embers of only moments ago, and they speak in tandem, one a scream, the other a murmur. Izuku-san. Fox-kin. They are far from the only ones grieving. Teenagers huddle together, exchanging distressed looks and a few disbelieving words. Alone upon a pathway, capture weapon clutched in his hands and quirk fighting to erase powers that he cannot see, Aizawa stops dead. Then, with a shuddering keen, he sinks slowly to his knees, eyes burning and knuckles bloodless where they cling to his useless support gear, and 1,000 thoughts rush through him, white water rapids, his boys gone, heart shattering, what the F, can he tell his husband, he lost their sons, Inko-san, he failed, Hisashi will never be able to look at him again, what if they d? And he bows under the weight of every heart-chasming fear, forehead pressing into the dirt. But the cool ground does nothing to soothe him, not when he knows that he has failed 3 of his students. His boys. His precious, chaotic, perfect boys. They've been taken by villains, by people that have tried to kill them all several times, and they're without him, they're alone. They're not alone though, are they? The 3 of them have each other, and not one of them is weak. Shoyuta may have failed his sons, may have fallen short of protecting any of his students, but they are oh so strong, and if they're being brave, then he will be too. So Shoyuta forces himself to his feet, unsteady though they might be, and Eraserhead runs on once again. He has a job to do and he'll be dead if he fails again. Shoyuta sees his husband and nearly collapses on the spot. They've already talked over the phone, and he'd managed to croak out those awful words, "Our boys are gone, Zashi. The League took both of our boys and I didn't do anything to stop it. I was useless and they're gone." But it's not the same to see the tear-stained face of the man he loves most in the world, the red-rimmed eyes and the loose golden hair, and part of him is as astounded with Hisashi's beauty as ever, but the rest of him just gives in. "Zashi," he croaks, and then he's running forwards and his partner is meeting him in the middle, heedless of the police officers and faculty and students scattered around them, because their sons are gone, and they need each other in a way that they haven't since they were 15, 16, and grieving something unimaginable. "Oh, Shoyuta, it isn't your fault. It isn't. You tried so hard, sweetheart, I already know it, and it's not your fault. Our babies are so strong, you know we're going to get them back." The words are a whisper yet lion fierce, and another layer of Shuta's heart fractures with it, voice hoarse. What if they're different, Zashi? What if they're injured and traumatized or worse? You know the sort of things I find in kidnapping cases, and it's too much, Zashi. They're only kids, they're so young, and Bakugo is gone too, and I let them get taken. Hisashi really can't stand for this, he just can't. For someone so pragmatic, his husband really can be illogical sometimes. Did you want them gone? The body against his stiffens, Shoyuta beginning to pull back the tiniest bit, just enough so that their eyes can meet. The genuine fright there breaks Hisashi's heart. No, Cammy, no, never, but he's got a husband to be strong for. Then it's not your fault, you hear me? You're not allowed to blame yourself right now. Not ever. They need you to be strong, and we need to be strong for each other. And if your class see you blaming yourself, and they'll pick up on it, 'cause they know you too well, then they'll see that as permission to blame themselves too, and you can't let that happen to the listeners, can you? It wouldn't be logical. And damn it, his sunshine husband knows him far, far too well. He does have a class to look after for now, and he's got Hisashi with him now, so he forces himself to gather his strength again, to draw himself up and keep himself going. Zashi's right, he's got a class to look after. Despite 3 of their number being gone, the rest of the class are largely physically okay. Uraraka and Tsuyu both have a few slash wounds. There are multiple cases of quirk exhaustion. Kirishima, Ashido, and Satu all have varying degrees of fairly minor burns. Quite a lot of the kids had some level of gas and smoke inhalation, and Aizawa had found Hagakure stumbling with Kuda on her back, both splattered in bits of blood and the girl with an awful limp. Aizawa had immediately offered to carry the girl, and she had talked quietly about Izuku fighting muscular, about the villain still being up on the plateau she'd clambered down from, all as she settled on the hero's back, Kuda in the man's arms as he ferried them both back to the central clearing. It had been both harrowing and awe-inspiring to listen to hear how his kit fought so well despite everything. He only wishes that he could praise his precious problem child himself. So now that he has his own hero here, sunshine hair and bright, worried eyes, Eraserhead pulls himself back together. In a subtle thanks, he trails fingertips against the underside of his husband's jaw even as he turns and moves away, knowing that Hisashi will follow him, and he starts to gather his hellspawn once more, talking to Detective Tsukachi, paramedics, Vlad, and the pussycats. All of it is making sure that his class get whatever treatment they need, that no statements will be taken until they're healthy with their parents' permission and one of the UA staff's presence. Maruko is there too, shoving shock blankets at people, helping to make sure the fires really have been put out, that the taken down villains have been properly restrained and have been left in police custody. If she happened to find out that Muscular had been the one fighting Izuku, then she might have given him a few extra broken bones, the sort of damage that would never heal quite right without very specific quirks and effort, and if Aizawa had grinned, Cheshire Vicious, upon her whispering that fact in his ear, then nobody else has to know. After all, if their kid isn't with them, he doesn't have to know that they're extracting even the tiniest bit of revenge on his behalf. The sun has long since risen by the time everything is getting close to sorted. Aizawa has talked to every single one of his kids before watching them get loaded up into ambulances and the bus that they arrived in. Hisashi joins him for getting on the bus as well. Despite his usually loud husband and typically rowdy hellions, the trip back is somber. Aizawa is tired, inside out, and he knows that his kids must be too, if not even more so, because they've very much been pushing themselves hard over the last 5 days, and then after last night. Yeah, they must be absolutely shattered. Hey, kids, try to nap if you can, got it? There's a pause, somehow different to the silence of before, prior to Yayorozu, sharing a double seat with Jairu, shifting forwards, her dark eyes serious. Sensei, I shouldn't wish to impose, but would it be possible to have a hug? Well, there's no way he can turn that down, now is there? Come here. And the rest of you hellspawn, if you want. The next 10 minutes are a crush of arms and elbows and noses digging into his shoulders and collarbones, but some of the tension leaves the atmosphere. Hisashi is smiling, blatantly happy to have ended up included in the hugs, and, in a few cases, head pats or hand holds, from the 12 kids actually on the bus. Not only are there a series of hugs, but it results in Tokoyami curling up against Aizawa's side, Dark Shadow cooing sadly within the curve of the kid's legs and chest. Todoroki finds a place on Hisashi's other side, not quite touching the hero but present and close all the same, his expression far more blank than it has been in months, and Yayorozu, Jairu, Shuji and Kuda all stay close together just by the teachers. It's not the same as having their boys sprawled over the sofa with them, but it's very much an appreciated comfort all the same. Maruko has always been an independent person, she's not a team player or any of that shit, alright, but she can work with people when a situation calls for it, and this situation very much calls for it. Her kitten is gone. Not only her kitten, but her kitten's boy and ex-bully, taken by those League of Villains BSTRDS and F, she wants to kick some heads in. That's not an option right now though, cause all of the techies have no FING clue where her kitten is, so she's stuck here, pacing the edges of a massive meeting room in UA. Every time she turns, she digs her feet in just a little bit more, teeth grinding and bouncing on the ball of her feet as she moves because she's a woman of action. She can think, she's far from stupid, but she'd rather turn her attention to a battle strategy than to something like tracing quirk signals across the entire country of Japan, albeit starting more locally. Why the F are we still here? Ah, Eraserhead. A man after her own heart. Exactly. My kitten's out there, and he's strong, but he's not a FING one-man army yet, classmates with him or not, she snarls, bounding over in a single leap to smash a fist relatively lightly against the table. It's still dense and buckles, several papers and mugs and computers jumping and sliding. Eraserhead, now beside her, doesn't even flinch, bloodshot eyes as fearsome as her own. We're working as quickly as we can dash. Bullshit. And regardless, it's illogical to have several capable, mobile heroes cramped in here with you. Why aren't we patrolling? Pulling on our own contacts? Investigating? You're not the only ones with connections, and it simply isn't rational to limit ourselves to your resources, wide-reaching though they might be. Well, he managed to be far more diplomatic than Maruko probably would have been. Not always a good thing, but she can admit, in the privacy of her own mind, that she doesn't want to alienate the police. They have a time and place, she just FING wishes they were quicker. Protocols and shit like that really aren't worth her time. Particularly not right now. I expect we could organize a few such patrols. There will be certain routes that will be more advisable, which I will calculate as soon as I have ensured that the most immediate paperwork is dealt with, Nedzu offers, every word measured and careful, bright eyes flickering over the room, and the feral underside to his polite smile has a call of kindred spirit within Maruko. To FING right we can. Include me, Nedzu, unless there's something more logical for me to be doing. Very well. Hisashi-kun, can I keep you with me to go through media responses? Maruko doesn't miss how the blonde stiffens a little, apparently not liking being away from the current action, but he nods anyway, loose hair shifting. Sure. At least they've got the beginnings of a game plan in place, might stop her going bats hit too prematurely. Because, honestly, Maruko just wants her kitten back where he's safe and sound, ready to spar with her again. Yeah, she'd like that a lot. Hitoshi becomes aware again when he's falling into a hardwood floor, nearly faceplanting in some sort of alcohol stain before hands, strong and thick, calluses rough, catch just above his elbows, and he's being yanked up again, facing out over some bar or something. One filled with villains. One guy, bearing a top hat, bright trenchcoat and a mask, has two marbles in hand, and he smashes one on the ground in front of some lizard guy, only to have Bakugo tumbling onto the ground, restrained by lizard dude before he can even start thrashing. Wonderful. Bakugo, apparently, has also been kidnapped, and Hitoshi is very much not impressed with being grouped together with the angry dandelion, even if the blonde is less of a BSTRD than he used to be. But then there's the third marble, and Izuku is staggering into the burned man's hold, wide-eyed with tails flaring, and Hitoshi rages. Let go of him. Let him FING go, you utter wanker. Oi, Burns, I said let him the F go, do you hear me? Let him go. The villain doesn't reply to him though, doesn't give Hitoshi a single chance to use his quirk, and he's pulling and writhing in someone's hold, but he doesn't FING care because they've got his fluffball. He needs to do something, anything, whatever it takes, because he needs his partner to be okay and safe and alive, not. Izuku disappears. Hitoshi instantly slumps in sheer relief, and the person that was holding him drops him in surprise, and he takes full advantage of the fact to roll across the floor, one foot lashing up to kick out the knee of some lizard guy that had been trying to shove Bakugo onto a chair draped with chains. It's not his strongest blow ever, but it's enough for the man to lurch and cry out, and angry dandelion takes the opportunity shoved in his face to leap forwards, explosions ringing, and smashes a spark and heat palm into the lizard guy's face, exploding it once, twice, and then he's stepping over Hitoshi to blow up a hand reaching for him. The magician guy who had the marbles in the first place. DMN. Things are a blur from there. Izuku materializes back into existence, full-blown kitsune form, and bites no less than 3 people. Hitoshi punches and kicks and elbow strikes his way through some blonde girl and manages to distract marbles long enough for Bakugo to knock him unconscious with another explosion. Considering they're a bunch of tired students, they're making pretty good headway, and Hitoshi knows he isn't the only one scanning for full-on escape chances, windows and doors or whatever else may be available to them, but then, of course, the tides turn. Kurogiri appears, blurring into existence through one of his hovering bruise shadows, and then Hitoshi is falling, his fluffball and Bakugo toppling as well, and then they're all in a tiny cell, digging into each other, an explosion catching on Hitoshi's wrist before the 3 calm down, still and stiff and silent. They're in a cell. It's obvious, really, because there are stone walls surrounding them, one of said walls punctuated by a door that's less a door and more a bunch of connected bars with sturdy hinges and a heavy lock, and the space is too small for all 3 of them. Really, even more so when Izuku is in his Kitsune form. Fluffball, can you turn to back? He only gets a whimper in return though, the corporeal spirit hunching down, backing himself into the corner furthest from the door, still keening. Fluffball? Shitty nerd's pro-baby exhausted his quirk. Must be stuck for now. Hitoshi has read Izuku's notes on his own quirk, knows that his spirit and Kitsune forms are just as natural as his human one, that they're all individual mutations, and that being stuck in them has always been a theoretical possibility, supported by how their dad's erasure interacts with Izuku's quirk. But to see it now, here, is more than worrying. Okay. Well, we're stuck for now. How injured are we? He tries to be logical, tries to follow the basic thoughts and processes he knows his dad would, and it's working to keep himself semi-calm for now. More or less anyway. I'm fine. Couple burns from that blue fire bstrd. Nothing broken or whatever sheet, Bakugo grumbles, scuffing his foot as he settles against the opposite wall to Izuku, arms crossed and scowling fiercely. Hitoshi nods, trying to put aside his own aggravation at the blonde's grumpiness. I'm pretty much fine too. Izuku? It's pretty telling when the Kitsune won't even look him in the eyes, and it's in that moment that the smell of blood hits the back of Hitoshi's throat, iron bitter and cloying. At least tell me that not all of the blood is yours? There's a snort from behind him, but the insomniac couldn't care less as he kneels down beside his partner's head, a hesitant hand reaching out to settle on the edge of Izuku's jaw, fingers following the curve of his cheek. There's the faintest of winces though, and he pulls away. However, he also gets a tiny nod. Good. Is there anything that could get infected? Open wounds? Izuku grumbles, a loose, open-jawed thing, but he does begin to shift and twist, tilting his spine and shoulders more towards Hitoshi, and even in the dim room he can see the matted fur, bloody and clumping. Oh, love. A damp nose nudges against his hand for the soft words, and neither of them even notice Bakugo's disgusted grumble from the opposite end of the cell, even though he's less than a meter from Hitoshi's back. You must have been in a fight first too, huh? He leans further down, pressing a gentle kiss along the Kitsune's brow, just above his eyes, and is rewarded by a gentle huff of breath against his neck, although not a lick. Which is weird, because Izuku has picked up a habit of liking him when he's being a grumpy cat, and it's all teasing and affectionate, exactly the sort of thing that he would expect Izuku to indulge in right now, when they could both do with cheering up. Although when he leans back a little he realizes why. Izuku's muzzle and teeth are coated in blood. Thick with it. It can't be pleasant at all, particularly with enhanced senses, but Hitoshi doesn't have any idea how to deal with that right now, so he turns his attention to the Kitsune's back. Parsing through the thick pelt is surprisingly difficult, because it's not as soft and fluffy as usual, too matted by blood and dirt, not to mention full of leaves and twigs and little bits of dust and rocks, all evidence of his partner's mad dash through a forest and a fight that must have been on a mountainside. Still though, Hitoshi works his way through the fur, picking out all of the small pieces of debris he can, and attempting, rather futilely considering the poor lighting, to make sure all of the little scrapes and jabs along Izuku's shoulders and back are clean. The last thing any of them needs is to get even a single infected wounds. And once he's more or less satisfied, not only with the injuries but also with how Izuku is leaning into his touches with barely their chuffs of gratitude and affection, Hitoshi sits back on his heels, and shoves the pile of bits and pieces against the wall, where it shouldn't get caught back in the ends of Izuku's fur again. You didn't get any internal injuries that you can tell of, right? Or head wounds? There's no reaction to his first question, beyond a blink, but there's a slight wince at the second question, and it has Hitoshi frowning sternly at his partner, hands on hips. And he doesn't know it, but there's a reason Izuku laughs, a single, high-pitched bark. At that, it reminds the Kitsune of Pop's lecturing Dad on self-care. Very strongly so, in fact. So you got hit on the head? Hitoshi grumbles, apparently soothed somewhat by how Izuku had laughed, even as he starts to run very gentle fingers over his head to try and find bumps, skimming around his ears and eyes and whiskers with a delicacy, a care, that a human Izuku would have blushed over fiercely. As is, he only curls his tails a little tighter, heartbeat staccato stuttering for a few moments. I can't tell if you've got a concussion, not in this lighting and without you talking. Can Kitsune even get concussions? Or foxes? I mean, you still have a brain dash. Debatable, Bakugo snorts, but there's no acid to the words, and even less so as he goes on. Stop fussing, zombie. If he's got a concussion there ain't shit we can do about it anyway. The insomniac glares at the blonde, although it's a half-hearted thing. They're all tired, battered and generally fed up after all. Being actually angry is far too much effort at the moment, somehow. Before the two can prolong their lazy excuse for a spat, Izuku shifts again, tapping some of his tails against Hitoshi. When his partner turns to look at him again, an eyebrow raised in question, the kitsune only fans his tails out, one slightly crooked at the end, which is weird, and chuffs quietly in blatant invitation. And it's an invitation that Hitoshi doesn't hesitate to take up. No, without even a thought for anything but avoiding his partner's sore spots, Hitoshi shuffles forwards and curls and against over Izuku's flank, pillowing his head against a plush hip, tucking his knees loosely to his chest, and murmuring a quiet thank you when all bar one of the fluffy tails drapes over him, akin to the loveliest of weighted blankets. Even though he can still smell blood more than anything else, even though he's scared and wants his dad's, wants to be home, this is a moment that Hitoshi can take comfort from. He has his fluffball with him after all. In spite of Bakugo being here, or perhaps even a tiny bit because Hitoshi almost feels safe. He can only hope that Izuku takes the same reassurance from his own presence. Maybe he does, Hitoshi thinks, because that's the moment that Izuku waves his final tail at Bakugo, gentle at first then becoming insistent, until the blonde, grumbling and scowling, stalks over and throws himself to the floor just beside Izuku, back to the wall and directly facing the doorway. And for all of his posturing, he doesn't protest when that final tail drapes over his lap, curling a little bit there. In fact, after several long breaths, he settles a hand on the fluffy appendage, something simultaneously bright and shadowed to his eyes. Now isn't the time to try and figure that out though, Hitoshi is sure, so instead he snuggles further into Izuku's side, and he allows himself to doze. Their dads will be coming for them after all, it's just a matter of time. He just really hopes they'll be quick. And it's an invitation that Hitoshi doesn't hesitate to take up. No, without even a thought for anything but avoiding his partner's sore spots, Hitoshi shuffles forwards and curls and against over Izuku's flank, pillowing his head against a plush hip, tucking his knees loosely to his chest, and murmuring a quiet thank you when all bar one of the fluffy tails drapes over him, akin to the loveliest of weighted blankets. Even though he can still smell blood more than anything else, even though he's scared and wants his dad's, wants to be home, this is a moment that Hitoshi can take comfort from. He has his fluffball with him after all. In spite of Bakugo being here, or perhaps even a tiny bit because Hitoshi almost feels safe. He can only hope that Izuku takes the same reassurance from his own presence. Maybe he does, Hitoshi thinks, because that's the moment that Izuku waves his final tail at Bakugo, gentle at first then becoming insistent, until the blonde, grumbling and scowling, stalks over and throws himself to the floor just beside Izuku, back to the wall and directly facing the doorway. And for all of his posturing, he doesn't protest when that final tail drapes over his lap, curling a little bit there. In fact, after several long breaths, he settles a hand on the fluffy appendage, something simultaneously bright and shadowed to his eyes. Now isn't the time to try and figure that out though, Hitoshi is sure, so instead he snuggles further into Izuku's side, and he allows himself to doze. Their dads will be coming for them after all, it's just a matter of time. He just really hopes they'll be quick. Izuku is the first to wake up, jerking in place at the sound of footsteps in the space outside of their cell. His head is pounding, the stale bitter iron is still catching at the back of his throat, flaking away from his jawline as he moves yet still sickeningly pungent in his nose, but at least there's the warmth of his Shinshure and Bakugo to keep him grounded. But being grounded into his aching body means nothing in comparison to the idea of people here to hurt his kin and one's kin, and Izuku lets a growl judder through him, ignoring how it grates against his throbbing throat because it's enough to jolt both of his companions awake. Fluffball? Izuku shakes his head slightly, able to push himself to his feet now that Hitoshi and Bakugo aren't leaning on him, and he settles in front of them, tails flaring despite how the small space means that he's touching the walls with them and that he's scrunching into himself so as not to be pressed up against the door or his companions. Oi, nerd, is someone there or someth dash, the kitsune barks a warning, sharp and high-pitched, and they all hear a responding cackle from what must be further down the corridor, moments before a pale hand comes into view to slide the deadbolt, the padlock soon clicking out of place as well. And Izuku wants to leap forwards, to crash against the bar-comprised door in a way that'll shove it against the villain, against Shigaraki, because he knows that hand, knows that laugh, but he doesn't dare move away from his partner and Bakugo, not right now, because Kurogiri's portals could appear anywhere at any time and the risk of being separated from them has frost shuddering over his heart, spearing through his lungs like Shudo's ice, and then the door is swinging open, Izuku keeping his tails fan to cover the sight and heat of his companions. It does little good, truly. Red eyes gleam at them, a toothy grin so different from Aizawa's, and they're being leered at, taunted from the other side of unlocked bars. None of them move, not even Bakugo. Ah, the fox rogue, the berserker, and the secondary rogue. Good to finally have you as part of my inventory. There's sick satisfaction to the words, a lilt of undeserved pride, and Bakugo starts to push Izuku's tails, ducking and twisting against the wall, sparks flickering in his palms. Speak Fing Japanese, flaky bstrd. Hitoshi talks as well, half overlapping, half delayed. What do you want with us? Shigaraki only laughs at them all, a rasping cackle, but his gleaming eyes never stray, never offer an opportunity. Then he's calming down though, smirking, fingers twitching. Sensei wants to meet you. There's something to the weight of that sentence, a respect, no, an ardent admiration, a worship, and it has Izuku freaking out a little internally. He had thought that Shigaraki wasn't the main leader, but to know that there truly is somewhere above. Well, he can fing come here himself. The Izuku has no more time to think, only to react, twisting. Don't speak of sensei like that. The shriek heralds Shigaraki flying forwards, hands outstretched, and there's a single breath where everyone is moving, shouting, before things fall deathly still again. Izuku's teeth are buried deep in Shigaraki's forearm, dust-coating blood slick in his throat. There's the buzz of a portal somewhere behind his head. Another beside him. Bakugo's arms are raised, hands buried in more portals that have his explosions clashing uselessly against the cell walls. Hitoshi's kick is lost to a portal as well, his foot instead being directed into the back of Bakugo's knee, and the blonde collapses under the blow, snarling, and everything blurs into movement again, until the three teenagers are crowding together at the back of the cell, Izuku rumbling with a menace pitch, all of their narrowed eyes focused upon Shigaraki, who cradles his bloody arm close to his chest, snarling, all red eyes and pale cracks in his skin, and the looming bruised tones of Kurogiri, suit-bound and with yellow flares, is suddenly behind Shigaraki. Shigaraki Tamura, might I recommend allowing me to take you to Dr. Garaki? Shigaraki breathes another breath, glaring at them almost petulantly, before nodding. F them and their cheat codes. Kurogiri, take them up to the cages. The fing what dash, suddenly they're all falling again, spiraling away from each other into a blink of black, and then they're all hitting the ground again, hardwood floors with the same tacky alcohol and blood stains as last night, and Izuku yelps, scrunching into himself because the literal cage isn't really big enough for his kitsune form, but the weight of his bones and the itching ache deep inside his chest tell of the fact that his quirk is still strained. If he changes forms now, he might not be able to turn back again, and he daren't risk effectively leaving Hitoshi and Bakugo behind. Ah, our guests have arrived. They all freeze upon hearing that voice, because it's as slow and strong as the tides themselves, as inevitable as oceans carving their own paths, and it's scary. It sounds like a man at least, and Shigaraki had been talking about a male sensei, crackles, his breathing rasping over the television setup like there's something wrong with him, like he's ill, yet there's still so much power behind those simple words, ones that are usually so innocuous, even kind, but in this moment it is far more menacing than anything else. And why are we your guests? Whilst I would love to test the possibilities of your friend's quirk, I shall not deign to answer him with such obvious a trap. Fortunately, there's not even a glimmer of anger to the words, and something along the length of Izuku's spine relaxes a tiny bit without his permission. He just really wants all of them to be safe. Needs it. But he can't talk right now, so he grumbles instead, low and threatening, open-jawed to show off this bloody fangs, and it's easy enough to ignore the cooing of some blonde girl in favor of the slight shudder from one lizard guy. More significant than any of that, though, is how the sensei man seems to pause, something prgnnt in the atmosphere with his mere whims, even over the telly set that's showing nothing but static from the bar counter, before words come forth once more. You are an interesting one indeed. Certainly a useful quirk, HM? You must have quite some fun with it. Oh, and that has all of them bristling, Izuku abruptly uncaring for how restrictive the cage is, how tight his lungs are bound, because does this villain really think? Dunno what sort of sheet you're trying to imply, fuckwad, but he's about the most heroic nerd you could have picked. A tiny part of Izuku is surprised that Bakugo is so quick to leap to his defense, but the rest of him is still too busy being indignant. Although all of it quickly morphs to horror. Ah, Bakugo Katsuki. Your temperament and quirk are both so delightfully volatile. And rumor has it that you have been placed into anger management therapy, or so they call it. Are you enjoying your brainwashing sessions? If I was fucking asking for brainwashing, I'd talk to Zombie over there, not the shitty counselor. The FS it to you anyway? Dandelion might not be the paragon of all things heroic, but he is pretty determined, Hitoshi tacks on, and Izuku wants to preen with how they're having each other's backs. He still doesn't like Bakugo, still hasn't really forgiven him, and definitely hasn't forgotten his own trauma and scars, but that doesn't eradicate the fact that Bakugo has really learned how to temper himself, to balance his rage and learned behaviors into things more productive and less toxic. His current friend group, somewhat tentative though it might still be, is good for him too. Bakugo is far from a villain now, and Izuku would be the first to say it. Ah, I see neither of you are feeling particularly receptive yet. What about you, little brainwasher? Ready to spite those that have beaten you down since quirks came into the equation? Hitoshi scowls fiercely, leaning forwards with a menace that Izuku could almost believe if he didn't recognize the light in his partner's eyes as fear. You ready to let us go home? I'll take that as a no, the villain comments, perfectly idle, and the way he does so is so blatantly directed at himself, or at least the room at large, that it's no surprise to Izuku that it doesn't allow his partner's quirk to activate, even if it does work over technology, which they really should have tested already, shouldn't they? Well then, I suppose if none of you are quite ready to open up, and I would have limited use of your quirks personally at this stage, I shall instead request your services, Kurogiri? Yes, MSTR. And then they're falling again, tumbling against each other in a heap upon their cell floor, Izuku glad that he can at least somewhat cushion his companion's ladings even if it makes his own rougher, jarring at his injuries, and then they all lay there, defeated. He's a FING psycho. They want us to join them. Hitoshi and Bakugo speak at the same time, one with fury and the other with disbelief, and all Izuku can do is keen. He wishes he was in his human form, but he might not be able to protect them as well then. Fluffball, can you turn back yet? I don't think being in your Kitsune form is doing much good at this point, you already look claustrophobic. And, well, Hitoshi isn't wrong, but Izuku's been doing a perfectly good job of pushing it down, pushing it back, so far. He's used to small, dim spaces being safe. Or at least relatively so. But, also, he wants to be able to talk to them both, to wrap his arms around Hitoshi's waist and hide his face in the taller boy's neck, so he gathers what he can feel of his quirk, grating energy along his bones, and he crouches back against a wall until something finally starts to happen. His six tails cling to him, because apparently he still doesn't have enough energy to change that, but he does go from Kitsune to human, and then he's darting forwards, tucking himself straight into his shinsher, two tails flaring out to wrap around Bakugo's wrist, because he needs to know that they're both here, both safe. They are. As much as any of them can be alright in this moment and place, they're okay, two steady heartbeats, slightly too fast but not thready or overly erratic, the shifting of two breathing chests, up down again, and then the feeling of a warm, slightly damp hand settling hesitantly over his coils of tail, a pair of arms slipping around him, fine fingers and broad palms settling low on his back, keeping him tucked in close to his shinsher. Through all of the pain, the stark relief, and the lingering fear, Izuku manages to drag a few words out of his tight, aching throat. We need to get out. We need to leave. And he's really not wrong. The phone call wakes Inko up, and that in itself is more alarming than anything else, because it's Hisashi-kun's ringtone and he wouldn't be ringing her at nearly 5 in the morning for no good reason. Or rather, for a good reason. Hisashi-kun? The name fractures upon her lips, and her heart follows that shattering nature upon his reply. Inko-san, I'm so sorry to be ringing you like this again, but our boys, the babies What happened? Her voice sounds dead even to her own ears, but there's also tears welling up in her eyes, because her darling Izuku must be hurt again, and Hitoshi-kun too from the sounds of it, and she couldn't bear it if it's something worse. They've been kidnapped. The League of Villains took both of them, along with Bakugo. I'm so sorry Inko-san, I literally don't have anything else I can tell you, that's all we know, and I just sounded so wrecked, and I can't know what else to say he sounds fairly wrecked himself, dissolving around the seams and Kami she really can't blame him. But if he's breaking, then she can't. Not yet at least. Hisashi-kun, she interrupts, firm but not unkind. You don't have to say anything. I know you're all going to do whatever it takes to get them back, and that it was the villain's fault in the first place, not yours or UA's let alone Shurakuin's, so I want you to focus on getting to your husband and students, on looking each other, and please inform me when you know what hospital any of the injured students may be taken to. I will be arriving as soon as possible. There's steel in her words, rigid beams with sunlight-warm undertones, and she hears the man take a deep breath. And she can almost feel the wobbly smile that follows it. You said it, Inko-san, another deep breath, a slight hum evolving into the next words. Is it alright if I ask Namiri to swing by and get you on her way? She had to go and pick up Principal Nedzu first, so she's probably still in town. Well, she's not going to lie and say that isn't a relief to hear. Oh. Well, if it wouldn't inconvenience anyone, I would certainly be happy to take that up. I'll ask her, then. And, Inko-san? Yes? There's a faint waver to the question, one that she can't help, but it's quickly proved unwarranted. Our babies are strong. And, well, Hisashi-kun definitely isn't wrong. They certainly are. And they're together. Yeah. They both pause then, drawing strength from their shared sentiments, from knowing that the other person is in much the same boat, and then Hisashi's grin really is evident, brightening his voice. You're amazing, Inko-san. I'll see you soon? Of course, Hisashi-kun. Give Shura-kun a hug from me. Always. The phone call ends then, any further words unsaid and unnecessary, and Inko doesn't let herself wallow. No, she doesn't cry, and she doesn't lie there thinking about the what-ifs, and she doesn't even contemplate ringing Mitsuki. More than any of that, right now, she needs to be strong for Izuku, and she knows exactly how best to do that, be there for the rest of his kin and class. So Inko pushes herself out of bed and, unthinking, finds her most comfortable leggings, the ones she wears to do yoga and stretches with Izuku and sometimes Rumi-san, digs out a loose top and a thick, slightly oversized cardigan to go over the top, changes as quickly as she can, then sets to gathering the essentials. Purse for in her handbag, phone charger, some of Izuku's favorite blankets, a few spare hoodies, 2 of which are almost certainly Hitoshi-kun's, and then adds in a few books and soft toys into the duffel bag she's packing, just for good measure. As she's zipping it up, already thinking through what's in the fridge, her phone pings. Apparently Namuri-san will arrive in 10 minutes. Well, that's just about perfect. From there, duffel bag and handbag following via her quirk, Inko strides into her kitchen, pulling ice blocks out of the little freezer compartment, tucking them into their picnic cool bag, and starts grabbing all of the leftovers she can think the children might like. 2 portions of katsudon, some carriage chicken, a large storage bowl of fried rice, a dozen tempura, and some tofu aburiage. It's not a lot in some aspects, but she knows how much better it can be to have homemade food than hospital food, even in hospitals like her own workplace where the quality is pretty high. It's just such an emotional difference. On top of the chilled food, she quickly digs out a few random snacks, mainly the ones Izuku keeps for his treats. His training diet doesn't allow for a lot of sweets, but he also has some red bean paste buns, and she has some dango and mochi, and no home would be complete without some chocolates tucked away somewhere, so she piles all of that in as well, and pauses to assess her things so far. Some spare clothing for herself. It's only a quick trip back to her own bedroom, pulling out some of her comfortable tops and skirts, another pair of trousers as well, just so that she can offer them to any of the kids or keep herself looking decent if she's gone for several days, and it's with that thought that Inko pops by the bathroom to grab their first aid kit and shove some things into her usual toiletries bag. All of it gets shoved into the now bulging duffel bag as well, but she's finally satisfied. Hopefully, with all of this, she'll be able to look after Izuku's class for him, and it might even give the teachers a bit more peace of mind to pour all of their effort, time and resources into getting the 3 boys back. She doesn't know how to feel about Katsuki-kun, even now, because for a loud, rather brash child with an inherited foul mouth he was always good to her, but the knowledge that he was very much the opposite towards her baby boy is far from forgivable, at least for her. But, still, she is always very aware, from several people's perspectives, that Katsuki-kun has begun to improve, and she would never wish a kidnapping from the League of Villains upon the boy. No, never anything so drastic. None of that matters right now though, not when there's a knock on her door, a familiar voice calling out her name, and Inko double-checks that she has everything with her, pulling Izuku's analysis books from his bedroom in a split-second decision, and gathers her 3 bags in her arms, picking up the house keys. Come in, Namuri-san, I've just unlocked it. She has her hands rather too full to do so herself, after all, and she knows that if it was some sort of imposter it would be more than easy to throw the things she's holding in their face and pull a knife or 5 from the kitchen. Hey again, Inko-san. The purring tone has a tired edge, and damn it, Inko sympathizes far too much, even whilst she offers the taller woman a weary smile of her own. Hello, I don't suppose you'd be willing to lock the door behind me? She asks, stuffing her feet rather inelegantly into her trainers, once again deciding to prioritize comfort, and she doesn't miss the approving glance that decision gets. Not a problem. She lets the heroine take the house keys out of her hand, watches to make sure it's securely locked, then steps aside so that Namuri can lead the way down to the car. Before they start walking, however, the heroine offers open arms, standing beside the floating notebooks, raising an eyebrow. And, smiling slightly, Inko releases her quirk, letting her son's analyses fall into Namuri's waiting arms, and then they're heading down to the pretty car, bright red and sleek. Still though, it's big enough for 5 people rather comfortably, and when she truly registers who's sitting in the front passenger seat, Inko abruptly loses her tongue. But then she reminds herself of the situation at hand, sees something akin to her own feelings in those beady eyes, and nods to him. A pleasure, well, good to meet you, Principal Nedzu. There's the briefest hint of something like amusement in how he shifts, ears twitching, but it's lost to his shallow bow. Feel free to call me Nedzu, Midoriya-san. I am here as a hero as much as a principal. I understand you wish to see the other students? And well, that's easy to answer at least. Yes, Nezu-san. I know what my boy would want, and if he isn't here to comfort them himself then I'll do whatever I can to fill his shoes. An admirable motivation. By now, Inko has loaded herself into the back of the car, 3 bags and notebooks that Namiri passes to her, and is clipping on her seatbelt, rapidly trying to check that she shouldn't have left anything too important at home. Thank you, but it's only what Izuku would do. Would want. Indeed, if he is as kind as my staff's reports all state. Now then, may I inquire why you're carrying some sort of analysis journals with you? Ah, she manages, suddenly a bit dry-mouthed because her boy is fiercely protective, defensive, of his notebooks, and for good reason, according to how damaged some of them are. But this is a highly intelligent hero, one that cares about getting her son and his kin and Katsuki-kun back, so if there's anyone Inko is going to trust beyond their pseudo family, then it's surely Nezu. Izuku has always loved to analyze heroes. In the last few years, and since he met Hitoshi-kun and his family in particular, that has expanded to include both civilians and villains. I wouldn't be surprised if there were notes on the League in here. And if I know my boy, and I do, Nezu-san, I assure you, then he wouldn't have thought them worth bringing to the attention of people such as yourself or Shibata-kun. But he's clever, you see, too clever for his own good sometimes, and if there's any information you're missing, it might just be something that he picked up. She allows her pride and fear and conviction to bleed into the words, trying to convey every inch of tumultuous emotion that's currently flooding her, and those dark eyes are focused upon her, suddenly unreadable. Until something in the car's atmosphere shifts, loosens, gives way. Well, what an intriguing prospect. There's a gleam to the animal's eyes at that, one which has part of Inko shrinking away, ready to flinch and flee, but the rest of her rears up in fearsome pride. One of the most intelligent beings on the planet is about to see just how smart her baby is, and if there's even the slimmest chance that it might help the heroes get her boys back, then it'll be doubly worth it, Inko is sure. They all fall into silence then, caught up in their own thoughts and the rapid tapping of Nezu on his laptop as the car purrs along. Inko fiddles with the hem of her cardigan nervously, trying to quell her more unpleasant thoughts with every story and fact and analysis Izuku has shared with her about his friends. Of course, she's met his more immediate friend group, and found them all to be very lovely kids, but it isn't entirely the same, and she's trying to decide how best to approach the mess that this might well end up being. Food will probably be a good bet for the ones like Kirishima or Satu, whilst hugs will be ideal for the more tactile or touch-starved like Shibata-kun or Uraraka. Quiet affirmations for all of them, probably, although it'll surely help those like Yaoyorozu-chan and Kudakun most. It's in these thoughts that Inko loses herself. She doesn't honestly feel prepared by the time the sun is bright above them all and they're pulling up to a long-stay parking space at the hospital that, presumably, is closest to where the training camp was, and Namiri is reaching into the back seat to grab the duffel bag and analysis books for Inko. Things blur for a few minutes after that, although she's sure she made Namiri promise not to let the notebooks out of her, Hisashi-kun or Shura's-kun reach in sight, and then she's at the door of a ward-style room, one with 16 beds in it but not quite all of them full, and she sees the children through the glass window before she can even think about knocking. Izuku's class are somber. It's a far contrast from the children that Inko has met, and the others that she has heard stories about, but isn't exactly surprising either, and it hardens her resolve. From there, she has no hesitation upon knocking and sweeping into the room. Shibata-kun, bless him, is the first to react, whipping around with defensive posture, only to instantly relax at the sight of her. Inko-san? Hello Shibata-kun, everyone. Within a blink, there are no less than 4 teenagers curling around her, and Inko has no compunctions about dropping her belongings to try and hold them all close in turn, murmuring softly about how strong they all are because they are. Dark Shadow, the funny little creature, is cooing into her hair, mournful static beside her ear, and Shudo is folding into himself to maximize their contact. Yaoyorozu-chan is tucked beside Shibata-kun, her dainty, calloused fingers trembling against Inko's waist, and Kudakun is standing just behind her, close enough to share body heat but not quite touch. Oh, these poor, heroic babies. Once they draw back, the next 5 minutes are a mess of introductions. Inko recognizes every single one of them from stories of training exercises and exams and class work, and she greets them in turn, meeting every pair of eyes, and inquiring after the 3 that aren't in the room with them. Hagakure is getting a fractured ankle casted, Satu's burns are being double-checked, and Tsuyu's tongue is also getting a secondary checkup. If there's anything Inko can be grateful for in this situation, it's that at least the rest of Izuku's class have minimal physical injuries. And she's here now, determined to do everything for their hearts and minds she can, starting with some food and blankets. Aizawa Shoyuta has been a hero for over a decade. Never has a single investigation felt so hopeless in the first 12 hours. A large part of that is illogical, he knows, emotion overruling facts, but still. There's no way that they currently have access to at least of tracking Kurogiri's portals, and even after he has just spent 4 hours, and no more, upon Nedzu's mandate for even being allowed to go out and hit the streets, and they have no further knowledge of the villains. Those taken into custody are either still unconscious, genuinely don't know, or won't talk. Tsukachi had been called in to check. It makes the situation very frustrating, lava bubbling in a thin layer atop the absolute cold of his still racing heart, because his boys are gone, and he feels like he's grieving them already somehow, which is illogical and irrational and stupid, but they're gone and he wants them back. He wants them safe and healthy and home, not lost to the entire FING world at the hands of villains. He doesn't have what he wants though. For now, he has to make do with his husband by his side and their colleagues, their friends, working maniacally around them. Power Loader and Nedzu have been stuck to their computers, the rest of the faculty suching out on 4-hour patrol shifts, meeting with contacts and checking for unusual activity that might give them any bit of information at all. Nothing has come up, aggravatingly enough. Nothing that can be correlated to their boys and Bakugo anyway, and any other random things just get passed on to the police to deal with as separate cases. UA and their affiliates have more immediate matters to deal with. For now, Aizawa and Hisashi are sitting at one of the long conference tables in the meeting room that the rescue effort has been concentrated in, knees pressed together under the table as they drown themselves in CCTV footage, running facial identity checks and just generally losing themselves in the too distant hope. He groans, leaning back to rub a hand over his face, trying to put some feeling back into his body rather than the aching numbness lingering through him. A mouthful of cold coffee isn't really pleasant, but at least he feels a bit more alive afterwards. Then they're all wide awake and paying far too much attention because Power Loader has slammed a hand on the table, head shooting up to look at them all, his usual helmet discarded off to the side and ginger hair wild. We have a signal. Wait, what? Hisashi demands, leaning around Shoyuta to eye the other hero up. Within a few breaths, all of their emails ping with a message, Mijima's hands flying over his keys once again. A signal. I don't know how, but Midoriya's phone is pinging against receivers, so we can triangulate his location. Aizawa, for all that his heart is solar flaring in his chest, fingers trembling as he drops a hand to grip Hisashi's thigh in a grip that will probably bruise, because by Kami he wants to have hope, but also. I thought we established that none of the kids' phones were transmitting. Do we know if it's even legitimate? He knows how easy it is to take false hope and follow it past where it's safe. Beyond logic. And damn it, he doesn't want to take this at face value just to be disappointed. He would be heartbroken if he thought they were getting their sons back only to fall short, would feel crushed under rubble with no clouds to catch them if he couldn't hold his family, their kin, close again. Might be that some sheet had been blocking the signal, right? Fancy tech stuff, Maruko interjects, one ear twitching almost violently. And she's not entirely wrong, yet she's not entirely right either. But Hitoshi and Bakugo's? He presses, and acknowledges how his husband presses up against him by not crushing Hisashi's thigh quite so much. Negative. Maybe they're not all together still. That thought alone has them both shuddering, pressing their shoulders more firmly together, before suddenly Hisashi tenses up. Wait, the baby's Quirk. The last time Hagakure saw him he was in his Kitsune form. Right? His phone would have been in his pocket so it will have transformed with him, so maybe he only just turned back to human form? And the villains won't have known how his quirk works, so they might not have even thought about it, not like Hitoshi's and Bakugo's, So we need to move quickly, whilst it's still working, Aizawa finishes, sharing a heavy look with his husband. I will pull a reconnaissance and raid team together, effective immediately, Nedzu chirps, beady eyes gleaming and paws already flying over his keyboard. Before either husband can say another word, however, Maruko is bashing a hand down on the table, causing several things to jump. Immediately as in we leave now, yeah? We? Thought you didn't like working in teams? Aizawa challenges, but it's more teasing than anything else, and they share toothy grins, albeit strained ones, tenuous relief allowing them a little breathing room. Could have said the same about you, she smirks, and they both relax a bit at that. Even if their kids are gone, they all know they're going to work together to get them back. There's no other option to even contemplate. The class are unhappy. It would be hard to be happy when 3 of their members, 2 of whom are some of the most central figures to them, albeit in very different ways, and all 20 of them are attached to each other beyond most reason. It comes from murmured discussions of nightmares, of knowing the exact shades of each other's blood, of exams and group projects and lunchtimes, and there are now gaps in between them. Black holes where there are usually suns and stars and planets to orbit, except now they're being drawn into darkness instead, and it's a genuine sort of awful. But there are bright spots too. One of those bright stops is found in the form of a steel-spined, soft-spoken woman, her hair loose around her face and hands trembling slightly. But there's the gentlest of fires burning in her eyes, and her smile is just as kind as her son's. It has all of the class finding some joy in the abyssal depths of their fears. It's hard to be too desperate or depressed over the situation when there's blanket and home-cooked food, hugs and the blatant relaxation of several of their classmates. To see Hitoshi and Izuku's closest friends so blatantly comfortable and less stressed with Inko-san's arrival had helped them all. For now though, they're all still gathered in their group room. Hagakure, Satu and Tsuyu are back with them, and Inko has been bustling around. Todoroki, in turn, has been following her every step, quiet but with a soft expression, always ready to reach out to grab something for her or to help her tuck blankets in and portion out food. Regardless of how he hovers closely enough to almost be bumping into her, the woman only smiles, occasionally reaching up to pat his cheek or his hand. It's cute, if slightly sad to see. But he's leaning into her like a flower to sunlight, and there's something sweet to it, particularly when they're all very aware that looking after them must be something of a coping method for Izuku's mum. They don't mind though, not when it's genuine and sweet-souled. They try to look after her too. In moments when her hands begin to shake, or she pauses with eyes staring into the middle distance, fumbling over the names of her son, the child of her best friend, her son's partner, someone will ask her for a hug again, or start telling her a nice story about something from school, laughing without falter if she hesitantly interjects with the ending for them. It's nice to know that Izuku talks about them too. That he likes them, that he tells his mum stories about them, and maybe they're missing some of their number, but there's still hope and happiness to be found despite that. They can only hope that their friends are able to find something like joy too. Izuku wakes up. He doesn't know when he fell asleep in the first place, all he knows is that there are familiar arms around him yet an unfamiliar floor beneath them. There's a breeze too, except maybe it's a draft, along with a third set of breathing, and he can't smell Pop's cooking. Plus there's noises upstairs. They're not at home. They're not safe. Izuku doesn't even think before he's escaping his Shinshi's hold, slipping out despite how tight his partner's arms are around him, and is on his feet, all six tails writhing and ears pricked. He feels a bit more energized, less like his tails are dragging him down, so hopefully his quirk isn't quite as exhausted now. When he shifts, shaking himself out and sinking into his own mind some to try and pull his quirk around himself, and is glad to find that it doesn't feel strained or distant. He could probably manage a solid few transformations, maybe even enough to get free and back again, given the right timing. But he can't do that without talking it through with Hitoshi and Bakugo first, particularly as they'll be the ones left behind to deal with whatever repercussions might come about if Izuku's being gone was discovered, which really doesn't bear thinking about because they could kill two of the most significant people in his life, his ex-best friend turned bully turned acquaintance, and his person, his partner and love and Shinsher. All of that really doesn't want to consume him right now though. No, he can't panic yet. If he has to, it needs to wait until they're with their kin again. For the time being, he needs to keep himself calm and focused, to try and start planning an escape for them all if he can. He can just about hear some of what's happening above them, and if he really concentrates he can pick out some bits of conversation. None of it seems overly relevant though. One person talking to what sounds like Kurogiri about deliveries, but the alcohol references make it seem genuinely mundane. Shigaraki is ranting about some sort of fantasy game? Maybe? It's hard to tell when he uses so much video game jargon in standard conversation, but the half-hearted way that someone else is replying implies that it isn't overly serious. Kami, none of it is serious. It's all perfectly calm, even domestic, with no passing thought for villainy or manipulation or kidnappings. It's a little bit sickening, how casually they're all living above three teenagers held captive. Fluffball? Izuku startles at the unexpected voice, whirling around with wide eyes and flaring tails, only to find his partner on his feet and staring at him, eyes also a little wide. And, despite everything, he spends a few moments drowning in the night sky oceans of his Shinshi's eyes, in the faintest of silver lines across his nose where people had once tried to restrain him, but now he's free and bright and appealing, all gentle hands and sharp collarbones, warm, and Izuku truly couldn't be luckier. But Izuku finds a smile, wan or not, and refuses to duck his head away from his kin. Hi Shinsher. Oh, darling. And how does he know what Izuku is thinking? How does he always read him so well, picking up on the tiniest cues and hints, and respond in just the way Izuku needs? The next thing Izuku knows, he's been scooped up entirely, strong arms hooked under his thighs and butt, propping him up on Hitoshi's hips so that he can curl into his chest, tucking his face in the soft warmth of Hitoshi's neck. He keens, wordless, and clings on tightly. The hands cupping the side of his thighs squeeze with light pressure, fingertips digging in slightly, and the press of it against his two tense muscles helps Izuku to relax even the smallest bit. His partner has him. He's with Hitoshi and the taller teen is warm, breathing steadily. For all that the cell is cold, Bakugo is sleeping in a corner, and Izuku can still distantly hear people above them. Now he's tucking his ears firmly against Hitoshi's neck, drowning in heartbeat blood breathing, and it might be drowning but it's the best sort of it, all sinking sweet and heartful. Kami, he's so lucky. If he was alone right now. Izuku isn't sure what he'd do. Izuku tightens his grip on his shincher, shifting slightly to press his lips against a pulse point, reveling in it. You two sheets alright over there? Not being FING gross or anything, right? Bakugo's grumble isn't enough to pull them apart. No, Izuku only keeps his eyes squeezed shut, that pulse point against his lips, and breathes. There's a lot going on, Hitoshi mutters, tightening his arms beneath Izuku as he turns on his heel to face the blonde. You don't fucking say, Bakugo grumbles, levering to his feet and passing the pair to scuff at the bars of their cell door, poking and prodding at the bars. It won't do any good though, not when, for some reason, he can't reach through it. Instead he just blunts his fingers in the gaps, as though it has something solid in between them. Sheet? Hitoshi asks, grumbling a bit but genuinely curious. Izuku convinces himself to not lean quite so heavily into Hitoshi, lifting his head to watch how Bakugo tries again to shove his hand in between the bars. It still doesn't work. So, what, it's some kind of barrier? Force field? Proly, Izuku murmurs, before flapping a hand against Hitoshi's shoulder in silent request. He leans down a little, bending at the knees so that Izuku can easily get to the floor, and they all bunch up by the door. Bakugo, try exploding it? The blonde growls, cutting a half-hearted glare at Izuku before trying it anyway. The small blast, concussion and heat, rebounds between Bakugo's palms and the door, recoiling his hands backwards. So the cells have some sort of quirked imbuement or properties. Could be structural to the building, or to the bars, or could even target us in relation to this room. The greenette rambles, tails curling around himself and fingers twisting in the hem of his hoodie, eyebrows furrowing. Hitoshi hums, then looks down at Izuku. Want to try my quirk? Of course, sure dash. Pat my shoulder. Izuku, eyes dull, reaches up to pat Hitoshi's shoulder. Break the door without hurdy dash, he cuts off midword, because there's a noise outside the door, footsteps and muttering, and Hitoshi immediately drops his control, settling a hand upon his partner's shoulder in time to tug him backwards the tiniest bit, providing some distance between Izuku and the door whilst he comes round fully from the control. And it's a good thing that Hitoshi does so because Shigaraki is already skull-grinning at them through the bars of the door, one hand raised to wave. Mockingly, fingers slipping just far forward enough to crumble away the very tiniest bit of door. The few-flake shower is cruel, a jibe and jeer and jab, because right now they're almost hopeless. Helpless. And all four of them know it. Oh look, the little brat sensei is calling our potential allies. You really should be honored that we deemed your backstories and learn sets good enough for potentially joining our guild, even if your stats still need leveling up. Well, the gamer speak is confusing, but all three of them parse it apart in time for Bakugo's returning growl. So, what, we kick your FING arses and it's our shitty stats that need improving? Obviously, stupid brat, Shigaraki snarls, the gleeful edge to his gaze cracking away into further malice. And obviously you're a stupid fuckwat if you actually FING think dash. Izuku is falling. He yelps, scrabbling for purchase upon exactly nothing, and he can't even contemplate suching forms or reaching for his shincher before he's crashing onto yet more concrete, air and safety crushed right out of him with the weight of gravity bodyfall. And someone is with him. Someone who feels heavy, and it's dark in here, oppressive weight and dim lighting and the lingering panic haunting his lungs is an awful, awful thing. Greetings, little fox. Izuku doesn't know what to say, doesn't know what's even really happening, and his hesitation doesn't give him a chance to answer before the man is speaking again. I must confess to having been very intrigued by both your quirk and countenance, in what I have heard of you from sources such as my successor and the sports festival. Oh, Izuku doesn't like this, not at all. The words are low and immaculately spoken, to the point of almost demented deliberacy, an intention behind it all that shudders through him. There's something ice-shocked whispering through his veins, the chill of frost seizing along his spine and ribs and jaw, and he can't breathe for the cold of it, can't think or feel or even try to process anything except predator. But Izuku needs to remember that he isn't prey anymore. He's growing into his own sort of predator, a student and a hero and kin, and he can't let himself be overwhelmed, not right now. No, he needs to catalog as much about this man as he can, needs to find weaknesses and things that he can work around or even try and exploit. He doesn't dare use his quirk to try and escape right now, not when he has no idea what this man could do, nor any idea where he himself is in comparison to Hitoshi and Bakugo, so running away now, whilst not an awful idea if he could get a message out, isn't really useful when he can't lead anyone back to the others. So, for the time being, he's stuck listening to his man and the odd noises that accompany this room. There's a whistling, rasping edge to the space, a needy gasping to the man's breathing, and that alone makes it obvious that the villain is on some sort of respirator or ventilator, regardless of the fact that there's also background noise of mechanisms and machines, something that might be medical equipment perhaps. Does that mean they're physically weak? There has to be something, yet he doesn't think that's it, not when there's such a presence to the man, when the figure that Izuku is beginning to be able to make out in the dark, still huddled upon the floor because he doesn't know how to get to his feet right now and he feels out of reach down here, is a very large man indeed. It's not necessarily found in the broad shoulders nor the press of his figure against the suit that it looks like he's wearing. No, it's found in the gravity of the room, the way that with Izuku on the floor and he sitting tall in some sort of chair, he is a looming presence. The aura of the man is the worst of it though, something so casually malignant about it. It's different to Shigaraki. He's all laughter and childish terminology and bloodlust mania, pale hands and blood-bright eyes, but this man is calm and calculated and clearly very knowledgeable. He's tenfold more dangerous, if not hundredfold, even without his quirk coming into play. Well, little fox? Some distant part of him wants to be sarcastic, another wants to just turn into his spirit form and run and run and run, but he gives in to neither. In lieu of that, he forces every bit of himself to be Tsune and he staggers to his feet, tails tight around his wrists and waist but three flaring out as well. And despite the barely there light, he stares this man right in the face, not in the eyes, because there's nothing but mask and skin there, but he refuses to freak out about that now, and snarls, jaw dropped and throat rattling. I'm not some kid. He is, but only for his kin, not for a random villain. I should hope not. Your quirk, in particular, is most intriguing to me. When that copy quirk child attempted to use your quirk for himself, he screamed quite loudly. Makes me wonder what would happen if I were to claim it for myself. Tell me, little fox, he gestures with a hand, and Izuku barely manages not to flinch away, knees threatening to sway under another wave of fear. How does your quirk function? You have more tails now than you did during the sports festival, and Tamura did report that you fought differently when you encountered each other at the shopping center in Kiyoshi Ward. A full kitsune form sounds most fascinating. Izuku doesn't like this man knowing so much about him, let alone wanting to know more. He doesn't like any of it, but even more so he doesn't like that this villain is talking about Monoma's unwise choice to copy Izuku's quirk. He'll probably never forget how the blonde had collapsed and writhed, three golden yellow tails materializing until he went so very limp and blank, because the relation to that implies that the villain has a similar quirk. A copy quirk, maybe something where he can nullify, exacerbate or adopt characteristics of other quirks. Maybe, although Izuku has never heard of anything like it and he would have if it was recorded, given his decade of quirk and heroics research, just maybe, this man could even be some sort of quirk manipulator or thief. The Nomas were created somehow, and surely not all of it was pure science? I must confess, my boy, that this silence of yours grows quite wearisome. He hesitates for a second, trying to figure out which approach will keep him safest, and let him find out the most. The villain's already revealed some interesting things just by carrying the so-called conversation himself, but also, if he gets too annoyed with Izuku things are more likely to go wrong. I don't know what you want from me. There, that should be. Oh, little fox, I want everything that I can take. A hand is reaching for Izuku, and he can't think, can't breathe, that immense pressure intensifying even more, the room full of storm clouds that choke him, still him, even as that hand brushed void chill against his face, fingers just beginning to curl around the sides of his head, and just through the gaps in the fingers, he can see the faintest shape of what might be a smile beneath the mask. Then something in his mind slides, cracking out of place only to settle somewhere else, and all at once he's unconscious. Before we start, have something appealing to look at, thanks to the amazing collateral_damage from my Discord. Their art of the buttercup rolling Aizu from earlier this arc is wonderful. Oh, little fox, I want everything that I can take. A hand is reaching for Izuku, and he can't think, can't breathe, that immense pressure intensifying even more, the room full of storm clouds that choke him, still him, even as that hand brushed void chill against his face, fingers just beginning to curl around the sides of his head, and just through the gaps in the fingers, he can see the faintest shape of what might be a smile beneath the mask. Then something in his mind slides, cracking out of place only to settle somewhere else, and all at once he's unconscious. Hitoshi and Bakugo had, rather begrudgingly, sat down in their cell after Shigaraki had left. The villain in question had gloated for several minutes after Izuku tumbled through the portal, talking about how his stupid sensei is so powerful and cool and such an end boss with ridiculous stats that he could level the entirety of Japan with a twitch of his hand, and both Hitoshi and Bakugo spend the entire time rolling their eyes or grumbling or nigh on ignoring Shigaraki. Except actually ignoring his toxic words is impossible. No, they seep into Hitoshi's mind, royals of poisonous gas, taking over every crack and fracture, and all he can think about is what might be happening to his partner right now. He could be being hurt or killed or made to hurt other people or something. The possibilities are awful and endless, and Hitoshi feels absolutely sick with them all, ferrous bile caught at the back of his throat because he just wants his fluffball to be okay. Sooner or later, Shigaraki gets bored of his gloating, and leaves with a final skull-edged grin. Bakugo yells and screams after him, daring the villain to just fight him, to see if he's so tough when there aren't bars in between them, but Hitoshi is tired. So he steps back, away, and slumps against a wall instead, the cold concrete more than uncomfortable to sit on and against, yet there's no chance of him caring about that right now. He sits, silent and stone-still, stone-hearted, because his fear has something inside of him trembling under the onslaught of what surely must be a blizzard, or maybe an avalanche, and he can't feel his fingers or feet or face, and waits out both Bakugo's rage and Izuku's absence, until one of them changes. The blonde stomps over and slumps opposite Hitoshi. He'd better be LFING right. I'll beat his nerdy arse if he's not. Hitoshi kind of wants to be offended, but the edges of worry hiding beneath the grumbling is astoundingly obvious for someone who is typically as closed off as Bakugo. Like a hedgehog. He'd beat you. FING bullshit. The taller teen almost finds the energy to laugh at that, or snort at least. And then Izuku falls from a warp gate in the ceiling of their cell. Hitoshi barely has the time or thought process to scramble up and forward, Bakugo doing the same thing, and they manage to headbutt each other, but they also manage to more or less catch Izuku in their arms, scratching each other and with ringing heads, but he hasn't ragdoll crashed to the floor, so that's good. Or good enough anyway. What's less good is how his eyes are closed, his breathing slightly wobbly, and, judging by the press of a limp wrist against Hitoshi's hand, his heartbeat doesn't seem quite right either, reedy and fluttering. And he isn't waking up. Izuku? Izuku, fluffball, love, please, why aren't you waking up? He isn't sure that he's really breathing either, panic and words taking the place of oxygen, and it's only the weighted warmth in his arms and a sharp jab to his shoulder that keep him present. Oi, zombie fucker, stop for a FING second, would you? He's clearly unconscious. Focus more on injuries and sheet. Hitoshi drags in a deep breath, forcing himself to settle his partner more carefully in his lap without squashing the limp tails. He hadn't missed earlier that one of them seemed damaged, maybe even broken, at the tip, or letting Izuku's head hang back at too awkward of an angle, and holds his fluffball steady for the sake of Bakugo being able to run careful hands over Izuku's arms and legs and head, not finding anything new from what they'd already known about, leftovers of his race through the forest and fight against Muscular. That realization has the insomniac relaxing in tiny increments, every one of Izuku's not quite right breaths a bomb upon his fears, and he manages to nod to Bakugo before shifting backwards, keeping Izuku firmly in his lap but leaning back against the wall once more. Adjusting his partner into a more comfortable position, Hitoshi tucks soft curls under his chin and hot breaths against the base of his throat. He manages to tuck the six tails around to follow the length of half-folded legs, especially careful of the one with a slightly crooked tip, and curls his arm around said legs, keeping them together, the side of one knee pressed into his ribs, but it's worth it to have his most precious person huddled in his arms. It's as safe as they're going to get right now. Wonder why he's unconscious. The lack of swear words is almost as surprising as the gentle twist to the words, the flat curiosity curled around by something just short of care. It could have been the fall, Hitoshi tries, but neither of them believe it. Or that sensei fucker. Maybe. The murmur is forlorn, more so than the taller boy intended for it to be, but Bakugo only levels him with a two-breath annoyed glance for it. They lapse back into silence then, less uncomfortable than before yet not quite companionable either. It's enough. Just having another warm being in the blank dimness of their cell is enough. Izuku wakes up slowly. There's no gasp or startle to it, only a muggy blinking, the drag of atlas-anchored limbs and lungs, and he tries to breathe as he registers the world around him, ears swiveling and aches sparking through him. There's something warm and up-down shifting and trembling pressed against him, wrapped around him, and the scent in his nose is familiar, marred by dirt and blood and not close edges of caramel and dust and... Oh, they were kidnapped. They're still kidnapped. Izuku, love? Yeah, that's his Hitoshi. The assurance of it has Izuku shuddering closer to the chest he's being held to, tails shivering and hands curling into whatever fabric he can reach. There are more words, uttered against his curls in the lowest of tones so as not to hurt his sensitive ears, and some distant part of him registers that it's his partner, that Hitoshi is being as careful of him as usual, and he preens over the fact, a single chuff escaping him in wordless gratitude, twisting his head just enough to nuzzle properly against his insomniac's throat, glad of the steady heartbeat there. Izuku? Hitoshi sounds more concerned now, and Izuku doesn't like that, so he uncurls a bit, blinking up at the taller teen, glad when those mercury eyes go all soft at the sight of him. It makes him feel safe, even when everything around them is the opposite. It doesn't help that there's something like a pressure at the back of his mind, barely there but lingering, and he honestly isn't sure if it's fear or exhaustion or something else entirely. He doesn't like it. There's so many things he doesn't like about this. Sorry. Hi. His Shinchur is smiling, and the knowledge of that alone is enough to bring Izuku some strength, let alone the stunning sight of it. Hey, the tone is so very warm, and Izuku almost feels like he could pull the single word over himself like a blanket. You doing all right, Fluffball? You've been unconscious a while. Oh. That's both worse and better than Izuku thought it might be, and either way he doesn't like the blatant worry to it. About an hour, Bakugo grumbles, and Izuku surprises himself a little by not feeling the need to flinch or shrink away at all. Sorry, he mumbles. A gentle finger prods at his freckles. Don't bother, shithead. No need, Fluffball. The dual dismissal is almost enough to make him laugh, but in lieu of something that would take so much energy right now, the greenette just smiles again, thumping his head against Shinchi's shoulder. Not the point, nerd. What's this sheet about this head wanker? The shorter teen pauses then, tails shifting to press tightly against himself, the hand that's latched in his partner's top twisting slightly, wrinkling the fabric, because now that he isn't facing the villain he can afford to be gut-twisting scared, to be vulnerable. So he stays listed into his partner, and dredges words from the depths of stuttering of his heart and lungs. He's scary. Definitely not like Dad can be, or even like Shigaraki. He's more than that. I could barely move. What? There's an edge to the interruption, but Izuku is still speaking. Shinchur, remember Stain? I don't think I could forget, he mumbles, dreading where this is going to go. It was so much heavier than that. Yeah, Hitoshi 100% hates where this has just gone, because he remembers how terrified they had all been during the Stain incident, how it had been enough to push Izuku into another tail manifestation, and sure, his Fluffball's threshold for what's scary has changed, they've all grown more used to relative stress and pain and fear, between school and villains. Right, let's stop the FING scaremongering bullshit, Bakugo snarls, apparently not having time for their fear. So there's this dickhead in charge, right? Head wanker. Izuku doesn't know whether to laugh or cry at that, pulled off kilter, but it's not necessarily a bad thing when he needs to be focused right now. Why yes. And we don't know what the his quirk is? That gives the greenette pause. Because logic says one thing, but instinct says another, and there's just this thought niggling at the back of his mind. I mean, he knocked me unconscious, but whether that was a side effect of something else, or his quirk, or maybe even just an aspect of his quirk, I don't know. The blonde scowls more fiercely, and glancing up reveals Hitoshi looking rather thoughtful, just with a hint of confusion. The FS that mean? Hitoshi glares over at Bakugo, tilting his head to gently but his chin against Izuku's hairline. What do you think is most likely? We won't discount any of them yet, but which option sticks out to you? That much the greenette can answer, glad that his partner has picked up on the nuances of his theories. Probably side effect or secondary aspect? He's too powerful for it just to be a knockout quirk. And, just, the Nomus, he's clearly acted as a part of their creation. He mentioned Monoma's copy quirk, and then how my quirk might react if he tried to. What was, if he tried to claim it for himself? The way he was speaking, the things he was implying, it made it seem like he could copy or take or manipulate quirks. His companions take all of that in, Hitoshi clarifying. I guess you don't mean manipulate like just affecting them? Not like erasure. No. Like what would be needed for creating a Nomu. There's one breath, 2 breaths, before the insomniac goes on. We know how your quirk interacts with Dad's. And this villain, head wanker, whatever Hitoshi tacks on, shooting a look at Bakugo. He was interested in your quirk? Izuku doesn't reply, can't, for several long breaths. We need to get out. No sheet, Bakugo grumbles, but he's shifting to look at them both more directly, expression serious. I'm not as exhausted as I was before, I think I could use my quirk enough to actually be useful, Izuku offers, his lips twisted but his eyes fierce, and Hitoshi reaches up to grasp his partner's hand, fingers intertwined to the point of bloodless knuckles and digging in nails. The hold hurts, but it's worth it. They need it. In which way? Hitoshi asks, because he knows his fluffball, knows that Izuku would never dream of leaving them behind if he has any actual choice, but he also knows that the shorter teen is very, very good at coming up with clever plans and sneaky workarounds. Right now is bound to be no different. They must drop some water or food in here sooner or later, right? And probably the bathroom too, I hope. I wouldn't be able to use the bathroom opportunity, it would be too obvious and then they might hurt you, but they're probably done with us for today otherwise, or at least that was sort of implied because the sensei man seemed satisfied with whatever he did, and Shigaraki only came to taunt you? So maybe there won't be anything else today and that means we'd be safe to try something. There are nods and blatant thought going into his ramble, Bakugo the first one to speak. So if you can't do anything with the bathroom sheet, then what about the food? Izuku almost smiles then, bolstered by the willingness to listen. My one-tailed form will probably be small enough to fit through a gap like that, and it's invisible. Not intangible, so I'd have to be careful, but they won't be able to see me. Will it interact well with your quirk? Hitoshi frets, because he knows that sometimes his fluffball's non-human forms don't combine well with other quirks. It'll have to, Izuku murmurs, and for all that it's quiet, the words possess a fierce strength, the bite of fangs and heat of soulfire. Aizawa is itching to move. Nedzu has locked on to the signal from Izuku's phone, a signal that has pointed them towards a rather seedy area of Kamino Ward, but at some point the signal had dropped off, reappeared in an industrial zone close by, and then blinked back to the original location. It makes trusting the signal difficult, except they also know that Kurogyri might be involved. The uncertainty is the worst part. Well, the worst part is their kids being gone, and still not being back yet. It's been too long as far as any of the teachers are concerned, far too long, and the fact that the League hasn't even tried to contact implies that there's no ransom, no bargaining or goals beyond a direct access to their kids. But the reasons behind that access is still up in the air. Whether the villains just want to hurt his sons and Bakugo, or to try and recruit them, or something else entirely, none of them have forgotten the horrors of Nomu, the theories about composite bodies, the blend of quirks, and just how those must have been stitched together. The teachers don't know, and Aizawa hates it. He stays next to his husband, texts Inko-san, plans and plots with Maruko and Namiri and Nedzu, and he seethes through it all. There are hot coals in his stomach, lava roiling through his marrow, and yet his hands are cold, tongue laden with dewy moss, and everything feels wrong. Having Hisashi with him is quite possibly the only thing keeping Aizawa from losing all logic right now. But they have the phone signal, and they've spent the last hour working through footage from the CCTV cameras closest to the main location, the one Izuku is still at, hopefully alongside Hitoshi and Bakugo, and have found no sight of their own kids, but several examples of League members wandering the local streets, all blonde buns and staple-edged scars. The presence of the League, at the very least, implies some level of reliability to the signal, which is something. A spark of hope. Show? Aizawa snaps back to full attention then, pulled away from spiraling thoughts by a hand wrapped around his own beneath the table, Hisashi close to his side, and he flickers his gaze around the room, even as he turns his head towards his husband, a single eyebrow raised. Nobody seems to be thinking about the two of them, nothing more than a glance from Maruko and a push of a water bottle towards them both from Namiri. The silent consideration helps almost as much as the hand around his own. Think you could pass me that pen? The question isn't scrambled for, an easy cover-up, and Shoyuta huffs even as he reaches for the pen Hisashi indicated, passing it over and then grabbing the water bottle whilst he's grabbing things anyway. They're close to being able to send out their reconnaissance team now, and that means they might just be close to rescuing their boys. The three of them have a plan now, which is more than they had before. It's a bit of a wobbly plan, but hopefully that just makes it flexible, and they're lucky in that the next time someone turns up at their cell door, it's Kurogyri, his body whirling from the openings in his suit, and the flare eyes don't even blink or flicker at Bakugo's immediate yelling. I have been ordered to take each of you to a bathroom in turn. Your companions will suffer for an attempt to escape within this privilege. Allowing you access to such amenities is not a necessity. The blonde quietens down in volume then, albeit not in the way that he huffs and toes at the ground, arms crossed and glare tumultuous. If Kurogyri appeared capable of pettiness, Izuku would think that to be the reason that the blonde is then sent unceremoniously plummeting through a portal without any further warning. He's dropped in once again almost exactly 3 minutes later. Or more accurately, he shuffles rather grumpily through a warp gate upon the wall, hands still slightly damp, and Kurogyri doesn't react beyond to gesture rather distinctly at Hitoshi. His Shinshure, accordingly, goes first, squeezing Izuku's hand one more time as he stands up, the portal closing behind him. If it wasn't for the watchful eyes of Kurogiri and the safe return of Bakugo, he'd probably be a nervous wreck right now because he doesn't want his partner out of his sight, not with a bar full of villains, but it's not like they have any choice in the matter. No, they just have to bide their time. If that means waiting for Hitoshi to be returned, followed by stepping through a portal himself, finding a rather dingy bathroom, dirty and nothing more than a sink opposite a toilet, but all he has to do is rush through until the warp gate appears again 5 minutes in. Izuku immediately moves back to his partner's side, eyes and ears focused on the villain just outside, who is nothing but blank, yellow flares staring steadily at them all. Water will be left in here later. Food is a possible addition. None of them speak, not even daring to glance at each other in case Kurogiri picks up on some subtext beyond just eagerness for food and drink, and it must be fine because the villain simply turns away and evaporates in a blur of bruised air. So they settle down to wait. Hitoshi sits cross-legged to the side of one corner, angled just enough that, at a glance, there could possibly be someone curled up very small behind him. Maybe. It's the most they can do to arguably disguise Izuku's future absence. For now though, he stays curled up in his Shinshi's lap, chin resting upon Hitoshi's hand. He'd prefer a warm weight upon his flank, honestly, however he needs to be able to get up and move quickly if a portal appears for food and water. Bakugo is still opposite them, knees drawn up to his chest and elbows draped around them, fingers curled into loose patterns against his shins. None of them are comfortable, and impatience eats at Izuku's bones, the burning itch of ants marching through his veins. But then a portal appears, low on the wall and not far from Bakugo's feet, and Izuku is racing forwards, single tail whipping to maintain his balance despite the abrupt surge of movement, and he leaps right over the 3 water bottles that are shoved through, back paws catching one of the bottles, but that's alright because it's the cell side, and then he's shuddering with fog against his fur except it's in his bones, and his paws hit wood. Oh Cammy, he's in the main bar, okay, time to get out of the way of the loaf of bread. That's being pushed into the portal, and he nearly slips right over, paws that are barely there skittering over the polished wood, but he hasn't been caught yet, nobody is so much as looking at him, and Izuku lets himself breathe, perched upon the edge of the bar counter itself. As far as the League know, he has his human form, his Kitsune form, and the logical assumption of a same-size spirit form. There's no reason for them to know or even think about him having a smaller spirit form that he could use to get through Kurogiri's portals, so he should be fine to start moving. With determination making a warm home in his chest, Izuku runs, confident in his quirk if nothing else, and scrambles down from the counter top where he had been turned out by the portal, carefully making sure not to knock into anything because his invisibility is guaranteed in his one-tail form, but his intangibility is not, and he doesn't want to risk his companion's safety by giving away his escape now, when he's managed what will arguably be the hardest part. He slinks around legs of tables and people and chairs, trying to take in every detail of his surroundings because he needs to figure out an escape route for them all, a way for the 3 of them to get out and safe. The bar itself is loud with chatter, the sound of a telly at one end, something like an action film playing on it, and someone's playing on a console with one of those games that Kaminari likes and he sometimes brings to school with him for lunchtime. The chances of safely bringing Hitoshi and Bakugo through the main entrance is practically zero, at least for right now. That plan is a no-go then, but that's alright. Izuku has more ideas. Namely, the fact that when he starts trotting down the stairs, back towards their cell, there's a landing where they double back upon themselves, and there are thick curtains covering most of the main wall. A window. With the beginnings of excitement thrumming through him, Izuku rears up onto his back legs, trying to get a good look. And yes, there is a window, but it's boarded over, from what Izuku can see between the gap in the heavy curtains, and it's still close to the main bar room just above, with villains that could easily notice 3 entire people, or at least 2 people guided by a fox, if they tried to get out this way. It's another risk that's too great to take, really, although it's still a lot better than the bar if it comes down to it, so Izuku turns on his heel, tail high and ears twitching, to head further down again, at the bottom of the stairs and therefore the entire building now, and he pauses. Sniffs, looks, thinks. There's a breeze. It's not even that, more of a draft, but it just barely ruffles at the void fluff of his fur, and there's that faint hint of something that might be outside scents, car exhaust fumes and the damp of old buildings, so Izuku trots past Hitoshi and Bakugo, glancing through the bars just long enough to make out that they're both still alright, and they are, so he continues past, following the tantalizing draft that he's sure might just be the needed alternative to the risky window. He finds exactly what he needs. The room at the far end of the hallway has no door, only an empty doorframe, and the room itself is filled with crates and barrels and half-molded cardboard boxes, some stacked right to the ceiling, labels peeling and edges battered. But in the corner opposite the door is the important part, because it's what looks like a trapdoor from below, a metal handle visible in the hinged wooden panel, the whole lot kept in place by some halfway rotten boards that have been nailed in from underneath to stop it from swinging open. Or from being opened from the outside, equally. However, opening it from the inside would be completely feasible, so it might be just what they need to get out. Izuku doesn't hesitate to rush back to the cell, because now it's time for the second hardest part of all of this, actually getting his companions out. Because the lock looks heavy and solid, the hinge is much the same, and they can't risk anything too loud in case. First though, he slips back into a human skin, not daring to even try going into the cell because he probably won't be able to get back out again, his sudden appearance startling both of the others. Except there's no time for that, because who knows when they might be discovered, so Izuku is already talking, tone low and urgent. There's a cellar entrance. It's in the room second to the left from in here. It's boarded up, but some of it looks loose and rotten, and if you're worried about it being loud I can go upstairs to knock something over or something. That's good, Hitoshi manages, gaze bright with hope and wonder and so much awe Izuku wants to blush, except now definitely isn't the time for it. It's more than fing good, Bakugo adds on, but his eyes are calculating. How are you getting this shitty door open? I don't know yet. It'll be fine, he assures, although judging by his Shinshi's concern and the blonde scowl they don't entirely believe him. But I was going to tell you that I'll go back to my one tail once this is open, because it'll be easier to make a distraction. Shinsher, I'll nudge you if I need to. I'll be right behind you. Alright. Izuku's gut reaction is the thing he tries first, because it's relatively quick, even if turning into his full kitsune form in the middle of the cellar's corridor feels like tempting fate. However, trying to bite the lock off is apparently far from a good idea. He thinks his teeth might be cracking, because his jaw feels like it's splintering and there are creaking noises arching through his head, and Izuku very quickly comes to the conclusion that this just isn't going to work. Huffing under his breath, the kitsune looks up at his companions and flicks a single tail, hoping that Hitoshi at least will get the message, before darting down the corridor, because he's sure he saw a letter opener or some sort of packaging knife there. He's human again in a blink, a rather blunt knife in hand but one that will hopefully do the job. Dad taught Hitoshi and him how to lockpick after all, and whilst this is a chunky lock, it also looks like a relatively simple one, once it can be accessed, so hopefully, Izuku prays, crouching before the door once again, breaths quickening, ignoring the weight of Hitoshi and Bakugo's gazes upon him, this won't be too difficult. It's doable, because it only takes a minute for Izuku to hear the click of the lock, and abruptly he's opening the door, standing straight again. He doesn't flinch or falter under the strong, sweet-smelling hand that briefly clasps his arm, and he leans into the cooler, fine-fingered hand that cups his cheek for a long second, his Shinsher staring right into his eyes to convey all of the words that they daren't speak aloud right now. Thank you, you're so strong, well done, how are you so clever, I'm so fortunate to have you, I love you, love you, love you. Izuku twists to kiss the heel of the palm still pressed against his freckles, smiling slightly, and fades back into his one-tailed form. With ears pricked, he lets his companions go on ahead, glad when they find the cellar entrance without any problems or intervention, and Bakugo carefully lifts and deposits one of the empty boxes underneath the trapdoor so that he can get a better look at the planks boarding it shut. They're just as rotten as Izuku suspected, judging by how the blonde is practically able to peel them away in handfuls, small showers of musty shards flaking down, but he suppresses any coughs, just passing the main chunks of wood on to Hitoshi, who piles them upon the floor where they can't fall and make an obtrusive noise. The spirit keeps his ears pricked the whole time, because he can't hear portals but he can hear humans, and if they're going to be discovered then every second or chance of distraction helps, particularly against one-track minds like Shigaraki's. However, his vigilance doesn't seem to be needed, because Bakugo grunts once, and then rusted hinges are creaking open, and the earlier draft has become a veritable blast of fresh air, whirling dust visible in even just the faint light from the street above. It might be one of the most appealing sights Izuku has ever seen. In all truth, it would be how Hitoshi smiles, fierce and fearful and Cheshire bright all at once, with eyes that gleam of mercury and starlight, and that one dimple in his left cheek caving in. The dust circles his feet like personal magic, face upturned to sway with silver-toned sepia. Izuku aches oh so wonderfully with it. But that isn't what he can afford to focus on in this moment, so he doesn't. No, he continues to listen to their surroundings as he watches Hitoshi give Bakugo a boost up, the blonde disappearing briefly with only faint grumbles and the shuffling of feet against pavement. Then he appears again, staring down at them both, face shadowed over. It's that sight which rather abruptly makes Izuku realize he can't get up that high by himself. Not like this. Accordingly, a cold breeze void nose nudges at Hitoshi's ankle, and he murmurs a very short acknowledgement, reaching down to scoop Izuku up and pushing the spirit up and through the entrance, waiting until his partner wriggles back out of his hands and onto the ground of the street above before letting go. Then Hitoshi is holding onto the edge of it for himself, pushing up and off of the box, two strong hands settling over the backs of his shoulders once he's halfway out, helping to pull him onto street level, and suddenly all three of them are breathing and alive and free, slumped upon the disgusting, damp ground of an alleyway, but breathing fresh air and able to see the sky distantly between the tall buildings around them. Celebration isn't in the cards though, not yet, and with one final nudge of a barely there nose to his ankle, Hitoshi is scrambling to his feet, Bakugo doing the same, and they set off down the alley. It takes two more turns, still in dark, narrow streets, before they come across a main road of sorts, the area clearly seedy but with street lamps and a road with pavements either side, and something makes Hitoshi look up. Of all things that Hitoshi was expecting to see, it wasn't his dad. The man is crouched low on a rooftop across the street, barely visible at all if not for the other figure behind him that, judging by the long ears and red eyes, the hints of tucked-away hair, might just be Izuku's Koko-san. Neither Bakugo nor Hitoshi dare shout out, but they don't need to, because Maruko's head has already snapped in their direction, an ear twitching, and a hand reaching to tap Aizawa on the leg, and suddenly both heroes are moving, swarming down from the roof and hurrying across the empty street, not pausing for greetings or hugs or tears as they usher the kids further down the street, away from the bar's entrance and down a different side alley. Another minute of hurried walking away, bundling the two boys that they can see in ahead of them. Is the kitten with you? Yeah, he's, Fluffball, turn back, we can go now. There's a beat, 2, 3, all a pause of perfect stillness. Then Hitoshi is collapsing onto his knees, hands wide and reaching in panic, his dad lurching forward to catch him or join him or something, yet halted by the words tumbling into the darkness. Izuku, love, where are you, this is so far from funny, you can't dash, he cuts off, freezing up again, and Aizawa can see nothing in the world except for his son's wide, terrible eyes. I thought he was behind us. He said he'd be behind us. Hitoshi cries, voice trembling worse than the hands he's once more patting the ground with, a child on his knees and searching, and all Aizawa can do is stare at the dim city around them, and fear. Their kid is still gone, and now he's out there alone. Then Hitoshi is collapsing onto his knees, hands wide and reaching in panic, his dad lurching forward to catch him or join him or something, yet halted by the words tumbling into the darkness. Izuku, love, where are you, this is so far from funny, you can't dash, he cuts off, freezing up again, and Aizawa can see nothing in the world except for his son's wide, terrible eyes. I thought he was behind us. He said he'd be behind us. Hitoshi cries, voice trembling worse than the hands he's once more patting the ground with, a child on his knees and searching, and all Aizawa can do is stare at the dim city around them, and fear. Their kid is still gone, and now he's out there alone. But he's a hero, he's a dad and a husband and a teacher, and he's ready to scream or cry because his kid is gone, his son-in-law that he adores through and through, and the idea of going home and not having their kid with him is utterly horrifying, and so Eraserhead leans down, setting a hand on his son's shoulder and tugging very gently, even as he begins to speak to the other hero. Maruko, you're quicker than me, get the boys away from here, there's a dash, 3 people WHP to face him, and none of them look happy. No, they look furious. Eraser, I don't give a shit if you're underground, you can't dash. Dad dash. That dash, but he only scowls in return, absolutely refusing to accept anything like a refusal. Insistent, he keeps the hand on Hitoshi's shoulder despite how the kid tries to shrug it off, careful not to grip too tight all the same, because he needs his son to understand this, and maybe he also needs the warmth and movement of just one of his kids alive. It's the most logical option. I'm stealthiest, and don't insult him by not prioritizing your safety after he helped you to get free. Maybe it's a low blow, but it's a bloody truthful one, born of desperation and logic all at once. Hobo-sensei, that's FING stupid dash. No, it's not. The last thing Izuku would want would be for you to be captured by villains again, let alone wounded or killed outright. Not only that, but we don't know why he hasn't followed. Do you know why it might be? There's a pause, both of the boys clearly thinking, losing their frustration to something productive. He wouldn't have FING chosen to stay behind. He's a fuckwad, not an idiot dash. Hitoshi kicks out at Bakugo, just clipping his shin, but doesn't bother to glare. The villain. Izuku was taken to see their leader alone. Right, Aizawa manages. And? A pause, the two teens glancing to each other, before Hitoshi speaks up again. And he came back unconscious and he wouldn't wake up. When he did wake up he was trying to figure out what the villain had done to him, and we weren't sure, but his voice is beginning to waver and fracture, and ache to every word, prompting Bakugo to take over. Head wanker's probably able to manipulate quirks. Bakugo doesn't pause despite how Aizawa represses a flinch and one of Maruko's ears twitches violently. Nerd had a couple ideas, but some sheet like that, taking or copying or manipulating quirks, was his main one. Makes a F-ton of sense, more's the FING pity. 2 long breaths freeze between the 4 of them then. The implications of a power like that, particularly in relation to someone interested in their kid's quirk, is more than a little bit terrifying. There isn't the chance for panicking or even planning right now though, because Aizawa's phone begins to vibrate in his belt, and he yanks it out without a thought because this could well be Nezu and Shibata. The hero chirps, and Aizawa is ready to run wherever he might need to, even as he grunts a brief acknowledgement. Midoriya's phone signal has once more appeared, and it is at the secondary warehouse location again. Oh, sheet, alright. Really? He can't help the faintest edge of disbelief creeping in, hope underlying it. Yes. Might I recommend a more important question pushes itself to the forefront of the hero's mind and he has to ask it, has to be sure that Nezu has as much information here as possible. You've seen us pick up Hitoshi and Bakugo, correct? Indeed I have. I fear, Shibata, that they might have to accompany you both. The underground hero tenses up, but doesn't interrupt, not yet, because of the few people he would trust with his kids. Nezu is one of them. The others in the raid team are in transit currently, ETA 6 minutes to the warehouse. If you travel from your current location, your own ETA would be 3 to 4 minutes. Right. Do you have eyes on the kit? A tiny sigh comes across the line. Not as of yet, he would appear to be inside the warehouse. Okay, Aizawa breathes, and sets his shoulders, spine pooling with rapidly cooling steel. He makes a decision. It's terrible and awful and wrong right. Let's go. Kids, protect yourselves first. You have my full permission to use your quirks in defense of yourselves or others. He doesn't pause for breath, can't and won't, not in this moment. Nezu, we'll be going now. You will have support, Eraserhead. Retrieve your kit. Eraserhead nods to himself, hangs up before double-checking that the map the rat has sent him actually matches his mental image, and then turns to his companions, all 3 of them facing him with matching fire in their eyes. Follow me. Izuku is howling. It's a screech, banshee-sharp and wailing, high-pitched and wavering, and it does exactly nothing. He is gone and lost and drowning. There's nothing to be done and everything to be destroyed and he will be the one to destroy it. Struggling, with the ounce of his mind left to himself, Izuku remembers. Smiles and soft fabric and snickers, the grasp of warm hands and the chaos of a class. He remembers a cell and a hand in darkness. An escape that went half-thwarted and grayed him out to only this, ghost, body, bars. Pale hands that traced down his arms what must have been mere blinks ago, testing the hold of something incomprehensible, and there are little spirals and twists, a flowering ivy of blood, and their ugly pretty hurting necessary, and like this he must fight, not flee. He will use all of his powers for his monster MSTR. They fall into a formation without a single word. Maruko takes the back of the pack, ears tall and swiveling, Eraserhead the front, the 2 boys side by side in the middle. They pick up a steady marching jog, silent and somber but with those edges of yearning lingering between them all, because there's a missing part to this, to them, a void around which all of their hearts and minds orbit, pulled in by the gravity of it all. Maruko suddenly shifts, an ear twitching, and murmurs just loud enough for her words to reach her 3 companions. Someone ahead. They're probably small, breathing slightly off for some reason. None of them are blind to the possibility that it might be Izuku, but neither do they dare to truly believe it, to truly hope for anything yet. Understood. Eraserhead doesn't pause nor falter, simply acknowledging the information and continuing on. If his capture weapon shifts ever so slightly. Then they turn a single corner, 1, 2, 3 steps, and Eraserhead stops dead. It's only Maruko catching the collars of the 2 teens that prevents them both from crashing into the hero's back. It's this exact moment in which the 3 see what Eraserhead already has, a straight-backed figure with a bowed head, pale skin and ragged clothes and dark hair tumbling over shadowed features. Parts of their hoodie is gone, almost artistic swirls of disintegrated fabric and bloody wounds beneath. A mass of something stone-hewn still halos them from behind. Kitten. Izuku dash. What the foo dash, their cries elicit nothing from the figure that they all know, and Eraserhead shifts slightly, arms raising to either side in what could be a barrier to them or an invitation to the figure, a familiar offer made twisted by shadowed circumstances, molten and remolded into something frost-sharp. Kit? There's a single shudder in that word, a vicious grief to it, because something here is very, very wrong. There are people, and Izuku must act. He isn't allowed to think or feel or breathe because he isn't anything but a body and a quirk, and it's not his place to be more, no matter how it seems to judder through him. There is no reaction, no light or heart in those green eyes. Not a blink or whisper or twitch, tails unmoving and blood-dripping hands unreaching. It's a blank doll at best, a husk at worst, and both those and every variant in between is utterly horrifying. Oh, how Aizawa's heart strains with it, threatening to crack right apart. This isn't their Izuku, nothing like. Izuku knows nothing. There are bars in his heart and mind and soul, blurring what he can see or think, and all he idly knows is that he must obey. Must move and twist and kick and ignore the glimpses of faces that ache in a heart he isn't allowed to possess. Maruko jumps right up and over her companions, hands palm up and ears shifting back, almost feline in her discontentment, and her voice reflects that. Oi, kitten, you better snap out of whatever sheet this is, you hear? There's a stagnancy at that, an eternal moment of stillness, and it allows the tiniest buds of an iris to blossom amongst them all, curling around their ankles in such a fragile hope that it almost hurts. Those delicate blooms are trampled at the end of that moment, the near pain rippling into agony because Izuku lowers his stance, eyes glazed almost golden, and drops his human jaw in an inhuman scream. It echoes and grates, reverberating through all of their ears, and they've never heard it used outside of a fight, and almost only against genuine villains. Perhaps it's that fact which clues them into the impending blow, and Maruko leaps seamlessly over the low, sweeping kick, not even flinching despite how she thumps one foot against the ground twice upon landing, and her companions can't see it but her teeth are bared to match the flattened ears. Kitten, it's Koko-san. You don't need to try starting up a spar now, right? Yet again, there's zero reaction. Not unless attacking again counts, the teen bouncing forwards and over in an axe kick that crashes for the heroine's temple. She starts to move back, leaning away, before she pauses, falters, and stays in place, arms shifting up to cross over her head, both catching the blow and cushioning any recoil for Izuku, because that kick wasn't quite how he usually fights. No, it was just a step wrong. Out of place. Slightly too vicious, slightly wild, because he does fall into something slightly feral at times, but his blows never stop being calculated, never stop being logical. This was far from logical. And he's already moving again. A palm strike tries to slip through Maruko's defenses but she twists away from it, gets caught by an abruptly lashing tail, however she doesn't flinch or shout out. She doesn't attack again either, not truly. Instead she reaches out, yanking at Izuku's shoulder with a careful hold. She knows how to hold in a way to not risk dislocating his shoulder or worse, but it also keeps Izuku's attention, so much as it might be, on her, rather than Eraserhead and the boys. There's a minute of kicks and flips and tails then, bouncing off of alley walls and trying not to hurt Izuku and nobody else being able to interfere because of the tight space and the risk of actually hurting one of the two combatants. Hitoshi watches his partner moving and fighting and blank, and he is ready to try and rush forwards, to just hug Izuku into something resembling himself once more. They pause for 2 breaths again, the heroine with her back to her companions once again. Then Maruko snarls, twisting up and over a kick and the tails that swing behind it, and risks a glance back at the 3 behind her. There's a shit-ton of villains ahead. Can I leave the kid to y'all? I clearly won't be able to deal with him without hurting him. There's an edge of reluctance, even pain, to it, and Aizawa can sympathize with every inch of it, even as he steps forward, nudging the kids back a bit. Go. Stay alive for him. I don't take orders, Eraser. But she looks over her shoulder once more, a Cheshire grin of her own and red eyes brighter than blood, and Aizawa knows that she's as much Koko-san as Maruko right now. Good. If she makes Izuku worry or worse then he'll find a way to make her suffer for it. He trusts her to try her level best though, and he knows that she trusts him to put in an equal effort, it's all for their kit. Eraserhead shifts forward then, taking the attention of the kitsune-tailed boy, and there's a low snarl, fangs bared, and Aizawa suddenly shudders. This isn't his kit. Not truly. The body is there, but if the mind is there as well then it's hidden, tucked away and molded into something else, something sinister. He hopes this is reversible. But he can't do anything about that fact in this specific moment, and so Eraserhead's capture weapon rises around him, no quirk solar flaring in his gaze because Izuku might not be in his spirit or kitsune form right now, but the off chance of accidentally putting the kid into that awful state sounds more than horrible. There's the lingering notion that doing so might be enough to bring the teen out of whatever trance or control he is under, however the thought of intentionally putting his kid through something so harrowing again, knowing how it had shoved him straight into such a bad headspace, is beyond unconscionable. It's his very, very last resort. He cannot think, cannot feel, except he can, and there's an agony echoing through him, rattling down to the very marrow that weighs him down, that grounds him against the hooks under his skin and the lethe rivers rushing through his veins. His body is not his own. Something tells him that it's supposed to be his, that he doesn't like this, but there's nothing he can do. Only half their thoughts and feelings linger for more than an instant, and they slip from his hands, gleaming fish spilling away from the grip that isn't his own, and Izuku knows, oh he's so sure yet so uncertain, wavering, that none of this is right, that he is not meant to be like this. The teens watch Aizawa and Izuku fight. They watch and they worry, though one of them wouldn't admit it, as their hero sends out loop after loop of capture weapon, and some of them are ducked or yanked about, tails flickering in and out of existence to catch those that can't be avoided, nearly clawed hands deflecting others. He keeps moving forward, keeps approaching the hero, and the first, second, third time that Aizawa truly manages to restrain him with coils of capture weapon, he disappears into another form and bursts forward as a human once again, free of every loop. With the third, he is finally within arm's reach of the hero, lashing out. That one swipe of Izuku's hand catches Aizawa's wrist, blood spattering out and a single hiss of pain slipping through. No, not his dad, not Eraserhead, not his hero, prompting Hitoshi to burst forward, shouting for his fluffball with a desperation that tears at his throat and lungs and heart. He doesn't even know what he's saying, doesn't care so long as there's even a tiny chance that his partner might register him. Might snap out of it. He knows this person, this voice, and he needs it with an ache more visceral than the knowledge that this body should be his own. He knows that they're safe, a protection and defense and home, and he wishes for that, in the tiny spaces of his being that are truly his. Izuku doesn't react though. The shorter teen swipes out again with a sharp-nailed hand, aiming right for the throat, and Hitoshi both blocks it and shifts back all at once, not letting himself get caught nor letting Izuku's wild swing catch on the wall of the alley. And Izuku hasn't said a word yet, so he doesn't think there's much point in using his quirk, but he doesn't know what else to do, because Izuku just managed to hurt his dad and the silly fox is going to tear himself apart over it. Hitoshi already knows, assuming Izuku even gets the chance to regret it, but Hitoshi even contemplate that, not now, not ever, and so he needs to give them all a chance to regroup, to get their heads on straight again without risking Izuku hurting himself or running away or who knows what else, and Hitoshi, desperate, catches the next strike very much literally. He wraps gentle, firm fingers around the shorter teen's wrist, halting the palm strike and feeling the beat of a too-fast heart and the cloying tackiness of half-dried blood, and is able to bring his partner to a standstill for a few eternal seconds. Izuku manages one glance, one glimpse, of his own and pours all of the ache he can into it, all of the agonizing knowledge. Hitoshi sees those eyes, that one look full of life, love fiercer than any quirk could truly hope to repress, and something about it has an instinct rearing up within him, a tsunami rush with tidal certainty, because Hitoshi knows Izuku, and Izuku knows him, and they both know how they feel. Izuku, love, do you want to go home together? The tailed teen doesn't flinch or blink or twitch, twisting out of the now weak hold to instead rush in with an elbow strike that Hitoshi ducks it, traces the very, very briefest of light touches along his love's cheek on the way past, and Izuku doesn't truly have the strength for it, nor perhaps the sanity, but he craves a single syllable upon his lips, desperate for the relief of something other than iron bars and choking ivy, where he doesn't hurt the people he loves, and that need slips through, takes over, and then, miracle of miracles, Izuku's mouth falls open not in a growl or a scream or a snarl, but in a twisted whisper that falls apart halfway through. Oh dash, but it doesn't matter, because Hitoshi is already replying, already reaching out. Stop fighting. Something in Izuku's mind fractures. The tailed teen doesn't flinch or blink or twitch, twisting out of the now weak hold to instead rush in with an elbow strike that Hitoshi ducks, traces the very, very briefest of light touches along his love's cheek on the way past, and Izuku doesn't truly have the strength for it, nor perhaps the sanity, but he craves a single syllable upon his lips, desperate for the relief of something other than iron bars and choking ivy, where he doesn't hurt the people he loves, and that need slips through, takes over, and then, miracle of miracles, Izuku's mouth falls open not in a growl or a scream or a snarl, but in a twisted whisper that falls apart halfway through. Oh dash, but it doesn't matter, because Hitoshi is already replying, already reaching out. Stop fighting. Something in Izuku's mind fractures, giving way to a blur of twilight-tinted clouds, soft and gentle and welcome. Oh, he's safe. This is his Shinshi's quirk, so he must be in Hitoshi's hold, and the hold of his quirk is almost as safe as the hold of his arms. What Izuku doesn't know is that he's also in his partner's arms. Being taken under by Hitoshi's quirk had him slumping in place, then falling, and Hitoshi had surged forwards immediately, arms out with a wordless cry, and now the insomniac is staggering back, his partner in his hold, and he falls against his dad, who catches them both without hesitation, already talking, soothing and praising them both, because oh, his boys. His boys, his sons, his kids. Aizawa has both Hitoshi and Izuku in his hold, 2 heartbeats and 2 rising chests, and his other student at their back, and it's in this moment, before he can lose himself to the absolute relief surging through him, that he registers how his phone is vibrating within his belt again. They really should have brought comms even though it was just meant to be reconnaissance. Bakugo, the pocket on my left hip, phone. Now, he gets out, briefly interrupting himself for it. He's hyper-aware of how the blonde is moving, rushing the few steps forward to pull the zip on his utility belt. Nedzu. 1 second, the hero grumbles, twisting slightly so that more of his boy's weight is against his chest and one arm, and reaches out to take the phone, sliding to accept the call without even looking. Nedzu, he acknowledges, shifting his head so that his phone is wedged between his ear and shoulder and he can return a hand to help Hitoshi, and oh, how the kid is trembling, hands weak yet clinging where they cradle Izuku, stay upright, even whilst both boys are pressed into his chest. He can't think about it right now, not when his employer is speaking, and Aizawa needs to listen, to do everything he can to keep them all safe. Retreat back in your original direction. The man nearly sighs in relief at that. Hisashi-kun and Ectoplasm-kun are currently taking a slightly more roundabout route to join you, car included. Maruko is supporting several other faculty members in a fight against the League, and Toshinori-kun will be arriving to fight the main villain within the next minute and a half. That's good. That's more than good, damn it, but Aizawa can't even truly afford to be grateful right now. He's got kids to worry about. Understood. Anything else? Not for the time being, Shibata-kun. And isn't that a relief? Get your children to the hospital. Thank you, Aizawa intones, grave yet sincere, and he hangs up then, slipping his phone away again. And then he assesses the taller teen curled around the unconscious one in his hold, trying to judge just how aware Hitoshi might actually be. But apparently the scrutiny is enough to have his son glancing up, eyes wide and feverishly, fervently bright. Oh, they're boys. Hitoshi, darling, will you let me carry Izuku? We're going to meet with your pops, all right? He keeps his tone low, private, not wanting to disturb Izuku or truly let Bakugo into the moment, and his gentle question is rewarded with one blink, a second, before Hitoshi looks back down at his partner, and oh, Shibata knows that look, has seen it on his own face and Hisashi's, the aching affection of seeing their most precious person hurt in some way, and he didn't doubt it before yet it's only another affirmation of the integrity of what is held between Hitoshi and Izuku, firefly bright and blanket warm, and just looks for several long seconds, shoulders rising towards his ears with every moment. Okay, he whispers, reluctant but apparently genuine, and Aizawa ducks low enough to brush his lips to his kid's hairline. Thank you, darling. You've done so well. It's sincere, heart-straining, and that fact alone is enough for Hitoshi to finally move, helping Aizawa to scoop up the kid in his arms, forearms slung under knees and spine, tails dragging towards the floor and blood still dripping lazily from his arms. It doesn't help that Aizawa's wrist is also bleeding. But, considering that none of them are dead or, as far as Aizawa can tell, seriously injured, it's more than a success. It's a FING miracle, really. Back the way we came, both of you stay in my sightline, got it? Sure, Hobo-sensei. The grumpy growl overlays Hitoshi's hum, but they're both affirmatives and that fact alone is good enough for Aizawa right now. It stays good as the three of them walk along, the underground hero splitting his attention between the kid in his arms and the 2 teens in front of them along with their surroundings. Heading back the way they came is fine, Bakugo having apparently remembered it well enough to keep Hitoshi on track so that Aizawa doesn't have to guide them all, and then they're coming back to the main road. Suddenly there's a flash of gold and movement from further down the street, piling out of a UA car, not branded or featuring any of the logos of course, but the faculty all have to memorize the number plates of the vehicles, and Shibata already feels his scowl fading, his heart lightening even further. A soft, strong voice, oh so wonderful, rings out, and Shibata is moving forwards, his son at his side and Izuku in his arms. Shibata. And Hitoshi, Izuku, oh, babies dash. Papa. Hitoshi cries, and he takes a single step away from his dad and Fluffball to receive the running hug that rushes for him, both of them stumbling back with the force of Hisashi colliding with him, almost knocking into Shibata, who only avoids it for the sake of not wanting to even risk dropping Izuku. Oh my loves, my darlings, my precious, precious babies, Hisashi-keens, breathing into their son's matted hair, long arms wrapped so tightly around Hitoshi that the kid surely isn't breathing but there's no chance that either of them care right now. Shibata can relate. And our Izuku, the lil one, what dash, he cuts himself off, hands fluttering as he traces freckles, barely there in the combination of distant starlight and streetlights, shifting down to butterfly hesitate over the teen's bloody arms. I know, Zashi, let's just get them all somewhere safer than this, alright? Yeah, sounds like a plan. Shoyuta doesn't snark about logic or always being right, because it really isn't the time right now, and instead only shifts Izuku to be slightly more comfortable in his arms, and follows his husband and the kids to the car. They really do need to get the kids to a hospital. They all gather back into the car, and it's a bit small but Aizawa takes the front passenger seat with Izuku still in his lap, Hisashi having helped to tuck all of the kids' limbs and tails in before joining Hitoshi and Bakugo in the back, and Ectoplasm only nods to the underground hero briefly, shoulders relaxing slightly at the sight of them all alive and relatively well, though his attention does linger on Izuku for a long few seconds. Understandable, really. Because Aizawa can feel his heartbeat and breathing, and yet the sight of the blood and pale skin and closed eyes is still alarming. But the point is that Aizawa can feel his kid's heartbeat, a steady if slightly thready rhythm, and for the time being that fact alone is more than enough. Behind his husband, Hisashi has an arm slung around his son's shoulders, keeping Hitoshi tucked in close to his side because not doing so feels like a sacrilegious waste. How marrow-deep relieved he is for their sons to be with them again, how he almost passed out at the sight of his Shoyuta carrying their fox baby, Hitoshi at his side. He genuinely hadn't been sure that they'd be able to have this again, and the fact that they do, well, Hisashi almost wants to cry with the warmth crashing through his chest, and judging by how Hitoshi curls into him, murmuring a tiny little, "Thanks Papa," the teen is far from unhappy about it. Honestly, it reminds the blonde of when their kid was younger, and what a bittersweet thing that is. It's this realization that reminds Hisashi that there's someone else very important that they need to talk to, and his hands are shaking as he pulls out his phone, but this time he's able to dial Inko's number for all of the right reasons, no awful news to truly be had. It has him smiling already. Hisashi-kun? She picks up almost immediately, a contrasting hesitance to her tone, all with quiet voices in the background that halt rather abruptly. The reaction is more than understandable, but luckily this time it isn't actually warranted. Inko-san, we have him. We have all three of the boys, and Izuku and Hitoshi are okay. The taller teen in question shoves his face further against Hisashi's shoulder, a hand settling against the leather of his pop's trousers, curling into the fabric as much as possible. Oh my, she murmurs, voice wavering with something that is undoubtedly pure relief, and Hisashi can more than relate. We're traveling to Kamino Central Hospital now, and I think Nedzu said he was going to send a car to pick you up, alright? There's a slight huff, something that might be relief and amusement all mixed together, and he can almost see how she shakes her head, refocusing and steeling her spine once more. How are they then, our boys? Hisashi peers at what he can see of Izuku, feet and some curls, and squeezes Hitoshi a tiny bit tighter, knowing that Shoyuta is listening carefully from the tilt of his head, and having no doubt that Bakugo and Ectoplasm are probably listening too, if to a lesser degree. Hitoshi's shaken up, and Izuku, I'll be honest, he is unconscious, has been the whole time I've been here, but he wasn't earlier, he adds on quickly enough. So he should wake up all right? Right. Okay. That's good, thank you Hisashi-kun. He can't help but smile a bit then, because both of the Midoriyas are truly wonderful. Of course, Inko-san. Ah, and Hitoshi's here if you'd like to speak with him for a second? Oh. Yes, please, that would be lovely if he feels up to it. I won't be bothered if he'd rather rest. Inko-san never fails to be kind, does she? It makes Hisashi admire and adore her all the more, even as he tilts the phone away from his mouth, muffling it into his free shoulder so that he can lean down a bit, chin against Hitoshi's hair and arms still very much around the kid's shoulders. You want to talk to Inko-san, baby? Hitoshi goes to shrug, then settles again, nodding against Hisashi's shoulder. K. The blonde frowns, not entirely liking quite how blank his kid is. You don't have to, you know she won't be offended. No, that's fine. It's Inko-san. Okay, Hisashi can believe it now that Hitoshi has tilted his head enough to look him in the eyes, and when he says Inko-san so contentedly. Yeah, it is, Hisashi murmurs, both proud and soft all at once, and ducks down a bit further to kiss his son atop the head, straightening again and bringing his phone away from his shoulder. Hiya again Inko-san, he chirps, smile growing a bit at the tiny giggle it earns from the woman. I'ma pass you on to Hitoshi. Is there anything else you want to know first, anything I can do? No, thank you. And I do mean that, Hisashi-kun, Inko reiterates, more serious again now. Thank you all ever so much for doing what you can for my baby. And for Hitoshi and Katsuki-kun as well. Well, that's Hisashi's heart officially melted into a puddle of sunshine warmth. Ah, shucks, always Inko-san. You know we love him. And he loves you, she assures, her smile obvious even from her tone. A little flustered, although undeniably happy about it, Hisashi hums a little acknowledgement even as he twists to offer his son the phone. Hitoshi, Inko-san. Thanks papa. There's a pause whilst Hitoshi gets the phone situated against his ear, and then he's smiling, wan but genuine, replying to a brief indistinct chatter. Hey, Inko-san. Another pause, still short. Yeah. No, I'm pretty much alright, it's Izuku I'm worried about, Hitoshi murmurs, blatantly forlorn for all that the teen doesn't quite allow his voice to fracture, holding it together with nothing but his pop's affection and sheer determination. Inko speaks for longer in return then, the occasional word of something very clearly reassurances and soft chastisement distinguishable. And at some point Hitoshi nods, clears his throat, and croaks out a brief affirmation. I guess. Inko's louder then, more insistent but still ultimately sounding concerned. Well, yeah, but if I'd carried him then maybe dash. There's a longer pause yet again, and Hisashi resists the urge to fidget, because he doesn't like the pain in his son's voice, the way that he's gone tense under the blonde's arm. But Inko is speaking, even if Hisashi can't make out the individual words, and the firmness to her tone is obvious. Something in it must work, because Hitoshi slumps again, and Hisashi takes the opportunity to start carting fine fingers through his son's hair again, unflinching at the grease and dirt of it. Yeah. Thanks Inko-san. Their conversation clearly lightens from there, talking very briefly about meeting up at the hospital but mostly Inko telling Hitoshi about the class, and how excited they all are at the news of the three of them being safe again, how she'd had to convince them to stay in the large, shared wardroom they've all been staying in. Some of Ectoplasm's clones have been staying in the room next door for them as well. Apparently Nedzu hadn't been willing to risk a single another of them being taken or hurt. Still, the conversation begins to peter out, Hitoshi blatantly tired, and Inko seems to grow quieter as well, undoubtedly tired as well. She hesitates, adds on another something, brief, and Hitoshi presses his hand more firmly against his pop's leg, curled into him. I will. Thank you, Inko-san. He startles a tiny bit then, but doesn't actually tense up. Yeah, give me a second Inko-san. Bakugo, it's for you. The rest of the car's occupants aren't exactly subtle about listening in then, to how Bakugo is gruff but yielding when he greets her as Auntie Inko, how he softens bit by bit the whole time, eventually slumping against the car door, head pressed to the window, staring at the world going by before eventually speaking again, a simple, terse thank you before he's shoving the phone back in their direction without even looking over at them. Hisashi doesn't mind though, not really, only taking the phone back and signing off with brief goodbyes and see you laters. They've all got a hospital to get to. Maruko dodges the black extending fingers, arching her back as she flies through the air, ears flicking. She rebounds off of a building, shouting something, but the news channel helicopters are too far away to be able to tell. Around the edge of the battlefield, several UA faculty are fighting members of the League of Villains, from Midnight to Power Loader to 13. None of the news crews quite pick up on the gray-clad figure upon one roof, only how Dabi falls for seemingly no reason and how Shigaraki snarls and stumbles at one point, only to fall to a cloud of lavender mist gas moments later. Cement and bullets and blood-forged weapons relentlessly take up the battlefield, subduing villain after villain, and Maruko continues to fight the main villain. She gets a few hits in, even knocking out a pipe of his mask, yet prioritizes evasive maneuvers, trying to distract him. It works, and then several of the channel's camera feeds cut out as their helicopters are buffeted by a shockwave, and those that had cut out flicker back to life in time to see All Might crash down upon the main villain, dust and debris flying away. Maruko crouches, ears flapping wildly, and once she assesses that All Might is on his feet and fighting well against the masked man, she darts away towards the rest of the fighting, scrutinizing the largely over battle, and leaves entirely. The news don't know it, but she's got a kitten to see. There's a steady, remarkably quiet noise that follows the rhythm echoing in the back of Izuku's skull, and he feels cold. One of his tails feel wrong and awkward, weighted down, and he suddenly realizes that he's not lying flat. Something fairly soft is pressed under his left side and it doesn't feel right. Nothing feels right. One of his wrists is itching and his arms are bad, somehow. Wanting to know why nothing feels right, green eyes blink open, bleary at first but brightening by the second, and, distracted, they settle immediately upon the 5 people in the room. Kaachan? No less than all 5 voices speak up at once, several of them surging up and forwards, hands reaching, and for half a breath Izuku flinches, tails and arms curling inwards, protecting himself, but it aches, a long, dull twinge that seems like it should hurt more than it does. Careful of your arms, Kit, they haven't they all fall short of actually touching him, his mama and Shincher closest to him, both hovering mere inches away, but he's busy thinking about Dad's warning. My dash? He glances at himself, and the way that he's propped up slightly on the left by a bunch of pillows, his tail's given room to comfortably drape over the edge of the bed and the end of one splinted for some reason, and the bandages looped the length of both of his arms. Oh. Everyone else in the room falters slightly, exchanging glances, not liking the tone to that at all. Oh? His mama asks, as kind as can be as she perches carefully on the edge of his bed, one hand settling beside his, just close enough to vaguely feel the warmth of her presence. It helps a little. I don't know if I remember getting hurt? None of their frowns dissipate, a few of them only deepen in fact. That's all right, love, you dash, but Izuku isn't sure. There's something catching in the back of his mind, a distant wail that he remembers echoing through his mind, grating and useless when. NN, maybe I do? It was Shigaraki, wasn't it? Izuku grates out, throat choking with more ivy by the moment. It was pale and it made blood because they had to know if I was really dash. Izuku. It's Inko who speaks up first, expression serious and eyes kind, her hand still close and waiting. It's all right. You don't have to worry about that right now, all right? Let's worry about getting you healed up and home. Home? There's such an aching vulnerability there, a wistfulness, and it shivers through every one of his kin, Hitoshi most of all. All they've wanted for the last few days was to be home and warm and safe. And they're not home just yet, but they are together with their family and safe. It means everything.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.